am very tired of seeing over the past week the amount of people that are turning on Trump, shitting on the thing because they think that they've seen a deal and they don't like the deal. You haven't read the deal, right? The amount of people freaking out over an MOU they have not read is astounding. Look, if it's a bad deal, I'll jump on board, but I haven't read it. Neither have you. Anybody who says they hasn't. You're falling for propaganda. You're losing your shit because you think that Trump has turned on Israel, all right, the country, all right, and the Jewish people, or you think he's turned on Iran, the people, right? Wait to read it. What the hell? How do you not see the similarities between what you're doing and what the America First people are doing? Donald Trump turned on us because he said something that he never said. Look, and this is like everyone has. I've had people that really I support. They're my friends, and they've come at me and they'll be like, "You're naive." I'm not naive. I'm not. I'm living in the world of the realm of here are the facts I have. Am I saying it's a good deal? No. I'm saying you don't know it's a bad deal. But everyone has read it. Reuters released it. Reuters didn't release it. Nobody's released it. Because part of the deal was Qatar said, we want you to wait until Friday for some reason. This was confirmed by Trump. This was confirmed by J.D. Vance. This was confirmed by Marco Rubio. What you have read is a summary of what somebody else thinks that they read, and it's probably not really what it was. There is like carve-outs where there could potentially be the IRGC somehow reforming and coming into the world only if they jump through a bunch of hoops that they're not going to jump through. There's no $300 billion that they're just going to automatically get. There's a bunch of stuff in there that this is based on the reporting, right? I don't know. But there is a bunch of stuff that has been confirmed by J.D. Vance and by Marco Rubio and by Trump that says like, oh yeah, well, if this, and this happens, then maybe. But nobody has confirmed the thing that you're freaking out about. So I'm just saying, why are you acting like the same people who you fight on a daily basis, who turn on a dime and don't have any grace or look? You can't wait 4 days, guys. Well, I mean, even if this was, 3 or 4 days, you can't wait a week and a half before you start going, I can't believe Trump. No. Just woosah and give it a freaking minute. And if that sounds like tough love and you're like, you're stupid, you're naive, then fine. Fuck you and get out of here too. I don't have the thing that you guys have where you guys go like, all right, I'm tribal to a point, right? I'm tribal to the truth. I'm loyal to the truth. If you guys start coming at me because I slightly disagree with you, I don't have time for it. I'm not going to turn on Israel, the Jewish people, or any of my beliefs, but I will tell you to screw. Tough love. Here, Trump. If I don't like it, we'll go back to shooting them and dropping bombs on their head. Does that sound like somebody who's like, turned on the Iranian people? Anyway. All right, we're going to be bringing on our guest. I went a little bit over time. I got a little bit crazy, but we'll talk with her about this. And we'll try to bring this show back to a decent, happy place. It really, no, but really, guys, it really has been bothering me because I've been seeing it for almost a week. I've literally just been watching people who I like. And then I've had some people who are I'm like, oh, look, yeah, reasonable. Right? And I think that this is a reasonable person. So we are going to bring on our guest. Let's go back to Eric. You know what? Let's just top right corner here. Tanya. That's a hard name to say. Tanya and highly Jewish. She goes by highly Jewish, and I'm going to read her bio, and then we're going to pull her right on. Tanya, hold on, Sikanovsky. maybe,
Wow,
is,
that's great.
Tanya Sikhanovsky is a proud American, unapologetic Zionist, and Jewish advocate dedicating to combating anti Semitism and defending Western values. She serves as senior advisor to the Combat Anti Semitism Movement, head of development at Think Again, and is a candidate for West Hollywood City Council. Say hello to Tanya, aka Highly Jewish. How are you doing, Tanya? Thank you for coming on.
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
No problem, no problem. So I think I heard you hearing me say my whole spiel there.
I
Before
did.
we jump into that, go ahead and, even though I gave you an intro, go ahead and give yourself an intro to the audience and tell everybody what you're getting into, what your whole goal is with your online or your advocatism. Well, who cares? Go
Advocate.
ahead.
That's a great word. I think that should
Advocism?
be that's advocism. We can,
I
yeah,
don't. I
advocacy,
think it was
activism
advocate. I think I
together.
meant to say advocacy, but whatever. I need more coffee. I
Advocism.
didn't.
There you go.
I went with protein shake instead of coffee. That was a choice. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Tanya Tsikhanowski. I was born and raised in Los Angeles to immigrant parents from the USSR. They came here with the help of the Jewish Federation.
Hold on.
Thanks to them and
Guest is
America.
echoing. Hold on one sec, Tanya. Looks like we have a.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It's my fault. We have a new soundboard, and we're going to try that now. Can I?
Hi, everyone. Is that better?
Maybe echoing.
Maybe.
Well, there's not much I can do about it. I think it's coming through my end, so I'm going to try to mute my mic while you're talking. Let's see if that helps. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Does that help? I hope. I'm Tanya. Great. So Tanya Tsikhanovsky. It's a Russian last name. I was born and raised here in America. I'm a proud American citizen. My parents came here legally with the help of the Jewish Federation in 1979. They immigrated here as refugees. Most of my family died in Babi Yar. So I am very well familiar with what it means to try to be murdered and killed for who you are, which is what I think America is facing right now. I am in West Hollywood. I am running for West Hollywood City Council. A lot of this came from the fact that I have spent the majority of my life being on the blue side. I spent 20 years voting blue up and down the ticket and being what you would call woke. I even worked on Hillary's campaign against Trump in 2016 and wrote tweets such as, "I'm going to leave this country if Trump becomes president." Newsflash, I never left the country, stayed, married a woman, divorced a woman. That divorce was not any better, or worse, just because Trump was in office. And somehow everything is fine. So all of the craziness that I was, supporting and listening to, thankfully I had a reality check, but that reality check came at a cost. It came after October 7th. I wasn't an influencer or anybody back then. I was just someone that had an Instagram that was open to people. I think I had maybe 3,000 of my own family members and friends in it. And obviously we know what happened on October 7th. I was playing in a rec league in West Hollywood, a gay rec league. We're adults here, so I'm 37 at the time. The rec league was full of people that were like 25 and 26, but here we are reliving our glory days. And we're playing in this queer league. I don't really love that term. I'm an old school lesbian. All these extra letters are giving me anxiety. But it's a gay league, and a lot of these people were my friends, or so I thought. And after October 7th, their Instagrams were filled with kafias and anti-Western rhetoric. And I started noticing that these were the people on the same political side that I have been on my whole life. And I'm sitting here listening to people in Congress be against Israel. Now, I heard a lot about what you were saying, and I can't wait to dive into that, because you and I agree and disagree on quite a lot, and I'm so excited to have this conversation. But
Yeah, and I'm gonna be clicking in and out because of the echo issue. I'll fix it for the next show. But
okay,
yeah, so I'll try
cool.
not to interrupt, but we'll have a banter.
Sure, great. And so anyway, I quickly became ostracized for being a Zionist and being very pro-American. And quickly after seeing how the Biden administration was handling encampments on college campuses and how they were suggesting that Bibi would not go into Rafah when we had American hostages in Rafah. I mean, this is beyond Israel and beyond Jews. You had Americans that were held hostage, and your own administration is saying, don't go get them out. Like, that's pathetic. And so when I saw that, I was like, that's it. We're not doing this. And I flipped red and told everyone online to vote for Trump. And then the league tried to kick me out. They basically said I wasn't allowed at social events. Like, I could play in the games because I was a paying member. And if they literally tried to kick me out, I would have sued. But they did not want me at social events anymore because I guess I was some horrible person just because I wanted to elect Trump. And once that happened and I talked about it to a reporter, Elon Musk retweeted it. And that's kind of how I ended up where you are, like meeting you, as you know, I started talking and I haven't shut up since, basically.
Yeah, you know what's funny is I had another guest on Yuval David last week, and you know he's talking
Good
a
friend.
similar story, right? Where it's like, and look, we're on kind of like we have a Christian audience, and there's a lot of not a lot. I'm sorry, there's a few who are like, oh, you know, the gay thing. And I'm like, listen, man, live your life, right? I'm a conservative traditionalist, so I will say I believe that man and woman is a biblical thing. But I also have gay friends. My friends are leftist. I have two lesbian friends who they go, I don't know why I like you, but I do because you're nice to me and you're respectful. And it's like, and we can do that. But you know what I noticed is that there's a lot of people who are pushing away people like you because of their rigid belief structure. And I'm like, listen, man, you don't have to be gay. You don't have to if you are nice and you have a friend or anything like that, just like if you have a friend who cheats on their spouse and you really don't like it, and or just like if you yourself are not perfect, just like this. And it bothers me when I hear those people because it really just sort of it does the opposite of what we're trying to do, which is build a coalition of people and spread the good word and what have you. But also it's like, hey, just from a political strategy, let's just go, hey, I don't agree with you on everything, but if you're voting red, I'm gonna be nice to you. And I think that you have a double, you and Yuval, that you have sort of like a double red pill moment, right? Where you're like, not
Oh
only
yeah.
not only is the gay community turning on me because there's this, you know, tribalism in the LGBT alphabet people, right? But there's also the Jewish aspect, right? Where it's like now there's also the left in general. I saw somebody posted something, I'm stealing it from them, but it says the difference between the two sides is the right has anti-Semites, but the left is anti-Semites, right? Where it's like
Yeah,
the left.
I wrote that.
Oh, you did? Oh, pfft. Well, there we go.
Yeah.
We credit the author.
Yeah.
And it's like that's the thing. There's a problem that I was talking about in the where the woke right has sort of started to emerge, but the left, they were doing this for years and people just didn't know it. So I think that we have to address it early. Otherwise, we're going to have people like you in 5 years, 10 years, or even, you know, like even sooner than that. And they're going to go, I'm just politically homeless, right? We need to be
Sure.
accepting of people so that we can build, because I believe the MAGA movement, I believe the Conservative Party is the better party, not a perfect party, not the Dan Bongino says, the right isn't the answer to all your problems, but the left is the cause of all your problems. And I think that's a great statement. So,
It is.
yeah, and guys,
No,
I'm sorry about the echo. If she's echoing, it's because I have my mic on. I'll fix it for next time, but I'm gonna mute myself and give her time to reply. But go ahead and tell me what your thoughts are on that.
No, I mean, I fully agree with you. I also think, yes, there's a lot going on with me because I'm obviously Jewish and I'm a Zionist, but I am also, just like you, America first. And I think that we on the right side, the difference is exactly what I had said. The reason why the Republican Party has anti-Semites and the Democratic Party is anti-Semitic is because the ones that are screaming on the Republican side are not in Congress. They're on podcasts. They're affecting influence to social media, but they're not putting the laws in our country. They're not trying to block funding to Israel's army that actually protects us as well. Like I'm trying to be logical here in just as an American, I know that isolationism doesn't work. I know that we need friends, we need allies, and I'm sorry, but wouldn't I want to be aligned and supportive and proud of something that a country that actually has my Western values in mind and doesn't want to destroy me? I mean, Israel does not have terror organizations that exist to destroy America,
Well,
but all of these
you
other
bring up a really
countries
good
do.
point, and this is something that I wanted to cover with you. I'm gonna pull up the this just dropped, I believe it was yesterday. The rape gang inquiry report. Rupert Lowe said that he was going to be dropping this, and people were sort of anticipating it, right? And this is the irony is when we talk about who our allies are, right? There is a common enemy aspect of it, which is exactly why America. Well, last time we became isolationists, World War II was going on, we had to be attacked at Pearl Harbor before we even got involved, and then we quickly realized we should not be isolationists because that's how you get attacked. But I see a similarity, the similar dichotomy between what's going on now, because when you have a common enemy, right, you can align with people very, and this is not a one-to-one comparison. This is not even a really great analogy. But for instance, Hitler was really bad, okay? And we aligned with Stalin to beat him, okay? This is not comparing Israel to Stalin, so calm down. However, right, when we have this threat of Islam, how can we not even consider aligning with Israel, even if you think they're Stalin, right? Because
Correct.
because
Correct.
we are looking at this UK report. I'm not even going to read it, but it's on the screen. This is how bad it is. I'm only going to read a couple little things. I'm summarizing. This is just one of many, many pages in this report that is horrific, right? There, there was a young girl, 12 years old, who had a bottle broken off into her private area after being uh, raped repeatedly. 12 years old, right? And these are the 250,000 reported sexual assaults of minors throughout the UK. This was a systemic problem. It's what Tommy Robinson has been talking about for years. That's why they threw him in jail. That's why they're still trying to go after him. And he was right, and everybody who didn't talk about it or covered it up was right because they were afraid of being labeled Islamophobic. But for some reason, nobody's worried about being called anti-Semitic. Or sorry, everybody's like nobody cares that they're criticizing Jews, but they care so much if they criticize Islam. So I say, look, let's just do this. If you think that we have a Hitler and Stalin, we don't, okay? But if you think that, right? Muslims are Hitler, dude, right? And like, let's just
Yeah.
align with Israel to prevent this problem. And the amount of people that say that, oh, the Epstein files, the inquiry report is a million times worse than the Epstein files, and we actually have them. Right, like we have all of the evidence. Keir Starmer just didn't prosecute these people. The UK police didn't believe the young girls. Or it was all out of this warm embrace of collectivism and multiculturalism because they wanted to bring in as many immigrants as possible from the third world. But we have this weird, this really strange, like, yeah, but the Jews are colonizers. And it's like, what are you talking about? The Muslims are colonizing every country they go to. So what do you think of the if you were to put on your okay, fine, the Jews are bad hat, what do you think of that argument?
No, I mean, I completely agree with you. I think of that as right now, we're supposed to be looking at this as Americans first and survival. And, when I think about, this brings me back to Munich. I know that we ultimately won the war, and obviously I do agree with you. We have not seen the deal. We don't really know what the deal is. There's speculation, there's rumors, but I fundamentally have a problem with negotiating with terrorists. I think that, we bombed on them a year ago. We're still in this mess. This has been an ongoing mess now. I don't want a repeat of the nuclear deal with Obama. I certainly don't expect Trump to do that. But I really hope that at this point, like, can we just like precision strike and get them all out. I don't understand what, like, strategically, I want to understand this, because when you literally Churchill, I wish we had Churchill. They literally said, like in Munich, they gave Czechoslovakia, they let Hitler annex Czechoslovakia and thought that he would be happy. And then guess what? A year later, he invades Poland and there's World War II. Like,
Okay,
we're not
okay.
going to
So let me
the IRGC,
here's
right?
let me jump in here. Okay, so here's why you can't do that, right? It's very complex, but precision strikes in that region, and it requires boots on the ground. It requires American soldiers to die. Americans don't have the appetite. I'm one of the Americans that don't have the appetite for that. I don't want to see it. Okay, we've had
Okay.
our own. We've had these, like, Bush, Obama, who just wanted to bomb terrorists, but it doesn't actually work. All right, and it doesn't really work because you can't negotiate with terrorists in a sense where you appease them, but you can negotiate. I would say that Donald Trump has found a way to negotiate with peace through strength, where you just beat them to a bloody pulp, where they are surrendering. It just might not look like it, right? So here's what I understand is really in this quote deal that everybody's freaking out about. Okay, what we did was we hammered their leadership, we hammered their military, we took out all of their really strategic locations where they could really do anything about it, and then we went in and we just started basically grabbing oil behind the scenes, and they started losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day, and then Trump just came in and he went the negotiation is, do you want another one? Right? That was the negotiation. It was like whack, you want another one? Whack, you want another one? Whack, you want another one? And then so then he comes out and he does this quote negotiation, this final deal, a lot of people are rightfully cautiously going, you're negotiating with them. And I don't see it that way. I see it as a surrender, because what's going to happen, and these are the details, these are unconfirmed to me even, but this was kind of confirmed by JD Vance, so I think that this would be the better way, the better, rumor to look at. The money and the benefits that come to the IRGC in this quote deal, they don't come from America. They come from the Saudis, and there might be some unfrozen funds, but it's all contingent on whether or not they do XYZ for a very long period of time. And what Trump is doing is he's using sort of the Abraham Accord structure of creating allies around Iran. And let's not forget that IRGC was firing at all the allies while this was all going on. They were just throwing blows in every direction. They've pissed all of them off now. And what he's doing is he's saying, okay, we're going to put it so that you can have you can live. Essentially, you can live, but you can't live as the regime you are. Okay. Now, that may sound like a negotiation, but I think that a lot of people are thinking that they're just missing the second part, where they go, okay, Trump's letting them live. Going in there with kinetic energy, right? There are hundreds of thousands of loyalists. There are tens and maybe hundreds of thousands of actual soldiers. That's a big war. That is not a targeted strategic action that people think it is. Even going in to get Karg Island was going to probably take American soldiers' lives. And I don't think that Donald Trump necessarily did it for politically advantageous reasons like, oh, I want to win the midterms. I think he basically is one of those presidents who listens to the people, and he's like, people don't want it, right? If after 9/11, we were all like, go, right? We don't have that mentality anymore, which is sad because
But
I do.
but that's precisely what's concerning for me, because I feel like it's unfortunately going to take another 9/11 for that reaction. And I don't want to wait for that. My concern is that the people that are in the IRGC now are pissed and are just going to be buying their time and figuring out a way to strike. The pager situation that Israel did against Hezbollah, that took 10 years in the making. They were walking around with those pagers for 10 years before they blew up. I don't want the IRGC in my pocket for the next 10 years and then blowing up and murdering civilians in malls, and then by proxy using Hezbollah and the Houthis and everyone else to kill everyone else in the region that has Western values. So I feel like you and I are on the exact same page that I want to protect America. And I also don't want innocent Americans being killed. But I also feel like we have Israel that can go in there and take care of a lot for us if we were just going to allow them to do it. And I think that ultimately, if we take care of this problem now, that will protect lives more in the future than otherwise. Because the IRGC, like, kids lost their parents. The generals were killed.
Yeah,
they lost all of their leaders. They're pissed.
Okay, so let me
And they hate
jump,
America.
let me jump
So that
in.
scares me as an American.
Look, me too. I think that no matter what happens with this deal, we're not going to solve radical extremism and the hatred of America from Islamic Jihad. All right, that's not going to happen. We could go in there and we can kill every single member, soldier, and loyalist for the IRGC. We are not going to kill I would say there's over between 200 and 500 million terrorists in the world, right? Because if you think about it, there's 2 billion Muslims. If 10% of them are Islamists, radical Islamists, you have 200 million. I think the number's closer to 30%, maybe more. And this is backed up by statistics. 60% of Muslims, over 60% of Muslims want some form of Sharia law. Over 60%, 80%, I believe, of Muslims believe in the religious doctrine in the Quran that you don't turn on your brother and you don't turn in your brother, which is why the rape gangs were able to flourish the way they were. It wasn't because that there were a bunch of, non-Muslims that weren't doing anything about it. There was a bunch of people that knew that was going on in the community who weren't raping girls, but they weren't reporting because they can't, like, religiously. I talked about Tommy with that on my podcast. So while I do understand what you're saying, and while I do understand the concern from other people where it's like, I don't want to just kick the can down the road, I don't think that's what Trump is doing. What I think he's doing is essentially he's neutering the puppy, right? Like he's not just like going like, I'm just gonna hope he grows out of it, right? He's cutting their nuts off and taking their power away. I want to see the deal though, because I could be wrong. And everybody who's freaking out, you can be right. Okay. And on Friday or before, whenever we see the actual MOS, right? Or you know what I mean? Whenever we see the actual deal, I'll read it, and I think it's only like a page and a half, and I think it's only the initial 60-day structure. And I think Dana Lash said it very well. We talked about this yesterday. I showed her clip. She goes, "It's absolutely perfectly reasonable to be cautious, right? Because we've had Nancy Pelosi come out. We got to pass the deal to see what's in it. We've had the Obama. You can keep your doctor. You can keep your plan." Trump isn't doing that though. Trump is saying, "Hey guys, look, give me a week. Give me a month." I think that what has it been? 3.5 months of this conflict, right? How many months and months and months did other conflicts go on? They went on for years. So I just think that the panicking and the jumping to conclusions, I don't think it's productive. I think that while you definitely should be cautious, it would be the same way as if you were cheated on a bunch of times by a bunch of different boyfriends and you get a new boyfriend and you go, or girlfriend, both of us would have girlfriends. But if you get cheated on by a girlfriend, right? You get cheated on by a bunch of girlfriends, and then you get into a new relationship and you're not like going like, she's definitely going to cheat on me, but you're like, I hope she doesn't. That's where I think that people should have their mentality. They should just be like, hey, I don't want to ruin this relationship by comparing it to my past experiences, but I am definitely worried about being cheated on. That's perfectly normal. That's perfectly reasonable. However, imagine walking up to your girlfriend who hasn't done anything wrong and being like, "You're cheating on me," right? That's the difference, right? So that's
no, I agree, and I still consider personally. I think that Trump is the best president we've had. So I'm not in any way, turning on him on a dime, but I am cautious, and I am hopeful that he has the balls that he has always shown to not stand up, to not allow and support and be okay with terrorism. Like he's been, to me, he's been such an example of American pride. He made
I agree.
me so like that was a big reason why I love and own being a Republican now, because the Republicans are the party of American pride. The Democrats want to destroy America. I've never seen any. This is insane. Like they're literally out here trying to ruin this country, and the Republicans are doing everything they can to hold on to it. And I think that with everything that Trump went through and still persevering and coming back, and I mean, he shows what democracy really is, and he has proven it. We collectively showed how to come back and actually put someone into place that we voted for. I mean, he won the popular vote by over 2 million people. I mean, I think that we're going to be, I mean, his story is insane. And just as a person, I have a lot of respect for him. But I also have critical thinking skills and don't have to agree fully with everything that goes on and still respect the guy. But I don't like the fact that he says that, Israel, he obviously he says a lot of things, but he did say that Israel wouldn't exist without him. Now, I will say that I don't think Israel would have a good shot of existing without America. And that
Yeah,
is
I think
also
that
why I'm so
I think that's what
supportive
he
of
meant.
America.
Look,
Because,
I think that they hype,
Israel needs America.
no, I think that they hype up those. I think that they pump those up, and I think that and I've seen people that I respect and like sort of fall into that trap, and it's irritating because I kind of just go like, you guys haven't seen how they do this, right? Where it's like, if Trump has any type of strife with anyone ever, they play it up like, oh my God, they're at each other's throats, and it's more like it was probably a conversation where Trump was probably like, hey, baby, imagine if I was Kamala Harris, how would you look right now, right? Like, that's what I'm saying, and I think that he's hyperbolic, and I think that he gets taken either out of context or partially contextualized, but I wouldn't put it past Trump to say something like, look, I'm trying to get a deal done for my people, right? My people are not, they do not have an appetite for war the way your people do. And it's understandable. You guys are constantly being attacked and you're right there. We're not. We have an ocean between us. We're a lot safer. But that also means we don't have to help you, right? Like, we don't have to. We could go with more of an isolationist perspective. I'm not saying that I don't think that would be good. I'm just saying he could say I have an ocean between us. I have the biggest military defense budget. It's all of the 27 other below us combined doesn't touch our military budget. I could just leave you on your own to your own devices, and I wouldn't say that that's a nice thing to say, but also it is kind of a true statement. Trump, I think, might have just been saying, dude, I've been doing a lot for you. I just need you to be less trigger happy while I try to work out this deal. I think that would be more like how the conversation happened.
Sure, I mean, I can understand that, but what do you do when you're getting rockets thrown at you? I was in
no.
Israel last week when those rockets were coming.
People are misunderstanding. People are misunderstanding. If I was Bibi, Gaza would have looked like a sheet of glass on October 9th. So you got me saying that doesn't mean that I am criticizing the way. In fact, I think Israel would have been better off if they did that. I think that I would have rather asked for forgiveness than permission, the same way that America in World War II didn't ask whether or not people would be okay with us dropping 2 bombs on Japan. You know who's not a problem anymore? Japan. But it's also not a comparison to radical Islamic Jihad, it's more of an ideology.
It's a global problem too.
It's a very big global problem. So yeah, it's not a one-to-one comparison. But look, here's the way I'll say it. I think that Israel is very trigger happy, but they have a very good reason. I think that when they get attacked, they automatically want to attack back. And I think what Trump is going is like, hey, if you get attacked and nobody dies, maybe don't throw the bomb back while I deal with this, because I'm so close to getting them right where I want them. That's where I think that Trump is more of a transactional person, whereas Bibi is more of a true believer in what he's saying, right? Trump, I think, is more transactional. I don't think that necessarily is a good or a bad thing. It has some good qualities, has some bad qualities. But Trump doesn't think the way the Jewish people and Israel think, which is understandable because we are two completely different people and cultures, etc. So while I think that people should be, again, to reiterate, cautious and very, I would say, like, cautiously optimistic even, right, would be better. But even if you're not optimistic, even if you're just cautious, I do not want people to fall for the I heard it from Al Jazeera, so it's true, and I'm going to freak out about it, and Donald Trump is a traitor. I seen James Lindsay, who's one of the smartest people I think I know, falling for this shit. And I'm like, how are you falling for it? Bro, wait a week and a half. And you can say, I really hope this deal is right. I don't want this deal to be this. But the way that I'm seeing people message this is Trump betrayed us and Trump did this, and I don't see that yet. All right. So when I see it, I'll call it out. I'm not a Trump loyalist. I have Trump tattooed on me. I love him, but I'm not a loyalist. If he messes up, like when he had bump stock ban, I was like, hey, bad Trump. I can do the bad Trump thing, but I just don't see it right now. Not saying it might not happen. So I would just say everyone just should wait. What is it? 3 more days. Two more days, pretty much. All right. It's 8:51, so I think we're gonna be wrapping it up. But tell everybody anything that you got going on. Give yourself a little exit. Like hey, follow me here, etc.
Yeah. Follow me on Highly Jewish on Instagram. And please also tune in to the Highly Jewish podcast on YouTube. I have some great guests. Steve Hilton was on it. I am honored to say that he endorsed me. I am running for West Hollywood City Council. That is obviously a small little town in Los Angeles, County. The election is November 3rd. Now, interesting point. The city council is a nonpartisan seat. So I am not running as a Republican, but I am a registered Republican, and they have never had a registered Republican in city council. So I'm hoping to make that change come November and to just bring a little bit of common sense and American pride back into the city that I love so much. So.
That's awesome. Yeah. Like, sorry for the technical difficulties. That's the unofficial name of this show is technical difficulties. I got a new soundboard. I'm going to have Sean FaceTime me later and teach me how to use it. But I hope the echo wasn't too bad for the people that are watching, because this was an amazing conversation. And if you want me to come on your show, I'd be happy to.
I would love that.
Okay. So we'll set that up.
Please.
Tanya, AKA Highly Jewish, thank you so much for joining us. I will see you later, and keep in touch.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
All right, guys. Sorry about the echo. Let's see. We're gonna dump out of that, right? And then I gotta turn my volume down. All right. Perfect. Check. Perfect. Okay. All right. I think that was a great conversation, and I think that we are, whoa, that's an echo. What the hell is going on now? Now I got the echo. You guys aren't hearing an echo, are you? Sheesh. I gotta figure this thing. I gotta figure this thing out. This thing's. I have a. I don't know. Like, I can build a house. And I can't figure out a computer for the life of me. Now I can't hear myself in my own headphones, so I don't know. I think you guys can hear me. If not, well, I'm just looking. No echo now. Okay, good. Look, guys, I think that what we're having is this a little audio MDI setup? Oh no, that's not it. I think what we're having is a reasonable, no, I'm sorry, an unreasonable reaction to a reasonable problem, right? What we're seeing is, and let me pull this back up, and we're going to actually play this.
Gave them billions and billions of dollars, but he gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash from banks.
That was weird.
Is the agreement now final, or are you still?
No, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding, and if I don't like it, we'll go back to shooting at them, dropping bombs on their head.
Okay. Perfect, right? Look, everyone's freaking out. Everyone's like, oh my God, the deal is. Trump just comes out. Trump himself comes out and he says, is this deal a final deal? And Trump says, no, it's a memorandum of understanding. And if I don't like it, we'll bomb the hell out of them. I don't think that should make people pull their hair out and say, oh my God. right? I think what Trump is trying to do is thread a very difficult needle of how do you stop terrorists from doing what they're doing, right? What do they care about more, right? Um, and I think the answer is usually money and power, right? Like, yes, they are religious ideologues. Yes, they are jihadist terrorists, but they also like money and power. Don't get it twisted, all right? They're not that religious. Like, they really do. They want money and power. Trump hits them. He takes away all of their sources of income. He takes out their proxies. He goes after Venezuela. He goes after this. He goes after that. He weakens them to a point where they are just getting decimated. Then he goes, I'm going to go take Carg Island now. And they go, no, 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 no. We'll make a deal. Right? And Trump goes, okay, I'm going to type up this memorandum of understanding. Sign it. And they go, okay, we signed it. Does that sound like a negotiation? I mean, sounds kind of like an ultimatum, right? And there's a difference between a negotiation and an ultimatum, right? I mean, technically, there were negotiations between Germany and the Allied forces after Germans were defeated. It was like 7 hours, but it was technically a negotiation, right? Japan, same thing, right? They had to sign papers. Are those technically negotiations? Are you technically negotiating with terrorists? Yeah, sure. More like an ultimatum, though. It's sign or die, right? So I think we have a unreasonable reaction to a reasonable problem, because in the past we've had Obama, we've had other presidents, Bush, and all of them. They actually did negotiate with terrorists in good faith. Trump is not doing that. I don't think he is. I think Trump is basically going, hey, I want this wrapped up. My people want this wrapped up. And as far as the conflict with Bibi and the strife and how they don't agree and whatever, that's also understandable. Bibi's a warrior. Bibi wants to go to war. We don't. Right? Bibi wants to go to war. But I mean, pushing the divide between Trump and Bibi, it's not helpful, right? I've seen that. I've seen people do that where they go, yeah, Bibi's a warmonger. No. You want to try to keep the peace between Israel and America while keeping the not so much peace, but potential for a more peaceful Middle East between America and Iran. It's very difficult, guys. And while Trump's doing this, while he's juggling plates, a bunch of people like that either used to support him or don't support him or do support him, they're all going, hey, you betrayed me! And he's like, no, I didn't. Calm down. No, I didn't. All right? He's like, give me a minute. It's the same thing I've seen. It's the same thing I saw with the Panicans that turned into the America First, we're leaving MAGA, right? It's the same thing. I've seen it multiple times, and I'm being cautiously, just warning people not to do that, because maybe you're being played. Maybe that's the point.
If I don't like it, if they don't behave, we'll go right back to dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head. Okay? Because they misbehaved for 47 years. All right?
That sounds like somebody who isn't negotiating. Okay? Just saying, All right. Great show. Went by fast. Sean Farish is coming up next. Bibi, in my opinion, is not my cup of tea and is a little reckless, but he is doing what he thinks is best. Exactly. Israel is a sovereign country, right? Israel doesn't need our permission to do anything. They don't want to piss us off, and we don't really have to care about pissing them off, but we do. We try to keep our relationship. But if Bibi's people are like, bomb them, and Trump's people are like, don't bomb them, you're going to have conflict. Those are two world leaders. But I think that Trump can work it out. I think there is a middle ground here. I think he'll find it. And worst case scenario, all I'm asking you to do is wait till Friday to read the damn thing before you start saying this or that. Anyway. All right. Sean Farish is up. It's 9 o'clock a.m. We got P. Year out, Bad Mood, Bumba, One Sandman T, Hodges, Winky Winky Nod Nod. I will see you tomorrow for 2A Thursday. Enjoy Ungoverned with Sean. I'm off to work. See you later.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, which I know many, they're irrelevant.
To the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the Elevate Family, McGroy Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee and from the battlefield of the Great Cat Civil War of 2026. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Wednesday to you. Happy Hump Day, happy Trump Day. All that good stuff. It's time. I'm going to make it happen today. You know what today is? You know what's great? I find it real awesome. Consequence Day. Yesterday was Consequences Day. What is the best way, at least with people, to correct bad behavior? Consequences. Someone breaks the law, there needs to be consequences. And on the other side of things, I'm not saying everyone who abides by the law deserves a pat on the back, but the consequences for abiding by the law is not being in trouble with the law, right? Not going to jail, not losing your rights, not losing your freedoms, legal expenses, all of these things, right? We've been saying it for a while. We've been saying it since 2020. Consequences. I call it consequence culture all the time, right? That's what I say. That's the era that we need to start existing in, the consequence culture era. And yesterday, and I know the first, because we're all cynics, and it's not a bad thing, right? But the first thing, it's not enough. Yesterday, 15 members of Antifa were hit with indictments and hit with charges for something we've been calling for since January, right? Think back to January. Remember the anti-ICE protests in Minnesota, Minneapolis, all that? And they were clearly obstructing federal agents. And that is a crime. We went through the statutes and all that. I forget which statutes they were, but we went through all that, right? And said, this is a crime. Where are the charges? Justice moves slowly. Injustice moves quickly. We understand that. We also understand what we should also, at least let's acknowledge together, right, is the fact that ever since Pam Bondi's departure from the Department of Justice, can we agree that ever since Pam has been out, the DOJ has had a different feel to it? Can we agree? It's not to say that she was the problem, but was definitely, as we have identified, really since February of 2025, but probably more definitively since July of 2025, that Pam Bondi was a weak link, right? Can we agree that the DOJ has been has at least positioned itself, has at least acted as if in a better way since Pam Bondi has been out? Can we agree? I think we can. I think we can. Bravo Golf. Pardon me if I don't know. Bravo Golf 592 says, here are the arrests, Alex Jones, Black Pillars. Listen, it's only 15. And I know a lot of people, there were more than 15 people in Minneapolis. Yes, there were more than 15 people in Minneapolis. I'm well aware of that. I can count. I can't count that high, but I can count. Okay? There are more than 15 people who were involved in these riots. However, sometimes you need to charge the low-hanging fruit, right? To send an example to the rest of the fruits. To say, hey, if you start to hang low, you're going to catch charges too. I have no problem with them starting with these 15 rioters, and we're going to go into that. Okay? Consequences is the best way to correct bad behavior. You don't want your city to burn down after a sports team wins a championship. There should be consequences for that unruly, uncivilized, barbaric behavior that we saw in New York City. You don't want there to be riots outside of ICE offices and detention facilities and think there need to be consequences for those who are funding the riots, engaging in the riots, stoking the riots, etc. And we saw yesterday, finally, 15 members of a group that the Democrats told us doesn't exist getting indicted for obstructing federal officers and ICE operations in Minneapolis. But it took some time. But what we do is we say, good start by the Department of Justice. Let's see what happens next. These should be fairly easy convictions to secure, by the way, because if we're talking about obstructing federal agents, and some of these folks were clearly obstructing federal agents, unless you have a horrible jury nullification situation, which is always possible, right? We live in a very different world than we used to, especially with the courts and judges and the way this country is divided. But it still works. You know, you look at Carmelo Anthony getting convicted of murder. That was pretty significant a week ago. You let the system play out. And you go for the maximum sentence. You treat these Antifa people the way the January 6th political prisoners were treated. Not unfairly. You don't violate their due process rights, because that would pave the way for a pardon or a commutation or several, avenues of appeal. You don't violate their rights. That's not what you do. That's not what I mean by treat them the way the January 6ers were treated, because many of them were treated very badly, had their rights violated, and that's not acceptable. But you make examples of these people, because what it does when you make examples of it, and then we talk about it, and it gets out, and it's on social media, and the short clips, and the articles, and the news stories, even if the left is going to complain about it, oh my gosh, they're putting protesters in jail. They're not protesting. Protesting is not against the law. Obstructing ICE operations is against the law. If you can't find a way to protest without obstructing the operations of federal officers, then you shouldn't be out there because you're breaking the law. And if you break the law, there will be consequences. You need to make examples of these people. Not to be morbid, and I'm not saying I want these people shot, killed, and put on display, but, the way the English used to make examples of the pirates. They would catch them, they would hang them, and then they would, display their hanged bodies in their ports to basically say, hey, if we catch you engaging in piracy, you're going to be up there next. Make examples of these people. Make examples of these people. And when you're making examples of these people, you send this message. If you're thinking about joining one of these riots, we live in a different era. This is a different Department of Justice. This is the consequence culture era. You go out there and you break the law and we can identify you. You will be held accountable. And if there's one thing that has continued to embolden the Antifa types over the last, let's say, 10 plus years, it's that they can get away with doing absolutely anything and there would be no consequences. It's time to change the behavior of the Department of Justice, which appears to be the case here with these 15 members of Antifa charged. When you change the behavior, you will change the results. Repeating the same behaviors, i.e. not holding them accountable, will only breed the same results, i.e. more riots, more obstruction of federal officers, more violence, more domestic terrorism. You hold these people accountable. That's a way to correct that behavior. That's a way to change the results. That's a way to prove that you're not insane. Well, I don't understand why this keeps happening. We keep saying don't do that. Well, don't do that isn't strong enough. Charges, consequences, make examples of these people and essentially scare anyone else from breaking the law. I don't care if you want to protest. You want to stand outside of Delaney Hall in New Jersey with signs that says F ICE. I think you're stupid. I think your sign is stupid. You have no idea what you're doing out there. But you know what? First Amendment, go ahead. As long as you remain peaceful, you're not breaking the law, you're not rioting, you're not obstructing. You want to stand there and protest? Have a field day. That is your right. I will defend you until I am blue in the face. It is your right to do so. Nobody should take that right away from you. Not a soul. But the minute you start engaging in unlawful behavior, if it's an unlawful assembly, if it's a riot, if you're obstructing, if you're destroying property, if you're vandalizing, if you're terrorizing people, if you're lighting fires, whatever it might be, making violent threats, well, now you're no longer protesting. Now you're breaking the law. And when you break the law, there should be consequences. We're finally seeing that happen. And I'm not going to tell you, hey, job well done. Let's give the Department of Justice a gold medal because no, that's not what we're doing. This is not a finished product. I'm hoping this is only the beginning. I think this is only the beginning, and I am going to tell you it is refreshing to see federal charges, a press conference, a press release. They know what they're doing. They're doing this right. Make examples of these people. That type of behavior will not be tolerated. If we catch you doing that, you will be charged. These are not the same rules that we played by in the old days where, we don't want to look like we're putting protesters in jail. They're not putting protesters in jail. They're not getting protesters caught up in legal battles. They are prosecuting lawbreakers. That is the job of the Department of Justice. And that is the message that is being sent to these losers who keep showing up outside of these courthouses, the ICE detention centers, federal buildings, obstructing the ICE raids. That is the message being sent to those people. The consequence era begins now. And you may not be able to get all of them. Remember, perfection is impossible. But as long as you get enough of them, and those who are maybe thinking, all right, I'm going to show up to the next ICE riot, see what happens to those who get caught up in some of the illegal activity that's there, I'm not going. I'm not going to get caught up in that. That's the point of what's going on here. And I will tell you, I was very happy to see charges brought against 15 of these Antifa thugs. EFELJAY, the consequence of treason is what? It's death. But I will tell you what, and we went through the treason statute. You can read the treason statute and I'm not going to go through this too much. Everyone likes to say, ICE, the Antifa, it's treason, it's treason. It's by law not. By law, it's not. Colloquially, socially, you want to talk about it rhetorically, treason, fine. By law, it's not treason. Treason requires somebody to give aid and comfort to an enemy with whom the United States is at war with. So it's not, that's why I said, when Trump and everybody last year, Obama and all these people are going to get indicted for treason in the, Russiagate case. I said, no, they're not. No, they're not. But it's okay. There are other charges and other ways to hold them accountable. I'm just trying to be real with you, all right? I'm just trying to be real with you. You got to read the treason statute and you'll understand what can and can't be true. Treason hasn't been successfully prosecuted since the 1940s, I think. So, anyway, but that's not to say anything bad about the folks who are calling it treason. I'm just saying it does not meet the threshold of treason. All right. Let's take a quick break, get to a word from our friends at OFP Farms, OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com. Celebrate Father's Day and Independence Day with OFP Farms. Father's Day is approaching very quickly and Independence Day is just around the corner. OFP Farms is excited to welcome new arrivals, which means they are clearing out their final inventory of premium men's beard products and the last remaining America 250 gift boxes. These are not your typical gifts. They are rugged, stylish, farm-crafted items designed for dads, husbands, grandfathers, sons, and all the hardworking men who deserve something extraordinary. This is your last chance to secure these men's gift sets and beard products. Once they're sold out, they are not going to be restocked. Go to OFPFarms.com. It's Oscar Foxtrot Papa, OFP, Oscar Foxtrot Papa Farms.com. Use the promo code Shawn, SHAWN, for 25% off your entire purchase, men's beard products and America 250 items. OFPFarms.com, promo code Shawn, OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN for 25% off men's products and America 250 items. Once they're gone, they're gone. Once they're gone, they're gone. Once they're gone, they're gone. OFPFarms.com, promo code Shawn, OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. All right. Let us start. 15 Antifa thugs indicted by the Department of Justice. All right. Again, just so, if anyone's coming into the show a little late, I'm not telling you that this is, the end all be all. This is a finished product. Not at all. This is a good place to start. 15 Antifa thugs, terrorists, rioters, however you want to call them, however you want to characterize them. 15 of them just caught charges yesterday, or charges were unsealed yesterday. Indictments were unsealed yesterday by the Department of Justice. So here's this article from the great Bob Hoge over at Red State. Says, we've seen the masked black-clad soldier wannabes at leftist protests around the nation, especially in places like Portland, Seattle, and Minneapolis. Antifa, the decentralized anti-fascist, quote-unquote, movement that operates in a decidedly fascist manner. When watching them wreak havoc on national TV, you might think to yourself, why are these violent thugs so often let off the hook? Well, the Department of Justice noticed that too. And yesterday, they announced that they were going to hold 15 of them to account for their roles in obstructing ICE in Minneapolis. We do have the press conference, if I could find it. I guess I don't have the press conference. Okay, maybe I don't. I thought I did. We're gonna have to rig this a little differently here. I thought I downloaded this, but I guess I didn't. That's all right. We'll do it this way, and I will play this for you. I'm sorry, it's not going to be the way it usually is, but we'll play it right off X, and that should work as long as it loads. And of course,
today
there we go.
A federal indictment was unsealed, charging 15 defendants with conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers and other charges related to efforts of two Minneapolis-based Antifa groups that violently opposed the enforcement of federal law in our state. The defendants are members and associates of Direct Action Minnesota. They are charged with conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, solicitation to commit a crime of violence, interstate threats, interstate stalking, assault on a federal officer, and destruction of government property. Earlier this morning, agents of Homeland Security Investigations conducted a coordinated law enforcement operation culminating in the arrest of 12 of the 15 defendants. One defendant had already been in custody on other federal charges. 2 defendants remain fugitives at large. Today's charges and arrests reflect a broad federal effort to address organized, lawless behavior which seeks to disrupt the execution of federal law, endanger law enforcement, and importantly, endanger the very communities that these defendants falsely claim to be protecting.
All right, so there it was. Sorry if the volume was a little low. Like I said, it was an unorthodox way to get you that video, but I wanted to get you that video one way or the other. That is U.S. Attorney Dan Rosen. He announced charges against 15 Antifa lunatics who violently obstructed ICE operations in Minneapolis. Says today's charges and arrests reflect a broad federal effort to address organized lawless behavior which seeks to obstruct the execution of federal law. That is a crime, period, end of story. I don't care if people like it, they don't like it. That is a federal crime, and these people are now, thankfully, being held accountable for it. In 2025, President Trump declared Antifa to be a major terrorist organization, giving the DOJ enhanced powers to prosecute those associated with those violent extremists. Rosen said the 15 are involved with Direct Action Minnesota and alleged that they trained in the aggressive use of shields against law enforcement, surveillance, operational planning, and rapid mobilization against law enforcement actions. Quote, these defendants have been charged not for what they said, but for what they did. Very important distinction. You're going to have people, what happened to the First Amendment? You know what? Good question. Good question. Let's do this. Hey, let's go to school for a minute. First Amendment verbatim. Let's do this. All right. Are we ready? Guys want to read the First Amendment verbatim? All these left-wing losers and some of the, woke right who's never going to admit that the administration's actually doing something good. The doomers, the black pillars, all them. What about the free speech? Okay. Let's talk about the First Amendment. Verbatim. First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. What is the most important word, considering this case, what is the most important word in the First Amendment that I just read for you that would completely and totally dismantle the argument that, this is anti-First Amendment Department of Justice, they're trampling on these people's First Amendment rights? What's the most important word that I just read from that First Amendment? What is it? Bingo! March Madness, who's probably the only Boston sports fan right now that I can actually say I like, especially because the Tooth Fairy Dave Portnoy is that guy sits when he pees. I know it just happens. I think that news broke yesterday. He's a sitter. March Madness got it peaceably. Remember, Chris Cuomo, show me where it says in the First Amendment that protests have to be peaceful. I just showed you, dummy, right there, peaceably. Do we need to highlight it for you? Should I zoom in? Peaceably. There we go. Wait. Look at that. Look at that word. Can you read that, Chris? Peaceably. Peaceably to assemble. All right. That is the most important word in the First Amendment concerning this case. If you are obstructing federal agents, if you are obstructing federal operations, you are not demonstrating peaceably. If you're blocking the road, you're not demonstrating peaceably. If you're standing on the sidewalk with a sign that says ICE is a fascist organization and you're just bopping it up and down and, ICE out now, you're annoying, but you're peaceful. You're peaceably assembling. It's right there in the First Amendment. So if you're going to tell me that these people are having their First Amendment rights violated, I ask you, read the First Amendment and tell me which rights are being violated. Because the operative word, peaceably to assemble, makes it pretty clear what's protected and what's not. Rioting is not protected First Amendment activity. Making violent threats is not protected First Amendment activity. Destroying government property is not protected First Amendment activity. Violently clashing with law enforcement officers is not protected First Amendment activity. And so on and so forth. You want to stand on the sidewalk, you want to stand across from these detention facilities, you want to, protest ICE and say that you want the illegal aliens to get citizenship, fine. You do you. If you can remain peaceful, I'll just disagree with you. I may call you a loser. I may call you an idiot. But I won't call you a criminal because what you're doing is not illegal. But the minute you cross into behavior that is not peaceable, right? That is not peaceful, that is not in accordance and obeyance of and compliance with the First Amendment, that's when things change. That's when you should be arrested. That's when you should face consequences. And for 15 Antifa members, yes, not enough if this is the finished product, but also, yes, a very good start because it's been a while since we've seen the Department of Justice even get this far when it comes to going after these left-wing crazy people, psychopaths. That is why I'm happy to see these 15 folks charged. They deserve it. It's all on video. We've seen it. And now there's indictments and charges and all sorts of legal troubles for these idiots. All right? We'll take it. Won't we take it? I think we'll take it. All right. Let's take a quick break. Very quick. And we will get to a word from our friends over at Silent, slnt.com/Sean. That is slnt.com/SHAWN. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys know all about it. Your phone is a tracking device. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And the crazy part about it is they don't ask, they just take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It is the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you. So you could protect your family, you could protect your freedom, and you could secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve, and it's off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbodies, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Visit slnt.com/Sean to get 15% off your entire purchase and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence! The chaos goes silent today. slnt.com/SHAWN for 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. Someone said in the chat, who was it? Arbevmo said, she blinded me with silence. Science. I know that song, but silence. All right. Mustache 49 says, good morning, Sean, and good morning, Brennan. Good morning, Mustache. That reminds me of that scene from Impractical Jokers. Q is working in the Costco. What's up, Mustache? Oh, don't call me Mustache. What up, Mustache? Mustache. Do you pronounce it mustache? Mustachio. I mustache you a question. All right. Next, let's jump into the. I want to get into this because we didn't talk about it yesterday. This Freedom 250 terror plot, I'm sure everybody heard about it already. But I think it's very interesting, the motive regarding the Freedom 250 terror plot, or the supposed motive regarding the Freedom 250 terror plot. Have you heard about the motive yet? Does anybody in the live chat know? Have you read up on what these people were motivated by? The ones who were planning on that drone/sniper attack on the Freedom 250 UFC event. I'm going to give the live chat a chance to answer this question. Have you heard about the motive? Did you hear the motive? Because I'm going to read you something that would suggest what that motive may be. A lot of people are saying no. The one guy that got busted is about 10 miles from me in Knox County. Winky says yes. C. Michael says no. Let's see. A great guy, Gary, says, I've been waiting for you to talk about it. I didn't want any spoilers. No spoilers here. So the majority of the folks here in our live chat have not heard about the motive yet. Some have. Some have heard the motive. All right. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. Here we go. So let me play for you the FBI, just a quick clip about the plot that was foiled, and then we'll jump into an article from the California Post, because one of the guys was from California, where the potential motive was buried pretty deeply in the article, but very interesting nonetheless. So let's get into it. First, here's this clip about the arrest and about that plot that was thankfully foiled by the FBI. Here you go.
Images. The first image, I believe, that we're going to show is a rifle that belonged to her son, according to authorities. The other is a screen grab, several screen grabs showing aerial images and maps of the Washington, D.C. area and discussing where snipers possibly would be related to the White House. This is all evidence that is posted on an official court docket right now, an official government document. But I will say 19-year-old Tyson Proper's mother called police after she was concerned about his purchases and communications with people online. It then led them to conversations that he allegedly had with someone named Brian Roa and Michael Thomas in Southern California. They appeared yesterday before a federal judge. We're also told that there is a suspect in Nebraska and one in Missouri as well. So what we're being told here, Kaylee and everyone on the couch, is that this alleged plot consisted of a plan to have drones that were actually armed with some type of firepower go and attack buildings around the White House. And once people left, they were going to have snipers nearby attacking some of the people leaving. This was a serious plot. The FBI, the Secret Service investigating this right now. And as you heard, the deputy director of the Secret Service right there say that they believe there are more people out there. Right now, though, 5 people facing these charges. And it's incredible to go through these documents and see what happened. But it appears that it was this 19-year-old's mother in Ohio who really spilled the beans on this entire case by letting people know that she had some concerns about her son, Kaylee.
Thank goodness that mom did that. And that 19-year-old is the one I mentioned who was alleged to use his graduation money to purchase these weapons. Wow, David, thank you for this update.
So a pretty bizarre story. And I saw H.R. Shaw and a lot of people here in the live chat saying, thank you to the mother who did the right thing. And thank you to the FBI, who found a way covertly to stop it. Apparently, the mother contacted the FBI, I believe it was on June 10th, so 4 days before the event, and the FBI acted very quickly and was able to bust up this plot. So, here we go. The alleged California ringleader behind the foiled terror plot, here comes the motive, targeting the White House's UFC Freedom 250 event has been unmasked. Federal authorities allege Michael Allen Thomas of Pinyon Hills, California, was one of the conspiracy's primary planners. Prosecutors say He operated under the online alias Whiskey 6 America and shared tactical advice with fellow plotters as they mapped out assaults on the June 14th event. According to a federal criminal complaint, another suspect in the case, 19-year-old Ohio resident Tyson Proper, told investigators that Michael Allen Thomas, played a leading role in the alleged scheme and provided key information during the planning stages. Agents reviewed Proper's cell phone and identified a signal user named Whiskey 6CA America as one of the co-conspirators and linked the account to Michael Allen Thomas. Investigators say Thomas and the other alleged conspirators communicated in an encrypted signal chat called Hunters, where members exchanged detailed plans for carrying out the attack and escaping afterwards. The Hunters signal group, which included Thomas Proper and other co-conspirators, contained detailed instructions for carrying out the attack at UFC Freedom 250, including plans to safely escape after the attack, according to the affidavit. We go a little bit further in the article and we find out this. The alleged conspiracy first came to light after Proper's family contacted authorities in Ohio worried about his recent behavior, firearms purchases, and interactions with an online group espousing anti-government views. Investigators later uncovered encrypted chats laying out plans for an attack timed to coincide with UFC Freedom 250, a major event held on the White House lawn that was attended by Trump and other senior government officials, according to the complaint. Authorities alleged the group planned to use drones carrying explosives to create chaos and funnel crowds into predetermined areas where shooters would target high-value targets. That's quoted, high-value targets and fleeing attendees. Federal authorities also tied another alleged co-conspirator, Brian Omar Roa, to Yucaipa, California. Using the encrypted alias Noble 6, Roa allegedly coordinated with the anti-government group to help plot the drone and sniper attack against high-value targets at the White House event. A little bit further through here says, though Roa told the FBI he intended to travel to Washington, D.C. only as a protester, his family told investigators he warned them that one day they would wake up and find him gone and that something big would happen in the nation's capital. The complaint also references an Instagram story that investigators say showed Roa participating in firearms and tactical training. Nothing wrong with that, unless you're planning to do it for bad things. Though the account is no longer publicly made available, Proper told that's the Ohio kid, told investigators that the group initially recruited members through TikTok. Once again, social media, a very dangerous place where users exchanged videos and photos of tactical gear and other material before moving to more secure chats on Signal. Proper identified TikTok accounts allegedly associated with some of the other co-conspirators. Okay, as we go further down, here we go with a motive. Thomas's account contains a handful of videos. One posted in June of 2025 shows a military officer firing a machine gun with the caption, "Thanks for appreciation." Other videos show gymnastics clips and gameplay footage from video games, including Call of Duty. Roa's account contains no original posts. Its profile picture shows a black screen obscuring the user's face. Both accounts, Roa and Thomas, feature reposted videos touching on politics, including criticism of Donald Trump and support for anti-Israel causes. Stop. Stop. Right there. Stop right there. Before we go further, before we go any further, I don't want to see a single person in this chat or anywhere say, "Are you saying anyone who criticizes Israel is a terrorist?" No. I criticize Israel. I don't like Bibi Netanyahu. Not my cup of tea. I think he's a little reckless at times. That said, he's doing what he believes is best for Israel, and I look at it, he bombed Lebanon, but if he takes a few terrorists with him, I mean, I could kind of like, whatever. Right? I mean, The guy likes to kill terrorists. I can't argue with that. He just maybe does it a little recklessly. I'm not a terrorist for saying that. That's just my opinion of Bibi Netanyahu. Not a fan. Not a fan. I don't hate him, but he's not my favorite person. Okay? So, no, for those who are going to make the straw man, low-hanging fruit, lazy argument, oh, you're saying anyone who's anti-Israel or critical of Israel is a terrorist. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. But what I am saying is that the anti-Israel movement, if you want to call it that, is very, very, very close bedfellows, let's just say, with pro-terror movements and activities. That can't be disputed. Especially when you see radical Islamist fanatics spouting the same talking points and sharing content from some of these same people. Again, I'm not saying if you're a fan of, I don't know, Dave Smith or Tucker Carlson that you are a terrorist. What I'm saying is their rhetoric is radicalizing people and it's pushing them, well, they're anti-Israel, those crazy Muslims, so I'm anti-Israel, I'm not actually anti-Israel, I'm putting myself in the position of one of these people. I'm anti-Israel, they're anti-Israel, we agree on that one thing, maybe they're my friends. And the next thing you know, you think the president of the United States is owned by Israel and the Epstein class and all of this stupidity, and you're getting ready to shoot up people now at a UFC fight. Both accounts featured reposted videos touching on politics, including criticism of Trump and support for anti-Israel causes. One video posted by Thomas 4 days ago parodies The Daily Show and criticizes Trump's decision to strike Iran, while others show footage purporting to depict violence against Christians in Gaza and the West Bank. Thomas also reposted videos from Tucker Carlson.
Who do you think you are?
Again, I'm not saying Tucker Carlson, everybody who watches Tucker Carlson is a terrorist or that Tucker Carlson is a terrorist. I'm saying those creators, if you want to call them that, Tucker, Dave Smith, Candace Owens, and folks in that orbit, their content is being used to radicalize people and turn them into actual domestic terrorists. That doesn't mean Tucker Carlson is responsible for those people's behaviors, because he's not. He's not. I don't like him, but he's not going out there saying, well, you know what you should do? Is you should shoot up the UFC thing. He's not saying that. I think he's a dope. I think he's an idiot. I think he's a bad actor. But I don't think he's intentionally, directly radicalizing people. Here we go. Thomas's political views remain difficult to categorize. No, they don't. Anti-Israel, anti-Trump. No, they don't. Roa's account features a repost from April showing a Make America Great Again flag emblazoned with Trump 2024 being burned, alongside the caption, when you finally understand what's going on. Oh, but all right. So we're burning Trump flags, but we can't determine their politics. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that convenient? Federal agents searched Thomas's home on June 13th and seized a hunting rifle, an AR-style rifle, extended magazines loaded with roughly 180 rounds of ammunition, and a pistol. Okay. So there's your potential motive. Anti-Israel, anti-Trump. They are deeply indoctrinated in the genocide in Gaza narrative, which is BS. They are deeply indoctrinated by the Epstein narrative, which is BS. Not to say that nothing happened with Jeffrey Epstein, but to allege that Donald Trump is somehow a baby-eating pedophile protector. It's ridiculous. that type of stuff, if you're going to make, this is where I am with this. If you're going to make that claim, or you're going to imply it, the way that Tucker sometimes implies it, or Dave Smith or some of these people, if you're going to make that claim, or you're going to imply that, or you're going to plant those seeds, you better back it up. You better have the receipts, because if you're going to make that claim and people think you're trustworthy, because the internet and the online world judges everything and judges the credibility of things by how many views it gets. Well, that got 1 million views, so it must be true. No, as a matter of fact, most of the stuff that gets a lot of views isn't true. Lies travel faster than the truth. Fear sells. The truth doesn't. It's not to say if something gets viewed a lot that it's untrue. Like Nick Shirley's reporting was, there's been no factual debunk of that reporting. Got a lot of views. It's true. But if you're going to make those claims, you have to understand there's going to be people who take that stuff seriously. Again, I don't think Dave Smith or Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens want people to go out there and slaughter people. As little as I think of those people, right? Tucker, Smith, Candace, I don't think very highly of them at all. I think they're awful people. I don't think they want to see mass death, though. I could be wrong. But I don't think they want to actually see people hurt. In my heart of hearts. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit. I'm trying to stay fair here. My point is, if you are going to make a claim as serious as, the president is owned by a foreign government, or the president is owned in protecting pedophiles and 8 children and is in, all this. If you're going to make those claims, you have to understand that with your platform, when you say those things, there are going to be people who take it completely seriously because they're told not to question the cult leader Tucker, not to question the cult leader Candace, not to question the cult leader Dave Smith, because they don't want to get ratioed online for questioning the cult leader. And they're going to act on that. And that could get people hurt. All I'm asking for here, not censorship, not deplatforming. If you're going to make those claims, please understand the risks. And if you don't have the evidence, if you don't have the receipts, if you don't have the proof that what you're saying is true, don't say it. You want to opine, speculate, make it clear that you're speculating. But that's not what these people do. Ian Carroll, Tucker Carlson, Dave Smith, Candace Owens, and so on and so forth. They don't just ask questions. They make statements via loaded questions, and now you get people inspired. And this is not the first time this has happened in this country. Now you get people who are inspired by their question asking, which is really statement making, getting ready to commit acts of violence against high-ranking officials or elites or whatever it might be. This is not healthy for our country. We need folks who have these big platforms to be responsible with what they say. Because when you're not responsible with what you say, look how close we came to something just awful happening here. Quick break. Let us get to a word. Let's get to a word from our friends at Cove Pure, COVEPURE.com/Sean, CovePure.com/SHAWN. You guys may have seen this, may have heard of it. Researchers have been documenting male fish developing female characteristics in rivers all across the United States. It comes from birth control pills that wastewater treatment plants can't fully filter out. And it is in the same water that runs into your home. I say no thank you to that. That's why we purify every drop of water in our house with Cove Pure. Now, here's how it actually works. When people take medication, their bodies don't absorb all of the medication. The rest of it gets flushed. Gets flushed down your toilet into wastewater treatment. And those wastewater plants were never built to catch pharmaceutical compounds. So estrone from birth control pills antibiotics, antidepressants. They just come right back out of your tap. Your standard pitcher filter from the store is not going to cut it here. These compounds we're talking about are too small. They're way too persistent. You need something that can filter things at a molecular level. And that is exactly what Cove Pure does. Their Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants. Estrone, fluoride, PFAs, lead, arsenic. Basically anything that isn't water gets filtered out. Now, I love this thing. It's so easy to use. No drilling, no plumbing. Just fill up the tank, plug it in, put it all together. It's easy. It does all the heavy lifting for you. Brennan loves the hot water feature. I love the cold water feature for my protein shakes now. It's great. Those fish did not have a choice about what was in their water, but you do. So go to covepure.com/Sean, and right now you can get $250 off. That is CovePure, CovePure.com/SHAWN for $250 off. The CP16, covepure.com/Sean, CovePure.com/SHAWN. All right, let's move into, I want to go to The View. J.D. Vance had a day yesterday. He destroyed the bickering bovine over on The View. Let's start with Vance nuking the argument of one Sonny Hostin.
Did have a criminal record. They had a sex traffic conviction.
Don't have criminal records. The majority of people that ICE is rounding up and taking out of their homes from their families, they're separating families. They're using children as bait.
But
the majority are not criminal.
But can I respond to that, guys? Let me just say this. Okay. So you talk about the children. Here's what I'd say. Do we know that during the last administration, we had tens of thousands of children who were sex trafficked by the cartels, who were brought into our country in profoundly dangerous and predatory conditions?
Let's talk about this administration.
But here's the point. Unless you enforce the border, you invite that kind of conduct. You think that our immigration policies are inhumane based on the reporting of one person with a political bias. What I'm telling you is that it's inhumane to allow cartels to sex traffic people across our border. And by the way,
please hold on.
I appreciate that. We're going to get you back, Anna.
We're coming back with more with the vice president.
Yeah. Oh, once Vance started to say, "Hey, we'll be right back." You see, what's great about Vance? I love Vance. I know some people are like, "Oh, Rubio." Fine, whatever. I don't know what's going to happen in 2028. I remain a very big fan of J.D. Vance. And that's why. When he goes into enemy territory, look at how calm he is. How he's able to dismantle and defang the opposition. Here's another one. Here's Vance on the more on the border here. Look.
I would say fundamentally that one of the things I underappreciated about Donald Trump is that so many of the things that people said about him weren't actually true. Again, you talk about humility. Okay, so I see Donald Trump, I see a clip of him, or I see not even a clip of him, but reporting about something that he said, and I take it at face value. For example, let's just go back to one of the most controversial things Donald Trump said during the first term that I was wrong during the first campaign, is that I was led to believe by the stories. I read stories that said Donald Trump said that all Mexicans were rapists. He never said that. What he said is that the certain South American countries, Central American countries, were releasing criminals into our country, including Mexico. By the way, that was objectively true. So it's not so much Christians.
Fidel Castro did that in 1980 with the Mariel boat lift. There have been many journalists, including CNN, where you used to work and be my colleague, that have tried to find evidence of that. There is no evidence that Maduro was releasing people from insane asylums or jails like Fidel Castro did do. This was made up, and we just can't, accept it without pushing back.
Anna, we know that there were people who were released from prisons who were encouraged to come into the United States.
It wasn't the Mariel, Mr. Vice President. It wasn't where it was like a purposeful release, open up the jails, open up the insane asylums, and let people flood Florida. I lived through that in Miami.
If you go, it may not have been like Mariel, but if you go back to the caravans that were happening in 22, 23, we know that those things were funded. They were in some ways supported by the government.
There was absolutely.
So I don't know how you define support or not support, but if people are encouraged to come into our country after having spent time in prison by their own governments, I think that's a problem.
Yes. Whether you're supporting it or you're just looking the other way, that causes a problem. She said, well, this isn't that. Okay, fine, two different things. But as Vance said, you had millions of people coming in, and you had these foreign countries going, well, if they, they cross into the United States, so be it, whatever. At least they're not here. At least they're not here. Here's another one, J.D. Vance talking about Epstein.
Appreciate this, but one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump literally reported Jeffrey Epstein to the police.
Okay,
that's one of the things that came out of these
files. They were best friends for about a decade. And remember, he signed that Transparency Act under duress when some Republican women, congresswomen like Lauren Boebert, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, did not give in to his pressure of not signing. He brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to pressure her into caving on not voting for that bill.
So let me respond to that. So
that's all true.
Let me respond to that. So number one is, yes, Donald Trump, and he said this, he knew Jeffrey Epstein back in the 1980s. He also threw Jeffrey Epstein out of his club when he found out he was a creep and reported him to the police. That's something that the media often misses when it reports this story. They tell the fact that they knew each other in the 80s, which the president himself admits. They ignore the fact that he narked on him to the police and led ultimately to Jeffrey Epstein's downfall. To that point, Anna, the Republican Party. Well, it's one of the things that led to law enforcement investigation. But on the point that you made,
it was allegedly over a real estate deal that they got into a fight over.
But the email says actually
they didn't just know each other. Let's just be truthful and transparent here. They didn't just know each other. They were incredibly close friends.
He reported him to the police. That's what I'm saying. That is objective. That is objectively true. But Anna made another point that I think Whoopi, if I may, because Anna made a very important point. This question about, did Donald Trump release these files only under duress from Republicans? And Anna, you know the Republican Party probably better than I do. The idea that Donald Trump runs around afraid of Republican congressmen as opposed to the other way around is kind of crazy.
What was the bipartisan?
Again, his calmness is what I like the most. His calmness is what I like the most. I wouldn't be able to do it. I would have started screaming at him. I can't. With Epstein, if there was anything in those files, the Democrats had access to these files. If there was anything that could be used against Donald Trump, do they try to go Russia on him? Do they impeach him over Ukraine? Are they trying to put him in jail over January 6th? Or are they going to be like, dude, this guy ate a kid? Okay? And that's what Trump means when he talks about it being a hoax. Not that it didn't happen, but that the characterization of Donald Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is by the media is BS. All right. Here's a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. And I got one more clip from Vance and a little explanation as to why what he did yesterday was a good thing. Take a look at this message from Golden Crest Metals.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. One more clip from Vance on The View. This is a short one and a funny one. Vance was able to tame them a little bit. It's not about changing the minds of the people on The View, by the way. It's about the third party.
In the book, Mr. Vice President, you make a mea culpa of sorts for calling Democrats childless cat ladies.
Oh, man.
Okay.
My most boneheaded comment.
You say that in the book, that it was boneheaded, which it was.
Thank you.
What were you thinking when you said that?
So Joy said when we were off air that I'm fine, which I think is about the best endorsement that I'm going to get out of Joy Behar for a Republican. Thank you. I appreciate that. Graded on a curve here at The View. But, you know, I guess one of the things that
You see, this is what I love about him, man. He'll kill you with kindness and defang you. Joy Behar said, you're okay as a Republican off air. And she said, well, you're fine if you're a... Some people will go, well, that's a red flag if you're friendly with The View. Guys, the point is not to go on their show and scream at them. As fun as that would be for us to watch, that's bad for the general public. The third party that is watching that exchange is watching a guy that has been demonized and villainized by the left and going, wait a second, he's not that bad. That's the point. And I think he did a phenomenal job yesterday. Some people like him. Some people don't like him. It is what it is. He's not running for president right now. We're 2 years into the term. That's the point of what he did yesterday. Jeremy Herrell coming up next here on rumble.com/LFA TV. For the next 3 hours, as President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless us. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. We'll see you back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFA TV. Until then, have a great day. Enjoy Live from America. And thank you for your attention to this matter.
It is Wednesday, June 17th, year of our Lord 2026. It is 11:03 Eastern Standard Time, 8:03 on the West Coast, 10:03 right here in the Midwest Hawkeye state of Iowa. This is Live from America, and I am your ever so humble, God-fearing, and God-loving host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. Let me introduce to you, as you can see, we're all about celebrating the red, white, and blue, the stars and the stripes, baby. It's our producer Eli, who's responsible for everything that your precious little eyes see here on LFA TV. Are we ready to rock and roll on this hump day, my friend?
What's going on, LFA TV family and patriots? Time to hit the like button, time to hit the share button. We got a lot of news to get to. I'm America Now. I hope you are too. Let's get to it.
We got Kikalo in the building. We've got Fun Mom, Deb Pollen, Carol, BB, CQ, Dane's X, Moose for Trump, Jay Deeds, DeClue's Angel Grandmother, Sophie, Kit Kat Mar, Vita Rosa, who seems to fund Patriot Pals every week, Hopes, 1972, Victoria Gaynell, Rick Coach, Sherry. We've got Boomba, Liz Ellis, Jennifer, Khaki Danny, Piglet, Crystal. We got the Quad Cities in the building. Who was that? I got to see. Bonnie in the Quad Cities. How you doing, Bonnie? Right in my own backyard here. How you doing? Ronkowski, I'm sorry. Jedi Legend Ryu, Anna Schultz, Sean Maga, Vicky, And let's give Barb Naylor and Mary Kirby a very, very arms open welcome to LFA TV. But I would be remiss if I didn't go over there to YouTube and say hello to our growing audience over there. We've got Stability Solutions. We've got Swiss Michael. We've got Critical 509. We've got Sheila. Another one, Bites McGrowan. Brian, tuning in every day. How you doing, Brian? Ed Z is in the building. Don hates Trumpo. Says God-fearing, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. If you don't believe in God, you don't understand what that means, and that lets me know that you don't believe in God. Not the kind of fear you think. Waffle Jackson in the building. Scott Rollins and Texas Blue Bonnet. Thank you for joining in today. We appreciate it, everybody. This is Live from America. I am Jeremy Herrell for the official Live from America website. All you have to do is type into your little Google machine there, or whatever it is that you use, lfatv.us. That is the official website where all of your news and updates can be found. That is where you can watch current past shows. That's where you can watch all of our short clips that we upload. That's where you can become a one-time or a monthly donor. We've always been powered by the people, the audience, and we're 5 years strong. So the more we get of that, the longer we stay afloat. We've got the LFA store that's about ready to get a ton of new merch. We've got updated and current news, and you can check out each and every show individually right there on lfatv.us. If you are an audio podcast listener, then you can get Live from America and Rise Up anywhere that you prefer downloading or listening to your audio podcast. Just type in Live from America with Jeremy Herrell, and boom, you get both Rise Up and Live from America Daily. You can't beat that. Also, do not forget, Patriot Pals is an official Facebook page now, so you can go there. And that is where recently we've just been putting in the weekly episodes, but more behind-the-scenes footage is going to come on there as well. And, just some like vlogging, some conversation pieces with me and Lily. So make sure you guys check out that. Follow that page over on Facebook. That is Patriot Pals on Facebook. And you can also follow us on X at LFATVUS. And same address, same handle on YouTube as well. LFATVUS. Yesterday, I told you that Gavin Newsom, I showed you a video where Gavin Newsom was basically going all-out assault on the Trump administration for the Trump Department of Justice, headed up by Todd Blanche, attacking them for opening up a criminal investigation into his wife, his staff, and himself for basically taking money to their NGO and laundering it and funneling it to each other in different means, in different ways. He came on, did a whole video where he looked very scared, panicking, lashing out, crashing out against the Trump administration. And I told you, I don't know why he's doing that other than the fact that he thinks this DOJ is actually going to hold him and his wife accountable, because it didn't start under them. It started internally in the state of California. It progressed up to the Biden DOJ, and now it's just being carried on and hopefully finished by the Trump DOJ. And in the comment section of those short clips that I posted saying that, people said, that's not true, that's not true, this is a vindictive administration, this is an administration that weaponizes its power with the federal government, which I say is very rich for, anti-Trumpers to say, and CNN and the likes of which. But then last night, even CNN had to come out and say the truth. And here we go.
Siebel Newsom, the wife of California's governor and potential 2028 presidential contender, Gavin Newsom, is currently under federal investigation for possible tax crimes. The full scope of the investigation into the first partner is unclear. The documentary filmmaker founded Representation Project, a nonprofit focused on gender equity in media.
I love championing and focusing on uplifting and supporting women and girls.
She also owns a film production company called Girls Club Entertainment, which is listed as a contractor on the Representation Project's tax returns. And she co-founded the California Partners Project, a nonprofit that works to get more women onto corporate boards, address the gender pay gap, and make tech safer for children. Critics have raised the possibility of self-dealing for years, despite no public evidence of wrongdoing. While it is unclear what exactly investigators are focused on, they have recently interviewed potential witnesses, including people close to the first couple. Sources tell CNN that the governor is not directly under investigation, but he has framed the probe as politically motivated and targeting him.
Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president.
The tax probe is not the only recent investigation into someone in Newsom's orbit. His former chief of staff, Dana Williamson, was recently prosecuted related to corruption. She pleaded guilty to 3 charges earlier this year. President Trump has made it clear he wants his Justice Department to pursue his political enemies. Just last year, he called for Newsom to be arrested and has attacked him repeatedly.
He's ruined California. He gives health care to anybody.
CNN has learned the current investigation was launched last year by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Sacramento based on a whistleblower report. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche declined to answer questions Monday on Capitol Hill.
General Blanche, can you confirm if this Justice Department is investigating Gavin Newsom? And if the president directed you to do this?
Jennifer Siebel Newsom, the wife.
Jennifer Newsom, where did it start? Inside California. The only thing that CNN got wrong is it didn't start last year. It started late the year before. That is the only thing that CNN got wrong there. But the fact of the matter is, if the state is investigating you and it moves its way up to federal investigations, whichever administration is investigating you, then where there's smoke, there's fire. So that means that Gavin Newsom coming on yesterday, doing what he did, was a political speech for his future presidential run. That's all that was. There was no substance there. There was no reality in what he said. There was no facts in which he blamed the president of the United States and Todd Blanche for being the one that goes after their political opponents. There was nothing that backs that, because the investigation had started right within his own state. And it should. How's that high-speed rail working out? How's that homelessness working out? Where'd all that money go? I'm not asking that question. I don't live in California. I live in Iowa. But Californians are asking that question. They've been asking that question. Watch this clip here.
Well, based on what we know right now, Caitlin, I think there's serious reason to doubt the narrative that's being offered by Gavin Newsom, which is that he is being specifically targeted by Donald Trump for political retribution. Now, to be sure, it is a fact that this administration has done that time and again, from Letitia James to Jim Comey to Jerome Powell to Mark Kelly on down the line. But based on the facts we know here, we don't know everything, it does not appear that that's what's happening here. First of all, very importantly, as Paula said, the reporting is that this investigation did not initiate from Donald Trump or even from prosecutors in D.C., so not from Pam Bondi when she was AG, not from Todd Blanche. Rather, it arose organically from the U.S. Attorney's Office out in the Eastern District of California based on a whistleblower complaint, reportedly, which is a normal way that cases start. And second of all, if they are, in fact, investigating people around Gavin Newsom, as Paula just reported, then sure, you would expect feds to be knocking on doors and asking questions of people around Gavin Newsom. So I think the narrative that he offered up today is self-serving and a bit overly simplistic, given the actual facts as we know them.
Self-serving and a bit oversimplistic. Sounds to me like that describes the Democratic Party as a whole. Self-serving and simplistic. You know, I would really love for both sides to come together, as you saw yesterday with myself and the gentleman over on YouTube, Aztec. Eli, I thought that was a good moment. You know, we're never going to agree politically. That's fine. But that background that you see behind me should be enough to solidify common ground somewhere and not constantly fight each other about how bad or how good or how right or how wrong you are or this country is. But if I'm talking candidly, the left is full of self-serving, simplistic individuals. Now, I'm not talking about the old school blue dog Democrats. I'm not talking about the Bill Maher's and the Stephen A. Smiths. They're all right. They're wrong a lot, but they're all right. Not to say that we're right all the time. President Trump isn't even right all the time. But one thing about the Republican Party is that we have a moral compass and standard. Now, you guys might say, well, that's not a very high standard. Your president has 34 felonies. We don't agree in the fashion in which he got them. And normally when a person gets 34 felonies, they go to prison. State of New York didn't even seek prison time. They just said, we just want the convictions. So the state AG who ran on finding a Trump crime instructed the state legislature to go in, change the laws, up it from what could have been a misdemeanor to a felony, then charge him not concurrently, but consecutively, so that he would get 34. So we don't agree on that. We also don't agree if you say, well, your president, talk about moral compass, your president rapes people. No, he doesn't. Because if he did, he would be in jail. There was no grounds whatsoever in a court of law, in a court that I would say is the enemy of President Trump, to even bring a charge up on him for that. So what did they do? They ran it through a kangaroo civil court, and they sued him, which, by the way, he never ended up having to pay E. Jean Carroll a damn dime. The Republican Party, we fight, we bicker, but we have a moral compass, and that right there is what guides us. The left, for the most part today in 26, doesn't. They're self-serving, simplistic, and they are 100% biased in their hatred for President Trump. Period. And a lot of people saw J.D. Vance go around the media scrum yesterday, which we're going to show you today as well. And a lot of people said J.D. Vance was received well on all of these platforms, and he found common ground, even on The View. Trump does that too. But here's the problem. When he goes on these platforms, if Trump were to go on The View, they wouldn't afford him the ability to even speak. They'd just talk over him, yell, scream, clap, and cry. Trump does the same thing as J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance didn't get the hate because he's not Trump. So he will be the future president of the United States, though, more than likely. So I just wanted to open up with that. We shouldn't hate each other, but we should look in the mirror once in a while. We have to do it all the time. We have to do it constantly. I have to do it daily. I said the F word on the stream yesterday. You think I was proud of that? No. But at least we course correct and we don't double down. The left absolutely doubles down. And here we are today. Speaking of all of that and moral compasses, I think it's time for us to go to the Lord in prayer. So if you will please, if you're wearing a hat, remove your hat. I don't care if you're at work or at home. Bow your head for just a few seconds, and let's all say the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Brian says he puts on 2 hats when we do the Lord's Prayer. Hey, if I'm right, no harm, no foul. We're just a bunch of people trying to be better today than we were the day before. If I'm wrong, I mean. If I'm right, you're going to have a very, very rough eternity, my friend. I'm just saying. I'll be praying for you, though, Bri. I really will. To everybody over here on Rumble, God bless you. Reach down, hit that thumbs up. Do not forget, sharing is caring. Let's get busy. Lift up our cups. Let's have that first slurp of the day. Gotta love that. Rise Up coffee. Amen? Ain't nothing better than a little bit of American pecan coffee. Be right back.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
And you can order your Rise Up coffee. Tomorrow is our last day that we're going to ship out for 10 days. So if you want to order now, get it in now, and we'll get busy. Here we go. Let's start the day off with this. All hell breaks loose outside the federal courthouse in St. Paul, Minneapolis. St. Paul, Minnesota, Minneapolis. This area, this region, ladies and gentlemen, is riddled with Antifa, Somali, and Haitian criminals. And Jacob Fry loves it. Tim Walz loves it. Attorney General Keith Ellison loves it. Let's get into this, ladies and gentlemen. Indictments charging 15 Minneapolis Antifa members. All hell broke loose yesterday afternoon outside the federal courthouse in St. Paul, Minnesota, after federal prosecutors indicted 15 members in Antifa. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Minnesota unsealed a federal indictment charging 15 defendants over their alleged roles in two Minneapolis-based Antifa groups that violently opposed law enforcement of federal immigration law during the Operation Metro Surge. We're going to get to these videos, and then we're going to show you what else is happening outside of the courthouse, or what else happened, I should say, and which will continue to happen until you crack skulls, until you actually forcefully put people in their place. They're just going to keep doing this. So, here we go.
Today, a federal indictment was unsealed, charging 15 defendants with conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers and other charges related to efforts of two Minneapolis-based Antifa groups that violently opposed the enforcement of federal law in our state.
Yep, good. Time to get them. Time to nail them all. Time to put them all behind bars. Every single one of them. You spit, we hit. Right?
Working closely with the U.S. Attorney's Office, our investigation uncovered extensive planning, material support, and coordinated attacks against federal personnel and facilities. Our teams have worked tirelessly, conducting surveillance, reviewing camera footage, and analyzing large volumes of information to identify those responsible. I want to thank all the agents and staff whose dedication and professionalism made these indictments possible. Our message is clear. You may not agree with the laws. You may protest the laws,
but you
must follow the laws or face the consequences.
Absolutely.
It is not optional. We will enforce the law. Any attempt to undermine it through violence or intimidation will be met with decisive action.
And I wish the decisive action was a little bit more, to be honest with you. You know, Eli, I'm about to show a clip here of these losers trying to break into the federal courthouse. It's weird. Sounds like an insurrection, according to the Democrats. Holding the door open so that the law enforcement couldn't close it and lock it, to the point where law enforcement had to come out, pry their fingers off it, and spray them with bear mace until they let go. At that moment, if I was an ICE officer, if I was an immigration enforcement officer, if I was protecting that courthouse, and I was trying to pry their fingers off the door, guess what? Broken fingers, every single one of them. While the pile of police got on them, I would say, cover me, and I'd be down there and I'd be breaking every one of their fingers until they let go of that door. And then they could sit there like this, wondering what they're going to do next in life.
Yeah, broken fingers is an understatement. From about here down would be complete dust, because I'd smash and bash those fingers with a billy club until it was just kind of
just
wobbly,
hanging,
noodly looking
yeah,
fingers.
Just wobbly, hanging skin because the bones are all dust. If you do that to these people, which is what the left would have wanted done to January 6th protesters, right? Like, you want them to be all dead. You wanted them in jail forever. You wish we would have beat them to death. Well, if we did this to these actual insurrectionists and these anarchists and these Antifa members and these from the river to the sea weirdos, I bet they wouldn't be protesting anymore. I bet they wouldn't be out there trying to hold doors open anymore, would they? Nope. They'd walk back like this, and then they would figure out how to use their hands for the next 6 to 8 months. Look at this. See them holding that door? I'd have been kicking their heads in.
Fuck you! You fucking fascists! Fuck you!
Wow. Trying to stop an official law enforcement proceeding? Wonder what that would be called. Yeah, how dare they spray us? How dare they throw these out here? How dare they, Eli? How dare these fascist pigs, while we're trying to, interrupt and disrupt and end an official law enforcement proceeding, which is court indictments on the inside of that building. How dare the law enforcement stop the anarchists from coming in by throwing out, flash grenades and pepper spray? Oh no, how dare they?
I don't think bear spray is good enough anymore. They need to find some type of solvent or whatever you would call it that when you spray it on the skin, it immediately, it's an irritant, Maybe it even starts eating away at the skin, like Special K from friggin' Russia or something. Just start spraying that all over people. They'll run.
Yeah, I know it's funny, Eli, is if a bunch of people came in, like say a bunch of patriotic people that have had enough of these idiots, if they had come in at that same time from the back and just started pummeling these people, the funny thing here, the irony here, dripping off of their lips, would be they would look at the police and beg for protection. The same police that they're attacking right there. You can't do this to us. That's exactly what would happen. Because they are anarchists. They don't have morals. They didn't get the belt when they were a kid, so they need it today. And now they're crying, screaming, kicking, and whining like petulant children. And they're getting their asses handed to them. And you'll keep losing, and we'll keep winning. Because God don't like ugly.
And I sincerely wish that all the heads of these agencies for the ICE, SWAT, whatever, would say, if these scumbags are calling you fascists and throwing things at you and causing problems and making trouble all over the place, and then they start calling for your help, you've got every single right to say.
Yeah. And you know what's funny, Eli, is when you'll see a Democrat household say, hate doesn't belong here. And then they'll dress up in their trans-Queefa gear, and they'll go out and start busting up the town and spray painting everything, saying hate doesn't belong here, hate doesn't belong here, your hate is showing. It's funny. It's what a bully does. A bully will bully a kid and beat a kid and take his lunch money or whatever until the kid swings back, breaks his nose. Then the bully runs to the principal and says, he hit me. That's exactly what they're doing. And guess what? We don't care anymore. We don't care. Now you're going to continue to lose in the streets too because we don't care anymore. These people right here doing the actual violence break every one of their fingers. I guarantee you they won't do it anymore. It's called consequence. They're not arrested. We would be arrested. I would be arrested. They're not arrested, so break their fingers. Street justice. Renee Good them. Alex Pretty them. Why not? Force is necessary. Oh, yeah, they're so peaceful. Yeah. They're just so peaceful. They're such peaceful people. How's that feel? Now who's orange? Orange man, really bad. I love it. Yeah, I love it. You hear them? You hear what they said, Eli? More fascists targeting peaceful protesters. No, see, the January 6 people were peaceful protesters. If you go back and watch any of the video, if it still exists, you'll see they were corralled in one spot. And nothing started happening until police started shooting rubber bullets and throwing flash grenades into the crowd. Once the crowd started moving like cattle, they opened up the gates to the Capitol. And that's when it was all out. That's why they call it a Fedsurrection. That's why Ray Epps and Nick Fuentes never even got visited by the FBI. Because they were on the payroll of the SPLC through the federal government. That's how it works. And the CIA and the military does this all over the world. They will disrupt something on purpose, and then they will capitalize on the craziness. Here, these people are just grassroots, like organized and strategic targeting. And then they call themselves peaceful protesters. Well, who's got the last laugh now? All you people can cry about January 6th, Bradley Cooper and dipshit that played Spicoli. They can go and make their own little January 6th movie. I believe Bradley Cooper might play Michael Fatone. Cry. It doesn't matter. Who is laughing now? Who's in the driver's seat now? Who's in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue now? Who's going to win the House and the Senate again and still control all three houses to let President Trump as a 2-year left lame duck be able to do anything he wants with putting people in prison? Who's laughing now? Who won the popular vote? Who won the Electoral College vote? Who won more counties than any president ever? Who's laughing now? We're in the driver's seat. While your answer to everything is January 6th and Trump bad, our answer to everything is America. Now, you might want to cover your ears, and especially if you have kids in the room, unless you're Democrats, the same Democrats who take their kids to watch like Deadpool and Mortal Kombat, where you see 4- and 5-year-olds in a movie theater watching these. Democrats don't care what their kids consume. As a matter of fact, they allow their kids to be sexualized by transgenders at a storybook library reading from a drag queen. So, and they kill babies. So they truly don't care about children. They truly don't give a crap. They have no morals. Like the woke farmer. Now again, ladies and gentlemen, if you have kids in the room, you might want to earmuff them or take them out of the room because the woke farmer Well, he doesn't hold back. But he's going to get convicted. And he's going to go to jail. And I wonder if he's going to be screaming in there. By the way, we're over 3,000 live viewers here on Rumble. Continue to share and Rumble. Here we go.
Hey, I know I haven't been posting in a while, but I just want to let you know today justice in Washington, D.C. still stood. My charges for protesting at the White House have been dropped. But it's not about me.
So what he's talking about here is you remember Eli when he was walking around D.C. and he was harassing people as they walked by about, supporting President Trump or being white, which is odd. Those are the charges he's talking about. But the Minnesota charges, those are in full effect, and that boy's going to go to jail for those. But I can't believe the D.C. charges even got dropped. I mean, he was told to stop harassing over and over and over again. It went from simple protesting to harassment.
Well, it's simple back-down tactics. I think they feel if they charge him, then there's going to be another little uprising, which if there was, just call out SWAT or ICE or something to shut it down. I'm telling you, day one dictator should have happened. Everyone should have gotten a slap on the wrist and said, start acting right. Cut the shit. Act like a grown-up. Act like an adult. Act like an American. But it doesn't happen. So we have things like this. If you ask me, it's, well, just better not do anything because, you never know what could happen.
Yeah, I agree. Day one dictator should have happened, and I hope it still does happen. Meaning, shut it down. There's no reason for this crap. Anybody who goes out there and shuts down a highway or disrupts any economic growth or movement in a city, they should all be in jail for like 6 months. Let them sit and think about what they did.
It's about the intimidation. What they're doing is they're arresting people who did not commit a crime, and the process is the punishment. So do not be fucking intimidated by the Trump administration. Keep fucking protesting, get louder, stay fucking peaceful, but keep going. 15 people were arrested in Minnesota today. They didn't commit a fucking crime, but they're gonna go through the same punishment and process that I have, even though they haven't done a damn thing. So keep fucking fighting, everyone. All power to the people. Hey.
I can't wait till he goes to prison. There's another one, too. So at that Minnesota courthouse hearing that we were showing you that Democrats were trying to disrupt and stop somehow. Remember this guy right here? Remember this one right here? Him and the woke farmer were all doing the whole ICE, attack ICE, kill them, justice for Alex Pretty and Renee Good. He was one of the ones with felony indictments. Yeah. Remember how much trash he was talking? Remember how tough he was? Ain't so tough now. What happened? Did your balls drop off? Ain't so tough now, are you? Let's go to this ABC News 5 local affiliate talking about this in Minnesota.
My name is Kyle. I'm Antifa, and there's so much rage in me that I've had to record this like 15 times trying to get the message out. They fucked up, okay? Go watch my other videos. Doesn't matter if you're not here and you're not caught up. You missed the fucking fight. But if you are, it's time to suit up. Boots on the ground. Nicollet and fucking 26th. My house is 4 blocks away. Anywhere between Franklin and Nicollet and 26th and Nicollet. Show up. Ready to go. Okay? Not talking about peaceful protests anymore. We're not talking about having polite conversations anymore. I am talking specifically to my fucking followers. This is everything I have fucking talked about, and this is exactly what I said was going to happen. This is exactly what I said was going to fucking come when we didn't fucking go and march on fucking Whipple with guns. Sorry, but welcome to America 2026, where Second Amendment is the only thing that's going to keep you fucking protected from literal fucking Nazi gunmen that are killing innocent people in the street with impunity. This is not a fucking joke. There's nothing fun to chant about it. Get your fucking guns and stop these fucking people.
Yeah, don't bend over. Don't drop the soap. Eli, let's flush that turd, shall we? Yeah. Don't bend over, sir, ma'am, whatever you identify as, because you're going to wait for a long time for that one.
Charging 15 defendants with conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers and other charges related to efforts of two Minneapolis-based Antifa groups that violently opposed the enforcement of federal law in our state. The defendants are members and associates of Direct Action Minnesota. They are charged with conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, solicitation to commit a crime of violence, interstate threats, interstate stalking, assault on a federal officer, and destruction of government property. Earlier this morning, agents of Homeland Security Investigations conducted a coordinated law enforcement operation culminating in the arrest of 12 of the 15 defendants. One defendant had already been in custody on other federal charges. Two defendants remain fugitives at large. Today's charges and arrests reflect a broad federal effort to address organized, lawless behavior which seeks to disrupt the execution of federal law, endanger law enforcement, and importantly, endanger the very communities that these defendants falsely claim to be protecting. Be assured, the Department of Justice and my U.S. Attorney's Office has and will distinguish between lawful protest and criminal conduct. These defendants have been charged not for what they said, but for what they did. They all...
Yep. And Eli, if you go over to YouTube right now, there's a comment over there that says, you guys lie about everything about Democrats. We just showed you the video for calling for Second Amendment violence against law enforcement. How are we lying about anything? Why, here you're going to see federal agents raiding the homes of what they call legal observers. Eli, do you remember when we were showing the Operation Metro Surge, when all the ICE agents were going to Minneapolis, and there was a strategic and coordinated effort with apps and everything where they had their own call-in station. They're like, what have you seen? Oh, we just saw ICE over on 44th and Alpine. They're heading out towards Route 64 right now. Okay, we're going to make sure people are out there. And they were sharing photos and license plates and all of that. They had their own little law enforcement agency where they were tracking ICE. Well, now they're all being arrested. I tell you, Kash Patel's on a roll right now. Federal agents raided the homes of what they call observers and arrested a total of 15 people in South Minneapolis. A 94-page indictment. Legal observers are accused of impeding ICE operations and being referred to as members of Antifa. Now, if you remember, President Trump, what did he classify Antifa as? Terrorist organizations. First, it was a domestic terrorist organization, and now it is a global terrorist organization because they're operating in multiple countries. And it's about time, Eli, we start taking down these Antifa thugs. And there's millions of them all over the world. Let's get them all. That's what I say.
What's your name?
My name's Isaac Sant.
Isaac Sant.
First name's I-S-A-A-C. Last name S-A-N-T.
Thank you. My
lawyer is Kevin Rich. I very much like that you could call him.
We'll do it.
Rich is spelled R-I-C-H.
612-444-2654. Nazis. Nazis.
Listen to the rape whistles.
Fucking Nazis. Get the fuck out of our neighborhood. Look at
We're being raped. And then, of course, right into this down there at the courthouse. Woo, Eli. Who are they calling? I'm curious, who are they calling? The law enforcement's right there, so you're not calling them. The gangs haven't been involved. They don't care. Who are you? Eli, are they calling the ambiguously gay duo? Come on, Peter. We'll save the day. The ambiguously gay duo. Who are they calling?
Would have been great if one of the ICE agents just nonchalantly walked up next to the guy who was blowing his whistle. And what? Really, do you need something? What are you talking about? You're blowing the whistle. I figured you need law enforcement. I'm right here.
Halo says it must be calling Ghostbusters. I mean, I don't understand the rape whistles so much. Are you informing other people to run? Like, anyway, here's some information that might be beneficial for everybody in this chat and around the world. If you, they tell you, what do they tell you? If you see something, say something, right? Isn't that the motto? Well, for criminal and immigration support, if you've been violated by these protesters, call 612-444-2654. Protest related. They've still got their own system set up so that you can call in and like get help, like get attorney help and stuff like that. I wonder who's paying for that. By the way, I wonder who's paying for that. Jersey says real men don't use whistles. That's absolutely right. Real men don't blow rape whistles. Brrr, brrr, please, somebody help us, help us, help us. Brian over on YouTube would have like whistles in his nose and his mouth and his butt. Brrr, brrr, please help me. Please help me, help me. James O'Keefe infiltrated Antifa while we're on the subject. Here's what James O'Keefe put out for a statement, and then the following video. Inside New Jersey burn. Rutgers University director, where they're going to show you tire slashing, rioting, road spikes, destruction of New Jersey police vehicles, Ukrainian-style protest tactics, and celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, the murder of Charlie Kirk. He's even got them named out here, New Jersey Antifa individuals identified, and there's a whole list of names, but I'm going to get right to the video here. This is James O'Keefe and his team infiltrating Antifa. And I'm sure you won't be surprised.
An OMG journalist went undercover inside Antifa at the height of the New Jersey shipment port blockades and discovered that members of Antifa have infiltrated almost every industry, from AI engineering, university administration, T-Mobile, to the United Nations, lawyers' guilds, and nonprofit boards of directors. We use their secret internal group chats to identify the members, highlight their most egregious statements, and track down where they work. And the positions of power that some of them hold genuinely shocked us. These people are everywhere. More specifically, the journalist infiltrated an Antifa cell called NJ Byrne. Recently, at Delaney Hall, the illegal immigration detention center in New Jersey, Antifa made headlines by rioting and attacking journalists and law enforcement. NJ Byrne was one of the groups on the ground.
No one's gonna come protect you! Fuck you!
I was personally on the ground at Delaney Hall. I was forced to deploy mace in self-defense and had to retreat into Delaney Hall for my own safety. The violence at Delaney Hall has been brutal and unending. Also, NJ Byrne has been making headlines for shutting down major shipment ports, such as Elizabeth Port in New Jersey.
Have shut down the entrance to the Port of Elizabeth. Port of Elizabeth is one of the most significant ports in the world.
Thanks to the journalists' infiltration of their Signal chat groups, O'Keefe Media has been able to review these chats. And within them, they discuss plans for future port blockades and violent protests, celebrations of Charlie Kirk's assassination, and wishes that Trump's assassin had succeeded. Using names and profile pictures from these chats, we were able to track down a few of the members. For example, using the account's profile picture and name, Lex, we were able to match her to a LinkedIn profile for Alexis P. She is a council member of something called the New Jersey Coalition Against Sexual Assault. Lex gleefully expresses that she is a, quote, menace to the white side of her family, laments the fact that minorities have expressed condolences for Charlie Kirk, and expresses how much she, quote, fucking hates centrists and conservatives. When a person with this much anger, hatred, and racism in their hearts is a council member at the New Jersey Coalition Against Sexual Assault, how are white women, or conservative women, or centrist women for that matter, supposed to feel comfortable or safe going to the NJCASA for help? You would think radical chats like this would mostly consist of students and activists, but what we found was much more alarming. These people are everywhere.
We cook your meals, we haul your trash, we connect your calls, we drive your ambulances.
To quote Fight Club, they program your AI, they run your cell phone service, they are execs in medical companies, they are congressional candidates, university administrators, defense attorneys, and perhaps more predictably, ACLU board members. In a chat planning the Elizabeth, New Jersey port blockade, we found Jim Keaty, who served as city councilman in Asbury Park, New Jersey, and also ran for the 4th Congressional District of New Jersey, although he was not successful. Just imagine if our government was infiltrated with Antifa sympathizers.
Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got it.
Not militia.
Just imagine. Wu Jin Ko was subscribed to the Jackie Support Antifa group chat, which is dedicated to providing support for Jackie McRae, who firebombed 10 NYPD vehicles in 2026. They/she had their Instagram profile linked, which had a matching profile picture to the LinkedIn account. And they're an engineer at OpenAI, the parent company of ChatGPT. So you can only imagine the radical agendas that they/she is programming into ChatGPT responses. Yet another participant with strong authority over the programming of AI technologies is Belkacem Melfak, who works as an AI automation leader and expert for T-Mobile. Out of all of the people we found in these chats, 3 of them work in high-up positions in leading AI companies. These are the people that will be programming and engineering AI technologies long into the future as they become a more and more prevalent aspect of social programming. Turning our attention to Rutgers University, Zainab Tanvir is an imaging director and assistant professor at Rutgers, New Brunswick. So if your children go to Rutgers, just know that the administration that oversees them is also sympathetic, if not complicit, to the Antifa agenda. One such example, in the same Elizabeth Port blockade chat, we found Amanda Dominguez, who is a PhD student at Rutgers and an organizer and coordinator at a workers' rights activist organization called New Labor. On New Labor's mission page, it states that they fight to empower workers and clean up dangerous safety conditions. We are not exactly sure how creating human blockades against truckers trying to do their jobs is empowering them or improving safety conditions, but this apparently meets New Labor's standards of employment. Also, in the chat planning the Elizabeth Port blockade, we found a D.T. Rao, who is a doctoral candidate in Princeton's Department of Classics. We can't help but wonder, what's going on at Princeton if their doctoral candidates and members of the Department of Classics are engaging in chats celebrating assassinations and plotting to shut down major American shipment ports? Also, in Princeton, New Jersey, at Princeton Theological Seminary, a Presbyterian private school, we found Reverend Shannon Smythe, who serves as the school's director of field education. We couldn't help but wonder if families that are spending over $20,000 a year to send their children to Princeton Theological Seminary were aware that members of the faculty were supportive of Antifa's agenda and disruptive.
I want to just stop here and just say this is called journalism. This is what journalism actually is, where you dig deep and you find where these people that are hiding behind the curtain, pretending to be the Wizard of Oz, actually working where they have power. And a lot of them have a lot of power. A lot of them are embedded. Why do you think it was so easy, even though he was wrong, for Barack Obama to come out and say, I continue to believe that Mr. Trump will never be president. This country will not allow that to happen. That's what he was talking about. too much entrenched actual fascists in places of power in universities, high schools, school boards, city councils, big, huge conglomerate Fortune 500 companies. This is real journalism. And for 4 years, we told you all, the motto here on LFA TV was, we're coming for you. Well, we did that. We got the presidency back. We won everything. So I think it's appropriate now to look you Democrats in the eye over on YouTube and anybody who might watch this later. We're coming for all of you too. We're coming for your narrative and your way of life. We are going to uproot everything over the next 2.5 years that you think that you have got a grasp on, that you still have a handle on. I want to show you something real quick before we go back to this. There's a video here that I archived to show you. Let's pull this up. This right here represents everything that you built. You know what this is? This is the number of government employees since Donald Trump took office. See that? This is the number of federal and government employees since Donald Trump took office. Bye. See ya. Firing everyone. Over 352,000 federal employees have been fired, resigned, or retired in order to save their pension, and were never replaced. The federal workforce is smaller today than at any point since 1966. When you talk about draining the swamp, this is part of it. Draining the swamp was never all about the big name people that we know that go in and put their name on a vote. Draining the swamp is all the bureaucratic people that were in these positions of power that propped those other folks up. Why do you think Trump is winning all of his primary endorsements? Why do you think so many Democrats have left office in the last 2 years? It's because they are either under investigation or they're running for the hills or they've retired because they know there's no support here for me anymore. There's no support. Now, some dipshit in the chat said, I thought that was the economy. Well, you'd be wrong there too. 50 record highs in 2 years on the stock market. Inflation reached 9% under Biden. What's it at now? 3.5? Oh no. Eggs were $12 a carton, $9 a carton. What are they now? $2? Gas reached over $6 a gallon in a lot of states under Biden. What's it at now? $3.50? And it would be at $2 if it wasn't for us deciding to go and crush some Muslims. Every which way you cut it, you lose and we win. And the more we expose, the more James O'Keefe, Cam Higbee, and others expose, the better this country will be. Isn't it funny that the less Democrats you have in your country, the better your country operates? Isn't that amazing? And you can have people say, no, it doesn't, under Democrats. But look at the numbers. Just look at the numbers. Now, has Trump added debt to this country? Absolutely. I'm not going to sit here and say he hasn't. Every president has. Every president has added massive amounts of debt to this country. But isn't the president solely responsible for adding debt to this country? It's the country. It's Congress. It's everybody. It's the Fed. It's the whole government apparatus combined. And I say reducing that workforce is absolutely what we need. And one thing about President Trump's adding to the federal deficit and the federal debt is he has also brought in more investment money than any president in modern history combined since the 1960s. So, facts hurt. They really hurt the butts of the left. But we will keep winning. Let's get to this story. The SPLC, since they're a Democrat arm of the government, SPLC, fascist expert, apparently, funneled $1.2 million in donor cash to her neo-Nazi informant / lover. Then even shared a joint bank account and a house. By the way, we have the White House feed is about ready to be live. Not sure exactly what's coming from the White House, but there is a White House feed. It looks like it's live now. Oh, it's President Trump at the G7. All right, President Trump is speaking at the G7. We will go there now. We'll come back and talk about the left-wing SPLC funneling neo-Nazi and hate groups, because they are them, and then saying that they're not. This is President Trump right now at the G7, standing with some of his administration here. Got the feed. Here we go. We'll go there now.
Ending the current conflict, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. That's what it was all about.
Oh, so is he going to read the deal?
99% Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They can't develop it, buy it. They can never have a nuclear weapon.
Probably going to read the details of the deal.
At the same time, with this announcement, or close to it, as people started to think it was going to happen, when Iran was making some very positive statements, the stock market has surged to record highs, picking up thousands of points over the last short period of time, thousands of points. And oil is dropping like it has never dropped before, at levels that went in numbers, down $7, down $8. They've never seen anything like that. But if we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Hormuz Strait open. You would never have success. Your market would have, instead of going up at levels that nobody's ever seen before, would go down at levels that nobody ever saw before, maybe except for 1929 or whatever. And you know, all the tough guys don't realize that this wasn't a 3-month deal. This was years in the making. You know why? Because I was the one that killed General Soleimani. And if I didn't kill General Soleimani, we probably wouldn't be talking right now about this deal, because he was a mad genius. They never were able to replace him. But a lot of people forget that. The tough guys, you know, the tough guys that would drive the country right down the tubes. The past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of this historic agreement with many of our closest friends and allies, including the G7 nations and many presidents and prime ministers. As you saw, Prime Minister Modi was here. We had a long talk. He's a great guy. They are thrilled that we made a deal, every one of them. There's not one nation that came to us and said, please, sir, keep dropping bombs on them. Please keep dropping bombs. The stupid people say that. But I'm thrilled to report, and by the way, those last 2 days were brutal. $200 million worth of bombs. And, you know, it is expensive too, by the way, aside from everything else. And they knew I was coming for a third night. We informed them we're coming for a third night. They didn't have their Navy, it's sunk. They didn't have their Air Force, it's gone, not one plane. They didn't have anti-aircraft equipment, so we got free reign. They didn't have their leaders, but they have a new group of leaders that I think is, actually, I think they're smarter. I think they're very smart. I think they're far less radicalized, and I think they're really good. They love their country. You know, you talk about regime change, nobody will say that, but I guess that's, look, their one set of leaders is all gone. Their second set of leaders is all gone. Their third set of leaders, a little bit gone, but for the most part, and frankly, I think that's regime change. I think they're going to behave much differently. I think they see a different way of life that they were never exposed to. So the one thing I didn't want to see is I didn't want to see economic catastrophe. If you kept this going, that could have happened. But all I know is every time we talked about the possibility of peace, the stock market shot up like a rocket ship. It never went down. They didn't like it. The people, you know, the stock market is more brilliant than anybody there is, including the people on the stage, other than me, of course.
Love it.
Let's see. I don't know. What do you think, Scott? Is the stock market more brilliant than you?
No, sir.
Oh, that's a terrible statement. All right. The stock market is quite brilliant. And every time we said something amazing, like we're going to settle, it would go up. And every time we said something negative, like, guess what, we're not going to be able to settle, it would go down very big, Peter, right? Very, very big. Tells you something. And you know, I've studied presidents, some good, some bad, some great. Not too many are great. And some really bad. We had one just recently. And the one president I did not want to be was the late, great Herbert Hoover. I didn't want that. And who knows what would have happened. But bad things happen. So the past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of the deal with the closest friends and allies, the heads of countries. They were all here, a lot of them. Far more than the 7, as you know, a lot of them. And they put out a statement. I think President Macron, who did a great job, by the way, did a really fan, him and Bridget, they did a great job. But they all put out statements saying they love this deal because they want to see it over. And they love the fact that the hormones, don't forget, if we were going to drop bombs, let's say we went another month, another 2, 3 months, maybe weeks, could be another 3 months, could be whatever. What do you have left? Got maybe nothing, but you don't have, the strait will never be open. Because people that own billion-dollar ships, these ships cost $1 billion. They don't like sailing ships or having their ships participate when you go up the coast and you go through the strait and there are rockets flying over your head. They want to protect their $1 billion investment. You wouldn't have oil for maybe years. These are stupid people. But nobody was tougher than me. Nobody hit Soleimani. You know, when I hit Soleimani, people thought that was the biggest thing to happen in the Middle East for 50 years. That was the biggest event. He was the boss of Iran and respected, but he was a mad genius. He was a genius, the father of the roadside bomb. When you see young men, and in some cases women, mostly men, walking around without legs, without arms, with a face that's been blown to smithereens. It's Soleimani, 95%, 96.2 they say or something. 95%. That was Soleimani did it. Happened to come from Iran, and I blew him up. You remember that? I blew him up in the Valley of Death. He got off his plane and we followed him. And in all fairness, because they've been wonderful to me, Israel, but they didn't want to do that attack. They were all set. The night before the attack, they informed me they didn't want to do it. So I had to make a decision. I made the decision to do it. But it was a joint venture, as we say in the real estate business. It was a joint venture between Israel and us. We studied it for a month. We knew what plane he was going to be on almost a month before. He only traveled on commercial airliners, big ones with lots of people, because he knew we wouldn't shoot him down. He's very smart. But we knew he was going to be on that plane. We followed him. And then Israel informed me that they won't do it. And I had to make a decision. I had some very good generals, and not the ones you see on television, very good. And I want to thank also Pete Hegseth and General Raisin Kane, who's phenomenal. Okay, these guys are phenomenal. They can't be better. But I had some good generals, and I said to them, well, if Israel's not going to do it, we're all prepared. Do we do it? Do you like doing it or not? He said, sure. If you want to do it, we can do it. How well? We'll do it just as well or better. Do it ourselves. We don't need anybody. So we took out Soleimani. One of the biggest events to happen in the Middle East, maybe ever, but they say 50 years, they say 100 years. I was with the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He said it's maybe the biggest event that has ever taken place. Nobody could believe it. So that's when it started. It didn't start like 3 or 4 or 5 weeks ago. And Obama wouldn't do it. What Obama did was he did the JCPOA. He loaded up a plane with $1.7 billion. $1 million in green cash from banks all over Washington, Maryland, and Virginia. They were stripped of all their cash. They had no cash to do payrolls. It all went into a Boeing 757, a wonderful plane, and they flew it to Iran. And they gave it out to people. They bribed people. They thought they were going to get it done. Then they gave billions and billions of dollars after that. And they got a deal that was a road to a nuclear weapon. I get so angry, I guess. I'm allowed to get angry when I watch the Democrats. They talk about it all the time. We had this deal done. You had a deal that was going to give them legally a nuclear weapon. And if that happened, Israel would have been blown away. And in all fairness to Bibi Netanyahu, who happens to be a good man, gets a little excited sometimes. But he happens to be a very good man. We've had an amazing partnership. He's been an amazing prime minister. We have a little dispute over Lebanon. I say, you can do a little softer touch, Bibi. You don't have to knock down a building every time somebody walks into it that's from Hezbollah. But it's been an amazing partnership. But he will say, we're the big partner, and he's the very small partner, and that's true. So he came to the country, and he begged Barack Hussein Obama, the president, not to do the JCPOA. He said it could be the end of Israel, and it would have been if I didn't come along. And Obama didn't listen to him. Bibi actually went to Congress and pleaded with them, and he got nowhere. And they had this horrible deal that was horrible for Israel, and that's where it stood. And then I came along and I terminated that deal. It had very little time left. You know, it was a short-term deal. You know, with countries, you need hundreds of years. You don't need 8 years and 9 years. This isn't like you're signing a lease on a candy store in the corner. You need hundreds of years. This was a short-term lease. It expired long ago. Had I let it run, it expired. You wouldn't have been around. A lot of people wouldn't have been around. But Israel would have been terminated. I think the whole Middle East would have been terminated. You saw that when everybody was shocked that all these missiles, they were aimed at these different places. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. Think of it. Bahrain, Kuwait. They got hit. Nobody thought that was, even I didn't think it was going to happen. They didn't think it was going to happen. They were going to take out the entire Middle East, including Israel. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it within moments after getting it. So I made it very tough for them when I terminated the Barack Hussein Obama catastrophe. JCPOA, one of the worst deals. NAFTA might have been worse, but that was worse economically. This deal was really dangerous, what he did. He gave them everything, including a lot of money, which we don't give them, by the way, just in case you have any question. We'll be giving this out so you can read it and you can see. And it's a memorandum of understanding. If it doesn't get done in 60 days, that's all right. We go back to bombing. You know, I don't want to do that because it's so good. But we might have to because we're never going to let them have a nuclear weapon. But they've agreed not to, and you'll see that very clearly in the agreement. But then the second phase of that was they were building, or they were enriching material, as they say. I call it nuclear dust. They were enriching material under granite mountains. Granite being, for those not in the construction business, granite being a very strong, the strongest stone. It's not as pretty as marble, but it's much stronger. It's a lot stronger. Like the new granite I put on the stairs of the White House going to the Oval Office, the black granite, it's rated 1 million years plus. No marble's rated that. Marble's rated 100 years if it's outside. So these are granite mountains, and the B-2s came along and they hit those air shafts in the dark at 1 o'clock in the morning with no moon. They had a beam going right up everywhere. Those guys did a job, and then they were criticized by certain members of the press, like CNN, for possibly not doing that much damage. And it turned out that the damage was far greater. Those mountains collapsed right on top of everything. Nobody's going to get that for a long time. Unless we want to get it, we'll get it. But we're the only ones that can. And they say China has the equipment to get it, and we have the equipment to get it. And it's actually not valuable. Not a lot of value, but we'd like to get it psychologically, but nobody's touching it. We also have cameras. That's what Space Force is. We have the greatest military in the world, by the way. But I'm proud of Space Force because I started it. We have Space Force cameras on every single door, well, there are no doors, they've been pretty well shattered, but every area of that, if somebody walks in and he's got a badge with his name on it, like Mohammed something, which is about a 50-50 guess, Mohammed something, they can tell the name, they can give you a serial number, we can see things you wouldn't believe the quality of the stuff that we have. That's why we've been so successful. That's why our blockade will go down in the annals of history as being unbelievable. Nobody's ever seen a blockade like that. It's like a steel wall. So what happened is we then terminated that, and I call it the nuclear dust, and that was the end of that. But if we didn't hit that with the B-2 bombers, or if it wasn't successful, they would have had a nuclear weapon, a nuclear bomb at a very high level, not the highest, but it would have been a very high level. We have much bigger. But we hope that we're never going to have to use it. We have the most. Russia has second. China is very far behind, but going to catch up, unfortunately. You know, they're catching up. But we have the most. We have the most powerful. But we also have the most. But Russia's not far behind. And then you have China in third place, but within 5 years, they'll be probably even. And we ought to make a denuclearization deal. It would be so great. We don't need all of that. We don't need to be able to blow up the whole world 300 times over. It's terrible. It's really, if we could do a denuke deal, I'd love it. And one of those two is very willing to do it, I will tell you. But the other one is less willing to do it. And you need all of them. So the deal we reached with Iran on Sunday will be signed shortly. Tomorrow, maybe the next day. Subject deals. My whole life is all about deals. That's all I ever did is make deals. And crazy things happen with deals. I've gone into deals where it's a guarantee. No way it can not be signed. And it doesn't get signed. And I've gone into deals that you have no chance of making, and they go like nothing. So, but we're going to most likely sign a deal. They want to sign a deal. And they've been acting very appropriately. They took a big 2 hits last week. Those were 2 very big hits. So, importantly, Iran has agreed that they will neither produce nor procure a nuclear weapon. Neither produce, because originally they said, they talk about that they will not develop a nuclear weapon. And some people found it okay. These guys didn't, in all fairness. But some people... But I didn't like it. Said it won't develop. I said, what happens if they should buy? I don't know. It's very dangerous for somebody to sell, because whoever sells them a nuclear weapon will get nuked themselves. If they sold a nuclear weapon, only a few that could do it, they would be nuked. They wouldn't have that country long. So it's a very dangerous thing for somebody to do. But I wanted it in there. So it's develop, procure, buy, anything. And you'll see that when you see the agreement, but it's appropriate that we release the agreement. And we did send a copy to Israel, by the way. They've been a good partner. Again, I think they could do better with respect to Hezbollah. I'm not saying they shouldn't protect themselves. I'm saying when 2 drones are shot into the desert and drop harmlessly, you don't have to knock down buildings in Beirut. They could behave better. And frankly, they could do a better job. I love them as a partner. They were terrific. But they could do a much better job with Hezbollah. On that, I don't think they're doing well. And I feel very bad for Lebanon. Lebanon's been, it was a great culture. They had the professors, the doctors, the lawyers. It was an incredible culture, maybe the highest in the Middle East for years and years, centuries. And for the last 50, 60 years, they have been just trashed. They have been living in hell. So they'll work closely with us to turn over the so-called enriched material that's very deep in the bowels of the earth, very deep. Nobody can get it. So it's not important that we do it quickly, but we could do it fairly quickly. When we have a chance, we'll do it. But in the meantime, we have cameras on every inch of it. Nobody can do it. And if they do, we'll hit them with Patriots, that's all. And they'll be gone. And they know that. Technical discussions on the removal of all stockpiles of enriched materials will begin immediately. We're going to start that immediately. And unlike Barack Hussein Obama, who sent Iran pallets of cash and any relief they receive under this deal, they'll have to get based on merit. And it won't be from us. We don't have to give them anything. But some people may want to invest. Like, what are you going to do? Say you can never, ever invest in a country? I mean, it's pretty tough. I don't mind being tough, but it's pretty crazy. You can invest in a country. You can invest in any country you want, but you can't invest there. Well, they need investment because we did $1.5 trillion, maybe $2 trillion worth of damage. So somebody's going to have to help them out. There's no guarantee about helping them out. And could be their neighbors will help them out a little bit. I don't know. But it's a lot of money. Almost nobody has that kind of money. That's the kind of damage that was done. But we're not investing any money. There was a fake story. There was a fake news story.
Oh, look at that. $300 billion was fake, huh, Brian?
A good person, J.D. made a statement. It was a perfect statement. And they reported it in a very strange way. But that's why it's fake news, I guess. So we don't give them money. We don't give them any of that. And what happens is with time, if they behave, if they be a citizen of the world, a reasonable citizen of the world. And I think this group, again, I didn't do this for regime change, but I think this group is regime change. I mean, hey, the first group is dead. One little morning, having breakfast, the whole group, they thought they'd never be caught because we never bombed during breakfast, but we bombed. And they all, 88 people. And I'm not proud of that at all. But the second group came in and they were very unreasonable too. And they were all gone. They were all gone. And then the third group, we've been dealing with them. Couple left this planet, but we've been dealing with them. And again, they've been fine. I mean, I've had a lot easier. I've had some easier ones. They're tough, they're smart. Maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has already increased very substantially, and the normal flow of energy will resume in the coming days, and trillions of dollars will be made by the world, and the stock market will, I believe, continue to rise. The only difference is that a player that's very volatile, very tough, very smart, frankly, they have, in one way, a primitive culture, but it's also a genius primitive culture. They're very smart people, very good negotiators.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will keep that up. We'll keep the G7 press conference up. If they start doing any questions or any media scrum, we'll come back to it. But real quick in the live chat on Rumble and on YouTube, the only ones we don't like to talk to on YouTube are the ones that, pretend that they're Marines, stolen valor, pretend that they're Army, stolen valor, won't come on and debate. Those kind of people, we don't care about you. But for everybody else, can you tell us what your gas is today? What your gas is today in your state, city, town? Because every day it's dropping. So I just want to see the reality of that situation. And I'd like to hear from you what your gas is today in your area. Here is the Rumble chat. Let's see what we have. And by the way, for the people asking, why does he go on and on and on and on? Because he can. That's why. And you watch. That's why. Bad Moon 419, let us know what area that's in. Tennessee 324 down from 429 2 weeks ago. Beautiful. 399, 459 in Sedora, 305 in Indiana, 360 in Davenport, 335 in Texas, 334, Renee Walker says, 360 Florida. Of course, California and Washington, high, it's always going to be. 344 in Orlando, 322 in Texas, 376 in Ohio, 399 Southern Alabama, 509 Wisconsin for diesel. Oh, that's diesel. 379, 239 in Texas, 399 Michigan, 340 in Lima, Ohio, Lima. $309 in Irving, Texas. $376 in Missouri. We had here where I live, $341 is what I saw yesterday. $341. So it looks to me like the strategy worked. It looks like it's continuing to work. And where are we at today? Oil future prices are at $75. What else do we have here? Silver price, $70.81. And gold, $4,382. I like to check them all at once. So gas is down. It continues to go down. I have a feeling that by the 4th of July, you're going to see an average of probably $3 or less, somewhere in that area, depending on what happens over the next couple days with the signing of once the deal is officially signed on paper, which I believe is going to be the 19th, which is Friday. Once that deal is officially signed, you're going to see it drop probably 20 to 30 cents overnight. And then it will continue to drop. Again, by 4th of July, I would bet that national average will be somewhere around $3. That gives us what? That gives us 3 weeks or so to get there. I think that's definitely possible. And then I would say by the midterms, your gas is going to be well under $3, in the mid twos, low twos in some places, depending where you're at. And that is a strategy. That is a strategic effort, not only to take out and wipe out Iran's capabilities to be who they were and stop them from doing it in the future. That's the big thing. The big thing is making sure they cannot and will not do it again in the future. Once that deal is done, you're just going to see it go down, 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 and down. And what do? At that point, we would have paid for higher gas for what? 5 months total? But Iran is completely crippled. They've stepped in line. And now the people of Iran get to actually grow a country that is worth something, a country that is not just run by terrorists, a country that other Gulf states are investing in. That's where that $300 billion comes from. So for all those people who don't know the facts of that $300 billion statement, that $300 billion can only be accessed by deals with other Gulf countries, other Gulf regions. So other, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Iraq, all of those countries will invest upwards of $300 billion into Iran to bring it into the century that everybody else is in. That's the idea. There will be not one single. Hey, Eli, will you screenshot that? Travis 6733 on YouTube says 8647. We'll just screenshot that real quick. There you go. Got that. Now we're actually going to go to your channel. We're going to screenshot that. Travis Murphy, we got you, buddy. 7 subscribers and 1 view. Wow, you're important, huh? Just make sure we screenshot all those, Eli. Whenever you see those, screenshot them, okay? And we'll just send them along to the FBI. And, whatever happens, happens. Fafo.
Damn, Skippy.
Yep.
Gladly.
Yeah, you can't be openly calling for the assassination of a president who's had multiple assassination attempts on him. Just saying, anytime you see it, Eli, don't call it out, just screenshot it. And we'll take it from there, okay? All right. Where did we leave off here? The SPLC. So yeah, the SPLC, let's get into that story real quick. The far-left Southern Poverty Law Center's hypocrisy just hit a new low, and this time it's personal, sleazy, and allegedly involving an actual neo-Nazi. According to the New York Post, exclusive citing the Department of Justice superseding indictment, former SPLC Director of Intelligence Project Heidi Barrick was in a romantic relationship with a paid informant inside the white supremacist National Alliance. The SPLC funneled more than $1.2 million in donor money to the man. Identified only as F9, the pair even shared a house and 2 joint bank accounts with the SPLC donor funds, allegedly used to cover their personal living expenses. Uh-oh. This is the same SPLC that built a $700 million empire by branding conservatives and Christians and pro-life activists and Trump supporters as hate groups, while silently bankrolling real hate groups. And now she just got a superseding indictment filed by the DOJ, accusing her of funneling donor cash to hate groups that they were telling donors that they were fighting. One figure referred to as Employee-2 in the indictment is described as a person who would become director of the SPLC intelligence project. It also describes how Employee-2 wrote an article based on material that was stolen from the National Alliance headquarters in 2014 and then paid off an informant to take the blame for the robbery. Based on the details in the June 2nd superseding indictment, Employee-2 is believed to be Heidi Barrick, a 58-year-old fascism expert who was the director of intelligence at the Alabama-based anti-extremist nonprofit between 2012 and 2019. The indictment alleges that Barrick was also very close to the informant known as F9, who infiltrated the neo-Nazi organization National Alliance. Barrick was also in a romantic relationship with F9 during all of this and shared a house and 2 bank accounts, which they funneled approximately $140,000 in donor money to their accounts that they used on personal expenses. Ouch! Just another Democrat doing more Democrat disgusting things. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing? It's that they're not only caught left and right, the evidence is not only shown, the indictments are coming out, the grand jury saw enough evidence to indict, and the left, I would guarantee you, Rumble, if you looked over on YouTube right now, I guarantee you, you're going to see somebody over there that says lies. 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 Because they can't accept the fact that the party that they belong to has brainwashed them to the point of no return. They know nothing. We're going to take a quick break here. And when we come back, Adam Schiff is really, really, really scared of the possibility of Bill Pulte being in charge of anything, anywhere. And the question is, why? GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. We just told you the price of gold and silver just a few minutes ago. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. May I suggest, if you guys, and Golden Crest Metals they will guide you in this process if it's something that you want to talk about and do. But it's which gold to buy, which silver to buy, which mint to buy. Well, I can tell you that the 2 most sought after silver coins that you can buy are actually is the Eagle minted silver coin. That is the most sought after silver that there is. And of course, minted bars are also very sought after, meaning that when you go to liquidate and sell your precious metals, it'll be a lot easier to sell. You'll find buyers like that. People will buy it up like there's no tomorrow, especially as we continue into not having enough supply for the demand, which we are in our 6th straight month of not having enough supply for the demand of the precious metals, both silver and gold. So, GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. That's GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Hey, Eli, you know that guy Travis who started laughing in there that we were going to do that? He removed it after we screenshot it.
Too late.
Yep, like Jerome Powell. Hey, let's start calling Travis Jerome Powell. Let's start doing that because he's too late. We already got it. See, you got to watch what you say because we're always watching. Always. What's up, Eli?
Just gave us even more of a reason to send it, too. He just said, I'm illegal. I don't give a F. No ice catching me, MFers.
He's not illegal. There's no illegal named Travis. Nice try. Nice try. Now, if your name was Tito, we might be able to do something there. But nice try. Way to try to muddy the waters after you deleted a comment that you know that it could come back to bite you in the ass. Now, something that might be biting you in the ass is that credit card debt. And I'm sure Democrats are maxed out. Democrats, this is for you. We can actually help you. For anybody out there who's on the left who spends other people's money because they've already spent their money into oblivion, well then, Done with Debt might be able to help you clear that up. Now, a lot of conservatives are very cautious of how much they spend. But when you steal an election and you usher in COVID-19 to try to take the election and take it away from the president, then a lot of people get in some serious situations. And Done with Debt will help you get out of those serious situations. Speak to a debt professional today, 888-322-1054. That's 888-322-1054. Or go to donewithdebt.com and let them know you heard about them from LFA, okay? I'm an illegal. Ain't no ICE coming after me. Calm down,
Great
Travi.
job on it.
Calm down, Travi. All right. The press conference, the G7 press conference right now, I'm watching is, I don't see any question and answer segment coming up yet. Not yet, so we'll keep going. Hey, Travis, if you're so badass, then why did you delete it? That's the question. Why'd you delete it? Stand behind what you say. Now, President Trump stood behind some candidates, and guess what? They won again. President Trump-backed candidate wins the Republican primary in Georgia and in Oklahoma. How about that? With everything else that is happening right now, it is easy to forget that there are midterm elections happening all over the country right now. Primaries. Last night in Georgia and Oklahoma, Trump-backed candidates won Republican primary races. Good news all the way around. The midterms are coming up fast, and the Republicans need good people in these races. We're not talking rhinos, okay? We're not talking people who work with the Democrats behind closed doors like John Thune. We're talking about good Republicans like Mike Collins in Georgia. Mike Collins was projected last night to win, and he did the Georgia Senate Republican nomination over Brian Kemp's pick. So, Brian Kemp, hated in the state of Georgia, by the way. The people of Georgia hate Brian Kemp. They knew what he did. They knew what he did in the 2020 election. They knew how him and Brad Raffensperger and Gabriel Sterling all worked together to hand that state to the left, even though they knew damn well that that wasn't the case. And now Brian Kemp's backed candidate has been walloped. Georgia GOP Representative Mike Collins is expected to walk away. This was last night with his party's nomination for the Senate in a special runoff on Tuesday night, which comes after he secured President Trump's endorsement. Trump endorsed Collins over the weekend, while Governor Brian Kemp had been campaigning with the opponent, Derek Dooley. The two candidates advanced to the runoff last month, and Collins will now face the incumbent Democrat Senator John Ossoff in November. Collins secured the nomination with 55.5% of the vote, compared to Dooley's 44.5%. You know, it seems like every one of Donald Trump's backed candidates are winning by double digits in these primaries. Now, for the left who's over there saying, they stole it. How did they steal it in a state where the governor hates the president and had his own candidate? How'd they do that? See how stupid that sounds? But you are from Australia, and I don't expect you to be smart. There's only like 10 people from Australia who have ever had a brain. Okay? And then they became Americans. Why? Because who would want to live off the tit of China? Literally, the air you breathe belongs to China. And every single person that Donald Trump is backing is winning by double digits. Well, how about that? And that's why Mike Collins walked away. But not only in Georgia, in Oklahoma as well, we had a Kevin Hearn win the Oklahoma U.S. Senate Republican primary, also a Trump-backed candidate. But I thought, Eli, I thought for sure MAGA was dead, brother. I thought MAGA was dead and gone. I thought that there was no oomph, there was no movement anymore. But yet, only 2 candidates out of like 150 that Donald Trump backed have lost. That means like a 99.8% endorsement rating.
Christ. Yeah, that's what they keep telling us. MAGA's dead, MAGA's dead, MAGA's dead, but it just keeps... We keep winning and winning and winning. I don't get it. And then, like, the people over on YouTube will say something like, yeah, well, you're not really winning, you know, because you lost. Shut up.
Tell us how you really feel. Tell us how you really feel. So, President Trump's candidates win. And, of course, let's go to some of these Democrats, including one that's from Georgia. Let's go there now. I want to show you this. I thought we couldn't steal elections in America. I thought Republicans or Democrats said that there was no way you could steal elections in America. It's not possible. That we have the most secure elections in
Donald
history.
Trump says he doesn't care about the midterms.
Because he plans on rigging them.
They know voters are going to hold him accountable this November.
And they know their only way to win is to cheat.
We're standing up for our democracy, and we will defend our free and fair elections.
This is why we've launched the most expansive protective effort for voting and elections that our caucus has ever undertaken.
Over the next 5 months, our Election Security Task Force will be meeting with top experts, planning for every possible threat, and taking nothing for granted.
We will be ready for any attempt for voter suppression, any other bullshit maneuver that Trump and his MAGA friends will use to try to rig our elections.
Elections belong to American voters, not to Donald Trump.
Elections belong to American voters, not Donald Trump. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you going to prevent ICE from being at polling stations? What are you going to do? I thought elections couldn't be stolen. Let's go over to YouTube. Hey, Democrats, I thought elections couldn't be stolen. I thought it was impossible to steal elections. Let's see what some of you say. Let's see. Trump lost the straight. Now we all pay up. Cool. Cool story. Who would want to serve Israel? I don't know. We're not talking about that. Let's see. He won't talk to the media. They ask him good questions. Yeah, cool story. I'm asking questions about the election. You guys said that you cannot steal elections in this country, that it's impossible. I saw your cock holsters opening and saying that for months and months. So why are you already, do you know why they're already making videos like this? Because they know they're going to lose. Nobody makes videos like this unless they're afraid. Kind of like Gavin Newsom yesterday, making that video. So I'm looking for that answer. How many died from not having power for their life-saving equipment? Again, see that? All you lefties shut your mouth when it comes to that because you have no answer for that. So you say stuff that has nothing to do with what we're talking about because you have nothing to say. You said that it is impossible to steal elections in this country. I'm telling you, then why are you so afraid that it could be a possibility? Harvey, it's actually open now. The straight is open now, my friend. I understand that you're combating what the left is saying over there, but the straight is open now. Let's see, Brian, how stupid are you? You rig how the elections are given, how the voters are collected, and who can vote. How? You said that wasn't possible. All 50 states have their own elections, right? Which makes it impossible for the feds to rig elections. David said, oh my God, less than 100 cases of voter fraud in 25 years. Wow. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So how can it be possible? Here's the question that I'd like to ask. If Trump can steal the election, if he could, hypothetically, right, then wouldn't it make it possible for another president to steal elections? Or is it only possible when Trump is involved? Chuck says, Chuck Lasher says, 9 times out of 10, if there's fraud vote, it's a Republican voter. But I thought that couldn't be possible. See, you guys, it's going right over your tiny little brains. You can say all you want about Republicans stealing elections, like the dipshit people that were just on the TV. But my question isn't that. My question is, Eli, again, they said it's impossible to steal an election in America these days. You can't do it. So that's why it's completely impossible for Donald Trump's claims to be true. But here we are now, them blaming a stolen election on an election that hasn't even happened yet.
Absolutely, another one of their friggin' backwards things that they say, the whole map pedo thing, now stolen elections. They have been going around saying, yeah, Republicans stole it. How is that the case if you scumbags need a few extra days, a couple extra weeks, an entire month to count votes?
Yeah, exactly.
When we just want to get it done same day.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, yes, the federal government does have a right to say who can and can't vote. People under 18 can't vote, and non-citizens can't vote. So if we don't let non-citizens vote, that's rigging an election. Hey, at the very least, we waited till the election was over to say, here's why we believe it was stolen. You cowards are already calling it stolen, and it hasn't even happened yet. And the only reason you're doing that is to set yourself up for a narrative so that you can say it was stolen when you know you're about to lose. Your party rating can't be less than 20% and win. Okay, your approval rating of your party can't be less than 20% to win. It can't happen. And that's where the Democrats' approval rating is. Amongst independents, which is the people that decide these elections in this country. It's really funny how you guys flip-flop so quickly. Now, a disgraced federal judge in Georgia recuses herself from the DOJ's voter roll lawsuit, which they are winning, by the way. And we are continuing to audit each and every one of these states for their voter rolls. So, with the audit of the voter rolls, with the lawsuits from Tom Fenton and everybody else that has forced these states to take dead people and people that don't live in the state anymore off the voter rolls, with the redistricting maps and with the low approval rating of the Democrat Party, it's not possible for them to win. So, what must be the case if we do? We lost. Now, at least under Joe Biden, they stopped the counting for the first time ever, resumed it the next day, and when they resumed it, the trend of the voting pattern completely was shifted and changed. They kicked out poll watchers. They put up cardboard in the windows. They brought cases and cases and cases of ballots out that they ran through the machine over and over again. We got that on video. And in an election where Biden got 18 more million votes than any other president in history, those same 18 million voters were not there in the next election. They were just gone. Almost like flu numbers during COVID. And then they came back when COVID was gone. And then the one that tops it off at the very most is that Joe Biden won the least amount of counties than any president in history. Trump won more counties than Biden in the 2020 election. But yet, Biden got 18 more million votes that all of a sudden didn't vote in the next election. Those 18 million were gone. At least we have claims of a stolen election. Meanwhile, you dipshits are calling for a stolen election before it's even happened. Whose It's so rich. A federal judge presiding over the election integrity lawsuit in Georgia has recused herself over perceived support of District Attorney Fani Willis's position on election integrity and the doubt created regarding the judge's impartiality. In her order, District Judge Eleanor Ross recused herself based on a finding in a report that an unnamed judge, since identified as the undersigned, attended a partisan political event hosted by the district attorney's campaign. The report concluded that the private mixer was a part of a larger function that was undoubtedly partisan political in nature, despite the judges attending solely for the purpose of reuniting with a former colleague, they said. However, given the prosecution of Donald Trump, led by District Attorney Willis, Ross's attendance creates an appearance of bias in the proceeding. By the way, she knew she'd attended this, right? She knew she had attended this. The only reason that she's recusing herself is because somebody found it. Somebody caught her. And once that information was out, then she said, I better be a good judge. Because Fani Willis is in hot water. She might be disbarred when this is over with. Nathan Wade might be in jail before this is over with. And anybody attached to either of those two are trying to run as far away from them as they can. Now, remember that president that got 18 more million votes than anybody has ever voted in this country, and then the next election, those 18 million voters were just gone? Listen to this.
He made a terrible mistake. He made a terrible mistake for himself, his legacy, and for the country. He had said that he would not run again. And, you know, counterfactual narratives are always a bit tricky. But I believe if he had kept to that plan and said in, say, the late summer of 23 that he wasn't going to run, that he was going to pass, you know, the torch to the next generation, we would have had a real contest. And very sadly, I believe whoever emerged from that contest, whether it was the vice president or a governor or a senator or anybody else, would have beaten Donald Trump. So I think it was a terrible miscalculation on the part of President Biden. But once he didn't move and did not, you know, admit that he had said he was going to step aside and then decided not to, and held on for as long as he did, we were in a terrible dilemma.
So, hold up a minute. The guy that was so popular, more popular than Obama, just leave it that, leave it right there, more popular than Obama, was so inspiring and encouraging in the way that he spoke to the crowds and the masses.
You have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
Yeah, that inspiring and encouraging speech.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Yes, that man. That man who got 18 million voters to go, man, this guy inspires me. He speaks so powerful and elegant. The guy is so good, I've got to go vote. So 18 million people got up and said, Biden inspires me. And then 18 million voters did not have that same inspiration for Kamala Harris? Well, that's weird, Eli. Kamala Harris is a woman. How dare they marginalize a woman who's worked her way to the top on her knees? 18 million voters voted for her boss, but not her, because when Biden said, I'm going to step back from this race because I've got Alzheimer's and I'm an idiot, they all said, we're not going to vote for Kamala Harris. And Hillary Clinton is making that claim today that he was a horrible candidate, and had he just stepped aside like he was supposed to, then maybe, just maybe, we could have won. Well, had he just stepped aside like he was supposed to, would have required an actual primary, which you guys didn't have, and you guys implemented your own candidate. 18 million voters, encouraged and inspired by Biden, all of a sudden decided we're not going to vote for Kamala because she's a woman? Wow, that says a lot for the Democrat Party, doesn't it? I thought the Democratic Party were all about hitting the ceiling, Eli, busting through that ceiling and showing the world what they could do, but their voters didn't want it, apparently.
I'm actually surprised that Kamala didn't start screaming bigotry, misogyny, that's why you should have voted for me, blah, blah, blah. Can I just ask one more question? I just looked up. It doesn't look like Hillary Clinton's really doing anything. I guess it says she's an attorney or whatnot, but she doesn't have an actual job in the government anymore, right? Why does she keep getting invited to things where she just speaks her own opinion? She's just a regular citizen again now, isn't she?
Well, yeah, but she still gets the afforded the $400,000 salary for life, and her and Bill Clinton have never, ever, ever wasted an opportunity to make money. I mean, they stole millions of dollars of furniture from the White House when they left and were ordered to give it back. These people are leeches. They'll take anything they can. They'll continue to be out there speaking as much as they can because they need to make an income. So that's why they're everywhere. If they were well off, you think they'd still be everywhere? Bill Clinton isn't. He isn't because the Epstein stuff, he can't be anywhere. Here's what CNN says about the bad news to the Democrats coming up.
I think the warning sign is this: Democrats have an edge, but compared to what we see historically, it's really not that big of a lead. I mean, just take a look here. Okay, this is Congress National June polls, Dem leads, and this is NBC News, midterm years with the GOP press. Look at this. They're up by 5 points, but that's half the lead they had back in 2018 when it was 10 points, and less than half the lead they had back in 2006 with 11 points when Democrats took back the House in both of those years. And now the Democratic lead is on a single hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. And it's this type of lead where you say, you know what, Democrats are ahead, but don't count your chickens just quite yet.
And Harry, we've been talking about this. As time goes on, you and I have kept on looking at these numbers saying it just doesn't look like the numbers we've seen when there have been waves for Democrats in the past. What are the trends in the other polls?
Yeah, okay, so this is not just one poll in which we are seeing this. There is this group of pollsters that are out there that are just not showing the wave you might expect given where the president's approval rating is. Okay, what are we talking about? We're talking about NBC, Marquette University Law School, in Ipsos. Look at where they were January and February, and look at where they are May and June. NBC, down a point. MU Law, down 3 points. Ipsos, basically staying the same. So the Democrats hold these leads, but again, you have this group of pollsters that are out there where this lead, simply put, is not matching what you might expect if you're expecting a Democratic wave.
And that's sort of in a vacuum. What about in a year where Republicans have already made significant gains in terms of redistricting?
Exactly right. So you might say, hey, the president's approval is way down low. You expect Democrats to be way up high, especially given him in the record lows because of the Iran war not happening. And then you put in redistricting. Democrats in the National House vote, look at this, needed to control with redistricting. We really think the Democrats need between a 3 and 4 point advantage in the national vote. You average those polls together. We just on the last screen, Ipsos, MU Law, and NBC. It's right on the border there. It's right on the border. It is no guarantee. It is far from a guarantee at this point, if you believe these pollsters.
Very tight. Now, what are the prediction markets saying about Democrats' hopes to retake both chambers?
Yeah, okay. So then you take a look. Okay, look at the Kalshi prediction market. Chance to win number terms. Look, Democrats clearly have the advantage at 78% chance, but that's far from 100%, right? That's a 1 in 5, more than a 1 in 5 chance. Republicans hold on. You look at the Senate, the GOP still has the edge there. More likely than not that the GOP holds on in the Senate, according to Kalshi prediction market.
By the way, you want to make some money? You want to make some money? Go to Kalshi right now and put some money on the Republicans for holding the House. Just saying.
So basically, I'm putting out this warning sign. These are the warning signs, right? Yes, Democrats probably take back the House, but it's far from a guarantee, or we are not going to get caught like in past years. We ignore those polls that had those warning signs.
Yeah, stand by. We need more information on this, but it's a trend worth watching. Harry, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
We do have a lot of news this morning. We'll be right back.
Yeah, Democrats are not winning the House. Not happening. It's not happening. Remember they said Hillary Clinton, Eli, had a 90-something% chance to beat Donald Trump? Kamala Harris had an 80% chance or something of beating Donald Trump? And they can't even give a sure win to the Democrats here. Why? Because they're about to get smoked. They're about to get smoked, especially when that gas hits $2.50 a gallon.
Let's hope, baby. I'm waiting for that one myself. Love for those prices to drop down to that much.
Oh, they will. But Eli, you never leave your house. You're working there in that studio all day.
I go places.
It is good to see gas dropping. I'll tell you that, though. Lindsey, flimsy, Lady G. Right? Lady G, Lindsey Graham. All of us asked, why did Donald Trump endorse Lindsey Graham? Well, we found out. Because Lindsey Graham has so much tenure in the Senate. What, has he been there for like 30 years or something? 20 years? Because Lindsey Graham has so much tenure in the Senate and does a lot of backroom deals with people and is a shady individual, apparently President Trump coined him to be the guy to get the Save America Act through. I don't have much faith in Lindsey Graham. Lindsey is weak. But I will tell you about this guy, Lindsey. Girl, whatever you want to call him, Lady G. He does seem to get things done the way he wants done. So maybe Donald Trump saw some advantage to that. I don't know. But here's Lady G asked if he can get the Save America Act passed. Here's what he said.
President Trump has now appointed you to get the Save America Act across the finish line. What is your plan to do that, considering the pushback from many Senate Republicans?
Well, he's going to have to help me get them change their vote. I don't think we have the votes to change the filibuster. I do want to try to help him get the Save America through. I think we do some stuff in reconciliation. But at the end of the day, senators get a vote, and it's a math problem. So I'm hoping we keep pushing it every week. I'd love to vote on the Save America Act every week until the election to define the difference between Republicans and Democrats. So,
do we need to put a vote on the Senate, the Senate floor to continue to differentiate between Republicans and Democrats? Put a vote on the Senate floor that won't pass, so we can further display the difference between Republicans and Democrats? I'm so sick of this "we don't have the votes" shit. That's all you hear from Lady G, John Thune, James Lankford, and the rest of the know-nothing idiots. Now, this is something you'd never see Democrats doing. No Democrat on YouTube or anywhere else would ever call out a member of their own party. They just elected a Nazi in Maine, and they're okay with it. They've said it. Hold your nose and vote for the Nazi, they said. Look the other way and vote for the Nazi. It's better than Trump. They would never do this. We do. I'm so sick of the "we don't have the numbers" lie. It's not about the numbers. It's about enforcing, and it's not about nuking or altering the filibuster. It's about enforcing the filibuster that's already there. That's it. Enforcing the talking filibuster the way it was meant to be. That's it. Don't have to nuke it. Don't have to alter it. Don't have to get the votes to nuke it. Don't have to get the votes to alter it. Don't have to get the votes for the Save America Act to be on the floor. Don't have to do any of that. All you have to do is enforce the standing filibuster. Let them all talk till they can't. That triggers the 50 vote needed. You get the 50 votes, you get the 51 with J.D. Vance. How easy is that? They don't want it passed. They're lying. And by the way, Lady G looks rough, doesn't she? Her face looks bloated and red, eyes all bloodshot. Is she drunk?
if I had to explain to somebody from Mars what's the difference between a Democrat and Republican, I would say the Save America Act. We're for it, they're against it.
You mentioned putting the Save America Act into a reconciliation.
As much, you can't put the Save America in, but you can make down payments on it. So
what about the Senate parliamentarian? I mean, do you foresee that being
chop it up?
A road?
Well, I don't see anybody changing. You still got votes. Let's say she changed her mind tomorrow. You don't have enough votes, according to the vote tallies I've seen, to eliminate the filibuster. So
don't have to. Again, there it is right there. We don't need to eliminate the filibuster. We don't need to go outside the rules. We don't need to change anything for our own good. We don't need to alter anything so that we get something that we want, like the Democrats already said they're going to do. The Democrats have already said, the leadership has already said, when we take the House back, or when we take the Senate back, I mean, we're getting rid of the filibuster. They've already said it. They said we're going to nuke the filibuster, we're going to add to the Supreme Court, and we're going to add 2 new states to the country. They've already said it over and over and over again. They are going to do it. We don't even want to do that because we're not like them. We don't just want to alter and destroy something. We want to actually work within the confines of that law or of that rule. As of right now, there is a filibuster rule in the Senate. The actual filibuster is a standing filibuster. It means to talk until you can't. But right now, the Senate has this new tradition of not doing the standing filibuster so they don't waste time. And just basically not having it at all. So why is it even there? Why is it there if we can't enforce it? David Duke over on YouTube, because that's his name, says MAGA is cooked. Open your eyes. Even Ray Charles can see it. How is somebody with a 99% endorsement rating cooked? How is somebody that keeps winning cooked? How is somebody who won everything that there is to win in a national election cooked? We don't need to pass the Save America Act to enforce immigration law at the polling stations this midterms. His executive order has already been adopted by DHS and approved by DHS, meaning that regardless of the Save America Act going through or not, illegal aliens are not going to be voting in this election. And they're going to make sure of it, at least not in the big cities. It's already said. So we don't need it for that. We need it because it's common sense. And it would keep boys out of girls' sports. It would keep men from beating the piss out of women in MMA, right? It'd do a lot of other things. We do need it passed for those things. And we do need it codified into law for future presidents. Absolutely. But it's not about trying to win this election. We've already got that in the bag. Trust me. So these guys are just lying. Lindsey Graham is lying right now.
Just keep voting. Make people accountable for their votes.
President Trump has now appointed
Just keep voting and make people accountable for their votes? Do you know how you're not held accountable for your vote? When everybody expects you to vote that way. Everybody expects Democrats to vote against it, even though their constituents want it. And everybody expects good Republicans to vote for it, but we have rhinos that we're trying to get rid of. Lady G, the only reason she's still around is because Trump sees some kind of benefit to having somebody who's got tenure in the Senate. But if he's going to sit out here and cry and complain and can say and parrot the same stuff that John Thune is saying, then what do we care? Get rid of him. He's not doing his damn job. See that, President Trump? He told you he could get it over the border, or he told you he could get it across the finish line, and now that he's won his primary, he's sitting here saying the same exact stuff that John Thune says, word for word. We just don't have the votes. It's about math. It's about arithmetic. No, it's not.
Now the president is putting another stipulation. He wants his Save America Act, which is a voter ID, although it has other provisions in it, to be attached to FISA. He had a Truth Social saying that the few Democrats, his word, are against FISA with or without Bill Pulte going to DNI as acting. What kind of deal is that? Besides, I'm against FISA if it doesn't come with the Save America Act. Full version, firmly attached to it. What do you say to the president on that?
Well, we've had the vote on the full version twice now. So the full version is 5 components, and it's photo ID, it's registration or citizenship in order to register to vote, no biological boys and girls sports, bans mail-in voting, and it does away with trans surgeries for minors, which I'm for, and a lot of us are. But that only got...
And those 5 things are fairly practical in the Republican caucus.
They are. I mean, those are things that... But we only got 48 votes. We had that vote last week on all 5 components. The only way you can get, obviously, get this done is to nuke the legislative filibuster, and that is not something that we have anywhere close to votes to do. So we've had votes. We had it on the floor. It was the pending business in the Senate for a couple of weeks. We've done everything we can to date. We'll continue to put the Democrats on record. The Democrats are voting against an issue that 80 to 85% of the American people are for, and we need to hold them accountable for that.
But the president doesn't seem to understand your math.
Yeah, and I get that. And he's very
on conversations with him, how does this go over? Because the way he types it in his True Social post, it's pretty aggressive. He thinks you should be doing more.
And he's passionate about it, and we are doing everything that we can, but it is a function of math. I mean, we are bound by arithmetic in the United States Senate. The votes currently aren't there. We will continue to put the Democrats on the record and insist on votes on this. But if you tried to attach it, for example, to FISA, it would tank FISA. And so, we will move, once we get Clayton done, we'll move to FISA, try to get the Democrat coalition back together so we can actually pass that and put it on the president's desk. But, and we will look for votes, additional opportunities to get votes on the SAVE Act.
What about housing? You've got a deal potentially.
All right, let's stop right there. Again, everything is being done. That is a lie. Everything is not being done. John Thune has not went to his Senate Republicans and said, for those of you who do not vote for this, I will strip you of your committee. I will strip you from any campaign money for re-election. They don't do that because they want the re-election. So they won't stand up for morals because they want the re-election. That's what I'm saying. That's one thing he could do. Okay? Donald Trump should say, I'm not signing a damn thing until you get this across. I'm not signing FISA. I'm not signing budget reconciliation. I'm not assigning funding the government. I'm not signing shit. And I'll guarantee you it'll push Republicans in that way. That's number one. Number two, has nothing to do with nuking the filibuster. I've said this 1,000 times. I don't know why Brett Baer and anybody else doesn't say, why do you have to nuke the filibuster? Because then he would say, well, we have to so we could only have 50 votes. What about enforcing the filibuster? Why is the filibuster there if we don't use it? Why is it even a thing? Why are we talking about it? Why are we talking about nuking something that's not even in use? It's just sitting there. Enforce it. We're enforcing a standing filibuster, after which we will only be required 50 votes. That's the due process that we do here. By the way, it's not even law. To have 2/3 of the Senate needing to vote on something, that's what they've transformed the filibuster into. You see that, right? That's not by our founding fathers. So any dipshit Democrat on YouTube watching should agree with me on this. Our founding fathers wanted nothing to do with a 2/3 majority needing something. If that was the case, then we would be a democracy, which we're not. We are a constitutional republic. The Senate is supposed to, ladies and gentlemen, have one vote count for one person. One vote count for one person. It shouldn't be, we need a majority of people to agree with this. No, we don't. We don't need a majority of people, like a supermajority, to deal with this, to vote on this. We just need a simple majority, not a supermajority. Founding fathers never had that 60 vote threshold in anything. That was changed in the Senate rules saying, well, we don't want to do the filibuster anymore. The filibuster takes time, effort, money. We don't want to do that. Let's instead transform the filibuster into needing a supermajority, needing 60 votes to get some of this stuff passed. That's what they changed it into. That's what they're lying about. They could easily enforce the actual filibuster, but they won't, because they benefit from Democrats winning as well. That's the game. That's why they call it the uniparty. I hate them both. I hate the Republican GOP. I hate the Democrat Party, of which it's become. I love the Democrats that are the JFK Democrats. They at least have a brain. XX Machine says, please explain how ensuring illegals can't vote has nothing to do with illegal. Because it makes sense to me. Makes no sense to me what you're saying. Makes no sense to me what you're asking. A voter identification card gotten through the government, not the DMV. So here is how you enforce illegals not voting if the Save America Act is not passed. If the Save America Act is passed, then everybody has to go re-register to vote. And you have to show you're a citizen. That would be easy. If the Save America Act is not passed, then that means DHS, Department of Homeland Security, is going to have to be in these big cities, and they're going to have to ensure that the people that are voting are citizens to vote. If they suspect anybody not being one, meaning that if the names come in and they say, here is my name, and they go up, that name is not a registered voter, then they can ensure that they don't vote. That would be difficult to do as well. That's what the DHS says they're prepared to do, but you know how difficult that would be to do? The only way you could do that is if you forced each and every poll worker to share with you the information of the person that's coming in. But what about the states that don't need ID? Well, President Trump's executive order says you must show voter ID. Well, then the states are going to sue and say, that's not our law. And Trump is going to countersue and say, it doesn't matter, it's federal law. And you're voting for federal elections. So you can do whatever you want in your stupid little sanctuary state, but here, we're doing things the right way. So it is a mess. But it's something that can be done. Okay? It is a mess, but it's something that can be done. I want to move on here to the Iranian deal. We're going to get to J.D. Vance here in a few minutes and the media tour that he went on yesterday. Trump says that he will. I thought that press conference that he was doing today might have been it. It seemed like it wasn't. He said that he will hold a press conference to read the entire text of the deal so that nobody can take it out of context. Nobody can lie about it. I was hoping that would be it, that he was just doing it at the G7. I don't know if it happened after I left the G7, but here is President Trump saying that yesterday.
From the second stage of the negotiation from this memorandum. I don't know, it's a 60-day period or so. I think it's going to happen fairly on time. We've been both involved. I think they're going to want to get it done. Iran wants to get it done. They have to get back to business. And the relationship is now normalized. So I think it's going to go pretty quickly, Steve. Could go faster. Could take longer, too, but it could go faster.
There's so much interest in the text of the document. Why not release the document?
Oh, I will.
Why not release it?
Well, because I'd like to get a formal setting first before we do that. But I have no problem with that. It's a good document. Here's what it says. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. That's what it says. It won't have one to buy, to develop. They will not have a nuclear weapon. And I would say that's about 99.9% of what I wanted, because we couldn't let that happen. You couldn't let that happen. And they won't have a nuclear weapon. Now, in addition to that, the Strait is going to be open toll-free. And it's toll-free beyond the 60 days. It's not, somebody said, oh, it's toll-free for... No. It's toll-free, period. When it opens permanently...
He's giving you some of it right here.
I want to congratulate our Navy because the naval blockade was unbelievable. But I will I'll not only release it, I'll probably have a press conference and read it to you word by word so that the press covers it accurately. Because it's a very important document, and unlike Obama, who could have destroyed the Middle East with a horrible JCPOA, it is the worst agreement. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. Mine is a wall against a nuclear weapon. I mean, I see these people say, but we already had one. That was the worst. He paid a fortune for it. We paid nothing. We don't pay. There was some statement, we're going to spend $300 billion. No, we're not. We're allowed to go and invest if we wanted to someday in the future. We have no obligation whatsoever. It could be that Iran will turn out to be successful when they have oil. But if we left a week ago, just left, before the last two attacks, it would have taken them 20 years to rebuild Iran. So, but I'll go over the document with the media in a couple of days.
Mr. President,
Awesome. What is Mama said? The Strait went from a 900 number to an 800 number. Are you talking about the ships that were waiting to go through and that were stuck there and it went down to 800? I'm not so 100% sure on what you're saying in the live chat, but let me know. Here is J.D. Vance on his little media tour yesterday, which I think he did a great job. I think he dog walked the media yesterday. I think he did a great job. He made them all love him. Even the View loved him, you could tell. This is J.D. Vance blasting Jessica Tarloff of The Five over the Iran deal claims. But she, just like every other Democrat,
report last night was meaningful, where they said that CIA Director Ratcliffe, Rubio, and Hegseth, based on American intelligence, were doubting the kind of results they thought we could get out of this deal. That the
Yeah, so Jessica, let me address a couple of things, because I think you're making the same mistake, unfortunately, that a lot of the Iranian propagandists make when they talk about this.
Like
which
the
is
Wall Street Journal?
They talk about the benefits
like the
to the
Wall Street
Iranians without any of the things the Iranians would have to give up and have to change in order to get those benefits. So you mentioned a $300 billion fund. I got to be very clear about this. Not a single cent of American money under any circumstance, no matter what the Iranians do, goes to Iran. Not a single cent of American
but they get
money.
other money.
Here's what this
Not
says.
our
This
money.
says, for example, let's say that the United Arab Emirates, who have been a great ally, let's say they want to invest in a power plant in Iran. What this deal provides is that if the Iranians have done everything we require them to do, then we will allow the United Arab Emirates to do that, because they can't do that right now without American approval. So we're fundamentally saying if the Iranians transform how they interact with the world, we will transform how the world economy interacts with Iran. But if they don't do any of that stuff, they don't get any of these benefits. So I think all the Democrats who are saying, well, the Iranians get all these things, they don't get anything unless there's been a complete transformation of how Iran interacts with the world. That would be a huge win for America. And to Jesse's point, if they don't do any of these things, we don't give them anything, they don't receive anything, their nuclear program.
When J.D. Vance says we don't give them anything, means we don't give them the okay to deal with the Gulf countries that are around them. The Gulf nations are around them are the ones that will be investing their money into Iran, up to a $300 billion access for Iran to have these Gulf countries invest into them. If they don't meet benchmarks, then we, the United States, are not going to allow any other Gulf country to deal with them. We own them. We own their future. We own what happens to them. And after this deal is done, you are going to see Iran turn into Qatar. You're going to see Iran turn into Saudi Arabia. You're going to see Iran turn into the United Arab Emirates. Why? Because they want to thrive. And the leadership that Trump wiped out, murdered, killed, whatever you want to call it, they're 3 times removed. Those people with that ideology are dead. The new leadership wants to be like Qatar. They want to prosper like the United Arab Emirates. They didn't win a damn thing. We're in charge, and I love it. No matter what the left says, we're in charge.
Is still destroyed. Their military is still destroyed. Their missile program and industrial base is still destroyed. We fundamentally have transformed the Middle East. Whether they comply or not, this is just icing on the cake, assuming they do all the right things.
Can I just take a quick, and then
Please.
obviously it goes to Greg. So I guess 2 things. One, there's already been reporting that the Qataris have been paying off the Iranians
Not
to
true.
get them to.
I've seen the report, by the way, and we have a great relationship with the
And
Qataris. It's just
no money has exchanged hands. Iran has not gotten a single dollar from
Correct.
any Gulf partners. Okay.
Pretty
and
unequivocal.
again, lots of criticism from the Republican side of this as well. It is a bipartisan concern.
Well, I think, look, some of the criticism comes from the fact that if Donald Trump were elected the supreme leader of Iran, the Democrats would still say that the United States had lost this.
I love the way that JD allowed people to, during this media tour yesterday, allowed people to speak without cutting them off, allowed them to cut him off as well, and just was very...
I probably shouldn't say this, but I used to...
Was very composed. I don't know where that ad came from. Was very composed, very chill, quiet, came with facts, just spoke to them like a normal human being. And Eli, I believe that's how he won him over.
I think my absolute favorite part of yesterday, though, was when he was on The View, which I wish he wouldn't have gone on, but I get why he did. But that whole interaction with Whoopi where she was like, you know, how you gonna do this? How you gonna do that? And he goes, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Can you just, oh, yeah, I can see that you can't understand what I'm saying, so let me explain it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, what, Whoopi, what are you even talking about? What are you even saying, Whoopi? Well, so we're going to go to The View next, okay? But first, we got to go and highlight a couple of our partners, like Rumble Wallet. Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you, now guess what? Democrats and Republicans have digital currency, okay? Not everybody does. It's kind of new for a lot of people, especially a lot of people older than the age of, say, 40. But if you are a avid digital currency collector, and you're out there mining or you're out there buying or whatever it is, whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's crypto, whatever it is, you can consolidate your digital currency into one wallet. So you know how you have like Google Wallet, which keeps your credit cards, debit cards, passes, QR codes, and things like that in it? Well, that operates kind of like this. This is Rumble Wallet. It is there for you to consolidate your digital currency. You can even attach it to a thing called MoonPay. Now, MoonPay is everywhere these days, and it's basically the go-between for digital currency to be transferred into dollars, and you can actually use it like a debit card. And when your money is in Rumble Wallet, it's 100% yours. It cannot be touched. You can even donate it to your favorite creator like me, 100% untouched and no middleman whatsoever. So, Rumble Wallet. Click the QR code on your screen if you're watching on your TV. Go to wallet.rumble.com or go to your Play Store, Apple or Android Play Store, and download today, ladies and gentlemen, and just give yourself even more of a financial freedom and a shield away from the federal government, big banks, and anybody else trying to hack in and steal anything. It doesn't happen. Rumble Wallet at wallet.rumble.com. And a big shout out to them. All right? All right, here we go. This is J.D. Vance on his little media tour yesterday promoting his book and going into the belly of the dogs. He died like a dog. He died like a dog. I should say belly of the beasts because they are beasts over there at the View. But let's go.
Last night, you know who celebrated his 80th birthday at an event billed as UFC Freedom 250, featuring cage matches on the South Lawn of the White House. White House denies accusations that he's cashing in on the event, saying there's no conflict of interest because you know whose assets are in a trust managed by his kids. If it's in a trust and I'm managing it, maybe he's not going to get no money. But if it's in a trust and his kids are managing it, they might get some money. He might get some money. Correct. But that's neither here nor there. There was also one fighter who used his victory speech to make a derogatory slur against former First Lady Michelle Obama. What did you make of yesterday's event?
I do want to address the derogatory slur made about the former First Lady Michelle Obama because I think it's important.
Hold up. Wait. How's saying somebody's a man derogatory? Now, if he would have called her a dumb black bitch, that would be derogatory. That would be out of line. That would be something that I would say, hey, chill, man. You know, guy or girl, chill. You don't have to go that far. That's derogatory. Derogatory, I don't know what that means, but calling somebody a man in 2026 is not derogatory. It might not even be correct when you're talking about an actual man. How is saying Michelle Obama is a man, Eli, a derogatory statement? It might be an untrue statement, but not derogatory.
It might be an untrue statement, but somehow I doubt it is. And I think derogatory is married to derogatory, so I think that's who she was.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. Let's go back to this nonsense of the View here.
Important to address. And we won't dignify what was said by repeating it, but you should look it up. And I think the reason that it's important is because for a long time, and the roots are in slavery, black women have been slurred and made to feel that they were unattractive, made to feel that
How do you know? How do you know? You've not seen slavery. You've never even been close enough to slavery to smell it, let alone taste it, touch it, see it. You wouldn't know. There's no possible way Sonny Hostin would know anything about slavery. She wouldn't know.
They were masculine, made to feel that they were, they didn't have the femininity that a white woman would have. And so there's this intersectionality between racism and sexism that was on full display at the White House. The crowd laughed at the statement.
It was funny.
And the President of the United States smirked.
Oh, no,
And
not a
never
smirk.
addressed what was said. That is beneath the dignity of the office of the President.
Is it beneath the dignity of the office of the presidency to call a candidate for president a Nazi and a racist? What's his worse? Getting called a Nazi, a racist, a bigot, an Islamophobe, a homophobe, and all of the above, even though his record shows that he's not any of those things for what he's done for those communities of people? Which is worse, getting called that on a daily basis or getting called a man? You see, Obama called Trump all those names while Trump was running for office, then used the power of the government to do Crossfire Hurricane to try to stop him from becoming the president of the United States. That's beneath the office of the presidency of the United States, don't you think? Don't you think? Raiding Mar-a-Lago with the order to shoot if necessary to get documents that the president and only the president of the United States is allowed to keep, including Barack Obama, but not Joe Biden, not when he took him as vice president. Isn't that beneath the office of the presidency, Eli? But not condemning a fighter who fights for a living, who had an opinion that said Michelle Obama's a man, not condemning that is beneath the office of the presidency, apparently.
I think Michelle Obama could do a few things, but one main thing to prove that she is a woman. And because this whole thing started, they've been saying she's a real woman, she's a proud woman, she's a strong woman. She's not too proud, because we still haven't seen a picture of her pregnant. And what woman who gets pregnant and is proud of those pregnancies isn't glowing and elated and wants to show the world what her and her husband have created? Still haven't seen anything. Still haven't seen one pregnant picture.
You know, Keith Day said, I'd love to see Jeremy on The View. It'd be nonstop commercials. That's exactly right. If I was on there, they'd be like, going to commercial, going to commercial, going to commercial.
Of the United States, and it's beneath the dignity of the American people.
I'll tell you, I didn't watch 1 second of that UFC fight because to me that does not celebrate America's 250th anniversary. That does not signify America's best values. And I'll tell you, he is so obsessed with the Obamas. They live rent-free in their head. But I'm going to tell you how I'm going to celebrate.
That's rich. Eli, that's rich.
That's hilarious, actually. You could actually rename this show. It's not The View anymore. It's the Trump bashing show, living rent-free. First of all, you took that saying from us, as you take every saying from us. And all you guys do is, maybe they talk about other stuff. I don't watch the show. But every time we play a clip from The View, all they're doing is trashing on Trump. So who lives rent-free in whose head? Trump. So.
Absolutely. 100%. It's funny, isn't it? It's funny to watch it play out in real time.
Vice President, according to a new report from the New York Times, you were the leading voice behind the scenes to release the Epstein files, and we applaud you for that. And you warned top officials, including top DOJ officials, at strategy meetings taking place inside the Situation Room. We understand that there are tapes of those meetings, that this was a huge problem for the base. The report says you even floated having Tucker Carlson interview Ghislaine Maxwell to clear the president's name, but you were rebuffed by your people. Why?
Well, I'd say, first of all, don't believe everything that you read in any newspaper, whether it's a right-leaning paper or a left-leaning paper, because as you guys know, well, there are things that are true, things that are false, and things that are totally missing context. Well, here's what I'll say. So, number one, I am frankly kind of a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff, and that story says that that's one of the things that's true, is that some people called me a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff. And I love Susie, but absolutely, she thinks I'm a conspiracy theorist on the Epstein stuff, because I think that it's crazy that you had this guy who is clearly a sex predator who was hanging out with a lot of very wealthy and powerful people. Like, that really bothered me. I don't know what's there, of course. Nobody knows exactly what happened unless you were there, but that really bothered me, and I wanted to have full transparency. What I disagree with is the idea that the White House wasn't committed to full transparency. We have to remember, like, I was inside the room when some of these decisions were made. The Epstein Files Transparency Act, the one that the president signed, the one that led to all these files that we're seeing, the emails. By the way, again, sorry, Joe, I do have to defend my boss. I know you guys don't always appreciate this, but, you know, one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump literally reported Jeffrey Epstein to the police.
Okay,
that's one of the things that came out of these
files. They were
files.
best friends for about a decade. And remember, he signed that Transparency Act under duress when some Republican women, congresswomen like Lauren Boebert, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, did not give in to his pressure of not signing. He brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to pressure her into caving on not voting for that bill.
So let me respond to that. So
that's all true.
Let me respond to that. So number one is, yes, Donald Trump, and he said this, he knew Jeffrey Epstein back in the 1980s. He also threw Jeffrey Epstein out of his club when he found out he was a creep and reported him to the police. That's something that the media often misses when it reports the story.
Yep.
They tell the fact that they knew each other in the 80s, which the president himself admits. They ignore the fact that he narked on him to the police led ultimately to JeffreyEpstein's downfall.
That's right.
To that point, Anna, you know the Republican Party. Well, it's one of the things that led to law enforcement investigation. But on the point that you made,
it was allegedly over a real estate deal that they got into a fight over.
But the email says
and
actually
they didn't just know each other. Let's just be truthful and transparent here. They didn't just know each other.
He's in a lot of
they were
pictures.
incredibly close friends.
he reported him to the police. That's what I'm saying. That is objective. That is objectively true. But Anna made another point that I think I would be if I may, because Anna made a very important point. This question about did Donald Trump release these files only under duress from Republicans? And Anna, you know the Republican Party probably better than I do. The idea that Donald Trump runs around afraid of Republican congressmen as opposed to the other way around is kind of crazy.
What was the bipartisan? It was Republicans and Democrats.
But because the Republicans control the House and the Senate, particularly the Senate, you need the Republican sign-off. What the president did is, look, I will say this. Again, I was in there in the meetings. He was very frustrated that the Democrats were making this about him when he's like, look, I threw the guy out of my club. I am the guy who reported him to the police, or one of the people who reported him to the police. The president was frustrated about that, absolutely. But he eventually came to say, you know what? Let's just get everything out there. Let's have this out in the public. And he actually called the senators. I was there. He called the senators and said, you know what? Pass this bill, I'll sign it. And that was it.
Well, let me follow up briefly. Let me follow up briefly.
Yes.
It sounds like you believed that there would be men in the files who would be held accountable. Rightfully so. And the American people are with you on this. Why haven't we seen the release of over 2.5 million additional Epstein file documents? It seems like you are someone that is on the right side of history on this.
Look,
so
by
we've
the
released,
way,
I think
you see that tactic, Eli? But sir, you seem to be the guy that's on the right side of history. We're all friends here. Tell us what we want to hear. Give us a soundbite so that the clapping seals can clap. You see how it's so hilarious. And I love the way he's letting them speak and then answering them, and they don't like his answers.
Yep. He absolutely maintains himself in the most amazing way, dude. And please excuse me for saying so. I'm so sick and tired of this shit, especially scumbags like Anna Navarro. Let's be honest. Come on now, let's be honest. They were the best of friends. They hung out all the time. Epstein didn't know anybody else. He didn't hang out with anybody else. They were the best of friends for over a decade. Maybe, no, let's call it 2 decades, because you're just making shit up at this point. You're guessing about all these things. Stop doing that. If you want facts, ask for facts. Don't make them up and then say, isn't that right?
Yeah, that's it. And you got to understand another thing, too. When you're on these shows, the producers over by the cameramen, they have signs that say applause. Eli and I have seen them. They have signs that say applause. They hold them up and they go like this. Every single time one of them speaks. If there was no crowd, the View would never look like it's even holding its own in a conversation.
Exactly. Usually there are big lights that blink applause, and you're right, they have guys that say this.
Yep.
So if you want to talk about cult members who do exactly what they're told to do,
that's it.
That's a liberal audience on shows like The View.
That's it. And you know when you never see those things? Eli and I have covered how many Trump rallies? How many Trump events have we held? Where there's a production team there, his own White House team is there. Never have I seen that. Never. Not once.
Nope. It was just organic as hell because everybody knew that Trump was telling the truth. I know that's going to piss off a lot of you guys on YouTube. Liar, liar, liar.
That's it. Let's watch more of this.
6 million files or 6 million pages of documents. My understanding is the 2.5 million, Sonny. I'm going to check on this to make sure, but my understanding is that a lot of those are duplicates of things that have already been released.
So then
We're not
release them,
holding
but we're
not holding anything back. Some of those things are like the courts have to order you to release them. So that was one thing that we confronted. You talk about this situation in meetings is, there was a big bunch of files that existed, I think in the Southern District of New York, or maybe it was some other
Southern
jurisdiction.
District of New York.
But we were like, we want to release these files, but you need the court approval in order to release the files. Sometimes we would apply to release the files and the courts would say no.
That's exactly
so
right.
those particular documents, I would need to actually know exactly what you're talking about.
3.5 million documents were released, and my understanding is 2.5 million have not been released.
Those may have been the ones that are under court. So I don't know what the documents you're talking about, but I'm telling you,
Let me go to break. Let me go to break.
Sure.
Let me go to break.
Let me go to break. Let me go to break. Let me go to break. As soon as he's actually answering the real questions, you got to understand, we actually applied for those courts. We requested those courts release those documents in the Southern District of New York 3 times. They were denied. Who oversaw the Southern District of New York as the FBI agent in charge? James Comey's daughter. Now let's move on to ICE and immigration.
Of people that ICE is rounding up and taking out of their homes from their families. They're separating families. They're using children as bait.
But
the majority are not criminal.
But can I respond to that, guys? Let me just say this. Okay. So you talk about the children. Here's what I'd say. Do we know that during the last administration, we had tens of thousands of children who were sex trafficked by the cartels, who were brought into our country in profoundly dangerous and predatory conditions?
Let's talk about this administration.
But here's the point. Unless you enforce the border, you invite that kind of conduct. You think that our immigration policies are inhumane based on the reporting of one person with a political bias. What I'm telling you is that it's inhumane to allow cartels to sex traffic people across our border. And by the way,
Please hold on.
I appreciate that. We're going to get you back, Anna.
We're coming back.
To the majority.
Oh, yeah, another commercial. Another commercial. Boy, they just keep going to commercial, huh? How about the claim that the White House is destroying Black History Month and destroying black culture and stealing it and taking it and wiping it away and disappearing it, unaliving it? Whatever words you want to use.
Our political coalition, frankly, even if you didn't vote for us, everybody is welcome in our country so long as you're an American citizen with the duties and the legal obligations and rights to be here. But let me just give you an example of this.
Yeah.
Okay, so you say that we're anti-minority or anti-black.
No, I didn't say that. I asked. See?
Well, okay, fine. Fair.
Don't start any stuff with me, man. Don't get me in trouble. Don't start no stuff with me. But
I misinterpreted your question,
That's
but let me answer your actual question there. What I'm saying, I think, okay, look at Washington, D.C. One of the most democratic and one of the blackest, by a share of population, blackest cities in the United States of America, has seen a radical decrease in violent crimes and sexual assaults and in murders. We have tried to take the crime issue seriously, in part because we believe everybody, whether you're black or white or rich or poor, deserves to live in a safe neighborhood.
why does the crime? Where does the crime step in? This is not about crime. This is about
women lost their jobs.
Rights. This is about human
Sonny,
rights.
what you're saying is we got to do more on the economy.
Black history has been erased from public spaces.
Black history is not erased from public spaces.
We do have to get to Herrell when we get back. There's some very important news to get to.
I'm telling you, we celebrate Black history. We celebrate all American history in this administration. You guys might be skeptical of this, but I promise you it's true.
I have to go to break. I have to go to break. I have to go to break. I have to go to break again. We always have to go to break when he makes the greatest points. Don't you know? Got to go to break. Break. Go to break. Whoopee. He's making great points. He's making the people of America fall in love with him. He's talking sensible. We're not used to this kind of stuff.
So President Trump has called affordability a hoax. He said that, not me. He's pouring money into this ballroom of his and the reflecting pool. Oh, don't forget the Arch de Trump, I call it. And a White House cage match. All these things, why is he doing them when you just, everybody knows that Americans are struggling? What is he spending all this money for?
Well, I got to defend the president on the hoax point. What the president said is the idea that Republicans caused the affordability problem is a hoax. And I think that's true. If you go back to the Biden administration, inflation got up to 9% under the Biden administration, okay? Right now it's at 3.5%. By the way, too high. We're doing everything that we can to bring it back down to 2.5%, which is where most people would like to see it. But we inherited an affordability problem. We're doing a lot to make it better. It's going to take a little bit of time. There's a lot more work to do. But the president knows that a lot of Americans are struggling. In fact, he ran on that. He talked about it. And we've done some things and made some good progress on that point.
He just said he loves the inflation.
What he said, Anna, what he said is that he loves the fact that the inflation is going to come down when this war is over. That's what he said.
That's not what he said.
That is what he said.
Are you his interpreter or are you his vice president? Come on.
Well, look. What the president said. People were asking about the inflation. They were asking about the affordability problem, which again is very real. And what he said is, "I love the inflation because it's going to come down when the war is over." And now, again, we already see gas prices.
See that? It's kind of like there are two fine people on both sides comment. They don't play the actual. They don't play the actual. They just take out of it what they want, run with that, and he's there telling them that's not what's said. Hey, real quick here, I want to introduce you guys to somebody. You may have seen her every week on Patriot Pals. She just got to the studio hanging out with Dad for the rest of the day. Want to come say hi? Come on. There you go. Come on up. Hello. There you go. You might have to get up on your knees here, say hi, so they can see you. Otherwise, you're going to be too low. There it is. Hello. There's Lily, everybody. Hey, Patriot Pals is tomorrow. That's what you're here to help me record today, right? Do you know what Patriot Pals is about tomorrow?
Mom said there was two battles.
What's the one we talked about this morning?
Route 66.
Statue.
That's the only one you told me.
Statue of Liberty.
Statue of Liberty.
Statue of Liberty. Yeah, we're going to be talking about the Statue of Liberty, and then we're going to do Route 66 the next week, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah?
Mom said we had two today.
We're going to do two today?
Yeah, that's what Mom said.
Oh, maybe. Well, say hi to everybody. I got to do the rest of the news.
Hello.
Hello. Thanks, Lil. There you go.
Bye.
Bye. You can go and color, hang out, okay? Well, you can do something. Figure something out. Go play in Mom's office. Just don't touch anything that you're not supposed to. Actually, probably shouldn't have told her that. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, there's Lily. And, you know, I almost didn't put her on, Eli, because I would be afraid that people on YouTube would, you know, they're Democrats. A lot of them are Democrats over there. So, you know, oh, you're just stupid. But what's up, Eli?
Looks like the stupid fat grifter just got his kid on to elicit more money from people.
Yeah. I'm surprised we didn't see that. But Lily's gonna take over this business someday, and she's gonna be a formidable opponent in the media world. All right, let's go to this next video here. This is JD Still with the ladies of The View.
You know, one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump.
Oh.
And that Donald Trump...
That's a replay. Sorry. We got another one here. My bad. We got another one here. This is where Anna Navarro actually gets snapped at by Whoopi Goldberg and tells her to stop interrupting and talking over. But I couldn't believe it when I saw it.
You guys might be skeptical of this, but I promise you it's true.
I have to go to break. Anna, God, please, we have more with Vice President J.D. Vance when we come back. Don't do that.
Anna, please, stop talking over everybody. We stop. Anna, stop. Stop. And of course, J.D. Vance, loving it. Look at the look on his face. Look at him. Loving it. He loves it. He loves it. So here's Sarah. Is her name Haynes or Hines? Sarah Haynes. She's the blonde lady that's on The View there. She's got there was a backstage video that she posted about some insights into some stuff that she was going to ask J.D. Vance on the show before he came on. Let's go to that clip.
We just finished our show today, and we
it.
had Vice President J.D. Vance on, and I asked him this question. As someone who has admitted to chasing ambition, which you write about in the book, in the past, but now says your faith brought you back to your priorities, I have to kind of use your own words that sit with me from 2016.
Sure.
Fellow Christians, everyone is watching when we apologize for this man. Lord, help us. And I think about that all the time because as a fellow Christian, that is something that weighs on my heart as I watch this country and the leadership at the top, because it's also something I have to explain to my kids, which I know we also share, this idea that our greatest privilege and responsibility are these young people we're raising.
Of course.
So help me find the words to explain to my children what they're witnessing right now. I came to that question because after reading his book, which was a deeply personal evolution of faith and a faith journey for the vice president, you can see how much it informs his life. And although I share the faith, I'm a fellow Christian, I'm also a parent, I couldn't quite reconcile how you are in politics, maybe at all, but specifically in this administration, and how you're able to defend your actions and your life. Because although politics doesn't inform my religion, my spiritual faith and my personal relationship with God absolutely informs how I would handle myself politically. That's not to say that I believe church and state should not be separate. I believe they should be completely separate. But I've always thought as a parent, everything in our lives becomes, how do you explain it to the kids? Could I explain it to the kids? And
you know who didn't think that church and state should be completely separate? You know who didn't think that? The Founding Fathers. That's why they didn't put it in any of the founding documents. They said that states should not be able to force faith or religion. They said that states should accept people's faith and their religion. It didn't say that they should be separate, because any person in their right mind who's a Christian knows you cannot do anything without being a Christian first. Stephen A. Smith said that a black person shouldn't do anything without being black first. Black over American, black over anything. I would say that's completely wrong, but I would say that if you're a Christian, everything is God first. So, Founding Fathers didn't agree with that. Now let's see what he said when he went on Megyn Kelly, talking about black pillars, like Megyn Kelly.
Megan, I would have this important point.
And then we're told, and I quote, those who speak ill of Mark Levin are not MAGA.
Well, the president, as he does, is pushing back at a criticism of yours that he thought was unfair.
Not just me. I mean, a lot of the non-interventionalists.
But I talked to him last night, and I said, Mr. President, I'm going to go on Megyn Kelly's show, and I'm going to defend the administration's policies. He said, absolutely, I love that. Because, again,
good. Tell him he should do it next.
He engages, and he's going to criticize you when he agrees or disagrees with you.
I don't mind his
criticism. He's going to say
fine.
nice things about you when he agrees with you. But that's what I actually love about the president. Is he's not like viewing these debates from the outside. He's participating in them himself. And again, Megan, the frustration that I've had with, the non-interventionist side has been that the attitude seems to be, we disagree with the president on this policy. Look, we can have that debate, but fine, okay? You disagree with the president on this particular policy. That doesn't mean you can give up on the entire enterprise.
Yeah, no,
and the reason,
I agree
Megan,
with that.
the reason why neocons are so much more effective in politics than the people on the other side in our coalition is because they play the game.
Some of
Megan, I would
us
have
push
this important
back,
point.
and then we're told, and I quote, those who speak ill of Mark Levin are not MAGA.
Well, the president, as he does, is pushing back at a criticism of yours that he thought was unfair.
Not just me. I mean, a lot of the non-intervention.
Okay, we'll move on to the next clip. This is where he's like, funny how you guys all just give up because you disagree with the president on something. And I agree with this.
Experience, like I'm just out. And I have been trying to make the point that you can't do that, right?
No,
you got to stay.
that's right.
But realistically, because after these midterms are over.
Can I make one more point about this, Megan? This is very important. I'm sorry to interrupt. But
no, it is.
So look, the coalition that made Donald Trump the president of the United States and J.D. Vance the vice president of the United States, people have to remember this. It was Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan. It was also Mark Levin. it was also a lot of people like John Podhoretz who want a more aggressive foreign policy. What I think is important, I'm never going to say that John Podhoretz is not welcome in the Republican Party. He is. But just as he's disappointed right now, sometimes other people are going to be disappointed at other times. You can't just quit politics because the leader of a country of 330 million people makes a decision you disagree with.
Absolutely right. I love what he said there. You're just going to give up on everything just because you disagree with one thing or two things or whatever? Now, Eli, I wanted to end the show on a wonderful, positive note, and which I will do that. But before we do that, I do want to talk about our last two sponsors. First one being Fatty 15. Look, Fatty 15 doesn't make you reverse in your age, but Fatty 15 does change the way you do age. You understand that? It changes the way you age. It cleans and fixes your, repairs your damaged cells, and at a cellular level, they age slower. They're stronger. It repairs them. It rejuvenates them. That's what C15 does. Okay? Fatty 15 gives you an essential fatty acid that is C15 inside each pill every day. And you can get yours a 90-day starter kit right now for just $101.96. Okay? Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Eli, before we move on to these videos, I do want to thank ASW, actually, over on YouTube. Because he saw Brian saying some terrible things about my daughter, and I deleted Brian and banned him. And ASW said, you don't talk about the kids, mate. And he's from Australia. I told him, I'm no longer going to bash your country then. Because I thought that was a very stand-up thing you did there. We can find common ground. And that was common ground. And I appreciated that very, very much. All right. For all the people that hate our country that live in it, I want to show you about 10 videos real quick, if I can. Try to go through them quickly, of people who absolutely love this country, who are here because of the World Cup, and they are so incredibly joyful that this country is as great as it is. And they're just happy and they're loving it. Here's one right here.
America, we need to talk. We need to talk about how beautiful and amazing your national parks are. Today, we're in Zion, showing my brother around as he's visiting America. But I don't think people realize how big, large, wild, full of wildlife, full of animals that America is. There is nothing quite like American national parks and state parks. It's just incredible. Absolutely incredible. There really is.
And you know what they said about the American people? That they were lied to their whole life. The American people are great, and they're hospitable, and they're wonderful. Here's one right here.
Americans as rude, lazy, all the above. And it's further from the truth. The amount of hospitality and kindness and care and pride Americans hold is truly like no other country I've been to. And to show you a perfect example of that, today is Flag Day, National Flag Day. And I went to the Huntsville Square. They did the whole ceremony where they lower the flag and I guess put a new flag up for the year. And that was obviously followed by the American national anthem. And it was just so nice to see everyone get their hat, take it off, and respect the country.
Amen. And for the people that are on YouTube saying we don't hate the country, we just hate maggots, majority of the country voted for MAGA. So yes, you do hate the country.
She just came to a restaurant and I told the server, I love America and it's amazing here. And she just said to me, are you being sarcastic? And I'm like, why is it like that? Why is it like that here? Why do people think you're crazy for loving it?
Even foreigners are saying, why do people in this country hate this country? It's amazing. It's awesome. It's wonderful. It's the greatest thing we've ever seen. Here's a guy who said I was lied to about America.
I've been lied to my entire life about America.
America, it is happening.
There's Josh.
Do you see it?
people who aren't American who have traveled to the World Cup are realizing they've been lied to. Before traveling to America, foreigners would just think America is this place they would hear about on the news all the time. It's a horrible place. But when you strip that back, like I've been doing for years, traveling America, so many different states, you realize the beauty of America, the different cultures, how amazing the people are. And the World Cup has allowed people outside of America to see America through their own eyes, not through their country's media eyes. This is incredible.
I love it. That was Josh from Josh and Jace. Don't worry, there's more. Here's a Brit who can't believe this place.
I'm a Brit in America, and this place is absolutely insane. It's massive. Bass Pro Shop. The British mind cannot comprehend this shop. Guns, rifles, fishing gear, camping gear, barbecue stuff. There's absolutely everything. There's a water fountain in the middle of it as well.
Now remember, we haven't had the World Cup here since the 90s. So these people that are here were not adults and traveling then. Here's one that says we owe an American apology.
Americans were right when they said us English can't handle the heat. I've just landed in Texas for the World Cup, and the heat is another level in America than what it is to England. Every time it's a heat wave in the UK, we post on Twitter to say how hot it is, and there's always an argument with Americans saying it's not that hot, and we always argue that it is hot, it's different heat, whatever. No, the heat here is different. The air is thick like soup, and even in the middle of the night, it's 29 degrees. Right now, it's 35 Celsius. And you can barely breathe the air. Thank God Americans actually have AC.
Thank God Americans actually have AC. Here's another one before we go here. And this was right to Fake Tapper's face from a German. Right to Fake Tapper's face himself, who hates America himself.
German soccer fan Freddie has also been going viral on X. He posted this photo of a custom Welcome Freddie banner with the German flag added to Louisiana's state welcome sign. What do you make of all the viral content coming out of this tournament and all the love for the European tourists from the American people as you show us our country with fresh eyes?
Yeah, I mean, I know Freddie. He's a nice guy. He's from like close to me, so I've been talking to him. He's loving it. He's more touring the South. I did Chicago, and I think it's more like because in Europe we have a lot of rather negative news about the Americans in the last 5 years, let's say that. And I think we are all enjoying like the fact that this country is so great to visit. The people are amazing, so welcoming. The culture is amazing. It's like Europeans are getting a new view of America right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And guess what? MAGA is America, because that's who voted for Trump overwhelmingly. Ladies and gentlemen, Will Johnson comes up next. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank ASW in the YouTube chat. I also want to thank Aztec for yesterday, finding common ground. That's what it should all be about. I have a feeling that a majority of countries are probably great. It's the people who run them in the media that sucks. Let's clear through all that. And let's make the world great again. Let's make Earth great again. MEGA. There are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face. Whatever you do, never stop spreading the gospel and fighting for this republic. God bless
What's
you.
up?
Will
What's
Johnson.
up?
Next. Say bye, Lily. There you go. See you later. Peace.
All right, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? Had to get a couple seconds there. Came in. I thought he was done. My bad. It was just 3 minutes later. All right, what's going on, everybody? Let's get into it. We're in the culture. And what's up, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. Okay, so we are absolutely talking about the Democrats. Yes, we got to talk about them. And, you know, I mean, I know they don't like me calling them that, but they continue to show themselves, doing demonic stuff. But before we get to some of that, let's talk about President Trump. President Trump at the G7. And I was sitting there thinking, what am I going to call today's show? Because there's so much happening in the news. And I love the fact that the soccer players are talking about the United States of America. And then we got President Trump over in the GA. And I saw this video of President Trump. And man, was it on point. So awesome. Now, I don't know if y'all remember when President Trump, and I should have got the video. I didn't think about it until now. But you remember when President Trump went overseas in his first term? And he was walking and they kind of like tried to push President Trump in the back, and President Trump pushed himself up to the front and did a jacket. What are you talking about? I'm America. You're not going to do me like this. And all of them were like, oh, we can't push him around like we did Obama and Biden and the rest of the yahoos. We can't push Trump around like that. So President Trump shows up at the G8 and he walks into the room and he just stops for a second. I'm like, is he getting ready to talk to somebody? And actually he's talking to everybody in the room, because all eyes on President Trump when he walks into the room. They all wait till President Trump sits down before they have their conversation, before they have their meeting. President Trump walks in and says, I'm the boss. Dude, I love it. He says, I'm the boss. And this is what I voted for. I voted for a president that shows up for the American people and not afraid to say that we are the United States of America and that we're strong. I mean, he shows up and it's just absolutely beautiful.
Hello, I'm the boss.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Look at this.
Okay.
So all of them in there waiting. All of them in there waiting on President Trump. He walks in, he stops and says, I'm the boss. They don't start the meeting until President Trump goes in and sits down. This is what I voted for. And I can only imagine right now how irritated and how angry these anti-American, hateful leftists are seeing that. I can only imagine how angry they are. Oh my goodness, who does he think he is? He's the president of the United States of America. He's the commander in chief. He has the respect of the rest of the world, and they're showing him respect. They're basically, President Trump walked in the room and said, you don't mess with me, I'm the boss. And he straight up did it. Basically, President Trump goes in and says, I'm the boss, because he's telling all of them, we don't need you. We absolutely don't need you. The G7, all of you are a joke. When we didn't need your assistance, but President Trump asked, not asked, but President Trump asked, some of them say, hey, can you help us out with Iran? It's got a little issue over here we got to deal with, something that's going on for 47 years, and no one ever cared to actually address the main issue in this. And he says, I'm addressing it. Can you give us a little assistance? And they're, oh, no, we can't do it. We can't do it, because they're all a bunch of leftist liberals. Every last one of them, they're sissified liberals. Every last one of them. And they were like, nope, we can't do it. We can't do it. And President Trump said, okay, I didn't need you. I did it to prove a point, to see who's actually going to be an actual ally to the United States of America. They've known that this war has been going on for 47 years. We've all known it ever since Jimmy Carter. And no one ever wanted to do anything about it. And President Trump has put a warning out there to Iran. And see, this is the president that I voted for. And this is what I like to see from President Trump. He put a warning out there to Iran saying, look, we're going to give you the opportunity. And this is another thing that I like about President Trump. You have a country that wants to kill him. You have a country that wants to destroy America, along with Israel and other countries. And President Trump is giving them the opportunity to do the right thing. It kind of makes me think about when President Trump, once again, was in his first term, and he was getting impeached by Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, all of them trying to remove President Trump. And what does President Trump do? President Trump calls Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and said, okay, I know you got this impeachment up against me, trying to remove me. But in the meantime, let's see if we can come to an agreement for the infrastructure of the United States of America so we can help people out in the country. What happened was Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi showed up. Y'all remember that meeting? They showed up and they wanted to argue with President Trump. They wanted to argue with him about the border because he shut down the illegals coming into the border. How dare you do this? How dare you do it? I'll never forget it. I'm like, this man, after they're trying to impeach him and he's still trying to sit down and have a conversation with him. Same thing with Iran. President Trump gave him a warning, though, and I love it. Again, this is exactly what I voted for. President Trump gave him a warning. You don't do the right thing, I'm going to bomb you. He doesn't even play around with it. I'm just going to start shooting at you again. I'm going to bomb you. I'm going to bomb you right on top of your head. I love it. This is what you call an alpha male. This is what you call a president that is strong. And of course, they're all sitting there listening to him. Oh, I can't believe he's talking this way. Stupid liberals.
Is the text of the agreement now final, or are you still...
No, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding. And if I don't like it, we'll go back to shooting at them, dropping bombs on their head.
When do you expect the wording?
If I don't like it, if they don't behave, we'll go right back to dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head. Okay? Because they've misbehaved for 47 years. All right?
Does it include...
But nobody could have made this deal. I mean, the JCPOA done by Obama, he handed him $1.7 billion in cash, gave him hundreds of millions of dollars, gave him billions and billions of dollars, but he gave him $1.7 billion in cash, green cash from banks, into a Boeing 757 and flew it into Iran. And they stood at the plane. I have pictures of it, like, oh my God, look at this money he's giving us. He tried to bribe his way out. I didn't do that. Nobody mentions that. $1.7 billion and hundreds of millions of dollars. They tried to bribe their way out of it. And you know what the Iranians did? They laughed at Obama and they said he's a stupid son of a bitch.
Oh, I didn't get to the end of that video to know that he was going to say that, but that's exactly what they said about Obama. And they took advantage of Obama. And now there's this $350 billion that's supposedly going to Iran. And of course, the lunatic liberals like Adam Kissinger, and a whole bunch of other stupid liberals all over X. Trump is giving them $300 billion, $300 billion. And they put it in all caps like they're writing on the chalkboard. Trump is giving Iran $300 billion. Trump is giving Iran just like children. Just like children. And come to find out, President Trump is not giving them a dime. What's happening is that other Arab nations are deciding to invest in Iran in the hopes that Iran will do the right thing and build the economy and become a location where people will want to visit. Hello, President Trump is still a businessman. At the end of the day, President Trump is saying, look, let's stop all this fighting. This is not even necessary. You can be successful. You can prosper. You can make money. You can live a good life. What is wrong with that? They don't want that. Just like Democrats right now, Democrats could have the best time of their life right now in the country. They really could. They could have the best time of their lives in the country right now. But they can't do that. They refuse to do it. Why would they refuse to do it? You know why? Because they hate Trump so much that Trump is a thorn in their side because President Trump has stopped every evil, wicked thing that they've been trying to achieve. They keep saying that they want their country back because when under Joe Biden and even Obama, our country was headed in a direction to where they were going to sexualize our kids. They were doing it in schools. Our country was in a direction that we would no longer have borders. We will no longer have our sovereignty. This is the direction that the Democrats were in. The Democrats want the country to join in the one world global liberal system. That's what they wanted. And that they still want it. That's the reason why we're seeing an uptick in communism in our political realm in the United States of America, Mondami and the rest of them. Bernie Sanders has been pushing it forever, but now it's just growing. And the reason why it's growing is because of President Trump going into office, giving Republicans finally a backbone. And the Democrats are like, well, President Trump is giving them a backbone. Well, we can get a backbone now and do communism. I think they're ready for it. I think they're ready. No one wants communism in the country except for those that don't have any active brain cells. But as I told you, the only thing that the Democrats can think about is eliminating President Trump, stopping him from being successful, because going into the midterm, if the gas prices are low, this is going to make President Trump and the Republicans look good. The Democrats don't want low gas prices. They don't want a booming economy. They don't want America to be great. They don't. They need America to be in turmoil. They need everything in chaotic episodes of everything. So they can come in and say, if you want all of this to end, you got to vote for us. But they're the ones causing it. The Democrats are the one causing it. Straight up. Democrats want to destroy everything.
The Democrats are simply being obstructionists. They do not want to help anything get done because they don't want to give President Trump credit for anything. And so I think we'll have to go alone on our appropriations, but we want to strengthen our defense industrial base. We know that the world isn't getting any safer, and it's time that the Democrats stop playing politics with our national security and our national defense.
Now, I completely agree. They should stop playing politics. They should stop playing politics. They really should, and start trying to figure out how and what they can do for the American people. But the American people is the last thing that they want to do something for. If you're an illegal, because they're replacing us with illegals, they'll fight for them. They'll even go outside of the country to fight for illegals that's been deported. But they won't fight for us. They won't even stand for you. They want to bring in illegals, and then the illegals are taking the lives of American citizens, and they refuse to stand for you. Is there anybody watching on the fence in support of these Democrats? Is there anybody on the fence? Well, I kind of like some of the things that they're doing. What? Like what? Like what? For the life of me, since the time I've started looking at politics and started paying attention to it, I can't see a single thing that the Democrats have done that the American people have benefited from it. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The only time that the Democrats ever passed a bill or pushed something through when they thought that they could have control over people, and it was only for their self-interest. That's all it's ever been for. Did you hear this one? Or did you see this one? With Hillary Rodham Clinton talking about Joe Biden. Wait. This is like their own eating their own. Joe Biden, he did this to himself. He destroyed his own legacy. No, you helped. The rest of the Democrats helped, because Joe Biden should have never ran in the first place. And she have the audacity to sit there and say that had Joe Biden just got out, just acknowledged that he was going to be a one-term president, and if he would just got out, that any governor, or even, she don't even say her name, Kamala Harris, she said VP, would have beat President Trump. Kamala Harris spent $2.5 billion, and she lost beautifully. Not just a little bit. She lost bigly. And let me remind you, the only states that Kamala Harris won are the states that they don't ask for voter ID. Come on. Hello. And we have a voter ID problem in the country. Really?
Made a terrible mistake. He made a terrible mistake for himself, his legacy, and for the country. He had said that he would not run again. And, you know, counterfactual narratives are always a bit tricky. But I believe if he had kept to that plan and said in, say, the late summer of 23 that he wasn't going to run, that he was going to pass, you know, the torch to the next generation, we would have had a real contest. And very sadly, I believe whoever emerged from that contest, whether it was the vice president or a governor or a senator or anybody else, would have beaten Donald Trump.
Anybody but Joe. Anybody but Joe. But you know what? All of these governors, all of these senators, all of these mayors, even the stupid VP, all of them kept saying that Joe Biden is sharper than ever. You even have the stupid liberal media, Joe Scarborough and the rest of them. Joe is smart. He's the best ever. But now here goes Hillary Rotten Clinton. Anybody would have been better. So instead of them as a whole taking responsibility for their stupid actions, they're now blaming Joe. And the thing is, they're blaming Joe, and Joe, for the most part, don't even know. He won't ever know. Joe Biden had, you know, the last time I seen Joe Biden, he was a lot further gone in his mind than any other time I've seen him before. Joe Biden is, without me being a doctor, okay, I'm not claiming to be a doctor, not claiming to be a physician, none of that. But Joe Biden appears, this is just my personal opinion. So you have to say this because YouTube think you're putting out medical advice when I'm not. I'm just giving my opinion here. Disclaimer, okay? Disclaimer. Joe Biden appears to me, Will Johnson, that he's clinically dead. I'm just saying. That's just my opinion. Maybe they can hop him up on some drugs and have him go out there and he can talk, you know, like the puppet, like, you know, install a new chip in him. He'll go out there. I'm good. Let's go. Let's go. You ain't black. Remember? I'm not, according to Joe Biden, I'm not black. It's funny how I talk to some black people today. They act like they've never even heard of that. Never even heard of that. But going back really quick, if I can, talking about President Trump over in the G7 and President Trump putting his foot down and President Trump destroying Iran's military, the Air Force, the Navy. I mean, pretty much just demolished them. They are at President Trump's feet, per se, like a terms here. And they're saying, President Trump, please don't bomb us anymore. See, they don't want President Trump to bomb them because they're going to try to figure out some kind of way to recruit. And I'm going to go on a limb here. And I suspect that they're going to try to do something under the cover of dark in a mountain somewhere, trying to do something, okay, we're going to rebuild. We're going to get this nuke. We just need one dirty bomb. We just need a suitcase bomb. We need something. Because I'm telling you, these people are sick in the head. They want to go out and they bang. Now, I hope I'm wrong. But after 47 years, I think they kind of demonstrated who they are. Not everybody in Iran, because there's a lot of people in Iran don't want to live like that. A lot of people in Iran would love to have the economy, love to have the freedoms that we have. You have the freedom so much in the United States of America, you can even have a rally and say that you hate the president, hold signs that say 8647, and even call him a king that you want to eliminate. That's the freedoms we have. But the stupid Democrats in the country try to say, oh my goodness, President Trump is taking our freedoms away. And then you have this, Judas Pence. Judas Pence still going out there running on the Communist News Network, and he's still technically against President Trump. This dude should shut his pie hole. I have no respect for him. I mean, I really don't. I thought when Judas Pence first joined the team with President Trump being his VP in the first administration, being that he was a Christian, claiming to be a Christian, meaning that he's not going to go along with all the wokeism. He's going to want to protect children. He's going to want to stop all of the Democrats from doing the wicked things to the country. But come to find out, he was on their side all along. All this time.
I mean, pretty bluntly, it sounds like you think, from what we know so far, this is a mistake by the Trump administration.
Well, it's much bigger than a mistake. I mean, when the president took that historic step to strike those nuclear facilities last year, this is the first time in 47 years that an American president had taken the fight directly to the mullahs in Tehran. And America was safer as a result. And the fact that he tried diplomacy for the following year to begin to make progress, and then finally recognized that we just got to take the fight to them, launched Operation Epic Fury. Our military responded brilliantly. But in this moment, the posture that we're getting from the Iranians, but my concern is what appears to be leaking out, these immediate concessions, particularly waivers right out of the gate that would lifeline to the Iranian regime, I think is ill-advised. Keep the pressure on, keep the blockade on, and if need be, let our armed forces get back to work.
I don't trust anything Judas Pence has to say. And I saw someone in the comments, it appears that they're asking, why are liberals still worshiping Obama and Joe Biden? That's a really good question. I don't know why liberals continue to worship Obama. See, we know President Trump doesn't walk on water. We know President Trump is just a man. President Trump is our president. Jesus is our king. We know this. But leftist lunatic liberals, they can't grasp the concept. You know why? Because they're used to worshiping somebody like Obama. They believe Obama walks on water. They really do. That's why when I last night, just really quick, I'm getting a little off topic here. Last night, I did a video, a little short, and I put it all over on social media. And it's the same thing I was talking about yesterday with Michelle Obama. With Michelle Obama in the UFC fight, the guy, his name Josh, called Michelle Obama a man. And I did a little short video last night saying, I'm confused. Why are you so angry about calling Michelle Obama a man when they support the whole trans thing? Why not just embrace it? And I have to remind everybody in the little short I did, you're the party, the left, that want to mutilate little boys, cut off their manhood and the womanhood of little girls. So why are you so upset because this guy calls Michelle Obama a man? Won't you just embrace it? I mean, you're all about supporting it. And I said the reason why they don't is because they know in their dark hearts that the whole trans thing is evil. They know it's a sin. They know it's from the pits of hell. And they look at the Obamas as if the Obamas can do no wrong. In their wicked, evil eyes, they believe that the Obamas are the greatest thing ever to happen to this country. And the Obamas created so much division. The Obamas created so much chaos, and they're still doing it. And then there's a video with Obama saying, I really don't like being out in the limelight. Whatever. They love the limelight. I mean, they get off on being in the limelight because Obama could shut up and just go away, just like Bush did, somewhat Bill Clinton, for the most part. Like all the other presidents, what did they do? They retired. They went away. They said, okay, I'm done. They probably did some speaking engagements here and there, but they didn't get out and become an activist like Obama. Obama's the first activist, stupid DEI president in American history. First time. And the reason why he's doing it because he's upset that President Trump is doing away with his legacy. And President Trump should erase his legacy. I mean, seriously, what did Obama accomplish? The only thing Obama accomplished was causing more division in the United States of America by helping out the elemental P community. He didn't do anything for black people, and stupid black people still support Obama. He didn't do nothing for them. He made these empty promises, yep. And everybody was under the impression that Obama was going to actually fix Chicago, Chirac. He did nothing. He did just the opposite. But these stupid black people, because of color, because they worship the color, they can look past all of that. They look past the fact that he didn't do anything, but made things worse for black people. They look past all that and just see the color, because they worship the color. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. You know I'm not wrong. 100% I'm not wrong. Well, I want to share something else with you. Trans Tifa is in the news, and it's absolutely good news, wonderful news about Trans Tifa when we come back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age, and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program. I enjoy seeing this so much, probably just a little too much. Trans Tifa finally getting their butts handed to them. Finally, Trans Tifa is a domestic terrorist organization. They did the same thing that the Klan did to black people and white people back in the past. If they found out that your ideology was not in line with theirs, what did they do? Talking about the Klan. They would go to places, buildings and stuff like that to try to attack you. Same thing Trans Tifa is doing. Same thing. Hello? The parties never switched. Only stupid liberals want you to believe that they switched so you can join them in their stupid reindeer games. Not going to do it. I actually learned the history. I actually read the history. I learned the facts. And Trans Tifa getting their butts handed to them. I kind of wish I was there. Oh, I love it. Love it. It's about time. These idiots out here in this building fighting with law enforcement. And to my understanding, there's been 15 Trans Tifa members apprehended because they showed up at the ICE detention facility trying to break in and destroy the facility because President Trump, ICE, has been deporting hardcore criminals out of the country. They don't want these criminals deported out of the country. Just like in the past,
white Democrats did not want black people to be up under the plantation. They actually wanted to harm and destroy other white people because white people were saying, Republicans were saying, black people should be free. Let them live their own lives. Let them go out and do their own thing. But white Democrats, just like back then, were saying, who's going to pick our crops? Who's going to do our lawn? Who's going to do these jobs that we don't want to do? Same thing, same evil, wicked, racist Democrats. Every last one of them. But now the good news, the good story with all of this is that they are in big trouble, and it's about time.
Today, a federal indictment was unsealed, charging 15 defendants with conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers and other charges related to efforts of two Minneapolis-based Antifa groups that violently opposed the enforcement of federal law in our state. The defendants are members and associates of Direct Action Minnesota. They are charged with conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, solicitation to commit a crime of violence, interstate threats, interstate stalking, assault on a federal officer, and destruction of government property. Earlier this morning, agents of Homeland Security Investigations conducted a coordinated law enforcement operation culminating in the arrest of 12 of the 15 defendants. One defendant had already been in custody on other federal charges. 2 defendants remain fugitives at large.
Get 'em.
Today's charges and arrests reflect a broad federal effort to address organized, lawless behavior which seeks to disrupt the execution of federal law, endanger law enforcement, and importantly, endanger the very communities that these defendants falsely claim to be protecting.
Get them. Get them, boys. Get them. It's about time. It's about time that they started getting these people, because I was always wondering, why is it, especially in President Trump's first term, why is it that these people are actually out there they were actually putting people in hospitals? They actually had hits on people. Trans-Tifa had a hit on Will Johnson. And I couldn't understand, why are these people able to get away with this? Now, it's one thing if you want to mouth off, being mouth breathers and saying X, Y, Z about somebody. I mean, whatever. Say what you want to say. But they actually had me on a hit list. I wasn't the only one, but I was on their hit list. They wanted to physically harm me and destroy my camera equipment. They had it like that in California. They had a hit out on me. And there's been multiple people. And I could never understand, why is it that we, as true Americans, MAGA Republicans, why is it that when we have events, rallies, 100% peaceful, want to get along with everybody, no matter what your background is, want to just have simple conversations, we can have debates, but no physical harm. Why is it that every time that took place, you have Trans-Tifa and BLM want to show up and be physically violent? And they get away with it. They would get away with it multiple times. And then I found out that a lot of these people had connections with lawyers, judges, law enforcement. And this is how they were getting away with it. They would just, okay, then let them go. I'll never forget it. There was a facility in Georgia. And this facility in Georgia was a police training ground. And Trans-Tifa showed up, and it was maybe like 200, 250 Trans-Tifa members showed up to this training facility, just basically attacking it like no tomorrow. And no one got arrested. I was like, this is unbelievable. Unbelievable. It kind of goes right along with these thugs, especially these black thugs that have committed all these crimes. They go out and they terrorize people. And then they get caught, and then next thing you know, they're back out onto the street, sometimes 13, 15, 20 times. And then they end up taking somebody's life when they should have been removed off the streets from the get-go. But see, the reason why that happens is because the spiritual battle that we are all living in, evilness in the world, why would they want to remove sick individuals from the streets of America when they're causing so much harm? Why would evil want to do that? Evil would want the criminals to remain in our country. Evil would want criminals to remain harming people on the streets of America. Evilness will say that, hey, if you take somebody's life, just give them a pass, forget it, and let them go free. That's evil. Have you seen any of that lately? Does any of this sound familiar? Evil will see a black person get on the subway, stab a young female in the neck, and say nothing about it except for the black man should be set free because it was just a white woman. That's evil. Does any of this sound familiar to you? That's what we're experiencing right now. And right now, there's a whole bunch of black people, stupid black people, that are actually celebrating that Austin Metcalf has passed on. And they're saying all these horrible things. And are also calling for more white people to be harmed. And then there's a case that I really haven't dived into because I heard bits and pieces about it. But this Asian guy chased down a black dude and he shot the black dude. So now there's a call from in the black community that they're saying don't go to any Asian restaurants, don't go to any Asian beauty salons, don't go to any Asian grocery stores. If Asians own it and control it, don't go to them. And there's a video with this black female. I'm going to show it to you. She's going into these Asian stores telling black people, if you're in there, we ain't doing this no more. Like this ignorant black woman is in there going to tell other black people where you can and can't shop at. That's like that's straight up the Democrat way. We're going to tell you where you can and can't shop. But these people are getting sicker and sicker, everybody. And it's going to get crazier and crazier. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about when we come back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
Austin Camp is worm food now. I hope he's burning in the deepest pits of hell where he belongs. He was a bully, he was a thug, and he got exactly what he deserved. Now, put your little stupid comment, you white honky motherfuckers. Because at the end of the day, that piece of shit is still dead. He can't breathe. Now go and dig him up.
How evil can you be? And you know what? Ignorant black people see nothing wrong with this. See nothing wrong with this. And then they get mad at me. Sell out, coon, Uncle Tom. Not even knowing what Uncle Tom really means. They just regurgitate the same stuff that they hear constantly, thinking that it has to be something bad, so we'll just say it. Because white Democrats told them Uncle Tom was bad. So they just Keep saying it. But this is the ignorance I'm talking about. Complete stupidity. Oh, here's another one going with Trans Tifa. I meant to play this one first, but let me share this with you. Another Trans Tifa got arrested. It's so good.
612-444-2654.
Is your dog okay?
Not my dog.
Not your dog.
What's your name?
My name's Isaac Sant.
Isaac Sant.
First name's I-S-A-A-C. Last name S-A-N-T.
Thank you.
My lawyer is Kevin Rich. I very much like you could call him.
We'll do it.
Rich is spelled R-I-C-H.
612-444-2654. Nazis.
Fucking pig.
Shame on you.
Nazis. Fucking Nazis. Get the fuck out of our neighborhood.
I apologize for the language.
Look at them. Fat pieces of shit. Get the fuck out of here. Lazy motherfuckers. Go!
It's good. So you see it right there? You see right there? Right there. Trans Tifa. Right there. Right there. I want y'all to see him. So if we have any Trans Tifa members in here, I'm highlighting dude right there. Trans Tifa finally getting arrested. Finally getting arrested. Now they should go to prison because they were actually trying to bring bodily harm to federal agents. They were trying to destroy buildings. But Will Johnson, January 6th, you mean the Fedsurrection? Stupid liberals. Stupid liberals love January 6th like it's Groundhog Day. Stupid liberals. Can't make it up. Can't make it up. But let me go to this one. Is this one here? Is this here? Nope. Right here. Now this is the one I think if we have any more. Oh, look at that. Oh, okay. I got to highlight that one. Someone's been listening to Will Johnson for some time. And this comment was on YouTube. Yeah, I just saw it. Am I going to see it again? Right there. Oh my goodness, I got to do it. BLM, because Lucifer manipulates. When BLM was first created, that's what I called them. I saw through the BS with BLM from day one. Because the B, Lucifer, the L, manipulates, the M. And manipulation was rampant with BLM. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. I greatly appreciate that. Oh my goodness. I can't tell you how much. Thank you so much. Wow. Now, I've told y'all before, y'all need to be concerned about these racist Democrats, these hateful Democrats. Listen to this lady. Look, it's not that she can do much of anything, but it's just, this is a growing trend. Just like the communists in the country is growing, this stupidity from the radical left is growing. I want you to hear what she has to say about you and I, those of us that love America, not the radical lunatic liberals, because they hate this country. I'm talking about those of us that love the country and respect others. Listen to this.
If you're an ICE agent, you need to die. If you support ICE agents, you need to die. If you support the president, you need to die. 100%, and I mean this. I don't give a fuck who you are. My own brother supports ICE and the Trump administration. I don't fucking care for his life anymore. Because he's a fucking country traitor. If you support ICE and you support this president, you're the traitor. You are against American values. You stand for the original America, when we murdered all the natives, stole their fucking land, and then enslaved people. You want to travel back in your fucking time machine and brutalize people so you can call yourself king. The America I grew up on and was promised is not that. You're not a fucking patriot. You're a pussy piece of shit.
Woo! Woo! foul mouth. Foul mouth. And why is she so angry? They're upset because ICE is upholding the law. I just mentioned a second ago, demons don't want you to uphold the law. Demons want criminals, murderers, crime constantly happening on the streets of America. That demonic spirit does not want peace. The demonic spirit wants chaos. I don't know how else to explain it to you or how else I could show it to you. That's a prime example of it right there. 100%. Now, remember I told you there's a lady going around talking to black people going into Asian restaurants, grocery stores, establishments, telling black people, we're not doing this. So you can't shop here. You can't shop here. We're not doing this.
While you're going in here, you might not have heard what's going on. Look up Cyrus Belton.
Oh, yeah, I know about it.
Yeah, but you're still going in. Today I am out in the streets spreading the word of the boycott that is happening now and letting people know that this ain't what we doing no more, okay? So stay tuned. All right, I'm walking to the beauty supply store to see if any black people are in there supporting the Asian business. I understand that a lot of people do not know, and that's why I'm out here trying to spread the word and let people know that, hey, this is not what we're doing. So yeah, let me walk up. You see this beautiful view? I'm in Waldorf, Maryland. Parking lot look full. We're gonna see when we walk in. Man, we shouldn't even be. Have you heard about the boycott that's happening? Yeah, we shouldn't even be in here, girl. You know what? And I'm about to tell. Okay, it's not really that many people in here. Hello, everybody, black women. I'm here to represent the boycott that's happening for Cyrus Belton. He was killed by an Asian man, and the verdict was non-guilty for allegedly stealing water bottles that he did not do. We are boycotting all Asian businesses. So I'm coming here to let y'all know we're not doing any beauty supply stores. We're not doing any carryouts, hibachis, none of that. A lot of people don't know. That's why I'm letting y'all black women know that we're not doing this. We're saving our black dollars and giving it to black businesses.
She said, I'm letting you know that we're not doing this. So sit down your product and get out because we're not doing this. I'm the black woman here. I'm here to tell you what you can and can't do. It's ridiculous. And then she's saying we're going to take our black dollars. The dollars I've only seen have been green. Any black dollars that she have, you can't spend them anyways. Stupid liberal. But she's saying take our black dollars and go spend them on black establishments. Well, guess what? There aren't any. Black people can't get their stuff together to open up a beauty salon without fighting with one another, without destroying it. Black people can't open up a restaurant. Now, some of them can, okay? But for the most part, the woman that you hear listen on here, she can't do it. Or she would, instead of her spending all the time and effort trying to go to Asian stores, they had nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing to do with it. She could be taking all that time, maybe doing the TikTok videos saying, hey, I'm going to open up a small beauty salon would you care to invest into me? Would you care to donate to me so I can open one up? But no, she want to take her 5,500-pound tail and go into an Asian store. It had nothing to do with it, and say, we're boycotting all Asian people because an Asian guy decided to stop a black dude from robbing his store. Make it make sense. See, this is how you know you're not dealing with people that don't have a full deck. Oh, Will Johnson, you're a sellout. You know how many, if I had a nickel every time they call me that, dude, I'd be close to a millionaire right now. Close to being a millionaire right now. And I could care less about what they say. Because the truth is the truth, regardless of whoever says it. The truth is the truth. And she spent all this time doing all of that nonsense. And another thing, they're teaching black youth that they don't have to listen to authority. They're teaching the black youth that you can do whatever it is you want and there's no consequences. With this whole thing with the Austin Metcalf and the Carmelo Anthony issue, they're trying to tell black youth, don't listen to that. You're always going to be innocent no matter what you do. Let me give you an example of it. Here's an example. Look at this.
Talk that shit to me, cuz. Not to them.
And then what?
Don't touch me.
And then what?
I can say what I want.
And then
what? Touch me in this bitch.
And then
I can
what?
say what I want. And then what?
That's why you're walking though, right?
I'm walking by choice.
Go.
Don't touch me.
Go.
Stop touching me. Stop touching
Go.
me. Don't touch me. Stop touching
Go.
me. Stop touching me, bro.
Go.
Stop touching me. Stop touching me.
Go.
Touch me. Bro, stop talking to me. What the fuck? Stop talking to me.
Just go.
I'm gonna walk out when I want to walk out.
No,
Do
you're
something
gonna
about it.
go.
Who gonna make me?
Go.
Stop touching me, cuz.
Go.
Stop touching me,
You're
bro.
about to go in
You
handcuffs.
Stop touching me, bro.
You're about to go in cuffs. Go.
Stop touching me, cuz.
Can't
Look at this.
Cuz.
You my cuz, bro. Stop
Go.
touching me with your
Go.
hand. Stop touching me with your hand, cuz. You can't put me
I
in
have two
handcuffs.
boys,
No, he
and they
can't.
would
I didn't do it.
never,
You can't
ever
put me in
do
handcuffs.
this.
You can't put me in
You know
handcuffs.
why?
I
Because they
didn't
have
do
to
it.
deal with
For what?
me.
Watch out, bro.
You don't want to go in cuffs,
For
tough
what?
guy?
For what?
Look at this.
For what?
Huh?
Stop touching. Why you keep touching me?
Because you gotta leave.
Why you keep, bro, stop touching me though.
Because you're not leaving.
I'm walking out. Stop touching me.
Go.
Fuck
It's
wrong with your
only
hand?
black
Go.
people doing this.
Go.
Shut the fuck up. Shut
Time
the
to
fuck
put
up.
him down.
No, go this way.
Time to put him down.
Stop touching me. What the fuck? Bro, what you
Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Time to put him down.
Get on the ground.
Get on the ground. All you had to do was leave. I mean, my goodness, people. All you had to do was leave. But he can't do that. Can't bring himself to do it. Oh, no. Touch me, touch me, touch me, touch me. Tase him, bro. Tase him. This is stupid. And they feel like they're empowered, emboldened that they can do this and get away with it. And you know what's really disturbing? White liberals, they encourage this behavior from black people. White liberals encourage it. And then, of course, you got a whole bunch of stupid black liberals out there. They encourage it too. Oh, he's a white cop. He shouldn't be touching him. Shouldn't be touching him. Dude, we should be better. I talked to these black people on social media, especially over on X, and I said, look, how about you join me in trying to tell these young black men and black women to be better, have respect for themselves. They don't want to do that either. Uncle Tom, you goon. I mean, come on. So I don't care that they don't like me because I'm always going to do the right thing. I'm not perfect, but I'm going to always strive to do the right thing. Always going to try to do the right thing. And they don't like the fact that I'm calling this nonsense out. They don't like it. They get upset with me because I call it out. Did y'all see any of the videos with J.D. Vance on the Witches of the View? And someone was mentioning that earlier. Did y'all see any of that interview? I shared just a little bit of it yesterday. But someone used AI, of course, full disclaimer here. Someone used AI, and they created this video of J.D. Vance, VP J.D. Vance, on the panel with the Witches of the View. Now, it's not a bunch of witches, but it is spot on the way they created this AI video. And of course, I got to share it with you. It's so good. It's so good. That's exactly what it is. Oh my goodness. But the chicken is. Oh. Oh my goodness. Look, I don't care what you say. AI is a pretty awesome tool. It's probably going to be the death of us, but I'm just saying, it's an awesome tool. You bunch of chicken heads. They got JD Vance. It's like, okay, all them clucking. Wow. Woo. Okay. All right, everybody. And that's it for me. Kevin, Loud Majority, is coming up next here on LFA TV. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to go anywhere. But I will ask you to do one thing. If you haven't already, please hit that thumbs up. And if you dislike me and you dislike LFA, hit the thumbs down twice. Show us up. Show us the deal. Hit it down twice. Other than that, everybody, God bless you. I will see you tomorrow in the Culture Wars.
afternoon, everybody. How's it going? Wednesday, June 17th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live here at rumble.com/LFATV. Just right off the bat, before we even get started today, this is going to be a difficult show to get through. Just warning you all right now, there's going to be graphic content in the show today. Much of it is going to be difficult to listen to. Believe me, it'll be even harder to read. There is a scandal breaking out in the United Kingdom that we have been talking about on this show and many others for quite some time, but no one could have possibly understood the scale of the grooming gangs in the United Kingdom. This story is bigger than Epstein. This story is bigger than the Catholic Church scandal that was broken in 2001 by the Boston Globe. This is one of the most horrific things I've ever read in my entire life. And the fact that the entire world is not talking about it is deeply, deeply troubling. So if you're not up for graphic content, today's show is not going to be for you. Today's show is not going to be for you. But the fact that the entire world is not talking about this is perplexing. It is shocking, and it just shows you how far the West has truly fallen. It's going to show you how, this is, it's actually hard to comprehend the failures on every single level and what left-wing, and not only left-wing, but cowards on the right, on the political right in the UK have done over the course of the last 30 or 40 years. So that's your graphic content warning. I'm going to be reading survivor testimony about what happened to them. This is something that needs to be said. And it needs to be talked about. And it needs to be described in a way that will make people understand that this isn't something that's happening in a faraway land where people talk funny. This is happening where you live. And this is the cost of suicidal empathy in the Western world. So, once again, guys, I'm going to give you the overlay on it. And, just prepare yourselves for what is coming. Prepare yourself for what is coming. So, over the course of the last several days, a report has been released, an independent report by someone named Rupert Lowe. And I'm going to read you the foreword from this report. And then we're going to break down exactly all of what happened here. The foreword says, Britain does not have a racism problem. It has an immigration problem. Rupert Lowe says, as in the case with many hardworking Britons, I was unaware of the sheer scale of the evil that has been and continues to be perpetuated by chiefly Pakistani Muslim men against vulnerable white women and girls in communities up and down the country. But a single court transcript from one such horrific case, amplified by Elon Musk earlier this year, set in motion a long overdue national reckoning on the matter that has inspired over 20,000 British patriots to help fund our rape gang inquiry. What follows is a comprehensive report of its findings. It is essential that all related court documents are securely preserved, both for legal and historical reasonings. I am grateful to everyone on my team who contributed to exposing this demonic chapter of British history, a combination of the paralyzing of fear of racist accusations and the scramble for votes from imported foreign subcultures meant that pure evil was allowed to metastasize, nor is the horrendous ordeal over.
The root of this cause was immigration, beginning with the British Nationality Act of 1948 and escalating under Tony Blair from 1997 onward. Believing proud nations to be responsible for the mid-20th century destruction of Europe, our post-war leaders embraced diversity and multiculturalism as the supposed civilized alternative. This report establishes beyond any doubt that this open society obsession has in fact enabled unfolding barbarism of its own. Oil and water do not mix. Cultural differences going back centuries are the genesis of this problem. I urge all Britons to read this report in full. Lessons need to be learned, and prosecutions need to follow for the appalling cowardice of those responsible for refusing to resist such horrors. The strongest possible penalties, up to and including death, must be sought for those yet to be properly punished, or indeed punished at all, for their vile and unspeakable crimes. As I said, I'm going to read to you many of the accounts of this, but I want to go over what exactly this story is. If you've been watching this show for a while, or you know the name Tommy Robinson, you have heard the scandals of the British grooming gangs, the overwhelming majority, 89, 90, 95% of which committed by British Pakistanis, not people born in Britain who happen to be Pakistani, imported Pakistani grooming gangs. Now, there have been major scandals in towns like Rochdale and Rotherham, where we've heard of thousands of young girls being trafficked, drugged, raped, sent overseas, back to the Middle East to be married off to men. All of them, or not a majority, all of them, young white girls from troubled homes in the United Kingdom. So we're going to go over a couple of these things because the scale of this is actually unbelievable. A quick overview of this. The inquiry estimates that nearly 250,000 girls, 250,000 of them, on the low end, were raped and trafficked and tortured over decades in the United Kingdom. The same crimes were documented in nearly 149 local districts, nearly 40% of towns in the UK. This wasn't isolated incidents. This was a national pattern that people chose to ignore. The first reported incident of grooming gangs taking place in the UK was in 1955. 1955. The NHS, the National Health Service in Britain, treated 13-year-old girls for gonorrhea, chlamydia, logged pregnancies from rape and injuries from other types of sexual assaults, but then were discharged on the same night, often back into the hands of the people who abused them. Children's homes were being used as hubs for these trafficking. Social services had placed already groomed kids in units they knew were being targeted and returned girls to the exact addresses where they were being raped and stripped parents of protective authority. Police criminalized the victims while they allowed the rapists to walk free. Girls were literally arrested for being drunk and disorderly after their own rapes. A South Yorkshire police officer cut a no prosecution deal with a known abuser. Some of the officers, particularly in South Yorkshire, were part of the grooming gangs. They took part in the rapes. Pregnancy was often used as a weapon, where the girls were deliberately impregnated on purpose for control. Some miscarried from the trauma and were forced into abortions. The state then took their children from the mothers and left the girls in the same homes. Survivors described red rooms used for extreme torture, daily rape being passed around between brothers and friends and trafficked across county lines. In some cases, they were even shipped to the Middle East for forced marriages. An overwhelming majority of these assaults were filmed and used for blackmail purposes. Schools literally saw older men collecting girls at the gates of the school and heard disclosures of the rapes taking place on school grounds. In fact, taxi licenses were even renewed and awarded to drivers who authorities knew were part of these rape gangs. Whistleblowers often got punished. Social workers were suspended, parents hit with home raids, asset freezes, and gag orders. Records were shredded. In one case, a father was screamed at by the police to stop reporting that his own daughter was missing. An overwhelming majority of the rape gang networks consisted of entirely men from Muslim backgrounds. Between 87 and 95% of the men involved in these rape cases were foreign Muslim men, despite being only 6% of the population. 40% of British towns. At minimum, 250,000 women were raped in Britain. There's only 29 million women in Britain to begin with. You have a better chance of being the victim of a Pakistani grooming gang in the UK than you do of going to Cambridge. And every single person who tried to shed light on this over the course of the last several years and decades, people like Tommy Robinson, were thrown in prison, were beaten, were assaulted, were called every vile name by pieces of shit like Piers Morgan for pointing it out. Maybe if the UK press had done their job, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Some of the stories coming out of this, and it's one of these things that, like, I urge everyone to read this report, but you're going to see the visuals in your nightmares. One girl reported after being raped by 3 brothers that she was then raped with a Jack Daniels bottle. And that's like the soft version of it. Some of the instances went on for years and decades, and no one did anything about it. No one did anything about it. This was intergenerational. And even more shocking than that is that the director of public prosecutions allowed 13,000 suspected rape gang members and pedophiles were let off with warning letters. Do you know who the director of public prosecutions was? The current Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. He let 13,000 rapists off with a warning. But they had no problem throwing Tommy Robinson in jail for a year for filming outside of one of these court cases. The fact that this is not the biggest story in the world The fact that everyone is not talking about it, but I still have to hear Epstein this and Epstein that. You don't give a shit about sexual assault victims. All you're doing is using Epstein for. This is a monumental, international, generational scandal that went on, and nobody cared. Here's GB News describing some of it.
Huge bombshell news today. The rape gang inquiry report has just been published in full. It lays bare the astonishing scale of the rape, abuse and torture of potentially hundreds of thousands of young white girls at the evil hands of predominantly Pakistani Muslim men and men from other Muslim countries. The report is 219 pages long. I spent most of the afternoon sifting through it, and here are my key takeaways. The first case of a Pakistani rape gang apparently dates back to Bradford in 1955, which indicates this abuse has been going on for more than 70 years. Rape gang convictions between 1997 and 2018 reveal that 87% of people convicted for group-based sexual abuse have traditional Muslim names. Analysis of 264 convictions for group-based child sexual exploitation between 2005 and 2017 found that 84% of the perpetrators were South Asian, with the vast majority Pakistani Muslim. Only 7% were white, 8% were black. This indicates that white people are actually underrepresented, and those of South Asian or Muslim identity are significantly overrepresented when it comes to group-based child sexual abuse. Now, they've traced the abuse in this report to 149 local districts. Apparently, that is 40% of all of the districts across the UK. Some girls were trafficked to the Middle East to undergo Islamic marriage abroad. The victims were often called white trash or kafar, and victim testimony reveals that they were targeted specifically for being non-Muslim. The report identifies the Islamic doctrine of al-wala wal-bara as a key factor. They say it's superiority of men over women, domination of non-believers, sex slavery, etc. The report also says that it is directly due to mass immigration that this ideology was brought into Britain. Now, there was a failure right across all aspects of the state. Police reportedly ignored or destroyed evidence and criminalised the victims. Medical professionals allegedly discharged girls as young as 13 who presented at medical facilities with sexually transmitted diseases, who were pregnant, or who had even attempted suicide. Schools allegedly observed older men collecting girls at the gates. They heard disclosures about rape on school premises and responded by excluding the victims rather than protecting them. Taxi licensing authorities renewed permits for drivers who formed the logistical backbone of the networks and collapsed in the face of organised protests when basic safety measures were proposed. I should point out that they were not black cabs involved in that. And it identifies political failures. The report claims Labour-dominated councils and MPs were briefed on the gangs long ago, yet later denied any knowledge. It says the party prioritised electoral reliance on Muslim voting blocs and then blocked or watered down inquiries, suppressed ethnicity data and framed legitimate concerns as far-right agitation. The report also criticises the Conservative Party, who, whilst in government, stands accused of continuing with Labour's approach and failed to impose mandatory ethnicity recording or launch a full statutory inquiry, despite clear evidence from Rotherham and elsewhere. Also, Scottish political parties have refused a dedicated inquiry and failed to record offender ethnicity. The report also singles out Sadiq Khan for special criticism, stating that when he appeared to deny the existence of grooming gangs in London, quote, these statements were made despite the Metropolitan Police holding reports of young girls being plied with alcohol and drugs, then raped by groups of men in hotels and other locations across the capital. A Daily Express investigation revealed that Sadiq Khan had direct access to some of these documents detailing exactly these patterns of offending. The reports claim that he read the files, yet continued to deny the existence of grooming gangs in public. Sadiq Khan would no doubt deny the allegations in this report. The report includes very powerful testimony from victims and survivors, often through the use of false names to protect the girls' identities. And a warning now that the details I'm about to share are very distressing, but I think they do need to be heard. Jen said that they have no compassion, speaking of her attackers here, they have no compassion for the young girls that are out on the streets. So they see us as slags, as white trash, as English pig dogs, she said they used to be called. She said Muslims don't like pigs and they don't like dogs. So they hate dogs, they hate pigs, and they put women on the same level as that. Another survivor called Kate basically said that the Muslim girls that she knew were not treated in anywhere near the same way as the white British girls, highlighting the discrepancy there based around race and religion. The issues of religious-based anti-white racism is actually a constant theme in this report. It quotes the testimony of one survivor, Dr. Ella Hill, who told the J Inquiry back in 2022, again a warning that what I'm about to say is distressing. She said, "I was told that I must respect their religion. This was the first of many confusing lies that I was forced to believe. I was told that to show Muslims respect, I mustn't eat pork. I was told that Muslim girls are good and pure and stay virgins until marriage, but all white girls are slags, and they all sleep with hundreds of people. I was told that white girls are trash, they're all whores, they don't obey Allah, so they deserve to be punished. They don't dress modestly. Muslim women are pure because they cover down to their ankles and down to their wrists, and the hem of their top comes below their knees. White girls show the curves of their body, so they are asking for it. They should be raped as punishment for not obeying Allah. Kafir girls are worthless. Sex with a kafir girl doesn't count as adultery. If you're not a virgin before marriage, you should be beaten." She says that many times she was told that the Quran says if one of your wives disobeys you, beat her. This was often quoted to me before they beat me with their hands. They believed they had a position of religious moral superiority over non-believers. They believed it was their duty to punish us, as they believed that doing so made them good Muslims. This is what they were taught by their mothers. They were taught that witches in Pakistan are blonde, so blondes are more evil, and they deserve worse punishment. She says she was told that in Islam, if a girl or woman looks at a man who isn't her brother, father, or her husband, then that means that she wants to have sex with him. So I was told to look at the floor when I was around Muslim men. So when I did look at a waiter in a restaurant, I was then taken away and gang raped as punishment. I was told that according to their faith community, girls are old enough for sex when they start their periods at age 11. Many of us had to endure the sexual act of thighing, which I'm now told is a religiously sanctioned way of molesting children, according to some Islamic scriptures. She says she was intimidated with guns, threatened with body parts being cut off with knives. She says, when I tried to escape, I was told that I had offended their honour, so they had to spill my blood. The report claims that another survivor, known as Sarah, says that her abuser presented her with a certificate from a mosque and declared that they were married according to Islamic rites. Later, he divorced her under Sharia procedure, simply stating, "I divorce you 3 times." She was then immediately married in a ceremony conducted by an imam to a man she did not know. Within minutes of the ceremony ending, while the wedding party continued downstairs, she was raped by her new, quotes, husband. Over the years, Sarah was subjected to 8 forced abortions, one of them 5 months into pregnancy. In a separate case, Anna was living in a children's home in Bradford in 2002. From the age of 13, she was raped and abused while in the home, and at 15, she was forced into a Sharia marriage. Her social worker attended the marriage ceremony and permitted her husband's parents to foster her after she became pregnant. The parents received a fostering allowance from the state. She says she became a domestic slave. The report also claims that clan culture from countries like Pakistan has played a role in the abuse, saying family honour is primarily vested in conduct, modesty and virginity of girls and women. Strict codes require obedience, covering and restriction interaction with outsiders. Breaches within the community trigger severe sanctions, including honour killings or collective retaliation by male clan members. When the target is a non-Muslim girl, particularly white British girls, well, actually, the risk calculation shifts. They don't fear any kind of dishonour from harming them. No retaliation is expected from the girl's family or community, so they feel emboldened to act in that way. This view of women escalates into organised networks that traffic girls across regions, and that, frankly, this kind of level of impunity fuels the cycle. Initial assaults without consequences create a perception of Britain as a place where such behaviour takes no risk, turning vulnerable girls into commodified products. Now, the report also states, and this is important, that abuse was perpetrated by these gangs against Hindu and Sikh girls, but especially the Sikh community mobilised against it in a way that the white population did not, potentially due to fears of being called racist by the establishment. Now, the rape gang inquiry lays a lot of blame at the door of mass immigration, saying that across the West, our historic respect for individuals has, thanks to mass immigration, been overpowered by the more primitive attitudes that prevail elsewhere, according to which group membership matters most, first and foremost. The elite's obsession with diversity has invited the latter to take advantage of the former. Scare words like Islamophobia and racism have been deployed to exploit the goodwill of Western host societies, paralysing investigations and enforcement. And just finally, the report finishes by making a host of recommendations to prevent anything like this from continuing. And some of those recommendations include increasing prison sentences for group-based sexual assault, reducing immigration, increasing deportation and denaturalisation of foreign criminals. Special measures should be ramped up for child witnesses in grooming gang trials, and this includes things like pre-recorded evidence, remote testimony, cross-examination that doesn't re-traumatise the child. The Crown Prosecution Service must also create a dedicated national unit for group-based child sexual exploitation.
And I just want to be clear, some of those accounts that you just heard were the mild ones. I'm going to read you one now from someone named Chloe, which obviously is a pseudonym or a fake name to protect her identity. I'm only going to read some of it because it goes on for several pages. Initially, Chloe thought the man was nice. He was a lot more posh than the other men she had met in the town center. He took Chloe and her friend to a shop where he purchased a bottle of vodka before picking up one of his friends and taking the girls to a secluded location. During the journey, the men began pressuring them for sex. Chloe refused, stating that she was on her period, but the man replied that it didn't matter. Night was falling when they arrived, and the boyfriend took Chloe's friend out of the car, leaving Chloe alone with the other men, when he proceeded to rape her in the back seat. This incident took place in 2003. In 2022, Chloe took the two men to court, but neither of them were found guilty. From this moment, Chloe's life began to spiral. At the age of 12, she began drinking heavily and smoking marijuana, including taking ecstasy, anything to block out what had happened to her. She would drink before school just to get through the day. Her attendance dropped significantly, and her friend would spend school hours in the town square walking around until somebody picked them up in a car. Somebody brought them alcohol and gave them drugs. There were times when Chloe would go missing for up to 3 days, during which time she was passed between taxis, drugged, abused, and raped daily. In every case, the perpetrators were Muslims, primarily Pakistani. In one occasion, Chloe was abducted by one of her abusers, who was driving drunk and taken to a graveyard. He gave Chloe, still 12 years old, whiskey before forcing himself on her and raping her. He withdrew before ejaculating and forced the empty whiskey bottle into Chloe's vagina, where it shattered. She admitted herself to A&E, which I guess that's a medical clinic, but no questions were asked about how she sustained such an injury. She was examined, the glass was removed, and then discharged. Chloe was questioned by police due to her absence on a number of occasions. Each time she was asked where she had been, who she had been with, and what she was doing. She replied that she had been having sex with adult men in cars. Rather than opening an investigation and pursuing her abusers, the police dismissed her as a prostitute. She was then asked whether she had been consenting to the sexual activity, and despite Chloe telling them that she did not, the definition of the word consent, they reported that she had been consenting. she was 12. The police found Chloe, as well as other missing children, in cars with gang members on multiple occasions, but letting the gang members go without so much as a questioning. On one occasion, Chloe was found in the town square and was identified as a missing child by a police officer who questioned where she had been. Chloe told the police officer about the full extent of the abuse, and the response of the police officer was that nothing could be done, and she was let go. In response to her truancy, the school regularly placed Chloe in isolation and compelled her to attend additional after-school classes every day. This did little to improve her emotional state and continued to spend time with her friend and the boyfriend. This went on for a number of years, where the, quote, boyfriend would supply the girls with alcohol and drugs, as well as introducing them to his friends, who were exclusively South Asian. That's my favorite. That's the wild part about this. They don't call them Middle Easterners. They don't call them Muslims. They call them South Asians. I hear South Asians, I think Indians. Where Chloe was raped. On one occasion, I'm sorry, I skipped the line. On one occasion, he took the girls to his place of work, a textile factory, where he raped Chloe. Following the incident, Chloe stopped spending as much time with the friend up until this point, had accompanied her throughout the exploitation. By this time, Chloe had been so accustomed to her lifestyle of spending time with the Muslim gangs that she continued to do so without the friend. On one occasion, following another late return home, her mother grounded her for 2 months. Fearing abuse from her stepfather, Chloe walked to a nearby social services office while her mother was at work and reported them. Chloe was interviewed by social workers about the abuse, after which her mother and stepfather were arrested and questioned. Both denied any of the abuse was taking place and arrested without charge. Chloe made further appeals to social services and was eventually removed from the house and placed into foster care. She lived with a couple who cared for several foster children, and though she found them snobby and judgmental, found some semblance of stability with them, but that did not last long. She was living in the same town, so when she went to the town center, as she would often do, the Muslim gangs would recognize her and target her. She remained at the same school, but because she lived further away, the foster carers paid for taxis to take her home. She would ask the taxi driver to drop her off near the school, and rather than attending, she would walk through the neighborhoods where the Muslim gangs would spend all of their time. The gangs would then pick her up in the taxis, drug and abuse her. Now that she's turned 13 years old, we move on. This is a common occurrence all throughout this report. This is one of the most horrific things I have ever read in my entire life. As Chloe approached the age of 18, social service notified her that her foster care would end, then identified a house for her after parting ways with her carer. She moved in and got a retail job despite having little experience taking care of herself. Chloe's life remained generally stable through this point. Eventually, she established contact with the friend who had abused her as a younger child. Immediately, Chloe's life was thrown back into chaos when men refused to leave the home that the social services had set her up with. This went on and on for years. And no one cared. As you heard in the report from GB News, the majority of the reason why none of this happened is what we talk about on this show so often, the concept of suicidal empathy. There was a Labour MP, which is kind of their like left-wing party in Britain, named Sarah Chapman, who openly admits that she knew this was happening, but didn't want to be called racist. So she did nothing. Nothing. Allowed this to happen for decades. And as you hear in the report, many of the reasons why they didn't do anything was to secure political votes. As you hear me talk about on this show all the time, the ethnic enclaves that are being created not only in England but in America from people from the third world who have no cultural standards aligning with that of the Western world. A report from USA Today in 2011 showed that over 500,000 women in America have undergone female genital mutilation. That story went virtually unreported. That was in 2011. That was 15 years ago. This is happening all over the West. When the men refused to leave, in Chloe's words, it was no longer the quiet little house. It was their house. They smashed the windows, kicked the door in, left the house an abusive wreck, and sexually abused Chloe. One of the men, a previous abuser, pinned her down, pulled her trousers down, sat on her face, orally raped her on the sofa while the entire gang watched. The Muslim gang still occupying her house, and with nowhere else to go, she had no ability to remove them. She was forced to remain there and was routinely drugged and abused. This is one account of 250,000. And they all knew. They all knew. And the irony of the whole thing is that the guy who covered it up is now the prime minister. He was even knighted by King Charles. Keir Starmer. This is the same Labour Party that has consistently weaponized accusations of Islamophobia to silence anyone who stated the obvious, that the gangs were and remain overwhelmingly Pakistani men. As a result, the nation has faced decades of state-enabled rape on an industrial scale. And what is Keir Starmer worried about right now? What is he concerned with? What has got his feathers ruffled? Is it the fact that he covered up the fact that nearly and I want to be clear, 250,000 is the low number. That's the bottom, minimum, 250,000. What's Keir Starmer worried about? Well, he knows how he's going to fix this. He knows how he's going to fix this. You know what he's going to do? He's going to ban teenagers from going on TikTok.
Because today is a big moment for our country. This is a big step. Real change for our children and our future. Because today, I can announce that the government will ban access to social media for all children under the age of 16. Look, and this is not something I do lightly.
Really? Because I know something you do lightly. Let off thousands and thousands of rapists so that you can achieve political power. Let's get into the political establishment of this entire thing. Sean Wright, a labor counselor and Rotherham Child Services lead from 2005 to 2010, remained in his post despite knowing the scale of the abuse, and only resigned after the J report exposed the department's failure. Roger Stone, not that Roger Stone over there, the labor council leader in Rotherham from 2003 to 2014, presided over the local government during the cover-up that was documented in previous reports. Multiple Rotherham labor counselors interfered in police investigations, tipped off perpetrators, and dismissed victims as making lifestyle choices to protect community relations and their votes. While Sir Keir Starmer was the director of public prosecutions, it has been reported that nearly 18,000 suspected gang members and pedophiles were let off with warning letters. As earlier stated, Mayor of London Sadiq Khan repeatedly insisted that grooming gangs didn't exist. and described the evidence from whistleblowers as politically motivated. He told the London Assembly that the child exploitation in the capital is a far more complex matter and does not fit grooming style patterns on display across depraved northern town. You see that? No. You see, that doesn't happen in London. No. That's just something that happens up in the north. No. These statements were made despite the fact the Metropolitan Police had in possession of reports of young girls being given alcohol and drugs and then raped by groups of men in hotels and other locations across London. A Daily Express investigation revealed that Khan had direct access to these documents, detailing the very pattern of offending that he denied. Overall, the Labour Party did not just fail to prosecute the gangs. In some cases, its own members were the abusers. Elected members of the Liberal Party in the UK were part of the grooming gangs. How this is unbelievable. And just to be clear, it is not just the fault of the Labour Party. It is not just the fault of the people who would rather see a 250,000 girls raped, the sort of Ilhan Omars of the UK. It's also pieces of shit like David Cameron and Boris Johnson and Liz Truss and the people who ran that country since Brexit. The Conservative Party, when holding the national power from 2010 onward, failed to impose mandatory ethnicity recordings for many of these offenders and failed to launch a nationwide statutory inquiry despite the scale becoming public through the Rotherham Report and other local revelations. Successive conservative-led governments allowed the same local cover-ups to continue unchecked in non-labor areas and did nothing to force data transparency to protect children outside of the labor strongholds. The national political environment under the conservative administrations permitted the gangs to operate for another decade without systemic disruption. A proud Islamophile, former Conservative Minister Rory Stewart, is a standout example of the malaise within the party. Stewart once stated on his podcast with Alistair Campbell, quote, the rest is politics, that the grooming gangs phenomenon is no more than a small-scale blight, largely confined to the north of England. At the very least, this downplays the national pattern documented in witness statements from towns and cities across the country and reinforced by a political reluctancy to confront the full scale. Sammy Whitehouse met David Cameron as early as 2015 and told him everything that she knew, including the fact that many child victims were still being criminalized. A number of prominent figures within the Conservative Party had become more vocal about the rape gang phenomenon and the issues around political saliency. Even so, Conservative prime ministers from David Cameron to Rishi Sunak did very little in the government. And it didn't just stem in Britain. This went all the way to Scotland as well. This is a calamity on a national scale, on a global scale. The fact that, you know, and this is just, it's so evident. Because the same things happen here. I've been called every name in the book by every midwit roaming around the streets of Long Island for pointing out the very obvious. This isn't an isolated incident in a few towns with a few bad apples in a country that's 7,000 miles away. No, it's happening here. Mass migration, the illusion of multiculturalism, which is a failure, is going to get a lot of people hurt, a lot of people killed, and the disillusionment of once great nations. We spoke about this story last year in Lacey, Washington, a town you've never heard of in a state you've probably never visited, where there was an attempted honor killing of a 16-year-old girl for refusing to be married off to a 60-year-old man in Iraq. The parents of this girl were found not guilty by a jury, despite it being on video, of attempted murder. The father, who confronted this 16-year-old girl outside of her school after she ran away after not wanting to be married off to some old man in some third world desert shitbox, got 20 months in prison. The mother, who defended the actions, got 364 days in jail. She's almost out of prison for something we all watched happen with our own eyes.
Is about to take a one-way trip to Iraq, scheduled to leave the morning of October 18th. We're not showing the victim or any minors in this case to protect their identities.
And based on your prior experiences in Iraq, did you have concerns about being safe upon your return?
Yes.
What concern did you have about returning to the U.S. afterwards?
Not returning at all.
So that morning, she packed up her things and left home in the early morning hours with just $100, heading to a place where she felt safe, at school. There, a school counselor helped connect her with a safe place to stay at a crisis youth residential center. And she was headed there when her father tracked her down outside the school near the bus stop. Witness after witness have described the terrifying scene that then unfolded, as prosecutors say Mr. Ali tried to strangle his daughter during an argument.
She was gasping for air and her eyes were rolling back to the back of her head.
Her face was looking like pale and her eyes were starting to roll back.
Her eyes were rolling back?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say they're rolling back, what do you mean by that?
They were rolling back in the...
Several students jumped in, helplessly trying to pry the victim from her father's grasp as her body was going limp.
I tried to help her, but I wasn't strong enough, and a lot of other students stepped in at that point.
And that's when he was still like fighting. He had like put her in a lock, and I'm still like on his arm, and then they fall to the ground, and I had like ripped his arm sleeve off of his jacket, and once I couldn't get his arm off of her, I started punching him in the head.
The victim's teenage boyfriend was also there trying to help, but witnesses say he was punched in the face by Mr. Ali.
I flew back a little bit, and I thought I had to recollect myself and like look at myself like that just happened, to like assure me like that just happened.
Why didn't you just let him take her home?
Because he didn't want to take her home.
Found not guilty. It's on video. You just watched it happen. Suicidal empathy. This piece of shit is going to be out of jail in a year. What do you think? He's just going to have some moral awakening when he gets out of the can? No. He's not going to. But Kevin, it's only happening in Washington, you know? That's a liberal shithole. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Go watch the documentary, The Price of Honor. That's the horrifying story of two girls in Texas that were murdered by their father for being too American. Their father then spent 10 years on the FBI's most wanted list, only to be tracked down half a mile from his house while he was being protected by the enclave community in Texas. You watch it right now. It's on Netflix. The entire world I mean, look. Obviously, I'm not stating. How do I want to put this? When the Spotlight scandal broke about the Catholic Church abuse in 2001, the entire world addressed it. The whole world. Because of 4 people in Boston figuring something out and connecting the dots. The second biggest Catholic Church abuse scandal happened like 4 miles from my house in Rockville Center, New York. And it went on in country after country, city after city, all over the world, from Japan to Australia to America to Africa, everywhere. And something was done about it. The question is going to be, the question isn't, why did this happen? We know why this happened. We know why this happened. Because substandard cultures were imported into a place where people believe that the most important thing in the world is to be accepting and diverse and multicultural. And I want to be able to get every kind of food I want in every neighborhood all over Western Europe and in America. That's why this happened. The reaction is what is horrifying. I mean, go on Twitter and Google this. Go on Twitter and look up this scandal, and you will find some of the biggest names in liberal politics responding with, well, yeah, but what about Epstein? Fuck Jeffrey Epstein. Kill everyone who was on the island. Kill everyone. Everyone who was on Epstein's island, we should throw off of the Empire State Building. Now let's address this. And they won't. Because they're afraid to be called racist. Well, I don't give a shit. Because I'm not. There is a problem facing the Western world. And if this is the part of the show you want to clip and send to the press to label me something, I don't give a shit. There are 29 million women in the UK, and 250,000 of them were gang raped by people who have no right to be in the country in the first place, because elitist politicians would rather have votes than protect their own citizens. And it's not just in the UK. We saw it in Kassel, Germany. Douglas Murray documents this in his book, The Strange Death of Europe, where people in this small German town didn't want hordes of migrants coming in. And their local elected officials basically said, kick rocks, we don't care. Sweden has now become the rape capital of Europe. Look, there's been scenes out of the G7 all day today. Trump meeting with this one, meeting with Meloni, meeting with Macron, meeting with this, meeting with that. No Keir Starmer anywhere. He's hiding under a rock. 13,000 rapists he let go. He personally, not his staff, not some underling. He, as the director of public prosecutions, let 13,000 rapists go with a warning. Why wouldn't they keep doing it? Why wouldn't they keep doing it? Meanwhile, I got to watch Tommy Robinson get the shit beat out of him in the streets of Yorkshire. Thrown in prison, stopped at Heathrow Airport, charged with terrorism because he didn't turn it. That happened 3 weeks ago. He was stopped at Heathrow Airport and charged with terrorism because he wouldn't turn his phone over. We need to grasp this. It's not all of them. 85% on a societal level is all of them. Remember, 85 is a low number. According to this new report, it could be upwards of 93%. If the West does not grapple with what elitist, left-wing politicians have done, I don't know if we come back from it. I don't know how we come back. The scale of this is mind-blowing. You know, there's this. I keep bringing up the movie Spotlight because Americans have seen it. You know, won Best Picture. It was a great movie. I keep coming back to that scene in that movie where Mark Ruffalo finally snaps and says they knew, and they let it happen to kids. They knew for decades, and nobody did shit about it. And there are going to be people that watch this show today and try to claim there's something wrong with me for pointing it out. What are they going to do in the UK? Because I tell you what, this story sounds a lot like the Henry Noack story. Sounds a lot like that Irish politician that apologized to migrants after that because a migrant cut someone's fucking head off in the street. What's going to happen? I don't really know. Guys, the show was pretty intense today. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. Please do. You know, this is going to be one of those shows that I want you to share with your friends because most of the world doesn't know this is happening. And more people need to know about it. I'll see you guys back live tomorrow. Until then.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us. It is 3 o'clock Central, and that means it's time for the show. So today on the program, I guess what I would say about today is the news of today has radicalized me. I've been kind of talking about this for a while, trying to put this into words. But essentially, every husband, every father, every man responsible for protecting another person or the people around you, you make a calculation in your head. And men, fathers especially, do this every single day. Most of the time, we don't even realize we're doing it. When a father crosses a parking lot at night, he's doing it. When he notices a suspicious person lingering near his family, he's doing this, making this calculation. When he decides whether to carry a firearm or install security cameras or teach children to be aware of their surroundings, he's doing this. He's making this calculation. It's a threat assessment, a constant balancing of risks. Because contrary to what the media tells us, most men don't want violence. Most men understand exactly what violence means. Violence means someone gets hurt. Violence means someone loses a father, a wife, a husband, a son, a daughter. Violence means consequences that can last a lifetime. A good father doesn't wake up every day looking for a fight. A good father wakes up trying to avoid one, at least corporeally speaking, maybe not spiritually. We do spiritual battle every single day. But this particular equation is simple. My family needs me, my wife needs me, my children need me, and if I get arrested, they suffer. If I get killed, they suffer. If I make a reckless decision and throw my life away, I have failed the people who depend on me. I've abandoned them. So the responsible man chooses restraint. He tolerates things. He overlooks things. He gives institutions the benefit of the doubt. He trusts that police will do their job. He trusts that judges will do their job. He may even trust that politicians will do their job. Because the alternative, well, it's more risky. It's scary, terrifying even. The alternative is believing that nobody is coming to help. The alternative is believing that the people entrusted with protecting the innocent are unwilling or unable to do so. And that is where the equation starts to change for, I think, the average father. Because eventually, by the way, it's Father's Day weekend coming up. Eventually, the question enters a different calculation. What if doing nothing is actually the greater risk? What if remaining quiet today creates a far more dangerous world for my children tomorrow? What if the institutions that were supposed to stop the abuse are protecting the abusers? History is filled with examples of populations enduring hardships for years. People rarely explode over a single event. They explode after years of accumulated frustration, betrayal, and broken trust. To outsiders, it looks sudden. To the people living through it, though, it feels long overdue. Last week, we watched the scenes unfold in Belfast. It would have seemed unthinkable just a few years ago. Cars burning, roads blocked, riots, homes burned down, crowds of ordinary people taking to the streets after a brutal knife attack committed by a Sudanese migrant who had been granted permission to remain in the United Kingdom. The violence quickly spread across Belfast and beyond, leaving polite society, the pearl clutchers, politicians, journalists, commentators, asking things like, what's happening to these people? But of course, they're all asking the wrong question. The real question isn't why some people finally snapped. The real question is what calculation led them there. And I think it's this calculation I'm talking about. Because again, every father and every husband runs a threat assessment in his head every single day for a variety of issues, topics, potential threats. It's constant. And if you're a dad, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Which brings me to the latest revelations coming out of Britain, the grooming gang scandal. It's haunted the United Kingdom for years. And now a new independent inquiry led by MP Rupert Lowe argues that the true scale of the abuse of British girls, mostly white girls, is vastly larger than previously understood, estimating that the number of victims reaches hundreds of thousands nationwide, 250,000 girls. The testimonies and documented cases themselves are horrific. We're going to get into it here in a minute. Some of them are, I don't even want to talk about it. It's beyond description. It's disgusting, but we're going to. Survivors have described years of rape, trafficking, intimidation, and abuse while institutions repeatedly fail to intervene. But what is perhaps even more disturbing than the crimes themselves is the recurring allegation, and I think it's not an allegation, I think it's the truth because it's in this report, that authorities, police, local councils, social services, and other agencies often knew far more than they admitted and failed to act. Multiple inquiries and parliamentary discussions have described systemic failures by the state to protect vulnerable children. And that's the part that changes the father's equation I was talking about. People can tolerate evil merely existing. What they struggle to tolerate is the belief that those entrusted with stopping it were looking the other way, or worse, helping facilitate it, which is what we have in these documents. When fathers read stories of abused children and then learn the social workers, local authorities, police departments, and government officials ignored warnings, suppressed complaints, and prioritized institutional reputations over child safety, you better watch out. Because this isn't just anger, it's a total loss of trust, with men willing to do anything to make it stop. The social contract itself gets thrown in the trash because the government refused to honor it, because government derives its legitimacy from one basic promise. Will they protect the innocent? The government tells us that they will. We will protect the innocent. But they're not doing that. They're not only not protecting the innocent, they're not going after and prosecuting the guilty. The moment citizens begin to believe that promise is no longer being kept, they start asking questions they never wanted to ask. Questions about responsibility, accountability. What happens when the people entrusted with protecting children become part of the machinery that targeted them for sexual abuse and domination? So I suspect that is why we were seeing the unrest in Belfast. That's why everybody's so concerned about this right now, and they're taking action. And it's not because violence is preferred, but it's because many observers look at those scenes and conclude that violence is the only way to solve the problem. And we could argue about whether that's right or wrong, but it's a dangerous place for any society to be, because once enough fathers begin to believe that the people protecting their families are unwilling to do so because they're not, the threat assessment, this daily thing that we all go through in our heads, that changes. Calculation changes, and history teaches us that when trust finally collapses, events can move much faster than anyone expects. So today on the show, we're going to talk about it. We're also going to talk about what's going on in the Middle East with the Memorandum of Understanding. Rob Spencer, my co-host, is with me. The show starts right now.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, folks, welcome to the show. Rob Spencer, my friend, it's great to have you back in studio. How you doing?
Gosh, Paul, it's just felt like I don't know, forever since I was in studio with you, and I'm just glad to be here. You know, when I see all the news happen, so folks, if you ever wonder, like, hey, why is Rob not there? I own several businesses, and those businesses sort of pull me away. I love doing the show, and when news happens, when the Iranian war is over, when gas prices are on the trending down, and all of this stuff, and then our vice president goes on The View, and we're seeing all of this stuff, all of the stuff that you addressed in your opening monologue. When we're seeing all that, I was like, man, I just want to jump on air. I've got some things to say. Things I want to talk about. All of that stuff, and it's just, unfortunately, life happens sometimes, and all of that. So I'm glad to be here with you, Paul. Glad to go through all the news of the day with you, but then also talking about this from a father's perspective, because, everything that you said in that monologue was just completely true. We're, fathers, we don't wake up looking for a fight, but we're ready for one. Mm-hmm. A good father is. And, also I've seen videos, too, where people ask mothers, would you kill for your children? And without a shadow of a doubt, conservative mothers are like, oh, hell yeah. Who is it?
Yeah.
If somebody's threatening the life of my children, who is it? And then these liberal women are like, well, I don't know that I would kill for my children. And it just goes to show the mentality of the value of life. And these people who are committing these heinous acts in the UK and also here in the United States, we're not seeing so many reports of this stuff, but it's coming here because they're here. Mm-hmm. They're here, folks.
Yeah.
And those people committing these heinous acts, they have no value for human life. This is where conservatives need to step up, and this is where they are needed the most, in my opinion.
100%. And I have been, I think, trying to articulate this problem in my head for a long time, and so that's why I did the monologue on it, because, I mean, because I've often thought about, okay, well, what if the government does this? What if the government does that? What if they take our guns? Like 15, 20 years ago when Obama was in office, there was this thought of, what if they do a gun confiscation? Are you going to give up your guns? And
sure.
I think so many people at the time were like, well, yeah, I guess I would, or I'd bury them in my backyard and say they were stolen, or people had all these contingency plans, but that they wouldn't necessarily openly revolt because of the safety of their family. Because what about abandoning the kids? But mm-hmm. I think what we're seeing in the UK, number one on this specific issue, never give up your guns, ever in a million years, because of what that does what's going to inevitably
You
follow.
saw it in Australia with the COVID-19. Like, if they would have had guns, that the government was literally putting them in camps.
Yes, they were.
What are we talking about here? We're talking about 2020, and the government of Australia were putting people in camps if they refused to get the jab. You want to talk about communism? You want to talk about totalitarianism? That is what the definition of it was. And then you got these absolutely lunatic liberals in Europe who are allowing the third world to infiltrate their country with no sort of assimilation plan, none of that stuff. And then we're seeing also that in the United States when, these third world countries, these Muslim-based countries, which is a terrorist religion, you can kiss my A if you disagree with that. They are a terrorist religion, and they are infiltrating American cities. And what are they doing? They're committing fraud because the white man is evil. Take his tax money. Who cares, right? They're committing fraud, and they're taking over these cities. They're trying to take over governments, and they've already taken over the largest government city in the United States there with New York.
Yes.
New York City with Mom Donnie, who is... What do you do in New York? That's a whole other discussion here. So if we're not on guard with this stuff, if we're not taking the lessons of what happened in Canada with the trucker protests where they were shutting down bank accounts, what happened in Australia with all of this putting in people in concentration camps, and this absolutely rape culture that is existing in Europe where they have infiltrated these rapists who have no sort of no sort of respect for the female. Like you have no value as a female,
right? Well,
so
especially if you're white, especially if you're white.
Yeah, and if I rape you, it's there's no problem with this. And you want to say, well, it's over there, it's up there, it's way down there with Australia. That's a 24-hour plane flight. You think it's not happening in the United States? You're a fool.
Yeah, to them, it's like squashing an ant. You kind of get the feel. Oh, and I learned today, the thing I learned today about this whole rape inquiry in the UK, I learned that it's majority Pakistani Muslims that are doing the raping, and I learned that the UK calls them Asian men.
It's kind of like all the Mexican gang members who are committing violence here in the United States that are called white.
Yep.
You're like,
they get tagged as white.
Jose Gonzalez, who's a member, he's got a Tren de Aragua, tattoo on his hand is listed as white when he gets arrested.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Really?
So yeah, this is it's a mass raping of Asian men, and I get it what they're technically trying to say, but it's just crazy to me. So this has all been brought about by a guy by the name of Rupert Lowe. He's a politician there in the UK. Oh, real quick, you forgive me, I forgot to reset things because this was set for Eric. There you are. So he, I guess a day or so ago, he decided to talk about this preliminary report and saying that the report was going to be released in a few days. And this is what he said. I just wanted you to hear it directly from a politician in the UK. This is his report that he was in charge of.
Firstly, I would like to thank the 260,974 British men and women who signed the petition to make this debate possible. And I want to welcome these brave survivors who are sitting behind us in the hall. This debate is about them. As you quite rightly say, it's not about politics. I want the world to hear what we heard during the 2 weeks of our independent rape gang inquiry hearings, an inquiry that should never have needed to happen. I sincerely urge this Parliament to listen to the testimonies from these brave survivors and to act, to finally act. So the first testimony, he took his pants down, penetrated me, had sex with me. He then stopped before ejaculation. He picked up the bottle of Jack Daniels, which was now empty, and he forced it up inside me. He broke the glass while he was there. At that point, I was about 12, nearly 13.
Good grief. Oh, my God.
Another testimony. I was held down by the men as they each took turns to orally and vaginally rape me, taking it in turns to pin down my arms and my legs. When the assault ended, the men hit me repeatedly, threatened to find me, kill me, and harmed my loved ones if I ever told anybody what had happened. Another. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls, the Christian girls, were viewed as having fewer morals or lower values, whereas Muslim girls were described by some of the men as having dignity and higher moral standing. These comparisons were used to justify the way I was treated and to further humiliate
That's exactly what I was
control
saying.
me. Another. She was a white woman herself, who I imagine may have been groomed, and has obviously now married into the family, shouting obscenities at us. Throughout the whole sentencing, she was constantly saying, "Fucking liars, lying white bitches." She said to me that God will be the witness for what happens to me. Another. Race did play a part and motivated the selection or demographic of the victims. Throughout my exploitation, the other girls I encountered, or who were abused alongside me, were almost exclusively white. Another. She had a baby by him, and his dad was an imam. His dad knew. And he got his son married and said that he wasn't allowed to see the child. They look after their own community. Another. Over the course of the abuse, I was raped by multiple police officers in different parts of the country. Another. He put a cigarette out on the baby's face. Another. It started when I was 13. I was raped by probably about 600 or 700 different men over 3 years. Another.
600 or 700.
They would toot the horn of the car, and then a child would be taken to the front door by a staff member of the children's home.
Orphanages are in on
Another.
it.
I was bleeding from both my vagina and my back passage and was so swollen I could not sit down. I told hospital staff my drink had been spiked and I did not know what had happened because I was too afraid to tell the truth. They did not ask any questions. They gave me tablets and discharged me. I was 15 years old.
All right, so it goes on like this, and the report. We've got the high points of the report, but that is the Parliament's MP Rupert Lowe, and I sit here and I wonder the fact that the government has let it get this bad. I honestly don't know if there's any fixing it outside of some revolution. You know what I mean? Like at this point, the report is so bad. Who wants to trust the same government that allowed it to happen, I think, by design? They get all their foot soldiers brainwashed into believing it's about DEI, but in reality, it's about replacing the British population because I think lower IQ people are easier to control, honestly, and I think higher IQ people, like the white demographic, if they were to organize, they can much easier hold their government accountable. Although I know there's a lot of leftists in that demographic as well, but you think. Okay, now I'm grateful that he's done this report and getting it out there. But it's like, okay, so now we're going to just let you guys clean it up, which they won't, by the way. But even if they did, I'm like, you guys need to be put on trial. The entire the UK government needs to be put on trial, just like so many of our politicians need to be put on trial. I have been radicalized by this today, and I know you're over there sick to your stomach.
I'm going to try to find the right words to give that justice. Here's what I'll say. I'm the father of 2 daughters, one who's 12, one who's 7. The girl saying that she had been raped over and over and over when she was 12, almost 13. Which is the same situation that my daughter's in.
You mean the age? That's
correct.
Okay.
My life, in my opinion, my life would be over in that moment.
Yeah.
Because of the utter warfare that would ensue. There would be no trial. I would find whoever it would be, and their life would be over. But unfortunately, when you have these non-Second Amendment countries, what are these individuals supposed to do? And the fact that they villainize someone, they're looking down at someone who's white and calling her a lying bitch and saying these heinous things about it is because in their mind they are raping the devil. You are a white devil. You have no value. You have no there's no value in your existence because you are an infidel. And I want America to wake up and say, there's a stand-up comedian, a weirdly enough analogy to make, that talks about this and says, Muslims, people who are Islamic, are like pit bulls. And the reason is, yes, there are some of them who are good, but a lot of them aren't. And a lot more, percentage-wise, of Muslim people are violent, rapist, anarchist who just want to destroy the world and give in to whatever fleshly desire they have at that moment. You have no value in a Christian world. And you and I are both Christians, Paul. You have no value in a Christian world. And I just wish sometimes that I had this Thanos from Avengers, the magic thing that just says, we're going to kill. I can instantly kill this many people.
It would be tempting.
Yeah. Can you tell me what the advantage for the world, for the globe, to keeping someone of Muslim faith? What advantage would we have to allow them to live? Because sure, there are good Muslims, but most of them aren't. And that, to me, it's like the pit bull.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't be on the snapping fingers and genociding all Muslims. And I know we're looking at what has been allowed to happen, and the immigration in first world countries has basically, it's literally people's sons and daughters are dying because of politicians, at least what their stated goal is, their commitment to diversity or whatever, which is completely
Joan
nonsense.
of Arc. Burn them at the stake.
What I will say this is, I'll say that last week in Belfast, when they took to the streets and they started burning down the homes.
That's fathers, man.
Okay. They're burning down immigrant homes, and some of them, according to some reports, were like, well, I'm getting out of here. I'm self-deporting. And I don't know if that's true or not. But after you read this rape report, how is that not a tame idea? It is a tame idea to start burning down homes. The government won't protect the innocent. The government won't punish the guilty. Then you get this report saying, over whatever period of years, 250,000 girls have been raped, and it's got to be way higher than that.
Oh, it's way more.
Because there's a lot of stuff.
What about the ones who are raped and killed? What about the ones who are raped to death?
Yes, exactly.
They're literally raped to death, and they don't have an ability to tell their story. This girl in 2 years says she was raped over 600 times. Like,
it gets worse.
Can you? There is no future for this young lady. There is no future from it. Let's just say she escapes it. She comes to New York. All of that stuff. She comes to America, goes to Idaho, and marries a farmer. Is she going to have some kind of normal life?
No, of course not.
She can't. Not with all that trauma. There's so many things that can be fixed with therapy and through God and all of that stuff. But my God, you've got this trauma of 600 men forcibly entering your body. I can't, as a father to daughters, I can't go there in my mind, because if I do, then it's really hard to feel like a Christian.
And that is the top of the show. That is this calculation of, you have all these people, especially in Western European countries, that don't want violence. They don't want it, and they're going to avoid it. But when that population actually gets to the point where, like, actually, there's no choice, you would think it would be very severe, calculated, and tactical. And I don't know. I haven't even checked in on Belfast. I'm not even sure what's going on. But this at the moment. But this is insane. What has been allowed to happen is insane, and it's our future here in this country. It is our future if we don't take heed. Rupert Lowe's rape gang report has shown that the NHS, National Health Service, was discharging children as young as 11 years old back to their abusers after being treated for STDs, genital injuries, and even pregnancies. They were all involved from top to bottom. These people knew about it. And you know what? The lower level ones that are brainwashed, they might be able to say, well, DEI, and it could be that they're brainwashed. I don't think so anymore. I'm willing to entertain that these people are all actively pursuing evil for evil's sake.
It's all about money, Paul. It's all about money, because these people, they're looking at it and they're trying to say, all right, well, this person doesn't have value to me. But they do if I sell them to a deviant mind. I sell them to a deviant mind. They make money to me. They make money for me.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I look at it and I say, if this is where we're going as a society, then it's guerrilla warfare.
Yeah.
In my mind, like, come into this country, like, it makes me want to load up on ammunition. It makes me want to just go hunting and just say, you're an evil, vile person. What is the movie with Bill Paxton and Matthew McConaughey where he, like, touches them and he finds out that they're a demon and he kills them, and everybody thinks he's crazy, and his son, he's raising his sons. I can't
remember. I don't know.
But there's this movie. Maybe they can help us in our
What is it, chat? What is it?
Yeah, what is it in our chat? But I'm like, everybody thought he was crazy because he was identifying these demons. These people who are doing this rape culture, the ones that look at a white person and say, you deserve to be raped. And it's not just Muslims, Paul. It's not just Muslims. We are so villainized globally as a white person. The color of your skin, you are so villainized that you deserve, your wife who is white, my wife who is white, they deserve to be raped. They deserve to be violated because they are white devils. They are evil people. And the irony is apparently lost on them. It's not lost on me, but it's lost on them that they're committing an evil act because they think that this person is evil. And I just want to reiterate, as a father to daughters, if you hurt my daughter, my life is over. Your life was decided when you hurt my daughter. But my life is now over because I'm going to end your existence. And unfortunately, when you have places in Europe that do not have that remedy of the Second Amendment, they're faced with the fallout of picking up the pieces of their life and trying to rebuild something.
Out
of rubble.
Honestly, out of all of the U.S.'s proxy wars and regime changes or regime change goals or dreams, you can make the strongest argument right now that, and now I don't know if I would even support it right now because I'm actually our country is in such shambles and we got a lot of work to do. But you can make an argument that we should be arming the Irish rebels right now. You can make an argument that we should be trying to do a regime change right now in the United Kingdom based on what those people are going through, based on what their government is doing. They're literally calling good things evil and evil things good. At a scale, I think at a scale beyond what our government is doing. And our government is doing that too, by the way.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you something. So my wife and I went to watch Sound of Freedom whenever it was in movie theaters. You remember that movie with Angel Studios?
Yes.
It's about sex trafficking. And it's very much this exact same thing, here where these children were sex trafficked, and that one had a happy ending, but it didn't have a happy middle. None of this stuff was happy in the intermediate. And what happened was, there's this one scene where this little 10-year-old girl is in this bed, and this creepy ass dude walks into the room and turns off the lamp, and then it goes to black. And I just remember sitting there just bawling. I mean, I was just crying because I was just, when you see that, you start to see your own children.
Yeah.
And you just say, it's as simple as she meets the wrong person who says the right thing to her to get her in his vehicle.
Yeah, that's exactly
to get her to the second location, to do all of this stuff. And so when you watch The Sound of Freedom, you realize that there are more people in slavery in the world, on the globe right now, than there ever was in the 1840s. Okay? And so we think, oh, well, slavery, that's in America, that's a white people enslaving black people, and we can talk about the fact that only 1.4% of white people in the United States actually own slaves. When you want to villainize all of us, you're just like, wait a minute, 98.6% of white people didn't own slaves.
Well, you had to be wealthy, so...
Well, you had to be wealthy, and
I was raised a poor black child.
There you go.
You ever seen that Steve Martin movie?
Oh, yeah,
Where Steve Martin is I was raised a poor black child.
The jerk, yeah. Yeah, you're still in my dramatic moment here, Paul.
I'm sorry.
But going back to like the real thing here, and that is, what was the reaction to Sound of Freedom? Do you remember what the liberal media said? Oh, there's no proof. There's no proof that this happens.
Right.
And unfortunately, the United States is the number one purchaser of sex trafficking victims, because there's the most money here, I guess. I don't know. But we're the number one purchaser in the entire world of sex trafficking victims. And you want to say this? You want to say that the Joe Biden administration just allowing this to infiltrate our southern border wasn't evil?
Yeah.
You need Jesus, but you also need a wake-up call, because you are so infected with your liberal lunacy that you didn't realize what was happening. It wasn't all just about the votes. It was about the money train that exists with trafficking of humans.
I mean, I know like 10 years ago, I heard somebody give a sermon, or at least mentioned it in a sermon about Super Bowl Sunday and how this is America's holiday or whatever, on a Sunday, which is wrong, but how the sex trafficking industry actually thrives on that day, whatever city the Super Bowl is in, is like a zenith of that year of sex trafficking. And it's sick when you think about it. I mean, it's
there's millions of dollars, billions of dollars flowing through that city that day.
It is.
And unfortunately, it's because you have some depraved minds paying for it.
A redhead libertarian, 250,000 English girls were allowed to be kidnapped, raped, tortured, and trafficked over 50 years by gangs of foreign monsters because no one in the UK wanted to be called a racist.
Good God.
The Rape Gang Inquiry Report found that at least 250,000 British girls. Here's a one interesting quote. 87% of those convicted in the group-based child sexual exploitation cases bore distinctively Muslim names. The vast majority of men involved in these gangs were not convicted. They weren't convicted. Then we have this. Matt Walsh says, one thing I'm taking from the Rape Gang report is that British social workers are some of the most evil, sadistic perverts on the planet. A huge number of the most grievous cases of abuse involve a social worker standing by and letting it happen or actively facilitating it. He's exactly right. And at the same time, Mike Davis says that Keir Starmer should be publicly tried and executed, and that is because Keir Starmer was the director of public prosecutions during a lot of this, during this time period, and gave 13,000 suspected Muslim rape gang members and pedophiles. He let them off with a warning. Okay, and that's who the Prime Minister of the British government is right now. Tommy Robinson, make no bones about it. Starmer's regime's online censorship attacks on all fronts are designed to stop more people seeing things like this report on rape gangs shared everywhere. Because the more people that see it, the more people they don't want people to see it because they don't want fathers coming to the. They don't want fathers balancing their equation in a different way. Right now, it's worth. I don't want to abandon my family. Now it's worth me being here to try to protect and provide. But if they get to the point where it's like, if I do nothing, my family has no future at all. Their grandkids. Have no future. If you get to that point, and stuff like this will get men to that point, and just say enough's enough.
Yeah, I don't really give a damn at this point. I have no desire to be friends with someone who is a Muslim. I don't care. Call me a racist. Call me a whatever. I guess that is. What is it?
Islamophobe.
Yeah, I'm an Islamophobe. Call me that. I don't give a damn. I don't want to be friends with you. We don't have enough in common, Paul. We don't have enough in common for me to feel like I need to have a friendly, nice, clean conversation with you because I know what your ideology is, whether you're following it or not. I know what your ideology is. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Call me this. Call me whatever. I don't give a damn anymore. I have stopped caring whether you try to cancel me or not, Paul. I'm a father. I am a husband. I am a Christian, first and foremost. I'm a business owner. Cancel my business. I don't give a damn. Cancel me. You are a party to an ideology that believes that it is okay to rape women, that women are not equal. My wife is a Christian wife. She is a wife who allows me, I say allows, quotes, in quotes, as the head of the household to make the final decision. Do I yield to her counsel a lot of times when she gives me her counsel? Absolutely. I take her feelings, her opinion into account. Does she tell me what to do? No, she doesn't. She doesn't. She's a biblical wife. Now, do we have disagreements? I'm not trying to sit here and we say we don't have disagreements, but ultimately she knows that I am the decision maker.
The decider.
The decider. She trusts me to make that decision. That is what a Christian, faithful relationship built in Christ should be built on. Okay? Muslims do not have that. Women are inferior. Women are less than. You must cover up. You must cover up because you might tempt me to rape you.
Well, yeah.
What the hell are you talking? You're trying to sit here and tell me that you have a religion that is worth following when the women have to be covered up because it might tempt somebody to rape them. Kiss my ass, Paul. Not you personally. Not you. I don't want anybody to kiss my ass. The dog is over here in the corner. He's like, what is going on, Dad? The dog is like, but you want to sit here and tell me that you're a peaceful, calm religion when you encourage the raping of women because they are inferior?
Yeah.
What is Rob mad about today? The fact that we have allowed Muslims to infiltrate this country. Call me racist. I don't give a damn.
So everybody got a look at our mascot for today. He is deciding to leave the room, Rob.
He's like, I'm not a Muslim.
So that was my dog. He's up here today. He was lonely at the house today, so I decided to bring him up here.
You have a bleach white German Shepherd.
That's right.
He's a handsome fella.
Thank you. He's a good. We like him a lot.
It's okay.
See, now he's coming over to make sure that you're okay.
You okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me some loving.
So let's see. Maybe he'll get up there. Let's see. There he is. See just a little bit of him. Anyway, so his nickname is Privilege.
Yeah.
Since we're on the subject of race, that's what his nickname is. All right. So, real quick, just a few more. I think I got the high poll. I want to cover this right. Jamie Bambrick. Hang on one second. Jamie Bambrick. Here we go. He's got eight highlights of exactly what's in this report, just so we're thorough. Okay. Number one. This was a nationwide, not merely local phenomenon. This was never a series of isolated local failures. It was a coordinated nationwide pattern of organized child sexual exploitation that repeated in town after town, city after city, from the far north to the south coast. Okay, number one. So it was everywhere in this country. The scale was enormous, more than anyone dared think. The scale of the crimes committed is staggering. It's been previously established that at the very least 250,000 young white girls have been subjected to repeated rape, gang rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and a lifelong trauma. The true number is much higher. By the way, this is not only the UK government's fault, but this is also the people's fault. I mean, at some point, previous fathers of this country have voted for this nonsense. They were wooed by the DEI, and they were wooed by this fake religion that is so I mean, yes, they are responsible for this now.
Yeah.
Will they man up? Will they nut up and do something about it? Is another question entirely. As reported, the vast majority of perpetrators were Pakistani Muslims. Number 4, vulnerable girls were targeted using a consistent method. Quote, organized networks of perpetrators built coordinated operations that transported victims between locations, supplied them with drugs and alcohol, recorded abuse for distribution and blackmail, and passed girls between multiple adult men. Number 5, the police and other institutions knew what was happening and ignored it. And that is why from now on, the next time I see some British, British cop, and you're taking a protester away, and we don't have any guns or whatever, but you're taking a protester away, or you're beating them up, or you're doing whatever, you're being unreasonable, or you're going up to him saying, "I need to talk to you, sir, about your social media post. You were saying bad things about the Asian man." The next time I see that, I am assuming that man is a rapist and a pedophile enabler. Yep. I'm assuming it, because why are you still there? Why are you still working? Why haven't you quit your job? I mean, if you really disagreed with what's going on right now, there's no way you would be a cop in Great Britain in these police forces.
What's Paul mad about today?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I'm furious about it.
Oh, I love it, Paul.
You just keep wondering, like, here's a guy that comes up to me. We should have a lot in common. I mean, as I see the videos, should have a lot in common. Mm-hmm. Like that journalist that was just trying to record the other day, and he was on the other side of the barricade where he was supposed to be, and they're like, we need you to stop filming, mate. Listen to me. And I'm like, who is that guy? And how does he look himself in the mirror? Oh, he must be a rapist. Like, that's now what I'm thinking now. Now that the cops are in on it.
You know what? You deserve it.
Yeah,
you deserve
exactly.
it. If you're going to support this type of system, and let's just be honest, if you're walking up to people in public, griping at them for filming things that are happening in public, you are part of the problem. And in my view and in your view, absolutely. You are just as bad as these rapists because you are enabling a system. What the hell is the government going to do if the police says, no, we're not going to do that?
Exactly.
We're not going to do that. We're not going to show up when a white man has been stabbed with a sword 5 times and handcuffed the white man because of our sick-ass ideology that says we have to believe the guy in the effing turban. Let me just tell you something. I ain't believing a damn word that someone in a turban speaks to me. Call me a racist. I don't care. You, as police officers, just to kind of keep your paycheck going, you're enabling that stuff. So you're just as bad. In my opinion, maybe you're worse because you have a position of authority and you're not even using it.
I agree. And I would also say that the police officers that are trying to, prevent the speech or prosecuting the speech, obviously there's prosecutors doing this, but the ones that are like, don't record this because we don't want more people to find out.
Yeah, we can't have people knowing.
So that's a form of censorship that also gives people no other choice. If you're taking away their choices, that's going to lead to more political violence. Because if you've got these bad policies that are forced upon you and you can't talk about it to organize politically, which I know there's still people like Restore Britain and stuff. I mean, they're trying to organize politically.
Man, there's people trying to fight the good fight.
Yeah, but if you're going against their speech online, which is political organization, then What choice do you have? Okay, not only do I have to put up with the policies, I can't talk about it politically organized without going to jail. Okay, well then guess what? You live in a slave state.
Yeah, you do.
You are a serf, and you got no choice.
Well, I mean, we've already seen this. We've already seen this in the UK, where a woman went on social media bashing the fact that there were these two immigrants. We'll call them immigrants, that came in and raped this young lady, violently raped her, damn near killed her, and they received less than a year in prison. She went on social media and said, why are we allowing these people in the country in the first place? She received 2 years in prison. She got more prison time than the actual rapist. Don't sit here and tell me, Prime Minister, that your country allows free speech. You're full of shit. Sorry, I don't want to try to get us a explicit rating. Sorry about that. But you don't support free speech. You have the gall to stand there and say that you do. If I sit here and say, why are we allowing these people in our country in the first place? It's because a problem was allowed into this country. And they say, well, native-born Americans commit more crimes than immigrants. Okay. Number one, I don't believe that. But number two, all of the crimes committed by illegal immigrants shouldn't have been committed in the first place.
Correct. Laken Riley should still be alive.
Laken Riley should still be alive. That young lady who was raped by two immigrants should still be alive. Well, she should still be, well, she's alive, but she should be unraped.
Yes.
She should not have had that
Intact.
trauma experience. And we're doing all of this. We're doing all of this. It's not the conservatives, folks. My God, I hope and pray that if my children are ever lost at the zoo, that they find a conservative mom or dad. If they find a liberal mom and dad who has no value for life, and that person just happens to be an evil person, I'm not trying to say that conservatives don't commit crime, but conservatives value life, and I would take my chances with a conservative mom over a liberal mom finding my children.
Yeah, I think conservatives are just more likely to believe in a hierarchy of loves.
Sure.
And liberals are more suicidal, civilizational, suicidal. But here's the quote.
Jocelyn Nungry, Wanda in our comments talking about Jocelyn Nungry. He was violently raped by these two individuals against a post, and she was 12, 13 years old when this stuff happened. None of this stuff should have happened, and it should.
You know what William Wallace
in the UK.
did? I mean, in Braveheart, what William Wallace does when he takes the initial keep, he takes the guy, the prima nocta guy, and puts him on a post himself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's over.
It's over.
These are the data points, the reference points that people are starting to think about because of this. Police forces ignored repeated reports, criminalized victims instead of perpetrators, destroyed evidence, allowed known rapists to walk free on bail. Social care services undermine protective parents, placed children in trafficking hubs inside children's homes, closed cases despite clear indicators of exploitation, and retaliated against whistleblowers. The NHS recorded genital injuries, multiple sexually transmitted infections in children as young as 13, pregnancies caused by rape, and suicide attempts, yet discharged victims back to their abusers without safeguarding referrals or trauma care. Schools observed older men collecting girls at the gates, heard disclosures of rape on school premises, and responded by excluding victims rather than protecting them. Number 6, those in these institutions did so because they were afraid of being called racist. Quote, political correctness, fear of accusations of racism, and fear of losing electoral support from certain demographics have taken precedent over the protection of British children. Repent. Number 7, parts of the foster and orphan care system became exploitation hotspots. Children's homes became trafficking hubs where staff failed to stop older men collecting girls at night. Local authorities often return children to unsafe homes and placements despite repeated disclosures of grooming. Social care across England systematically enabled organized grooming and rape of children. Children's services, local authorities, foster cares, children's homes, and independent units repeatedly return vulnerable children to known risk. Multiple offenders explicitly, number 8, offenders explicitly linked to their treatment of these girls with their own religious and cultural beliefs of the girls' white ethnicity. Listen to this, though, because I'm just kind of having an aha moment, but it's not a very bright aha moment because I should have thought of this a long time ago. Jeffrey Epstein, the 30,000-foot conspiracy about Epstein is a blackmail operation, but that we basically our entire all Western democracies are run by an elite network of pedophiles who worship the devil. And all I'm saying is, I'm just making, like, what would make you turn a blind eye to your own citizens' children being raped by the Muslims that you immigrated here? Oh, I don't know, because you just don't think there's anything wrong with it. Has nothing to do with DEI. Has nothing to do with that. It has to do with literally the point of the immigration in the first place. It's the feature, right? It's the feature. Yeah. It's not some, addition. It's the feature. Is to terrorize, rape, and murder the population you claim to serve. That's where I'm at now. I really am. I'm done with the benefit of the doubt. These people are actively warring against their own people.
Yeah, get the hell out. Here's what I'll say this. You said something in the middle of that maybe this is just really unchristian-like for me, Paul. You said these people need to repent. I'm going to say this. I don't want them to repent.
Well, so did that's Jonah. That's a Jonah for sure.
I'm telling you, I don't want these individuals to repent and turn their life around. I want them to die a painful death and then stand before the pearly gates and have our God say, "Depart from me, for I never knew you. Go to the fiery pits of hell," because there is no reconciling your soul. You abused children. You deserve every bit of torment for the rest of eternity in hell. That's the way I feel.
No, I mean,
it can't be Christian-like, and because I should pray for the souls of everybody.
Here's the deal.
But I can't do it.
I get it. I get what you're saying 100%. And that, Jonah did not want Nineveh to repent, I think, for similar reasons. Jesus is clear in 2 of the Gospels. It would be better for a millstone to be hung around your neck and thrown into the depths of the sea than to cause one of these little children to stumble. And that's exactly what they've done. So I totally understand that. And by the way, I would also say if there was, the Muslims should repent as well. That doesn't mean that they wouldn't face earthly consequences. By the way, I was more talking about honestly about the white British people,
the government
that has allowed it to happen.
Yeah,
like even the people that have voted for this, and maybe we should throw this back on America. How many politicians have we voted for that continue to just hand us, a crap sandwich and tell us it's turkey?
Yeah.
And then we're going to vote for them the same way over and over again. How many times? And a lot of it's media manipulation.
He's here.
Sorry, the dog's here. The same type of media manipulation.
He heard something
that goes on here also goes on there. So I mean, there is some of that true brainwashing. Sorry, that scared me to death. He scared me to death.
He got me. You know what? It's a good guard dog.
Yeah. There he is. So,
Ethan, take care of it.
Anyway, so apologies. But I mean that's what I was talking about. It's
the system that allows and honestly encourages the evil to persist.
Yeah.
You're as bad or worse than the evil itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
100%. Well, all right, let's reset, take a break. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Sorry about that disruption. But don't
Hey,
go anywhere.
Dogs protect us,
Hey,
man.
that's
What
right.
we're doing.
That's why we like it. All right, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back here in just a moment. This is the Paul Herrell Program, broadcasting here on LFA TV and the Paul Herrell Program YouTube. Thanks for watching.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
I had 5 units that I purchased for the practice right out of the chute. Well, those went the first week that I got back to Houston. So then we ordered another 5 and then another 5. And I think over the next, 6 to 8 weeks, we had ordered like 35 units. And they're gone. They're still gone out of the practice. So we're excited about moving more of these units for our patients because they need them. And so when you bring in new technology and your staff's thinking, oh, this is another thing that I need to handle during the day, I think it's a good idea to give them a little incentive. And I do it as a team. So if one person does well, the whole team does well. So they all support each other. And they got really excited about that. They love it. They'll bring a unit in, turn it on, put it on the patient's foot or leg, and they'll tell the patients, be sure to talk to Dr. Parker about red light therapy. And the patient will say, red light therapy, yeah, I've heard of that, And so I'll walk in and my nurse is she'll tell me, I've spoken to Mrs. Jones about this red light therapy, and she's really excited about it. So Red 5 has been fantastic for our bottom line.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba, so we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. Thank you so much for being with us. Broadcasting from the great state of Arkansas, and brisket prices are still too high. Vice President J.D. Vance went on Megyn Kelly's show and talked about this memorandum of understanding that is now, I think, been made public. President Trump is overseas. He gave additional remarks today about the memorandum of understanding. So we're going to listen to that. But first, let's actually go to that's the first thing we should do is we're going to go to Vice President J.D. Vance. And this is from William Wolf, that J.D. Vance devastatingly exposes the forever war bloodlust of the neocons. Again, this was J.D. Vance going on Megyn Kelly's podcast. Listen to this.
I think that fundamentally, if you look at what they're proposing an endless conflict. They want this to go on until every bomb has been dropped or until every Iranian is dead. That is not what the President of the United States wants. What he said is, I said about this to end their nuclear program, to eliminate their ability to threaten their neighbors and project power, and to fundamentally make sure that no future child would have to deal with a terrorist regime with an atomic bomb. That's why the president set out to do this. He feels, and he's right, that he's accomplished that goal, and now we can get to the negotiation to see what are the other benefits that we can get from this, and frankly, what are the benefits the Iranians could get from this if they behave. I just don't think that people who are criticizing this, one, they're not actually dealing with the reality of what's in it. And number two, they don't have an alternative. If your alternative is just to drop bombs without any clear goal or any clear American interest implicated, then you're not making the wise decisions on behalf of the American people. The president is, and that's...
So I was trying to say this a little bit yesterday on the show. I don't know if you heard any of it, but basically, like, and this may be this may be a little different than some of the spin that we may get, from whatever this deal turns out to be, whether or not it gets signed. By the way, J.D. Vance, pray for him, as he's the one I think going to be at the signing ceremony. Just pray for his safety.
Sure.
Okay.
In Switzerland.
But you got to wonder, like, the cards are the cards, and there were people that warned against doing this in the first place because I think they realized, hey, Iran's not Iraq. They've been planning for this for 50 years, and the Strait of Hormuz just is what it is. The cards are the cards. The economic cost is the economic cost. And President Trump is now saying at the G7, he's like, look, I mean, we're going to have a global depression if the strait's not opened. And, this is a memorandum of understanding to a future understanding. This isn't even really an agreement. This is a memorandum of understanding to agree to something in the future, like 60 days from now. Mm-hmm. So, the neocons are not happy about this.
Well, and J.D. Vance was talking about it. I believe it was on, was it with Jake Tapper? I'm not really sure who it was. He's making the rounds.
Wasn't CNN. Yeah, he's got a book out called... well, I don't even know what it is now. Communion. His book is called Communion: Finding My Way Back to Faith, because he was an atheist.
Sure. So he's been, I think he was on with Jake Tapper, and he was talking about just very much this similar topic, the criticism of the deal, when they don't really even know truly what's in there, right? Because that official memorandum of understanding was not released right away, and so everybody was just kind of left with the Mark Levins of the world. We didn't destroy him.
Yeah,
we didn't do this. We didn't blow him off the planet.
I got some serious questions about this deal, Mr. Producer. I don't really know. I don't really care for that Jack Posobiec guy anymore. He just seems like he needs to be fired from Turning Point USA.
It sounds like Jack Posobiec is, and I follow him all the time. He's he's fantastic. So I'm going to be inclined to agree with Jack Posobiec more than I'm going to with Mark Levin.
Well, you must be an anti-Semite then, Rob.
Sorry.
You know what? I just don't believe that you wipe out a country. Call me crazy, but just don't blow the whole country apart, as the United States could do, or really any world power could do. Russia, China, all these places could blow Iran off the map. Like, you just don't do that. But anyway, so J.D. Vance was talking about it. He's like, I think it's just really like where people need to take a heed of caution here is that, so what do you do if you're negotiating a deal and you're Iran? You're going to minimize the concessions that you have to make, and you're going to highlight the things that you get.
Exactly.
Right, and that's what everybody's talking about. Like, apparently they get $300 billion. J.D. Vance says it's not American money, because that's what's being reported. Like, you have stupid-ass liberals who literally just are mindless shills. They don't know anything.
Well, and if this were Obama, they'd be like, "Oh, great, we're giving them $300 billion." Like, they don't care.
That's right.
Like,
so you have all these people that just don't know anything, and they're saying, "Oh, well, you're giving them $300 billion." Well, we're not giving them tax-paying dollars to end this war. And let's just be honest, you're the same people that were totally fine with sending billions of dollars over to Ukraine.
Yeah.
To keep a war going it's just inevitable. Russia's going to get what they want to get.
And I think what it's going to be is loans from these other Gulf Arab states. They're going to give them loans, and the United States is agreeing to allow the loans.
But what are those loans going to be? They're investments in the nation of Iran.
Exactly. I mean, they're destroyed.
It is. Hey, we will rebuild this. We will do this. We will do that. Like, do you want commerce?
Do you want the Strait open or not?
Do you want this? I mean, do you want the 500? What do they make? $500 billion a day through the Strait of Hormuz. So it's like, do you want this stuff? Yes. If you do, then here are the criteria that you have to meet. And so that's all J.D. Vance is talking about. And he's like, is everybody sitting here ripping on it because there wasn't a regime change war?
That would have either like you said, meant a nuclear weapon or, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 troops or something, whatever. And potentially a 10-year commitment.
Correct.
Or a 30-year commitment or whatever. And it's just like, what do you want? What do you want? The cards are the cards. You're the one. And honestly, I think all of this was, according to the reporting that has come out, this was pitched as being way easier than it was going to be. There were advisors that said this is not going to be. Yeah, we can kill, Khomeini. That's easy. We can totally do that. But can we actually take over the country of Iran? And people, and I think Israel was essentially saying once we get the U.S. in, they won't be able to get out, and we will eventually commit ground troops, or we'll drop a nuke or whatever.
Because what have you noticed, Paul, over the last week in terms of Trump's attitude toward Bibi?
He is calling him out, and he's saying, "Look, you can't govern the way you're governing."
He's over it. Yeah, and there's a lot of people that are, just trying to say, well, the only reason we got into this is because of Jared Kushner, and Jared Kushner being the husband of
who knows? I don't know. Maybe
of Ivanka Trump, and so you look at it and say, well, Ivanka has always been the apple of his eye. So Jared Kushner, who is incredibly smart by all accounts and has negotiated, he negotiated. Jared Kushner brought the Abraham Accords about during Trump 1.0. That is really without any sort of debate. And he's Jewish. And so, a lot of people are like, oh, well, this is all about his loyalty to his daughter and Jared Kushner. What I saw over the last week is what you and I have been sort of frustrated about over the last, do we just have blind loyalty to Israel? Is that what we're doing? And I think Trump's just like, I'm over it, man. I'm over it. I tried to help you out. Let's end this thing.
Yep.
If Iran will do this, and this, then I'm out. I'm done with it.
This is what President Trump said. And yesterday he said, we covered the comments yesterday where he said, Bibi, you don't have to blow up an entire building just because one person from, you don't have to blow up an entire building because there's innocent people in the building, when you're war. And you don't have to attack Beirut. You're not even attacking southern Lebanon. You're now attacking Beirut, which is in the middle of the country. Very critical of Bibi Netanyahu. Of course, 2 weeks ago, he called him an effing idiot for another attack into Lebanon.
Sure.
So he's been very critical. And by the way, I'll reiterate, yes, you can now disagree with the government of Israel and not be an anti-Semite and also not be for Sharia law in Iran. Because Donald Trump has done it. Donald Trump is literally doing that.
I'm far closer to agreeing with Israel than I am Sharia law from Iran. I'm far closer to that. But I can also disagree with some of those things.
Yeah.
Some of the decisions that were made. Now, I will say that with the caveat that I don't have the intelligence that, Bibi Netanyahu has or certainly President Trump has. But just from the outside looking in, I can disagree with some of this stuff and say, yeah, you after October 7th, you had every right to defend yourself.
Well,
but there has to be some limits here.
So Trump, and that's the thing. Trump talking about the buildings yesterday, you don't have to take out a whole building. Not everybody's a human shield, and that also is a direct critique, not a direct critique, but it is an indirect critique of also what they did in Gaza.
Yeah.
And so yesterday he also said, I
don't believe, and here's the thing, Paul, I'm going to say this. I don't believe that Gaza is as a genocide.
Oh, I 100% believe it was a genocide.
Yeah, so I believe that it wasn't. I believe that it was Israel defending itself and trying to eliminate this persistent threat. But to what end? Because if this threat is going to keep coming, can we just find peace now and move on?
Well, yeah,
that's just my opinion.
I think in order to do that, their calculation was we have to annihilate everybody. But anyway, Donald Trump said if it wasn't for him and America, Israel wouldn't exist, which made Mark Levin very mad, and says that it owes its existence to God Almighty. So there's a lot of people that have
biblical,
been
Paul.
There's every country owes its existence to God Almighty. Every single one.
That's true.
But I'm not a dispensationalist. And even David Limbaugh. So Trump says if it weren't for the United States of America, then Israel would not exist right now. So David Limbaugh is a very, very much a Zionist guy, Rush Limbaugh's brother, and so he's like, what the hell is going on? This is kind of very very trying for them. they don't agree with Trump here. Here's Trump from earlier today.
Hezbollah. I'm not saying they shouldn't protect themselves. I'm saying when 2 drones are shot into the desert and drop harmlessly, you don't have to knock down buildings in Beirut. They could behave better. And frankly, they could do a better job. I love them as a partner. They were terrific. But they could do a much better job with Hezbollah. On that, I don't think they're doing well. And I feel very bad for Lebanon. Lebanon's been, it was a great culture. They had the professors, the doctors. Hezbollah. I'm not saying they shouldn't protect them.
That's the 35-second clip.
That's the crux of it. But, so...
I thought I had a longer clip. I do have a longer. Can we listen to the longer clip?
Okay.
Because I played the wrong one.
Amazing Prime Minister. We have a little dispute over Lebanon. I say you can do a little softer touch, Bibi. You don't have to knock down a building every time somebody walks into it that's from Hezbollah. But it's been an amazing partnership. But he will say we're the big partner and he's the very small partner, and that's true. So he came to the country and he begged Barack Hussein Obama, the president, not to do the JCPOA. He said it could be the end of Israel, and it would have been if I didn't come along. And Obama didn't listen to him. Bibi actually went to Congress and pleaded with them, and he got nowhere. And they had this horrible deal that was horrible for Israel, and that's where it stood. And then I came along and I terminated that deal. It had very little time left. It was a short-term deal. With countries, you need hundreds of years. You don't need 8 years and 9 years. This isn't like you're signing a lease on a candy store at the corner. You need hundreds of years. This was a short-term lease. It expired long ago. Had I let it run, it expired. You wouldn't have been around. A lot of people wouldn't have been around. But Israel would have been terminated. I think the whole Middle East would have been terminated. You saw that.
He's essentially kind of defending his previous statement from yesterday about Israel would be very. Go ahead. I was just saying he's basically saying, look, Israel wouldn't exist if it wasn't for me.
A couple of things here, Paul. Trump sounds tired. Obviously, this has been a long. He's ready. He was ready for this thing to be over, And but the critics want to go and say, well, he's tired because he's old. You want to sit there and tell me that is an 80-year-old Trump that's the equivalent of an 80-year-old Joe Biden. This guy knows what the hell he knows exactly what he's saying. Joe Biden was reading off a teleprompter, shaking hands with dead people. That he's like, hey, is Janet here tonight? Oh, Janet's dead. Yeah, man, that's literally what we experienced under Joe Biden. So don't sit here and try to say that this man doesn't have it. I think he had a goal. He wanted to support Israel. I think he felt like after October 7th that the United States should. It's 1,200 people. Whether you believe that count or not, that's what the reports are, that 1,200 people were slaughtered in one day. And so if that's the case, then Israel has every right to defend itself because that is the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust. And so they had every right to do this. United States, considering Israel one of its greatest allies, certainly its main ally in the Middle East, hey, we're going to support you on all of this stuff. But Trump's over it. It's affecting the United States citizen more than what he wanted it to affect them. And I think every bit of what he's saying there is to Bibi Netanyahu is just like, knock it off, dude. Knock it off. Let's get to a peace deal. October 7th was 2 years ago, 3 years ago almost at this point, right? Because it was
in the Biden administration.
Right. It was 2024. It was the last year of the Biden administration. He's like, let's move on. Let's move on from this, and let's put protocols in place to make sure that it doesn't happen again anytime soon. Not 8 years from now, not 9 years from now. Let's see if we can set an agreement for the next couple hundred years. It may be naive. It may be.
It may all fall apart tomorrow.
Every bit of it. Every bit of it may fall apart before this is signed on Friday. But regardless, as an American citizen who's tired of paying too much in gas, We needed this to be over.
Also, food prices are
and food prices and your brisket and all of that stuff. You know. So anyway, I as an American citizen who just wants this to be over, I'm glad that he's taking this hardline stance.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, it's the last 2 days have been a breath of fresh air on that, and we'll see what happens. And here's the other thing that can happen, and this you know, if the neocons don't like this memorandum of understanding, I think they would like. Maybe they wouldn't, but I think they would like much less if we don't get anything. I mean, at any point we could just leave.
Sure.
I mean, at any point we don't have to have any memorandum of understanding.
Yeah.
We could literally end the blockade and just all come home right now, you know, and just let's
be done with it.
Just be done with it, right? So,
well, we could do that. We could do that with our support for Ukraine. We could do that with our literally.
Well, and I said yesterday, I've got this. I got a feeling that what this is really about. Memorandum of understanding is really about is normalizing relations with Iran. Normalizing relations in that the sanctions go away and Iran's allowed to be Iran. That's what the agreement says, that we will respect their sovereignty, and that so if Iran is allowed to be Iran and you have somewhat normal relations and they're allowed to get loans and they're allowed to rebuild their economy, how do you not have normalized relations with Russia? Because it seems like it would be a technical step easier to have normal relations with Russia and in the Ukraine conflict if you have normal relations or somewhat normal relations.
Yeah,
with
if you're having dinner with the devil, you know, like having dinner with Russia seems pretty mild in comparison.
Yeah, and so I think that's what this is at play here. I mean, I honestly, and I don't necessarily know if it was 5D chess. I don't really, but I think what could come out of this. I mean, honestly, what could come out of this is like we end NATO because Trump's mad that NATO didn't have our back, so we could get rid of NATO, which is ridiculous.
I'm totally fine with getting that.
There's a good chance that the Gulf states don't let us rebuild our bases there that have been hit because it's kind of a liability. I mean, the fact that if anything ever pops off again, like those states are now targets. If we don't have bases there, maybe they're not targets as much. There's a lot of different calculations that
Maybe.
This is a shift, and what I mean by that is some people will be like, "Well, is that not a good thing?" Well, if you're an American that like me, that it's just like, "Hey, let's bring our troops home." You know, let's not get involved in foreign entanglements. Yes, let's pull out of NATO because the circumstances that created NATO are not anywhere close to what they were with the Soviet Union. So what we could end up having out of this, and I'm being way too optimistic, I get it, but we could have just a total shifting of the global order in a lot of ways where, you have more of a hemispheric dominance, and the United States is dominant in this hemisphere, and, you also have China as a big component in this as well. So
Or we have more of a stranglehold on that country than what they want, or certainly that we had before all of this started. It could be on the negative side of it. It could be more of an entanglement of what's happening. No,
it could.
There.
Yeah, it
and
could.
I hope that's not the case. But at the same time, I also hope I'm glad that the United States, if you believe everything that J.D. Vance has said, and I have no reason to doubt him. Like if you believe all of that stuff, then Iran has to basically, they got to ask for permission to wipe their butt. That's like, hey, we'll let you live. We'll let you be a sovereign nation, but you better not sneeze without us knowing about it.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then we have much more of a grip on the Middle East than we had, 6 months ago.
Yeah. Well,
so we'll see. I don't know.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see what actually transpires.
Who the heck knows?
So President Trump, who was previously against FISA and would post things saying end FISA.
Yeah, well, hold up, real quickly. Somebody was saying that Trump sounds sick in the when he was speaking at the G7, and a lot of people are like, well, it could be allergies. Sophie in our comment said it could be allergies. I'm like, I'm with you on that. Well, I sound like crap in the first of the day.
Well,
like in the morning, I sound terrible.
Yeah, he sounded totally different yesterday. I will say that. Like, to me, the clip we played yesterday, I said this when we played it. He was sitting there, I think, next to the Qatari guy.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it was his attitude about this whole thing, and it wasn't just because he was, speaking truth about Benjamin Netanyahu, although maybe that's what it was. He sounded fresh to me yesterday. Maybe he's got,
Well, it could be later in the day, like the allergy medicine has kicked in.
He doesn't sleep, man.
Yeah.
The guy just doesn't sleep. So,
okay.
Trump was against FISA. Now he's for FISA, but there's now even new developments. He's for FISA, but he's got conditions, and he wants the SAVE Act.
This
is actually very incredible.
This is big,
and he's hitting the Senate, and he's hitting John Thune.
I think he's over it
right in the mouth.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Unseen One says, no other president has given the people such insight into how the sausage is made. Watching the Trump administration is like taking a master class in political science. President Trump says the Republicans agreed with Democrats to remove very fair and talented William Pulte from serving as acting DNI in return for getting FISA approved by the Democrats. However, Republicans moved so fast with the hearings of the great Jay Clayton, currently the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, that Pulte would be gone before the Democrats would vote on FISA. Now the Democrats are saying that they will vote against FISA. So the Republicans wound up having fulfilled their commitment, but Democrats broke the deal. In addition, the newly nominated U.S. Attorney Jamie McDonald must be confirmed and blue-slipped. Because of the ridiculous views of Republicans on blue-slipping, Democrats are often willing to nix it. I may not be able to get the extraordinary Sullivan and Cromwell partner Jamie approved, and I don't want to take Jay Clayton away from the great job he is doing until Jamie is in place. Therefore, to add a slight bit of intrigue, but for the good of the nation and the people of the country, I will not approve FISA without the Save America Act going along with it. Not complicated, actually. The Republicans fell into a trap. Regarding the approval of our great patriot Jay Clayton, we are canceling the Senate hearing re-DNI today and will not be going forward until Jamie McDonald is approved to be U.S. Attorney. In the meantime, Bill Pulte will remain as acting director of national intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Both sides of the party do not want Pulte anywhere near that job, which makes me want him there even more. And I don't really know a lot about Pulte.
Me either, but
it makes me say, okay, they really don't want this guy there. So on this topic, it's interesting because our original analysis was that of conservative Treehouse Last Refuge, which was Pulte is just a placeholder to get past the midterms.
Mm-hmm.
And then you could appoint whoever you want. Now he's gone ahead and has appointed Jay Clayton, but you never know. You get past the midterms, maybe you pull that nomination and instead you nominate somebody else, especially if he's now setting it up to where if they don't confirm Jamie McDonald, the new attorney for SDNY, then you can see a scenario where we actually don't know who the DNI is going to be, and it could still be our Congressman Rick Crawford. He could still get the nomination after the midterms.
In my opinion, so you know what Collins and Murkowski is going to do in the Senate. The wild card, unfortunately, is Mitch McConnell and some
who's in the hospital, I think.
Yeah, and some fourth Republican to make J.D. Vance's vote not count, right? Because we've got a 53 to 47 vote. So if we lose Murkowski, if we lose Senator Collins, and we lose Mitch McConnell, who needs to go out to pasture, literally and figuratively, then what do we have? We've got a 50-50 Senate. J.D. Vance is going to vote with the majority or, with the Republicans and do what he's supposed to do. But if they can swing one other person, because Mitch McConnell at this point, I just feel like he's just not worried about his reputation. He's not worried about his legacy. He's worried about stopping Trump. He's never liked Trump.
I think McConnell's worried about whether or not he's wearing a fresh diaper or not. Honestly, I don't even know if that guy knows he's in the room.
Well, maybe he's the one pulling the strings, or maybe John Thune here is using Mitch McConnell as, hey, here's your bad guy. Here's your bad guy. Let's throw it up there. John Thune goes, well, Mitch, if I vote for this or vote against this, it's going to look bad for me. But if you vote against it because you're not running for re-election, you're not the majority leader anymore, or minority, depending on whatever term you're in. Like, you don't have that cloud anymore. Let you be the bad guy and stop Trump. And that's what a lot of people feel like, especially with Scott Pressler, with the persistence, talking about the attack on John Thune and his lack of leadership. We've seen just an extreme lack of leadership from John Thune, and it came to like he was when you're Mitch McConnell's handpicked successor, then you're already in a hole with me.
Yeah.
I will always be thankful for Mitch McConnell to have a majority Supreme Court right now. The reason that we have a 6-3, well, really 5.5 to 3.5, because who knows what John Roberts is going to do. But I will always be thankful, for him putting on, so he put on Gorsuch, and he put on
Kavanaugh and Barrett.
Kavanaugh, and then of course Barrett was the. So I was Gorsuch the last one on.
I think Barrett was the last one on.
Okay, good. Yeah, and she's been good, although I've disagreed
Gorsuch
with
was
her.
first, and then Kavanaugh. And they really
that one was bad.
They did
and then
everything
Amy
they could.
Coney Barrett. Yeah. So anyway, I will always be thankful for him for having that majority, because we think about where would this country be had we not had a 6-3 Supreme Court or 5.5 to 3.5 Supreme Court. But regardless, I'm rambling. I think that John Thune is using Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, he's not a good guy.
Yeah, he's using Mitch McConnell to be the puppet master to stop Trump.
He doesn't want Trump's agenda.
He does not want Save America Act. He's made that perfectly clear.
Yeah.
Because he could have had this passed a long time ago. And so Trump's going to keep trying to work this in however he can. He's going to.
You want to spy on Americans? Give me election integrity.
There you go. You know what? And since they're already going to spy on us anyway, then I'm good with it.
Yeah, in which they are. You are exactly right, Rob.
So,
Leader Thune, we need to get FISA Section 702 program reauthorized quickly so that the intelligence community has the tools they need to keep Americans safe. What a joke! What a joke that is. Does anyone really believe that anymore?
But look at his ratios. His ratios are almost always on the negatives, right? And so you look at your heart, which is a like on tweets, and normally this ratio is a lot worse. But your comments, if your comments are more than your heart,
right,
then that is an indicator.
Yeah,
look at the
you're so worthless.
Yeah, look at I bet if you read through some of these comments.
What about keeping American elections safe by passing the SAVE Act? What about that? That's got 5.9 thousand likes to his 992 likes.
There you go.
Yeah. Anyway, so it's absolutely insane. Now on that, let me see if I have the next one. So it was interesting because after Trump posted this comment about, hey, there's not going to be a Senate hearing.
Yeah, nothing to see here.
You had some of these people, neocons, like, oh, but he doesn't have the authority to cancel a Senate hearing. So Tom Cotton even put out, like 19 minutes after the statement, Senator Cotton was like, we're still going forward with the hearing unless Trump pulls a nominee. Well, then finally, Tom Cotton got the memo and says, it's regrettable that the president has directed Jay Clayton not to appear at his confirmation hearing today. Mr. Clayton is a patriot, highly qualified nominee, as the president has said repeatedly. While today's hearing is now unfortunately postponed, I look forward to proceeding with his confirmation in the near future. Well, then let's start lobbying for the SAVE Act. I mean, if you really want your guy as the head spy that I fear is actually just going to do whatever the CIA says and not do at all what Tulsi Gabbard was doing, which was hold people accountable, then you got to pass the SAVE Act. What an interesting rock and a hard place.
How dare we hold this over your head, what the American people, 87% of the American people want. Look at that ratio right there, Paul.
Okay, so he's got 999 likes, but 3.8 thousand.
So he's got 1,000 likes and 4,000 comments.
Yeah,
if you wanted to read through these 4,000 comments, I guarantee you it's going to be exactly what you and I are saying. Pass the SAVE America
look
Act.
at this one. Hey, Tommy, you personally screwed President Trump and the citizens of America by your vote to keep Senate open and prevent recess appointments. Only president in history, right? That can't do recess.
Tell me why President Trump can't get recess appointments. Every president, including Barack Hussein Obama and Joe Nursing Home Biden, have had recess appointments. Why does President Trump not get that? What is President Trump going to do? He's going to appoint conservative judges to all of these vacant courts all across the United States. That is what we want as conservatives. What the hell is wrong with you? allow him to do that.
Yep.
You just want to have your checks and balances. You don't want him to put a radical in there. You're the radical.
Well, it just shows you they don't really. I mean, they don't care about their own voters.
Well, you're the radical because Donald Trump received 77 million votes.
Yep.
He received, I think, probably that much or more in 2020. He won that election. Joe Biden did get 81 million votes, and he won in 2016. So this man has won the presidency 3 times.
Yep.
So I can disagree with.
They refuse to do what the people want.
I can disagree with some of the things that Trump says and tweets and all of that stuff. I can disagree with all that, but I agree with.
But we're even beyond all that.
Yeah,
just
I
like
agree
we're
with his
beyond-
actions.
Yeah, yeah.
And he was resoundingly elected by the American people. And they put you in charge of the Senate and they put you in charge of the House, and you're crap in the bed. We only have one strong bit of legislation that has passed in the last year and a half, and that is the big beautiful bill. I get that there's a lot of stuff in there, right? There's a lot of ingredients in that recipe. I get all of that stuff, but where's your next big victory? It is what have you done for me lately? Trump is getting some victories. In my opinion, he's getting some victories with all of this stuff, but any executive order he signed can easily be undone.
They still haven't banned child genital mutilation and codified.
Why the hell has that not happened?
Because
if you
the
don't
donors don't want it.
Yeah, if you don't codify all of his executive actions while you have this majority, then what you are doing is saying, screw you, American people. I don't care that you put us in power. We're going to do what we're going to do, and you're going to do what you're going to do, which means that the American people are going to put Democrats back in charge, and we saw what that will do.
Yeah, so
I'm not ready for it.
They don't really care about us having to live under Democrat rule. I mean, it's the same that Senate Majority Leader in South Carolina at the local level. We need a vibrant Democrat party,
Bullshit.
It's like, man, I'm sorry. You just fundamentally don't understand what time it is. Like,
tell me what advantage it has to having an Abigail Spanberger, being the Democrat governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Like, tell me what advantage Republicans have to having her in office, in power. Zero. Because literally everything that they stand for, she is against. And her big money donors are pulling the strings to make it happen. Well, that's just one example.
Yeah.
If your Democrat donors are in favor of child mutilation and gender mutilation and women, partial birth abortions and all of the, like, you can go through the laundry list of sexualizing third graders, all of that stuff. Like, you can go through that laundry list. If that's what your politician is in favor of, then tell me how they're going to benefit your life as a parent. They're not. They're going to destroy your life, and they're going to destroy your ability to parent your children in a safe environment.
I completely agree. So what do we do with John Thune? Well, Ivan Raiklin caught up with Senator John Hoeven, who is the U.S. Senator for North Dakota, and posed to him this very interesting question about J.D. Vance just taking over the Senate permanently.
Senator? Hey, Ivan Raiklin, just one quick question. What do you think would happen if J.D. Vance came in as the president of the Senate into the chambers and essentially said that I'm taking over the chambers as the senior constitutional officer, and we're going to hold a vote for the Save America Act, and if nothing happens with that, he'll just basically stay at the rostrum until that occurs, and no other activity within the Senate chambers will take place unless the Save America Act is passed?
I'm not going to speculate on stuff like that. I mean,
I guess how would the response be?
I guess if that happened, I guess we'd deal with it accordingly at the time. We'd like to pass Save America, and we like JD. We think he's a great guy.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So you're telling me there's a chance? We were just joking about having a clean diaper with Mitch McConnell. If that were to happen, J.D. Vance would need to invest in some diapers.
Could he do that without the? There's this whole cloture thing.
Constitutionally, he's
the president of the Senate.
He's the guy.
And so
it makes no sense to even have a majority leader, honestly.
Yeah, he can go to the floor of the Senate tomorrow and say, we're going to vote on the House bill that was sent up months ago.
This is mine. Yeah, he can.
He can do that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't understand why he doesn't
and
do
force them, get them all on the record so we can get our primary candidates ready for them to freak
Yeah.
out. Because that's what this isn't about. This is against the process. And J.D. Vance can say, actually, no, I am representing the American people and not Washington, D.C. Get on board or get run over by the train.
There's two ways. There's two ways of doing it, in my opinion, Paul. There is announcing it ahead of time, and then you got to really push people on the no attending, no votes, and abstaining, and all of that stuff. So you say, hey, this next coming, Thursday, we're gonna be voting on this as the president of the Senate, J.D. Vance. This is what I'm doing. We're going to be voting on this. If you do not show up for a vote, you're going to be considered a no vote, and we're going to sick Scott Presler on you.
Yeah.
And Scott Presler, if you're naive to believe that Scott Presler doesn't have the power to put you out of office, you are naive to you're going to lose your job, and you deserve to lose your job, because Scott Presler has a following. When you look at it, Scott Presler posts on every John Thune tweet, and John Thune will have certain number of likes and certain number of comments. Scott Presler's is 3, 4, 10 times as many. That's how many people are following this man. He is wanting to spread conservatism. And so that's what's happening. We're going to sick Scott Presler on you if you are not at this vote. If you come and you're a no vote, then you're basically signing up to send Scott Presler to your state. That's what's going to happen. But if you come and you say, yes, I vote with the will of the American people, that is going to be a resounding thing through the nation, and it should be. And what are we talking about? It's June 17th at this point. Yeah. I mean, is there any chance, if it doesn't happen soon, is there any chance for the midterms? It may, even if it happened today, I don't know that there's a chance for the midterms.
You got to assume it's going to get challenged in court, and that's the thing. We've waited so long on this. I don't even know. I don't even know at this point if it would even make a difference. I really have no idea. You're going to have some judge saying there's not enough time to implement your new ban on mail-in voting and voter ID. It's going to be crazy. It should still happen to try to see roll the dice and see what happens. But it is interesting though that he is attaching FISA now to. He's saying, look, I'll support FISA, but if you really want it, and you know what, I can't wait, because it's going to happen. There's going to be some rhino Republican. By the way, Mike Lauber over at Ex American News this morning, I was on his show, and he coined the term. I'd never heard it before. I told him I was going to steal it. He gave me permission. Trans Republicans. So these are Republicans these are actually Democrats that identify as Republicans.
Okay.
So there'll be some trans Republican that's going to get up there and say, Donald Trump is playing with your national security. Mark my words, it's going to happen. If it hasn't already, it's going to happen soon. Let's take a quick break, reset here, and we're going to be back here, wrap up the show, talk about Major League Baseball. They're in a little bit of a pickle because they don't like Bible verses during Pride Month. They don't want their players to stand up for biblical sexuality. So we'll talk about that when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Back in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
I had 5 units that I purchased for the practice right out of the chute. Well, those went the first week that I got back to Houston. So then we ordered another 5 and then another 5. And I think over the next, 6 to 8 weeks, we had ordered like 35 units. And they're gone. They're still gone out of the practice. So we're excited about moving more of these units for our patients because they need them. And so when you bring in new technology and your staff's thinking, oh, this is another thing that I need to handle during the day, I think it's a good idea to give them a little incentive. And I do it as a team. So if one person does well, the whole team does well. So they all support each other. And they got really excited about that. They love it. They'll bring a unit in, turn it on, put it on the patient's foot or leg, and they'll tell the patients, be sure to talk to Dr. Parker about red light therapy. And the patient will say, red light therapy, yeah, I've heard of that, And so I'll walk in and my nurse has already she'll tell me, I've spoken to Mrs. Jones about this red light therapy, and she's really excited about it. So Red Vive has been fantastic for our bottom line.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about a year and a half ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, so while we were at break, Rob retired to his nerdery and decided to discover what exactly can the vice president do if he decides to take control of the reins of the Senate. Rob, what you got?
Well, the short answer is no, he cannot. Of course, this is AI, so I don't know. But the Senate Majority Leader controls the agenda. So the VP, as the president of the Senate, cannot sort of unilaterally just override the Senate Majority Leader. So,
but couldn't he just basically take over the time where they can't get anything done until the Senate Majority Leader capitulates and does what he says?
Well, there's that, because I don't know. In very limited, if there were a dispute over a Senate procedure while he was presiding, the vice president could make a procedural ruling, but the Senate apparently has the power to overturn that. And so I don't know. It sounds like, realistically, let's just be honest, what it sounds like is the vice president is only there to cast a tie-breaking vote. Yeah. He's not really presiding over anything.
I'm at this point. I'm for anything that tests whatever they say the norm is.
I say
try it. Let me give you an example. Here's Andrew Desiderio says GOP senators went after Senator Mike Lee during the closed-door lunch today over his push for the Save America Act and what one source described as a pile-on. Senators Cornyn and Kennedy challenged Lee about his strategy and complained that Trump is being led to believe it's possible for the Senate to pass it, leading to Republicans attacking each other and Trump undermining his own agenda. Jeremy Carl says, yes, we know all the establishment lackeys who feed you your scoops hate the bill. They have effectively communicated their unwillingness to do things that their voters want them to do for years and years and years. So this is going to continue, and you're also going to have these neocon senators. Neocon senators in the intel oligarchy are going to continue to get really, really mad at this peace deal. That's what I'm suspecting, because just a moment ago, Ben Shapiro took to Fox News. Now, Fox News is the channel really for a lot of boomers to get their news as to why war is good and it's good for you. And so he is now on Fox News, Ben Shapiro, trashing President Trump's memorandum of understanding.
Appears to be, just from the text, a disaster that does not achieve any of the actual signal goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. There were effectively 5 goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. One was ending the nuclear program, not just nuclear weapons, no nuclear enrichment, zero enrichment. That is not in the deal. Ballistic missiles ended. That is not in the deal. And the president today suggested that ballistic missiles should actually continue to be held by the Iranians because the Saudis, our allies, also hold ballistic missiles. Then you have the support of terrorism. That is not part of the deal. Anything that looks like an attempt to end terrorism. A permanent opening of the Strait of Hormuz toll-free. Not only is that not in the deal appears to have a provision allowing Iran and Oman to attempt to toll the strait after 60 days. And then finally, the idea that Iran would receive some sort of sanctions relief after all of those things happen. We are already seeing from day one relief in their ability to ship oil out of Iran. In my opinion.
All right, so once again, Ben Shapiro has reverted back to his 2016 self, which is he doesn't trust Trump, but he's very much a fan of Trump engaging in this war with Iran up until this point when we're trying to end it.
I agree with him on certain levels of his first 4 points. The fifth one is that you can have some sort of sanction relief once you've met all these criteria. And he's like, well, they're already getting sanction relief because the Strait of Hormuz is open, and now they have some money flowing into their country. That's not sanction relief, Ben, and you know that. That's not. So, but the other 4 points, there's a modicum of yes, there's some truth in that.
I mean, yeah, but again, it's a memorandum of understanding to agree to something else in 60 days.
Yeah.
And who knows, maybe it just is going to be this way. I suspect, actually, in 60 days, this thing's just going to continue. This loose general, it's just going to continue. I don't even know if they get to an agreement.
I hope not, but I mean, I hope that you're wrong. I hope that they would just, come to an agreement there. But, but what he's talking about is, well, we told them no nuclear enrichment whatsoever. But in what they're agreeing to is no nuclear weapons. Okay. So, Ben, you're saying that what our goal was from the beginning was no nuclear enrichment. They're not agreeing to that. They're conceivably wanting nuclear power, which is what we have here in the United States in a lot of respects. So you're saying that them having an agreement, we have an agreement and protocols in place where they won't have a nuclear weapon, you're saying that's not enough. I disagree with that.
Well, yeah, isn't that part of negotiation? You put your gas.
You got to give a little.
Yeah, you ask for the unreasonable thing, so you get what you want. You get something you can live with.
And you're saying you can never again fund terrorism. Well, how the hell are you going to measure that, Ben?
Yeah.
How are you going to measure that? You can't measure that. All you can do is say, hey, here's what you're supposed to do, and if you break this, then this happens. When you have a lawless sort of destruction-minded country as Iran who wants to create terror and kill as many Jews as possible, all of that stuff, they're not going to follow all the rules. But the best you can do, it's the same as parents. What do we do as parents? We set these rules in place. Are they going to follow every rule? No. But if they don't follow that rule, what do? There's a consequence.
Right.
For not following that rule. And what the United States is saying is we've laid out the consequences. We've laid out this protocol that we're willing to accept. We just don't want them to have a nuclear weapon, because if they have a nuclear weapon, we can't reason with you.
Yeah.
There's nothing we can do with you if you got a nuclear weapon, because you can cause mass destruction more than these ballistic missiles. And Ben, being a Jew and being just pro-Israel, and they can't do anything wrong, and he would personally wipe Bibi Netanyahu's rear end, I'm sure all of those things factor into his opinion on all of this stuff, and he's not seeing the forest for the trees.
I would agree with that. Jack Posobiec, actually, this is President Trump. I know we were going to talk about MLB, but I wanted to get some of the latest about this. Here's more from Trump at the G7 talking about oil. And I think this is why the deal is happening the way it is, because of this statement right here from President Trump.
I'm going to get bad press. I know that. Now, if I did the opposite, if I went out and continued to bomb them for another 4, just bomb the hell out of them, I'd get bad press on that. No, there's nothing I can do. But what this does is it allows the ships to go. If we keep bombing, those ships won't be going. And you're talking about $500, $600, $700 million a day. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. That's why the world is okay. It's liquid. It's fine. Also, we run out of reserves in about 4 weeks. You know, there are reserves all over the world, and we would really run out. And there'll be a time when you wouldn't be able to get it. And you want to see Bedlam? So for all those so-called geniuses that want to show me how smart they are, ask them why didn't they blow up General Soleimani. Ask that of the general and a couple of other people that I like very much. But
you know, it's really interesting. One of the things he said, we don't have this clip, but he talked about when he killed Soleimani in his first term. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, in this speech, Trump says, we plotted it, Israel was on board, and the day before, Israel said they didn't want to do it, and they pulled out. We did it anyway. I thought that was I have so many questions. Why would Israel, with the U.S. support, pull out and not want to kill Soleimani? That's what Trump said.
Yeah.
Why would you not want to kill Soleimani?
This evil man.
Given given the optics of what we're told about good and evil and they're my enemy and blah blah blah. I thought that was really interesting. But the kicker here is, why is this deal happening the way it is? We would run out of oil reserves in about 4 weeks. Jack Posobiec has a interesting twist on this. He says President Trump's deal, his Iran deal, to be formalized by a UN Security Council resolution with removing their uranium enrichment. That means he's got China, Russia, France, and Britain all on board. Obama was never able to do this. Only Trump could pull it off. So that's Posobiec's take. So he's talking about removing, I guess, what is that? Removing the dust? Is that what that's? Is that what that's claiming? See, I don't know. It's also fluid, but it is an interesting prospect. Okay, let's get to this. Major League Baseball. Have you heard about this? Basically, the MLB is now trying to fine their players because they wore Bible verses on their shirts during Pride Night. 3 San Francisco. Now it's San Francisco, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
what's up?
We're the Giants against 3 San Francisco Giants pitchers who wrote Bible scripture on their Pride Night hats during Friday's game against the Chicago Cubs. The Florida Attorney General is now reaching out to Major League Baseball over whether forcing players to wear Pride logos while threatening to punish them for expressing their faith is religious discrimination. And I think this is what Daniel chapter 3, when Nebuchadnezzar wants everybody to bow down or get thrown in the fiery furnace. This kind of seems apropos. So what do you think about this? It goes to show you how quickly the pendulum, we think we've kind of beat the woke sex religion. It's still there, kind of brewing in the background, and these corporations are ready to, with a willing government, they are still keeping this alive.
So a couple of things. I say I've got my own sin I've got to worry about, that I deal with on a daily basis. I'm very quick to anger, as we've seen on the show, but I'm also very me. I'm very I'm not slow to anger with my 15-year-old son. I'm very quick to anger with him, and I try to deal with that. And so there, I just deal with my own sin. So it's hard for me to sit here and pass judgment on someone who is engaging in a homosexual lifestyle because that's what they choose to do. But I also don't think that it has to be celebrated. Just as I don't think that you should celebrate my sin of me, shouting at my son because he didn't brush his teeth for the 15th time, and we have to smell your disgusting breath. You're like, use body wash when you take a shower. I hope he's hearing, because my son is out here in the lobby. I hope he hears this. Wash your body, you nasty. If you're a parent of teenagers, you know what I'm talking about. Wash your body. You're disgusting. But anyway, I don't want my quick to anger sin. I don't think that there needs to be a celebration.
You don't want a parade? I
don't need a parade. I don't need a parade with fake schlongs being attached to people and drag queens and all of this stuff. Now, I'm not sitting here passing judgment on you for your decisions. That's up for me. But for also, what should not be stifled is the fact that these individuals are being required to wear a certain hat with a gay pride symbol on it, and they're choosing to post a Bible verse because that's what their beliefs say. They're saying, I'm not going to, millions of people are not going to see me endorsing this sin. No more than if I were to write, be slow to anger, right? And that's what the entire month of June is used to celebrate. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that needs to be celebrated, and if you don't celebrate my sin, then you're evil. You need to be canceled. You need to receive a fine. All of that stuff, which is what the MLB is trying to do. So I say all that to say I'm not going to sit here and pass judgment on anybody who is making that decision. I read the Bible. I know what it says. Whether you agree or disagree with what the Bible says, there's lots of people that try to say, well, the whole thing about, men and women, and men not laying with men, you got to put that in context and all that stuff. There's people that try to justify everything. I'm not trying to sit here and argue with all of that stuff. I know what I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I go to the pearly gates and I'm wrong. I believe what I believe, and I think I'm right. Regardless, sin should not and should never be celebrated.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. And the whole thing is like, that's the whole thing. They don't believe it's a sin, or maybe some of them do. But at some point the rainbow flag is almost a religious symbol in and of itself.
Well, it is. Yeah, God
certainly
sent the rainbow. Said He promised to never flood the earth.
It belongs to us.
Again.
So in a lot of ways, based on that point, you can make the argument that they're actually making me wear a religious symbol, but they're perverting it.
Yeah.
And they're twisting it, and it's really wrong. But then you get into like, well, then what is acceptable? And that's why what that ultimately comes down to, Rob, is that cultural neutrality, in my opinion, is not really achievable, because you're always going to be doing something based on somebody's morality.
Well, sure.
Somebody's standard as how we analyze what's good or bad or evil, what's a sin and what's not a sin. So it really goes to show you that you really only do have two options. You're either going to be a Christian nation or a pagan nation. Rob, I appreciate you being with me today. Really do.
Yeah, it's an honor to be here with you. I'm glad I was able to be in studio today. We love our LFA audience. We love all of our chat. Great to be with y'all as always.
The last thing, I ran out of time. We do have just a little bit of time left. Just real quick, I want to throw this. Friday is Juneteenth. This meme, what if Juneteenth was created so blacks had something to celebrate during Father's Day weekend? With that, I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 24/7, Sharon Chiropractic.
So awful.
It is Juneteenth on Friday. It's literally a banking holiday. I forgot until today. That's all the time that we have for this edition, and we will see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Everyone's an important piece of the puzzle and has a role to play. When you're on God's team, no one sits on the bench. On God's team, there is no bench. Yay, welcome! I am so excited to be with you today. If you're new to Flyover Conservatives, our slogan is wake up, speak up, and show up. And have we been doing that over these last 5 years? It's been absolutely amazing linking arms with you as we are standing the gap, holding back what the enemy is trying to do, and praying for our president, praying for our country, praying for the prophets, and standing in agreement with what God is saying about this time. Truly an honor to do that. As you can see, I'm wearing my shirt again. A lot can happen in 3 days. God said you are to wear this again today. In my quiet time, he keeps bringing out a lot can happen in 3 days. And so today's title is A Lot Can Happen in 3 days. I'm so excited to see what the Lord is going to do. I want to do a shout out to the contributors to this week's prophetic report: Terry Strange, Tammy Wagner, Denise Brewer, Cheryl York, David Whited, and Don Leonard. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all the time that you spend with the Lord, for all of the prophetic that you're reading and listening to, and then deciding what needs to be sent each week. It's an honor to partner with you. I love putting these shows together with you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I also want to do a shout out to the sponsor of the show, and that is Fern Valley Soap. Absolutely love Sandra Fry and her daughter Stacy. This is a mother-daughter business. This is goat milk soap, so it's a product that is great for your skin. You are supporting patriots that love Jesus, that love the prophetic, and obviously a mother-daughter business. So when you go to fernvalleysoap.com and use the promo code FLYOVER, you get 20% off. And I just want to remind you, Dad's Day is coming up on Sunday, so you still have some time to celebrate your dad. These are great gifts for your dad. They are so cool. I love this box. Happy Father's Day. On the other side, it says the best dad in the world. So this is a really great gift for your dad. It can be sent directly to your dad, to his home, so you don't have to have it sent to you and then you send it forward it to them. You can actually have it sent to your dad. Cool crate here that I think is really cool. And I wanted to actually highlight in this crate the Double Down. So the Double Down soap is actually a new one and it is designed for men, but I have been using it. I have it in the shower for my husband, David. So I've been using it and it smells amazing. In fact, when I walk through my bathroom, I can smell it. It smells really fresh. This is a really great scent that your dad is absolutely going to love. So this is in a lot of the different boxes and crates and different things that you can get at Fern Valley Soap. Great gift for your dad. Wanted to highlight also Humboldt Hands. This is my favorite product at Fern Valley Soap. That and the apricot. That apricot is really, really special. So Humboldt Hands, this is an exfoliant. It's made with walnut shells. And when you wash your hands, if you've been out, say working with mulch or you've been painting, it comes right off. Another thing too, with summer months, women with tanning cream, this helps to take it off when it starts to come off. This helps to take it off.
Wonderful. I'm a redhead, so I don't naturally tan.
Exactly.
I have to use a little something. And it works great for kind of getting any of those areas off at the end. And it doesn't hurt at all. Like, it comes right off. It's wonderful.
It is. I absolutely love this. I actually travel with this. I do not leave home without the Humboldt Hands. This is their number one selling product at Fern Valley Soap. And then one more thing I wanted to highlight. We're going to be talking a lot about the 250th anniversary of our country, celebrating that. They have a new soap that they have, and it's actually apple pie. And it smells amazing. It makes you kind of want to eat it because it smells
my grandma's or
so
something.
good. Yes, it
Like
does
apple
remind you
pie.
of your grandma going there for a holiday, eating apple pie. This smells so good. And it's celebrating 250 years of freedom for our country. Again, when you go to fernvalleysoap.com, make sure you use the promo code FLYOVER for 20% off. Again, supporting an amazing, amazing mother and daughter business. I also wanted to let you know that we are giving away a book called 52 Date Night Ideas. This is something that our team that we put together here at Flyover Conservatives. When you go to prosperousmarriage.com, we are giving this away for free. You just put in your information and this will be sent directly to your email, and it's absolutely beautiful. David and I did a prosperous marriage course, I think it was last year, and this is one of the things that came out of it because we talk about the significance of going on a date every single week. What we found, we've been married now for 33 years, that sometimes when people don't continue doing what they were doing before they get married, they start to grow apart. And so having a date night is very important. So we give you all kinds of ideas, everything from, date night on a budget to outdoor and adventurous date nights to foodie date nights to creative and cultural date nights to budget-friendly date nights, special occasion and splurge date nights. And then in here, there's even conversation starters. It's really, really cool. So if you're thinking, I've been married for 20 years, what would we even talk about? This is just a really cool thing that you can use to help to spice up the conversation. So really, really cool.
My husband and I did this last night. We did the progressive date night.
Yes.
That's one of them where you go to like 3 different places. So we just did 2, but we did like a main course at a place. We went and got frozen yogurt, and then we went to like the lake and like ate it. And so kind of like having like the change of scenery was really nice. Like it kind of like changed the pace and changed the conversation, and that was a really great date night. That was both for our highlights.
I love that. That is so cool. I'll also let you know when you go to prosperousmarriage.com and you put in your information, it will give you an opportunity if you would like to purchase. There is a course that we did on how to manage your life and how to stay passionately in love with each other. We had a great time creating the course. That is also available when you go there. But this is absolutely free. So this is a great gift idea for your children, like for your son, let's say for Father's Day, or for your husband, or for your mom and dad. Just a really great gift that you can give to somebody that you love as well. So prosperousmarriage.com, check it out. It's absolutely free. Don't forget today at 3 p.m., Ginger Ziegler is going to be teaching us how to prophetically intercede, taking the things that are in today's prophetic report, and then teaching us how do we intercede into these things to either stop them or stop, change, alter, or say, yes, Lord, we want these things to come to fruition. So do not forget to jump on with Ginger Ziegler. You can find her on Rumble, Ginger Ziegler, Ziegler, on YouTube. You can also go to gingerziegler.com. All right, so what are the prophets saying? Well, as you know, on Sunday was President Trump's 80th birthday, and they had quite the celebration. We stayed up until midnight here, Central Standard Time, watching it. It was an incredible event, the UFC. But Amanda Grace actually had a prophetic word about President Trump's 80th birthday. Check this out.
Hello, everyone. Amanda Grace here. So President Trump today. So a very happy and blessed birthday to the President of the United States of America. However, there is something prophetically deeper hidden within his birthday that may be an indication of the next 2 years of his presidency. And so we're going to uncover it right now because it's pretty mind-blowing. President Trump turns 80 today, June 14th, 2026. His date of birth is June 14th, 1946. Now, Moses was 80 years old when the Lord fully revealed himself to Moses at the burning bush and called him to be a deliverer for his people. Moses then led the Jews out of Egypt in 1446 BC. Now, Moses was 80 years old when the Lord initially called him. President Trump turns 80 today. His birthday, or the date of his birth, is June 14th, 1946. 1446. That's the year that Moses led the Jews and helped deliver them out of the hands of Egypt. So this is a common thread prophetically that we see running right now that is marking going into 2 years of his presidency, and I believe is an indication of what is about to happen with him, the type of experience he's going to have, and what the rest of his presidency will be marked by. So continue to be watching right now. Be in the Word of God every single day. These things are not accidents, how they align. Keep the faith.
No doubt about it. These things are not accidents. And I thought it was so cool. My sister actually sent me, Bo Polney put up on his YouTube this picture. And in this picture, it's 80 years old, Red Sea moment, 2026. It begins now. It's got Moses and it has President Trump. So obviously God made that connection with Bo as well. 2026, the year of the Red Sea miracle. We say yes and amen to that. So exciting. We're going to keep digging into this event that happened on the White House lawn, 250th celebration. This was the UFC. This was such a cool event. If you did not see it, I recommend going and finding highlights from the event. It was very, very special. But this came out from Veronica West. You're going to find this by going to flyoverconservatives.com. Check out prophetic words, and you'll find it there. This came out June 15, 2026, and it's called Prophetic Word and Confirmation. The plumb line falls over the Capitol, a storm, the 250th, and the voice at 80. Those who follow this page will know that just a few days ago, on June the 10th, the Lord released a powerful word, the plumb line, the Vav, and America's 250th year. I recommend going to Veronica West's Facebook and finding it there. That was a really powerful prophetic word. The prophetic word I released on the 10th of June spoke of heaven dropping a measuring rod over the nation at this Kairos Jubilee moment, 5 cycles of 50 years, calling for alignment, heart examination, and the Lord spoke of a coming storm of wind, fire, and rain. And if you know anything about what happened on Sunday, that was supposed to be happening there. Lightning, this major windstorm, rain, it was all supposed to be happening that would expose foundations, not for condemnation, but for righteous judgment and restoration. I shared what I saw, the Washington Monument, as a giant Vav, the Hebrew connector hooking heaven to earth, standing over the Capitol. Now watch how heaven is confirming this word in real time. Today, on the 14th of June, 2026, America's 250th anniversary celebrations, Flag Day, and President Trump's 80th birthday, and the eyes of the world will turn to the White House South Lawn for the UFC Freedom 250. A massive octagon, the Claw, has been erected, which stands in the shadow of the very landmarks highlighted in the last prophecy. We can see the Washington Monument in the backdrop as the vertical plumb line and Vav, and all while forecasts seem to have warned of weather reports and, quote, extreme heat, 90s to 100 plus heat index, high winds, showers, and even thunderstorms with lightning. Storm never seen before. That was in quotes. Rain and lightning could end up being an uninvited opponent at the Sunday's UFC fight at the White House. AccuWeather warns that on Sunday, Washington looks like it will be hit with a heavy thunderstorm late in the afternoon, in which downpours and lightning could impact the events at the White House. This was the language only released hours ago. The octagon, 8 sides, and new beginnings. I submit the fighting arena itself carries profound symbolism. The octagon, which is an 8-sided figure, in Scripture, we know the number 8 consistently speaks of new beginnings, resurrection life, and fresh covenant starts. This is so cool because on Monday, the written prophetic report came out. There were 8 categories, and I love what Don Leonard, who always helps me with the prophetic report, had to write about that. If you have not looked at your newsletter, check it out. The number 8 is highlighted in there, and it's being highlighted here again. Noah and his family, 8 souls, stepped into a new world after the flood, Genesis 7:9. I hear these words, watch, for in this hour my all-sufficient grace and mercy will be poured out upon my people, and the power of justice and vindication will go forth to cleanse and purify the land. The righteous will cry out, these are the days of Elijah, but the wicked will cry out, these are the days of Noah, and they shall look for a way of escape, but find none, says the Lord. We also know that circumcision occurred on the 8th day, making covenant entry. Jesus rose on the first day of the new week, the 8th day, birthing the new creation. And if you remember last week, we were talking about birthing, that we are at the point of delivery with Tim Sheets. This is just so cool. Take prophetic note. At this 250th Jubilee hinge point, an 8-sided octagon is now erected at the seat of national power. A literal ring of combat and testing where strength is measured, where limits are exposed, nations is being weighed, tested, and measured. It stands as a prophetic picture amid the storm and the plumb line's measurement. God is preparing new beginnings for those who will choose to align with heaven. What is shaken and tested in the octagon of this hour can give way to the resurrection glory and restored inheritance of a nation that repents, and realigns with the covenant foundations. The number 80 is speaking President Trump's 80th birthday. In Scripture, 80 marks as a threshold of commissioning and strength. Moses, there we go with Moses again, was 80 when God called him to confront Pharaoh and lead in the mighty deliverance of a nation, Exodus 7:7. 80, it speaks prophetically of enduring strength by reason of strength, Psalms 90:10. New phases of leadership and the voice, Hebrew letter Pei, declaring liberty amid testing. We're going to hear a lot about liberty today. Take prophetic note. I submit President Trump's 80th birthday at the seat of national power during his 250th Jubilee hinge point with a bold spectacle such as a UFC fight unfolding is noteworthy. I hear the Spirit saying, watch. Again, I say, I am measuring, I am exposing, I am calling for divine realignment. Interesting to note that God specifically spoke about a storm coming in the last prophetic submission on the 10th of June. We know the storm he was speaking of is not just about the weather. It is powerfully prophetically symbolic, and now we see something unfolding in the natural that confirms what's happening in the supernatural. It's since been reported that the UFC organizers have pushed forward despite a potential storm, lightning risks, and heavy rain chances. This, I submit, is a mirroring of the prophetic word's call to face what shakes the foundations. Whether the event proceeds smoothly or faces disruption, the prophetic message still speaks. God measures his house and the nation's house first. Any misalignments in covenant heart and government will be exposed and revealed. But this is unto divine restoration and jubilee liberty, a clarion call to the remnant, to the faithful watchmen and intercessors. This is a Kairos time, an appointed hour, as the plumb line falls visibly over the Capitol on this pregnant 250th celebration. A clarion call to repentance and realignment. Both pray for righteous judgment that tears down Babylon systems as the nation rebuilds on the rock. We look up as the Vav is hooking heaven to earth. The master architect comes down to inspect the foundations of the nations that the glory of heaven can reflect and be made manifest in the earth realm, even as we saw in the prophetic image of the monument reflected in the waters. I hear the trumpet of Jubilee sounds amid the rising storms. What looks like conflict or entertainment and spectacle is a divine mirror being lifted up over a nation or nations. Are we aligned with the blueprint of heaven? Will we yield to the rod of correction, to the plumb line of heaven that brings divine restoration and true freedom? For behold, I will set a plumb line in the midst of my people. Amos 7:7-8. If you read the newsletter from last week, you'll know the 7 and the 8. That is so cool. Listen, the storm exposes that so restoration can come. And I hear these words, turn, heart of America. Rend your hearts and not your garments. For the God of Jubilee is inviting you to come into divine alignment for a greater manifestation of his glory. Arise, shine, for the glory of the Lord has risen upon you, and all nations shall be drawn to the brightness of your rising. Watch and pray, for the hinge point is here. Heaven is responding to the cries of a righteous remnant. Let those with ears to hear what the Spirit is saying to the nations in this 250th year. The sons of thunder are rising. The kingdom of heaven is advancing. The glory is here. We receive it in Jesus' name. I want to show you something pretty cool. So that's the octagon there. That's a picture. So you can find that again at flyoverconservatives.com. Tim Pool actually put on X, he was talking about, this is incredible. He said, I checked the NOAA data from last night, and sure enough, a massive storm front split in two over DC. The storm hit us in Harpers Ferry, and as it made its way to DC, it parted in the middle, sparing the city from the storm, allowing the event to take place. You know how much prayer went around that? We actually called our daughter-in-law, which she definitely has authority over the weather, and we said, will you please pray? She did, and I know that there were a lot of people praying. To see this happen is absolutely exciting. I want to now take you to Andrew Whalen. This came out on June the 15th. 2026, he was also talking about the event, and he showed a picture of the rainbow over the Washington Monument while it was being struck by lightning. Check this out.
How many of you saw this? Okay. How many of you saw for the Freedom 250 event that was going on? Comment if you've seen these pictures. By the way, I'm talking about the one on the right here, the Washington Monument with the rainbow over it and the lightning strike. Now, I saw this and I thought, no way. I mean, the first thing, this was a video that someone took a still photo of. So this was literally true. It wasn't AI. It was actually happening. And so this was captured as a photo. And I immediately thought, what's the likeliness that it has a rainbow with lightning? And I said, I saw this picture. I actually posted this. I said, I saw the picture of the rainbow and the lightning over America's Capitol for the 250 event. And it reminded me of the recent podcast cover, which I did here, the timeline of blessing. If you haven't seen that one, go back and watch that one. It will really encourage you. And so I made this cover, a couple weeks ago, with a rainbow and lightning over America's mountain and the 250th year. And a timeline of blessing is what this podcast was about. So on my social media, I said, maybe this is a coincidence, or maybe this is a powerful confirmation. And I want to say again, our confidence is high. We are on target. See, I believe God doesn't just waste these kinds of moments to say, oh, isn't that sweet? Isn't that cute? Isn't that nice coincidence? No, the Lord, I believe, is saying, listen, he's calling the people of God to be prophetic, which means we should not be spiritually dull or ignorant. We should be paying attention and aware of what the Spirit is saying. And I believe that the Lord is saying, listen, I don't send lightnings and rainbows together and podcasts in a recent time for nothing. I feel like he's saying, listen, this is that. This is that. What was said over America's mountain is now being said over America's capital. And the word is confirming that we truly have entered a timeline of blessing. And see, if we're blessed by God, there is no curse that can overcome us. The enemy, the devil, he can fight, he can war, he can resist, but he cannot bring a curse to rest on what God has blessed. And I believe the Lord is saying that the nation is under the sovereign hand of the Lord right now. And Donald Trump represents an anointed leader to handle and carry out God's governance, even in the earth. So the timeline of blessing, if you haven't paid attention or listened to that, I would encourage you to go back and listen, because God said in a dream to me, while I was driving, that you'll have to go back and listen, but literally I'm driving under America's mountain in real life, and I see a rainbow over America's mountain. My son is with me. Both my sons at the time are with me. One of my sons says, Daddy, what is I said this, I said, son, what does the rainbow represent? And he said, Daddy, it means God keeps his promises. And at the very moment he said that, a dream from that night that I had forgot came rushing back. And the Lord told me in the dream that in the year 2016, prayer had reached a point. It had reached a measure where it shifted our nation into the timeline of blessing in July of 2016, just prior to the election and to Donald Trump's win. And I knew that Donald Trump was part of that blessing. Okay.
All right. So President Trump was part of that blessing. I just want to remind everyone of what did this look like when Biden was squatting in the White House? What did it look like on their lawn? Well, there was a tweet that came out from commentary Donald J. Trump, and it says Biden White House in 2024 versus the Trump White House in 2026. And it says, we are not the same. Pretty crazy when you see those two together, what happened on the Biden White House with obviously in the month of June and what it looked like with President Trump. I also want to show to you guys what happened with that lightning. So you saw a picture of it, but there's a video that came out on X of it had the lightning and what that looked like and the rainbow. Check this out. I mean, isn't that absolutely amazing? I wanted to show you. So obviously you had Biden, he had the transgender stuff, he had, the LGBTQ stuff all at the White House. Well, it was interesting because on the monument, God showed his own rainbow. I was like, wow. He is like, I am taking this back. Look at what happens when President Trump is in office. It was absolutely amazing. I just want to share with you, if you didn't have a chance to see it, there were some really cool things that happened at the UFC fight. When the people were winning, the people that would come up, Joe Rogan would interview them afterwards. And the amount of time that Jesus Christ came up was absolutely amazing. And it wasn't being used in vain. It was literally giving Jesus Christ, not just God, but Jesus Christ, credit for what their life looked like. It was absolutely amazing. I wanted to share this tweet. It came out. It said, oh my goodness. Mauricio Ruffy from Brazil just won, and then this happened. He thanked his wife. He thanked Dana White in the UFC. Then he announced, and he could barely speak English. You guys are going to hear this. I have a message. He quoted John 3:16, and he said that Jesus changed his life, and he ended with an appeal to give your life to Jesus. Check out this quick video. That amazing. That happened over and over again. That was just something I really wanted to share with you. So as the night built, even me, somebody that obviously I go to bed early, I get up early in the morning. I was up until midnight watching this. The last night of the fight, it was of the UFC. It was the biggest thing. It was where everything came together. I wanted to show you, they all had an opportunity to walk through the White House, through the Oval Office, and then out, to the Octagon. The song that was chosen for the very last, that was so cool. Did you even hear Jesus in the song, Ain't No Grave? I love that song. All right, well, I wanted to now show, he ended up winning. That was an amazing fight. So he defeated somebody that had never been defeated before. And Justin was interviewed after the fight by Joe Rogan. Check out Derry. Absolutely amazing. Again, I highly recommend going and checking it out. It was quite the night, and God was highlighted. Jesus was highlighted, and it was all over for the world to see. Not just the United States. The world was watching. Cannot beat it. I want to now take you to Amanda Grace. This came out on June the 15th, 2026. It's something that we need to be really aware of. I encourage you to grab some pen, paper, write some things down here, because these are some prayer points. It's very important that when you get on with Ginger, that these things are prayed through, because she's highlighting some things that we really need to be aware of. This was called the Iran deal and altars being raised. Check this out.
Let's get to why this June 19th date of the Iran deal signing and what Obama is about to do and why it matters for the midterms. And this is a pattern that's gone back decades that we have to uncover now and show this to you. And I'm going to prove this to you because this runs deep, what's happening here. So there is an altar being built in America out of Chicago. Altars require a sacrifice. Built into this altar, which is the Obama Library, because that's not a building, that's an altar. Built into this altar is 9/11, and I'm going to show you, I'm going to prove this to you, that built into the specifications of this building is 9/11. So, this Obama Library that's set to open June 19th, the same day of the Iran deal signing, exhibits a 225-foot tall building that has been dubbed the Obama-Leask. We'll get into what that means in a moment. It will feature an 83-foot tall stained glass window by artist Julie Moretu. And at the top of the building in 5-foot tall concrete letters are excerpts from Obama's 2015 speech, the same year of the Iran deal, marking the 50th anniversary of the Selma to Montgomery March. Now, let's look at this for a second. 225 feet tall, 83-foot window. 2 plus 2 plus 5 is 9. 8 plus 3 is 11. There is your 911 built in to the Obama Library that's being raised during Trump's 47th presidency, with his presidencies equaling 911, 45 and 47, before the midterms, and opening the same day that the Iran deal is now set to be signed, right? It's also opening June 19th, 2026, and June is known as Pride Month. Pride goeth before destruction and a haughty spirit before a big fall, Proverbs 16:18. Now, he's doing this, like I said, during Trump's presidencies. His presidencies equal 911 also, 45 and 47. Within that building, there's a 45,000 square foot space that houses an NBA-worthy basketball court. 45. Who was the 45th president? President Trump. He was the 45th president when Russiagate happened. So he's the 45th when Russiagate happened. Now we know this because this is coming out in the open. Now, words from Obama's 2015 speech the same year of that original Iran deal are now on the building in these 5-foot-tall concrete letters. Now, the building itself is made to look like an altar out of Chicago because they will attempt to raise up another, I believe, Obama individual type out of Chicago. However, a challenger will arise to such who represents the antithesis of their agenda and will be raised up out of the area near Chicago. Now, Obama in 2015, so let's go back to 2015 now, because this is important to set the tone why 911 is hidden in this library. Why now? What's happening? Obama in 2015 wrote on a beam when he was president that went into the Freedom Tower in New York City, ground zero for 9/11. That Freedom Tower stands 1,776 feet tall, 1776. It was built after 9/11 happened. On that beam in 2015, the same year as the Iran deal. Why is that important? Because the Ayatollah Ali Khomeini was killed on the 11th day of the 9th month on the Islamic calendar, or 9/11, this past year, 2026. But on that beam that went into the Freedom Tower, Obama wrote, "We remember, we rebuild, we come back stronger," which really is what they're saying. Build back better. The bricks have fallen, but we will be built with hewn stone, Isaiah 9:10. The sycamores have fallen, but we will replace them with cedars. Oh yeah, God, we're going to build back better. Now, what he put on that beam in the Freedom Tower, and I'm telling you, something is going to happen to that Freedom Tower. I'm telling you now, I have been watching this tower for years. Something, we need to pray, because some type of attack is going to be attempted against that tower. Now, what he did in 2015 is connected to the building of this library. That's really an altar that is opening during Pride Month. In the year America turns 250 years old, remember the Freedom Tower, 1776, and 5 months before the midterms, and the specifications of the building contain 911 in the year of President Trump's presidency, with his presidencies equaling 911. It's also opening in the year 2026, where Zohran Mamdani, who has Haman hidden in his name, is raised up in New York City, and he's been likened to Obama as a setup for a full circle moment for the 911 Battle of Vienna that took place in 1683. How does this connect to the library? Well, 619 is the opening of the library, right? Six plus 1 plus 9 equals 16, okay? Just keep that in mind for a moment, because 2016 is when President Trump won and all their plans were thrown. Okay. There is an 83-foot tall, but 16 means something else too, okay? So it's opening 619. 6 plus 1 plus 9 is 16. There is an 83-foot tall stained glass window built into that building. 16 and 83. There is your 1683 911 Battle of Vienna for the golden apple in America's golden age, with New York City being called the Big Apple, and now this is an altar connected to it being raised up out of Chicago. See, it's not an accident. When an altar is erected, the way it's built and its specifications are as important as the way it looks. So these are not accidents, what they're choosing, what they're aligning, when they're doing it, the numbers, the specifications, the measurements. None of this is an accident. It's built in order to raise an altar before the midterms. Now, also, June 19th is known as Juneteenth officially. That is a federal holiday, and it's celebrated to commend the end of slavery in the United States. The holiday's name, first used in the 1890s, is a portmanteau of June and 19th, referring to June 19th, 1865, the day when Major General Gordon Granger ordered the final enforcement of the Emancipation Proclamation in Texas at the end of the American Civil War. So think about it. In the month filled with pride, on a day commemorating the end of slavery, on the day the Iran deal is supposed to be signed, is when the Obama Library is opening. That's not really a library. It's not really a building, although it is. It's an altar. Because his party wants nothing more than to enslave this nation. His party wants nothing more than to enslave this nation. There are spiritual forces at work raising altars, attempting to alter outcomes out of key cities, and they have partnered with man in order to do this. And on top of this, this is called the obelisk. Now, an obelisk is a stone rectangular pillar with a tapered top forming a pyramidion set on a base, erected to commemorate an individual or event and honor the gods. The ancient Egyptians created this in order to honor their false gods. Okay, so the ancient Egyptians erected this to honor their god Atum, who they claim stood at the creation of the world, which was a false god. So, but they're calling it the obelisk. All right, so they're comparing it to something erected to a god, which is an altar. Now, Chicago is known for violence and bloodshed. Altars need blood in order to be powered. So of all places, this is placed in Chicago, a place that has a very high rate of murders in the country. This is where this library, which is an altar, is raised up out of. Now, I want to go to September 23rd, 2024, because I'm going to get to you the pattern for a minute, because he's doing this before the midterms for a reason. There is a pattern spiritually in this nation of this being done, and I'm going to prove that to you in a moment here. So September 23rd, 2024, word of the Lord. And says the Spirit of the Lord this day, the winds are shifting over California. The winds are shifting over New York. Look at what's going on now. The winds are shifting over Chicago and Illinois, says the Lord. They are shifting, capital. The winds of change have begun to blow as the wind picks up, for this is a wind of my making, capital, says the Lord. This is a wind, a holy wind, capital, a fiercely, capital, righteous wind, meant to blow the cover off of what has been hidden in the depths and the hallows of areas of your nation. The enemy has built empires and temples to himself, says the Lord. Okay, so California is named, New York is named, Chicago is named. Look at the three areas right now. You have this altar library being raised up out of Chicago. Look at what's happening in California with the governor's race and the LA mayor's race. And look what's happening in New York with Zohran Mamdani. You see, these three areas were named as areas the enemy was building empires and temples to himself in that were suddenly going to begin to shift. So this erecting of this library is a preemptive strike to raise an altar to stop the shifting in that city and in this nation that has been taking place. This is exactly why this is being erected now. Now, this is a pattern in this nation. Whenever there is a crucial, pivotal election that could change the entire course of the nation, and the nation is at stake, we see a profound altar attempt to be raised in order to spiritually hijack, bring it into the natural, and alter the outcome of the election. Now, we have to go back 10 years to understand this pattern that began with Trump's first presidential run. This is a pattern. This has happened almost every time. And I'm going to prove this to you. And this is why about 5 months before the midterms, this altar is being raised now. So we're going to put this up for you. We're going to go back about 10 years and we're going to work our way forward to show you exactly what's going on here. Despite earlier denials, Arch from Temple of Baal to stand in New York City. Despite initially canceling plans to erect a reproduction of the Victory Arch that stood for 1,800 years in front of the Temple of Baal in Palmyra, the Institute for Digital Archaeology has announced they will recreate the arch destroyed by ISIS in New York City's City Hall Park on September 19th. Okay. Now, this was 10 years ago. This was September 19th, 2016. 9/11 is within that date. However, Rosh Hashanah, the Feast of Trumpets, was October 2nd that year. It was 1.5 months before the 2016 election, with Hillary Clinton facing off against President Trump, the election they attempted to fix that backfired on them. This Arch of Baal was brought into New York City preemptively because that is where Trump was at that point. He announced his candidacy from New York City, and that arch was planted there about 1.5 months prior to that election in an attempt to open a gate, spiritually alter the outcome, and change the course in the natural. Now, this even goes back into our nation's rededication, what they attempted to do here. And I'm going to show you. Let me show you why the United States had to be rededicated back to the Lord on the National Mall. There is a profound prophetic reason why it had to be the National Mall. So we're going to put this up for you. Was the Arch of Baal erected in Washington before Christine Blasey Ford's testimony? The Arch of Palmyra appeared on the National Mall, but its relationship to Senate Judiciary Committee hearings was purely coincidental. No, it wasn't. On the 26th of September, 2018, the Institute for Digital Archaeology unveiled a replica of Palmyra, Syria's iconic triumphal arch on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. The following day, Christine Blasey Ford and Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee about assault allegations stemming from their time in high school. September 16th, 2018. Now, 9/11 is in that date also, because September is the 9th month, and if you add 22 plus 1 plus 8 up, you get 11. 9/11 is within that date. Now, the Arch of Baal is erected on the National Mall in 2018, 8 years ago, attempting to claim the nation for Baal. from the nation's now capital, where the enemy would preemptively strike and attempt to legally claim that ground. Now, a little over a year after that was allowed to take place, COVID hit the nation and Washington, D.C. went on lockdown. A little over a year after the Arch of Baal was placed on the National Mall in Washington, D.C., COVID hits the nation and the nation goes on lockdown. Now, the original Arch of Baal was built commemorating the Roman victory over Partha. Many of the Parthians were from the remnant of the 10 tribes of Israel. So that was the original arch was built to commemorate a Roman victory. Now, from the first time this happened in 2016, 10 years later, 2026, we'll get back to the National Mall in a minute. 2026, something happens in New York City, okay, which we'll get into. So something happens in 2026. Now, the original purpose of this arch was to celebrate victory over the demise of the northern kingdom, the 10 tribes of the house of Israel, is what was the original Roman commemoration of this arch. The arch stood 49 feet tall, which is interesting because it takes every 7 years is a Shemitah year on the Jewish calendar. It takes 7 Shemitahs, 49 years, to make a Jubilee the following year. Now, biblically speaking, in order for an area or nation to be given back to the Lord, there is a process in Scripture spoken about over and over and over again. So we see it in the book of Judges, we see it in other areas, but biblically speaking, in order for a nation to be given back to the Lord, there's a process that has to happen. Judges chapter 6, verses 25 through 26, because we're in the year 2026. Now on that same night, the Lord said to Gideon, take your father's bull, the second bull, 7 years old, and tear down the altar of Baal that belongs to your father, and cut down the Asherah that is beside it, and build an altar to the Lord your God. That's verse 26. On top of this mountain stronghold in an orderly way. Then take the second bull and offer a burnt sacrifice using the wood of the Asherah, which you shall cut down. Go to where the altar of Baal is in your area, tear it down, and in its place build an altar to the Lord. So legally, Baal's jurisdiction is then revoked. In order for that to happen, the altar of Baal must be torn down. And in its very place, an altar of the Lord must be built, and then a sacrifice made to legally ratify that Baal no longer has jurisdiction over that area and is now evicted. Now, if we look at Judges chapter 6, verse 28, it says, early the next morning when the men of the city got up, they discovered that the altar of Baal was torn down, the Asherah which was beside it was cut down, and the second bull was offered on an altar which had been built. I believe that is a key to the 2028 election. These altars must be torn down in key areas before this election. So in Washington, D.C., if we were going to rededicate the nation back to the Lord like we did on May 17th, 2026, if we're rededicating it back to Almighty God, the righteous judge, they would have to go, according to the book of Judges, to the very place where the altar of Baal had stood, tear it down, and build an altar to the Lord in its place. That is what happened with the rededication of the nation, May 17th, 2026, on the National Mall, the very place 8 years prior the altar of Baal stood and was erected. In 2026, the altar, they went to the very place the altar of Baal was placed, tore it down, and built an altar to the Lord in its place, and rededicated the nation, which then legally revokes the jurisdiction from the principality and now ratifies that that area has been rededicated to the Lord. This is why it's so serious when you rededicate. What Gideon did was a very serious thing, to tear down that altar of Baal and to build a new altar to the Lord. And that's exactly because 8 years prior, the altar of Baal stood on the National Mall. 10 years prior, the altar of Baal stood in New York City before that election. In 2018, the altar of Baal stood before Brett Kavanaugh was confirmed to the Supreme Court. Now, if we go to 2 Kings chapter 10, verses 25 through 28, same thing. Then it came about as soon as he had finished offering the burnt offering that Jehu said to the guards and to the royal officers, "Go in and kill them, let no one come out." And they killed them with the edge of the sword, and the guard and the royal officers threw their bodies out and went into the inner room of the house of Baal. They brought out the sacred pillars, the obelisks, like Obamalisk. Obelisks of the house of Baal, and burned them. They also tore down the sacred pillar of Baal and tore down the house of Baal and made it into a latrine to this day. Thus Jehu eradicated Baal from Israel. 2 Kings, I want to go back to 2 Kings 10:26. They brought out the sacred pillars, the obelisks of the house of Baal, and burned them. That's 2 Kings 10:26. It's the year 2026, and what has been brought out now is an Obamalisk. While President Trump, who's like a Jehu, is in office, here comes the Obamalisk out in the open, and it's opening almost a month to the day after the nation was rededicated back to the Lord. The nation was rededicated on May 17th. This is opening on June 19th in Chicago.
Now we're going to blow our shofars together. If you have your shofar, grab it. This is a weapon. This is a spiritual weapon. We see it in the Bible. We see it when they went around the walls of Jericho. They yelled, they blew their shofars, and the walls came tumbling down. I believe that as we are blowing shofars and as we are yelling that the angels are going in, they are shredding the platform of the enemy. And just like the Israelites, they took those walls and they used them as ramps to go in and take their victory over Jericho. I believe that these walls that have fallen are our ramps to go in and take our victory. So on the count of 3, we're going to blow our shofars. We're going to yell like the Israelites did. And then we're going to send out angels to make toast of our enemies. Are you guys ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Go host, make toast. Thank you so much for joining me today. I bless you. I bless you to realize you were born for such a time as this. I bless you to realize your future is brighter than your past. And I bless you to wake up, speak up, and show up. Thanks again for joining me today. Don't forget to jump on with Ginger at 3 p.m. and we'll see you back here next week. We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Hey everyone, I really hope you are enjoying the program today, and I hope you enjoy LFA TV as a whole, because let's face it, we're not getting any younger. However, if there was a way to slow down our aging and live a little bit longer, would we do it? I think we would. You ever heard of Fatty 15, folks? Well, Fatty 15 is a brand new supplement that has C15 in it. You might ask, what's C15? Well, C15 is the first fatty acid to be discovered in 90 years that actually prolongs your life. Over 100 studies over many years were done on dolphins because these 2 doctors were in charge of basically increasing the dolphin population. So they started introducing this fatty acid called C15, and what they found was something amazing. The dolphins were living longer, and the dolphin pods were growing bigger. It was an amazing discovery. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can get C15 introduced into your life to slow down the aging process of your cells And it's not that you're going to
This
feel like
is
you
Secret
look younger,
America.
but it's going to make your body think it is younger, which means you're going to start doing more things again. There's a thing called
Welcome,
cellular
everybody.
fragility,
I'm Jack
cellular
Danger, along
fragility
with Jay
syndrome.
Gatling,
And cellular
and we
fragility
have
syndrome
a ton to talk
happens
about
as we
today.
get older.
We're talking
This
there
is
are
going to
more.
reverse it, folks.
There's a lot more to do with the
Fatty15.com
whole
slash
Gavin
LFA.
Newsom
Promo code
investigation.
LFA.
Jay, it is
that is
going so deep now.
Fatty15.com
We're talking
slash
as soon as
LFA.
these
Promo code
investigations come out,
LFA.
he
Get your
immediately
discount
has to pay
today,
an
folks,
ethics fine
and start
already
this
for
new
something
journey
else that's
to
going
help you
on.
live
And
longer.
that's why our thumbnail is what
Fatty15.com
it is. And we'll show you that in just a
LFA.
second.
Promo code
First,
LFA
I want to
today.
give a quick
Now,
shout out to our
back to the
sponsor,
program. Thank you very much.
MaxAssociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right, or you can go to MaxAssociates.etsy.com. You will not find better patriotic apparel than you can find at this place, and the deal is unbelievable. 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You cannot find a better deal than that, and you cannot find better apparel or USA Pride gifts than that. And it's Pride Month, so show your pride for America. You know, you got Father's Day coming up, the 250th anniversary of the United States coming up, and the 2026 midterms. MaxAssociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Okay, Jay, I want to show everybody real quick our thumbnail. Check this out. This is the thumbnail right here, and you can see Gavin Newsom, and there's his golden goose. And for everybody that doesn't know, his golden goose is the taxpayer, Jay, because that's where he gets all of his money, and that's why he's being investigated for corruption and money laundering and theft and all kinds of things. But you can see the taxpayer, which is the golden goose. It's laying the golden egg, which is the money that he gets from the taxpayers. But isn't it cool, Jay? Even Gavin Newsom watches Secret America. Look at that. Secret America is on his TV as we speak. Even Gavin Newsom, when you have somebody that you hate and who hates you back, yet he's still watching your show, that's when you know you're doing good, Jay.
Yeah, that's when you know you have a good show. It's like Howard Stern. When Howard Stern was good, the people that hated him actually listened to him longer and more intently than
That's
people who liked him.
Howard Stern. The people that hate you, it's actually better to have a bunch of people that hate you because they watch you longer, more intensely, and you get a lot more. They're more loyal to your viewership, believe it or not, if they hate you.
That's what I was just saying. Like the people that hated him watched him longer and were listening more intently to everything he said. Because it was something about being, I guess, enraged that just captivated them and made them made them hate listen. I don't know what it was, but whatever.
It's weird. A lot of people like to be enraged. They like to be miserable, and that's why you have the Democrats and the left attract the people that they attract. The people that like to be enraged, the people that like to be angry and miserable, those are the people that are often associated with mental illness, which is why you got all of the people on the left in the same type of boat, some mental illness or another. Whether it's transgenderism, whether it's, the gender dysphoria, whether it's, just straight up anger and misery. And they like anger and misery. They actually like it. They'll tell you they don't, but yet that's what they want to be and they want to live in it. And that's why the left attracts nothing but people with mental disorders and mental illness. So that is why it is the way it is.
Yeah, and it's on steroids at this point. It's I was just thinking before, I'm not this like glass half full person. I'm like a realist person. If the glass is half, it's half. That's what it is. If it's full, it's full. If it's empty, it's empty. I'm more a type of person, and I think we are as a collective, as conservatives, Republicans, or even like libertarians, right? You'll say, think of the things that are actually good right now. Address the things that are bad. But let's focus on the good things as well, or else you get into that type of doldrum where it's just, oh my God, everything sucks. I hate everything, blah, blah, blah. And you kind of just end up that way. And it's not a productive way to be. It's not going to solve problems. It's not going to lead to solutions. So that's how the Democrats are. They're a radical party at this point, a communist party. And yes, they complain and hate everything.
All right, so let's check out. Let's check into what's going on with Gavin Newsom real quick, because we talked a little bit about the investigations yesterday. But get this: just a day after announcing that he's under federal investigation, he's agreed to pay a $31,500 ethics fine after California's political watchdogs found the governor failed to timely disclose millions of dollars in donations he solicited, many of which were tied to Los Angeles wildfire relief, which none of that money reached any of the people that had their homes burned down. The Fair Political Practices Commission's Enforcement Division said Newsom failed to file 36 behested payment reports on time in 2024 and 2025, covering more than $5.5 million from corporations and foundations. Get this, Jay, listen to this, okay? State records show that Newsom has solicited more than $340 million from wealthy donors and special interests, some of which have received preferential treatment and millions of dollars in state contracts, while also taking pains to prop up the political activities of his wife. We talked about this yesterday, how they are running. Actually, I wish I still had that picture, but they're running. What happens is they have his wife has a for-profit company called, I forget what the hell it's called, but it has a for-profit company, but then she also has the nonprofit representation program, or whatever it's called, the Representation Project. And what happens is they get donations from wealthy donors and the elite to her nonprofit, right? And then those companies or corporations or wealthy donors get state contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars. So it's a quid pro quo. Now, she can't just go out and take that money that goes to the Representation Project. So what does she do? She hires her for-profit firm from her nonprofit firm. So her nonprofit firm that gets these millions of dollars in donations hires her for-profit firm for some kind of documentary building or whatever it is. And they pay the for-profit firm immense amounts of money that her and her husband get to pocket. That's why they have millions of dollars in these homes, these big mansions that they have, while everybody else in Los Angeles and California have to make do on pennies and have to scrape by because groceries are ridiculous prices. They get to give your money, Jay, your taxpayer money, to wealthy donors, so that donors will give kickbacks to her nonprofit, who she can then hire her for-profit and give that kickbacks to her for-profit so it can go right into her pocket. Oh, by the way, that Representation Project, not only does she get to hire her for-profit firm, but she also pays herself an exorbitant salary for being the head of her nonprofit. So she gets $2.8 million for that, Jay, not to mention all the money that she gets to pocket when she hires her own firm to do the work, because that's the for-profit firm.
Yeah, being a politician is very, very lucrative. And it's so many people get into it now, not for the right reasons, but to just be able to run scams like the one they're running in California. And oh, Jack, I think they get paid for consulting. Isn't that the usual? We have consultants.
That and bodyguard services.
I mean,
bodyguard services.
Break. Something's got to be done with that. It's too easy.
People don't become people don't want to do the wrong people are attracted to politics. Why? Because one, it doesn't pay jack for the amount of work, for the amount of shit you have to deal with, and two, it's very, very hard to get in there if you don't already have millions of dollars backing you. So what do? I'm going to tell you this right now, Jay. There is not a single person, not one, that you can find in Congress that was not a millionaire beforehand that is not a millionaire now. Every single person, Jay, that is in Congress is a millionaire. And most of them were not millionaires before they were in Congress. So tell me, how do you become a millionaire in Congress when you're only making $174,000 a year? That is where you get into the sketchy lobbyist stuff. What's a kickback? What's a bribe? What's a donation kind of stuff? Okay. You know what they do, Jay? Any politician, here's what they do. You donate to their campaign. They pay their wife consulting fees. They pay their son to be their bodyguard, millions of dollars to be my bodyguard. I pay my wife millions of dollars for what they don't just pay their wife, Jay. They can't just get away with that. Their wife starts a consulting LLC. Okay. Then they hire their wife's consulting LLC to consult on their campaign. Their son starts a private bodyguard LLC. Then they hire their son's private bodyguard LLC to be security. Even though they don't actually do any security, they pay them for the fees, the services, and that's how they get all the money. So for anybody that says, oh, they can't get their donation money, you're dreaming. They get their donation money by having their spouses and family suddenly get LLCs. It's just like the Stacey Abram thing. Remember that, Jay?
Yeah,
She
$2
had an
million.
LLC. Yeah, she had an LLC, a nonprofit LLC, actually, or a 501, whatever it is. It was not open for 10 days, Jay, not 10 days when she got a $2 billion contract. $2 billion contract, not open for 10 days. That tells you all you need to know.
And then throw on top of that the fact that they can insider trade. Throw that in there too.
Oh yeah.
So add
Oh,
that,
yeah, 100%.
add that to the top of the, to the top of the pyramid, the money pyramid. It's crazy. And like you said though, they're just not going into it for the right reason. That's also why they never leave. That's why they never leave. That's why we need term limits. These people will stay. It's a cottage industry. Like you said, not only do their kids and their wives and everybody else in their family get paid through, like you just said, with the LLCs and the campaign, then they take the next seat when dad leaves or mom leaves. Now you take my seat because you have the money, you have the name recognition, and it's just a never-ending cycle. That's why these families, they just stay in power forever now. This wasn't how our founding fathers
It wasn't supposed to be like this. No,
it was not.
But I mean, Jay, the reason that there aren't many good people going into it now is because you have to have millions of dollars just to get elected. Look at what the Thomas Massey thing, $32 million that cost. Jay, if you want to run for Senate or the House in your district, do you have $30 million? Do you know somebody that's going to give you $30 million to run?
If I'm coming in off the street, no, absolutely not.
No, exactly.
No.
So a good person that's a good person can't just run. I mean, you can, but you're not going to win. So instead, it's the corrupt family that gets to get in. It's the people that bequeath their Congress seat to you. Hey, I'm going to bequeath this seat to you long as I get kickbacks for the rest of my life. I mean, that's all they do. You know, Jay, a lot of the people join the House and the Senate just for like a 2-year term, just so they can get the benefits for the rest of their lives.
Well, they have to be there for like 5 years, I think. So
however long it has to be.
Whatever it is.
A lot of them join it just for that period of time.
They don't have to stay long. Yeah, but Jack, here's the problem. That would actually be nice if they only stayed for 1, 2, or 3 terms. The problem is they never leave anyway. Like, I mean, they'll stay no matter what. They just don't leave. Mitch McConnell is literally being wheeled out in a wheel. He's in a hospital again. This guy's been there since 1984, I believe, Jack. 1984. We're talking 42 years.
Yeah, it's been really bad.
It's insanity. Look at Dianne Feinstein in California. She was literally carried out of the Senate dead.
She died I think she died on the Senate floor, didn't she?
Well, not quite, but I mean almost, right? And then
not literally, but I mean figuratively, she died on the Senate floor.
Yeah, and Matt, there was a woman, I think her name was Granger. She's Republican in Texas. And Jack, she was in like a group home or something for the last how many months?
Terrible.
It's crazy.
Like you said, Mitch McConnell, the guy. Congress, especially the Senate, because it's 6-year terms, has turned into a nursing home. Yeah. It is terrible. I mean, you literally have to wheel these people in on wheelchairs. Yep. Some of them are on medical gurneys to go down there to vote. I mean, you got some that are holding up the saline bags so they can get in there and vote. Some people, they no longer have the use of their body, so they can only blink and vote. You know, I mean, it's terrible, Jay.
It looks like a mafia movie where the bosses, when they go to trial, they act like they're like mentally, like medically infirm, like they're there in a wheelchair, like you said, with the saline drip going into their arm, the oxygen tank. That's basically what the Senate and the House is. Look at Nancy Pelosi. The woman's 87 years old, and it's insanity. She's been there since the late 80s, early 90s now.
Yeah.
It's just
she was
crazy.
There when she was young, when she looked young. You cannot, a lot of the people like a Mitch McConnell and these others, you can't imagine them what they looked like when they were young, but they have been in those seats since they looked young. You can go back and look at the tape. Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton looked like a young kid when she was in politics. Now look at her. You can't imagine these people as young, but they've been here so long that you can go back and see the tape.
Okay, I know you love my movie references. Remember Shawshank Redemption, the picture of Morgan Freeman? They keep stamping it approved, not approved for parole, not approved. Yep. It's when he was like a young man, right? And then you see him, he's an old man, still in like 40 years later, It's the
Yep.
same thing. If you go
Absolutely.
to Mitch McConnell's picture back in 1984, it's the equivalent of when Morgan Freeman went into jail and then was denied parole for like 40 years. That's the difference now. It's insane. It's just crazy. Something has to be done, but that's almost like you're asking these people to basically restrict their ability to stay. Is that ever going to happen?
Nobody polices themselves, Jay.
Right.
You're not going to speed, go home, write yourself a ticket and send it into the police. Nobody polices themselves. So let me tell you guys something interesting though, Jay. I have a way to quantify the way that propaganda has affected people in the last 25 years. I can actually put a number to how many people it has affected and who it has affected in the last 25 years. You want me to show you? I'm going to show you, Jay. All right, so 25 years ago, in 2001, 90% of the GOP said they were extremely proud to be an American. Guess what? 85% of Democrats said they were extremely proud to be an American. So I'm going to tell you how badly the propaganda has affected everybody, okay? So remember when I said that the GOP was 90% 25 years ago, that they were extremely proud? Well, the number today, 90%. The GOP is still 90%. All right, remember how I told you the Democrats, 85% were extremely proud to be American 25 years ago, 85%? Today it's 29%. 29, that is almost 60% less because the propaganda disproportionately affects Democrats because the Democrats are drawing all of the mentally ill onto their side. And I've talked about this many times, Jay. They want the mentally ill on their side because they know the mentally ill are prone to extreme violence. They're prone to outbursts. They're prone to anger. They're prone to all these things. So that is exactly why they are attracting them to their side. They want the people that they can manipulate with propaganda and then get them to do their bidding. You know, they don't have to do anything anymore. They can say, go out there and fight in the streets. And then people will get killed and they say, oh, no, I meant that figuratively. Figuratively, I meant fight in the streets. Go out there and get in their faces, push them up against the cars. No, I meant figuratively push them. Go out there. Donald Trump needs to take a bullet. No, I meant figuratively take a bullet. And they actually have said on many occasions that he needs to take a bullet. They need to put a bullet in Donald Trump. And then it was figuratively put a bullet in Donald Trump. But the reason that they say it the way they say it, they don't mean it figuratively. They know if they say it that way, that some of the crazies on their side are going to take it that way, and they are going to try to do it. That is why you attract the mentally ill to your side, Jay, because you want them to take your words literally. You want them to do what you can't do, which is beat Donald Trump.
Well, and Tim Burchett, congressman, our favorite congressman, when he was on the program, he said that it's also put out there because then they could just wipe their hands of it and say, well, we didn't say it, tell anybody to do it. It's just somebody did it, right? They could just walk away from it. Yeah. We didn't specifically tell somebody to do it. No, but you're putting the messaging out there. Also, the Democrats, and this is why I think more of them have been propagandized because the Democrats control the media. So they've been basically propagandizing people at will. You know, with their media, their arm of the media. It's an arm of the Democrat Party. It's a tentacle. And the other thing about that is these people are also easier to convince that the government is good for you, that the government's going to help you. Oh, you have this? Let the government take care of it. The government's going to take care of it. They're easier to put under the thumb of the government.
Well, they're more susceptible to gullibility.
Yes, easy to manipulate. And no, it's funny. And we were talking about how people love America. You know the World Cup is here right now, right? With soccer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm watching videos on my TikTok feed or on Instagram. If you just go down, it'll hit your algorithm where you have people from all over the world now. Of course, they're here to watch their country playing the World Cup. And they are amazed at how amazing this country is. They're like, we have been lied to. Talk about propaganda.
Oh, yeah.
We have been
I saw those videos where it's like, wow, America's totally different than what I've been told.
Exactly. They're saying America is beautiful. These stadiums are incredible. The amount of food here is incredible. The portions are incredible. The amount of places I can go are at my fingertips are incredible. The gas stations are incredible.
I wouldn't call the gas stations incredible.
They're talking like a place like a Buc-ee's, like where you have like the shop or the whole supermarket, and you have like 50 stalls or more for trucks and cars at these places. Like, this is incredible. And then I go into a Walmart. They're like, oh, Walmart, I could be in there for hours. It's like, we don't have anything like this. The food, is it maybe less healthy? But it's
And you
Tastes
cannot
good?
be arrested for saying something stupid.
Well, that too. You won't get arrested for a social media post. But it's very appropriate that you get up, because right now all these people coming, like, we've been lied to in our countries when they tell us what America is and what's going on here.
Americans are lied to in our country about what we're told America is and shit.
Yep.
So Jay, get this though. I want to switch gears for 1 second because I saw a headline, Jay, that was mind-boggling. Okay, you know how the New York Post has stolen like 5 of my stories over the last few months?
Yes.
They steal them. I mean, it's funny. I put a story out. 3 hours later, it's on the New York Post headline. That's happened 5 times in the last 2 months. I mean, it's like they've got my notifications on, and as soon as I put a story out, they type it up. What might? But anyways, the reason I bring that up is because I have a headline from the New York Post today, and this was not one of my stories because it's the stupidest. Wait till you hear this headline, Jay. I want you to hear this, and you're gonna be hearing me correctly. So I want you to think about this for a second. All right. So a New York Post headline today says, Germany records highest ever number of anti-Semitic incidents in 2025.
Okay.
Do you understand what that means?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Highest number of anti-Semitic incidents. Germany, highest number ever last year.
Okay.
I would think that the Jews in 1930s Germany would have something to say about
Well, okay, of course. I mean, we're talking maybe modern day. Did they specify?
No, they said ever. It says ever, and it was only 8,000 incidents.
That doesn't make any sense because we know there was at least 6 million of them.
Yeah,
in World War II.
Hey, I want you to look at this.
Of a lot worse
bring it
nature.
up.
Of a lot worse nature.
Way worse. That's
Yeah,
why I'm thinking
obviously.
this headline. What the hell doesn't make any sense?
Well, that wasn't one of yours, thank God.
No, no, because my headlines are common sense shit. This is not. But take a look at this. All right.
All right.
If I can pull it up here. All right. Actually, forget this part right here because that's all right. Take a look at this right here. God, why does it have to go off like that, Jay? Right when I pull it up, then it goes off. Anyways, take a look at this right here. This is exactly what it says. Look at that. Germany records highest ever number of anti-Semitic incidents in 2025. That is their headline. And I'm thinking, and then I go to click on it, Jay. I'm thinking, okay, maybe there was a few million, 8,000. There was 8,000.
They didn't specify a time frame or nothing?
No, it just says highest ever. And then when you go to look, let's see. Yeah, listen to this.
No.
8,725. 8,725. That's it. That's the amount of anti-Semitic incidents. I mean, it's shocking.
Maybe, listen, they probably don't, maybe they don't consider, and I don't know, but I'm thinking probably they don't consider the Holocaust just an anti-Semitic incident. Maybe it's one big anti-Semitic incident. Maybe they don't count every single one as an anti-Semitic incident. Maybe that's how they're categorized. Maybe that's how they're cataloged.
I would think, forget all the times they stole stuff from every Jew. Forget all the times they spit at or made fun of every Jew. Just take every killing of Jews just because they were Jews. That right there is 5-6 million people. That's 5-6 million incidents. Now, if you add in all the times they made fun of them, all the times they spit at them, all the violence, all the things they stole from them, it's probably in the billions of anti-Semitic incidents in the late 30s and early 40s. And this says highest number ever.
Yeah, they should be more specific because probably back then this stuff wasn't cataloged. It wasn't cataloged. It's kind of
You
like
don't have to be cataloged. I mean, the death toll alone is anti-Semitic incidents.
They should be more specific with the headline. Since we've been keeping track specifically, blah, 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 we know, and they should have maybe referenced the Holocaust to say, of course, blah, blah, blah. Make a statement.
It wasn't even in the article, dude.
Yeah, that's kind of, listen, the New York Post sometimes is not the greatest writing. Let's just put it that way.
No, that's why they have to steal stories from us.
Yeah, right. Well, neither is any of the media at this point, to be honest. I mean, I think journalism, and I didn't take journalism in college, but
Jay, if we block the New York Post, I bet they'll go out of business. Because they steal our stories so often now that if we block them, they'll have no way to find any stories.
The only reason the New York Post, I think, stays pretty relevant in New York City is because it's actually the only semi-conservative publication you know,
it's the
that there
only
is.
one that tells most of the truths.
Yeah, and they'll tell stories that won't be touched by the Daily News,
No.
the New York Times, Newsday, even the Wall Street Journal, for that matter, which has gone way downhill. But yeah,
Absolutely.
that's the reason why the New York Post stays relevant. And they
And it
also
will
usually,
stay.
Jack, they usually come up when they're not stealing yours. They do come up with some pretty good headlines.
They can.
also.
They
But
can.
I don't, Jack. Maybe they're stealing those from somebody else. Who knows?
You know, Jay, it's funny because I'm trying to remember the most recent story they stole. That I sent you, Jay. Do you remember what it was? I tried to remember what the story was. Do you remember what it was? The one the most recent one that they stole. It was just a couple days ago.
Oh, well, it wasn't the Mambino. No, which one?
No.
it?
That was a few weeks ago. I posted the story, and then 3 hours later, the New York Post blasts it on their headline, and I never get any credit for it. What was it? Oh, it was the tweet. Remember, I made a video of the tweet that cost California everything.
Yeah.
Remember that tweet that was by Lauren Gonzalez that said F Elon Musk, and he said message received. I found that tweet. I made a video of it, and I said it was the tweet that cost California everything.
Yep.
3 hours later, nobody had referenced this tweet for years. 3 hours later, the New York Post says, "Hey, we found a tweet that cost California everything." I'm like, you've got to be shitting me.
No, you
It's
didn't.
unbelievable.
You didn't find anything.
And they do not even mention at any of these stories. They don't mention us, me, you, anybody.
Yeah. Guess what? Don't hold your breath.
No. But I can promise you one thing, under every story that they steal, I always make sure that I post the original article that I did or the ones that we've done videos or whatever underneath it. And I say, look, you guys stole this from us. I do that every article that they steal.
Yeah, why not? Put it out there. Put them on notice. Put them on blast. That's what we do these days. We put people on blast.
Absolutely. Here's somebody I'm going to put on blast, Jay. There is a new disgusting TikTok trend going around called the Austin Bop. Have you seen it?
Does this have to do with Austin Metcalf? I haven't seen it.
Oh, yeah. What it is it has to do with young black Carmelo Anthony supporters. And what they are is they are dancing to a song called the Austin Bop. And they usually have knives or no knives, and they do stabbing motions at their chests. So, Jay, apparently, race killer Carmelo Anthony is a role model for the young black community now. I mean, Jay, and it's not all blacks, but I don't understand this culture. Why would you want to glorify? Why is this a good thing to you? I don't understand. But Jay, before you answer that, I want to show you what I'm talking about. Okay? Take a look at this.
Austin Bop, knife had blood on the tip when he dropped. How the fuck he's gonna stop me? Shit niggas going out back Marlo out the box. And I sound when he died. The fuck with this floor, but
And excuse us for the language, everybody, but the reason I'm playing it is because listen to the words of the song, not just the language, but someone actually made this song, and listen to what it says while these young black people are dancing and stabbing themselves with knives.
like a side nigga text my phone talk about he don't like my shit. He got stopped behind night. Austin Bop, knife had blood on the tip when he dropped. How the fuck he's gonna stop me? Shit niggas going out back Marlo out the box. And I sound when he died. The fuck with this floor, but I got side nigga text my phone talk about he don't like my shit. He got stopped behind night. Once session was over, coughing up blood, he think he got Ebola. Nigga sent to the hospital. I said on the Drake for like I go fly face goodbye.
And I'm not going to play the whole video, but you can glean the gist of it, Jay. They are basically, they're making fun of the fact that a white guy was killed because he was white. That's why they're making fun of the fact that a white guy was killed, and the fact that a black guy did it. That is their claim to fame. That is their role model. That makes them happy. He killed the white man. He killed the white man, Jay.
Hey, TikTok. I can't talk about the 2020 election, and Jack can't talk about the 2020 election without getting banned from TikTok. But this crap is allowed. Somebody make it make sense for me on TikTok, please. How is that allowed? That's violence. It's encouraging violence. It's making fun of somebody who was murdered. We now know is a convicted. They're celebrating a convicted murderer, but you can't even talk about the 2020 election or COVID or ivermectin or anything like that on TikTok without
Jay,
getting banned from the platform.
The song is called Austin Bop, Stabbing My Chest by 600 Naughty. Take a look at this. This is the what it looks like right here. And look at the sign. It says, I learned my lesson up at the top left.
That's on
and
Spotify.
Listen.
Austin Bob, knife had blood on the tip when he dropped. How the fuck he's gonna stop me? Shit, niggas going out back from all out the box. That sound when he died. The fuck with this floor, but I got side. Nigga go text my phone, talk about he don't like my shit. He got stabbed by a knife. Bow.
Got stabbed by a knife, coughing up so much blood, thinks he's got Ebola or something like. It's ridiculous. And Jay, these people are emulating this as a good thing. And again, it's not all black people. And remember before, I separated the categories. There are black people and there's the other kind of black people, okay? The regular black folks are good people, just like regular white folks are good people. But then there's the horrible side that you separate from the actual race. They are not part of the race. They are part of some other kind of weird mentality that lets them celebrate things that are ridiculous in nature, Jay.
Yeah, well, hopefully when they go to get a job or they go to try to get into school or anything else, somebody screen records that video and sends it to the people that are considering them for a job or a school or a scholarship or anything. And just
Jay,
like
they'll
with
never
Charlie Kirk, they did it to Charlie
up
Kirk
for a
too.
job.
But they did it to Charlie Kirk.
Oh,
Remember?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The left and black people especially, I saw that were going after Charlie Kirk on campuses.
Oh, yeah.
Emulating him getting shot in the neck. So I don't get it. It's absolutely disgusting. And we need, like you said, regular people, good black people, good white people, good any people to come out and condemn this.
I have
and tell
one.
these people, you know what, Jack, there has to be consequences. And part of the
There
consequences.
there won't be consequences,
Yes,
but
well, maybe when they go for a job, there will be.
no, these are the kind of people that aren't going to go for a job, Jay. You know, these aren't people that work 9 to 5 jobs. But let me
Not yet.
show you, there are good people out there of every race. There are good black people calling this out. Take a listen.
So I know I'm about to receive a lot of hate from this. I got Jesus Christ in my life. I really don't care. And I've been trying to hold myself back from speaking on this subject, the Carmelo Anthony case. But I've been online and I've seen a lot of videos, and I'm learning more and more about it. A lot of black people don't understand why there are no black jurors, on the trial. A lot of them don't think deeper than race.
Right there. She said they don't think deeper than race. And that's exactly why you see them stabbing themselves to the Austin Bop, because they don't use the mental capacity to think deeper than surface interactions.
No.
That's right.
So I'm going to explain it to you. The reason why there were no black jurors, well, the reason why I believe, I'm not going to say, oh, I knew everything. No. The reason why, my belief system, okay, is because of the response on the internet from black people about this case, about this situation. A lot of black people actually believe that Carmelo Anthony is not a murderer, that Carmelo Anthony defended himself from a push. A lot of black people believe that what Carmelo Anthony did was right. Let me say something. If the roles were reversed, y'all would want the little white boy dead. If a little white boy stabbed a little black boy at a school track meet, all hell would break loose. Every black parent, every black person would be screaming life in prison, the death penalty. People would definitely be screaming just racism, racism, racism. This is how I see it. A lot of black people are biased. Y'all showed by running y'all mouths on the internet like I'm doing now. Y'all showed the whole world that no matter what a black person do against a white person, that black person is always right.
Always right. And she's 100% right, Jay. A lot of them, and I'm not going to lump them all in together because it's not all of them, but a lot of them do not think past surface interactions. They do not think past race. They see, okay, you're wearing the same uniform I'm wearing, so you can do no wrong. We're on the same team because you're wearing the same uniform. They have no critical thinking skills. And Jay, this is why the left has infiltrated every educational institution. This is why they do not teach critical thinking in schools anymore. They want people to react with emotion, not with thought. Because if you react with thought, logic, and critical thinking skills, you might react logically. They don't want you to react logically. That's why they use gaslighting terms. That's why they do everything they can to rile up, instinctual emotions in you, Jay. They want you to fight with emotion, not thinking logical skills.
Yeah, and that's a recipe for a disastrous life, is what that is. Because
Mhm.
guess who acted emotionally? Carmelo Anthony.
Oh, yeah.
Look where he is right now. And here's the other thing with racism. I said this to somebody today on X. It was somebody, maybe it was something about Michelle Obama, because that whole thing about Michelle Obama's a man thing. And stop being racist. And that wasn't to me. They were commenting on somebody else's post. But I said, what's racist about somebody calling Michelle Obama a man? That has nothing to do with a race. But if somebody who's not black says something negative, or that something that's perceived negatively about a black person, it's racist. No, it's not. No. If I
That's what
say
they say.
something that's true, or if I have an opinion and it's just a bland opinion about something, or something I disagree with, I'm not being a racist because I'm not black and saying that about a black person. And you have, Jack, the worst people are the white saviors. These white liberals who come to the defense and think they can speak for black people all the time. These people are the worst. You see them all over the place. They're these old, geriatrics at all of these protests talking, oh, well, Trump's a racist for black people. What are you talking about? Whoopi Goldberg tried it yesterday with J.D. Vance on The View. Same thing. This administration's racist. There are so many things. She couldn't name one.
No, he tried to get her to name one. She had no examples.
Right. Couldn't name one. So that's also where we are. And it's just got to stop. And I'm glad he said, but I mean, I understand he couldn't really blast her on The View. He's not there to do that. And he wants to come off as somebody who's calm and collected. And I think he did a decent job at that yesterday. But it's almost like you want to come out and say, what is racist about what this administration is doing? What is racist about anything that's been done? No, just because something's done to somebody who's black doesn't mean that what was done to them was racist.
Absolutely. And just because it's done
it's not.
Somebody that's white doesn't mean it's not racist.
Exactly.
They automatically assume it's not racist because the
Correct.
person was white.
DEI is racist against white people.
Absolutely. Jay, did you know
affirmative action?
Jay, did you know there's something going on in Illinois that I did not know about? It's been going on for 2 years. They are actually giving reparations in this one city. It's the only city in the country, and the DOJ just sued. Actually, no, it was Harmeet Dillon of the Civil Rights Division just sued this city because they are giving away $25,000 to every black resident, and they've been doing it for 2 years, Jay. 2 years. It's a city in Illinois that has been given $25,000 to every black person. So that means every white person, you go out there, your tax money is going to them. That's what's happening.
It's illegal. You can't distribute a government cannot distribute something like funds or any government program based on race.
You know how they're going to find a way around it? You know how that's going to happen? I'm going to tell you how it's going to happen. All the government's going to do is have people create nonprofits or LLCs. They're going to give them the money, and then those people, the NGOs or whoever, are going to divvy it out based on race. That's what's going to happen.
Well, then watch out for that and stop it before it does happen, because it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy what's going on, and it's just like you said. If you're white, like you said, you're like nothing anyone could do to you can be racist. Like nobody can be racist towards you.
Or wrong. Nothing they can do to you is wrong.
Wrong. Well, right. Wrong. Well, I'm saying right. Wrong. Or they're not doing it because of your race. But anything that goes against somebody that's not white is because it's race. It's ridiculous. Absolutely. It's not true. 99% of the time, it's not true. And people got to start calling it out and not tolerate it anymore. I'm not tolerating it anymore. We talk on the show all the time, and more people got to start talking about it because it's got to stop. And thank God we have a president in the White House right now that doesn't give an F. He doesn't get a flying F about any of that crap. He's ending it all. DEI, all of this crap. He's saying, no, it's enough. It's done.
Absolutely.
It's over.
So, Jay, did you know, I'm going to switch gears for a minute because I want to show you something. Did you know that America's nonprofit hospitals actually rake in $45 billion in profit every year? They're supposed to be nonprofit hospitals. Let me give you an example. The CEO at the New York University Langone paid himself $15.3 million a year. other CEOs at these nonprofit hospitals, 4.5 million, while nurses made about 70,000. All right. I mean, they actually, it's funny because one of the congressmen recently described the nonprofit hospitals as hedge funds with hospital beds. Total revenues of nonprofit hospitals in America in 2023, $1.3 trillion, Jay. These are supposed to be nonprofit hospitals, but yet what you call it, healthcare costs are through the roof. Okay, I want you to check this out. This is from the Joe Rogan show. Okay, I want you to take a look at this. Listen to this.
Congressman recently described some nonprofit hospitals as hedge funds with hospital beds.
Persons say that nonprofit hospitals were like hedge funds with they are. What's going on here? Because hospitals are nonprofits. And it turns out that they're getting a bunch of and it turns out that the total revenues of nonprofit hospitals in America in 2023, so 3 years ago, was $1.3 trillion. And it turns out that they're getting a bunch of taxpayer money. In fact, 3 years ago, so this is probably a lot more now, nonprofit hospitals were making $45 billion worth of profit. And as I mentioned, we taxpayers give them a bunch of money. In fact, in 2021, we gave them $38 billion. $11.5 billion of it because they don't have to pay any taxes. And that was 5 years ago. So this is probably more like 60 billion now. And the reason that we hypothetically give them this money as taxpayers is because they're supposed to do charity. But there was a study that looked at almost 1,500 nonprofit hospitals and found that 86% of them provided little or no charity. And that's because almost everybody that goes to hospitals has insurance. It's either private health insurance or insurance from the government. Only 3% of people don't have health insurance, and it's not like the hospitals give them a deal. Turns out that the government was checking this out around 2009. The hospitals spun up a lobbying campaign and got any requirements that would basically define what kind of charity they would have to do squashed. So now it's kind of the honor system. So I was like, where are those billions of dollars going that the nonprofit hospitals make in profits? Turns out it goes to executives like these CEOs who are getting paid about $4.5 million a year. Meanwhile, their nurses make about $70K. $4.5 million a year here. Apparently management consultants getting billions of dollars from nonprofit hospitals. And here's a guy, Robert, at a hospital in New York who paid himself $15.3 million a year. Nonprofit hospital. And there are really good nonprofit hospitals that are primarily funded by donations and serve low-income families and people.
And this is unbelievable, Jay. So what happens here is apparently these hospitals can file 501c3s or whatever they are and say that they're nonprofit. So that means they don't have to pay taxes and they can still bring in profits.
And that's funny, man. They were able to use all their money to spin up lobbyists. I mean,
yeah. And that way they killed any requirements to have to prove that they're a nonprofit. So, Jay, they don't have to pay taxes as a nonprofit. They get tons of profits as a nonprofit, and they funnel it all to their executives. But guess what? Healthcare costs, even though they're a nonprofit, healthcare costs are through the roof. They charge quadruple the amount that most countries charge for anything, yet they're supposed to be a nonprofit that rakes in $1 trillion a year.
Yeah, they shouldn't be making nonprofit. It's kind of like NGO, non-governmental organizations that we know are governmental organizations. Well, nonprofits that are for profit. It's basically what we got. They shouldn't be making a dime, which means they should be charging very low rates for everything. They shouldn't
Absolutely.
Be, right? Why are they? Did anybody ever open the books on these places?
No, and that's why they had the lobbyists, Jay. So they killed any requirements to have to prove that they're a nonprofit. Jay, see, a nonprofit, what happens is any revenue that they get is put back into the books, put back into the hospital, and then the government subsidizes them by giving them taxpayer money, and then they don't have to pay taxes on any of it. So that's what a nonprofit does. So any of that money that they get, they shouldn't be charging high prices because any of that money is not supposed to be profits. So it should be low costs, but yet healthcare costs are through the roof because they do not have to prove that they're a nonprofit. They can take in billions of dollars in profits, pay it to all their executives, and they do not have to prove they're a nonprofit. They take your taxpayer money, which is what is supposed to subsidize them to keep them a nonprofit. They take that money, give it to the executives. All the profits that they get, they use it for whatever they want to. And the lobbyists that they paid in 2009 made it so they do not have to prove anything to anyone.
That's something that somebody should tackle right there. You probably clean that up. Costs for healthcare, any stuff in this country, medically related, would probably drop dramatically.
Oh, massively, massively, Jay. In fact, let's put that aside for a second and say, if we were to eradicate all fraud, I'm talking welfare, Medicare, any kind, all the fraud there is, it would literally be able to balance the federal budget, and we would be able to pay off the national deficit within, I would say, 5 years. We'd be able to pay it off completely and balance the federal budget if we eradicated fraud. Jay, fraud, and this is the truth. I'm telling you the truth, okay? 50 cents out of every tax dollar, which means half of every single tax dollar, is lost to fraud, abuse, and waste. 50 cents on every tax dollar.
That's, I don't think anybody's going to say, my God, I don't believe that. I think we've been saying it forever. Finally, when Doge came in, and I think one of the bigger mistakes or bigger disappointments, my main disappointment actually with this administration, I'm a big fan of it, this administration, but is that I think Doge was something that never should have just gone away the way it has. And I know it's kind of technically still going on, but
technically,
I mean, that was something that was so popular with so many people because
Jay, nobody was held accountable. Nobody, even during Doge, nobody was held accountable.
It wasn't around long enough.
Well, see, this is the thing, Jay. They uncovered billions of dollars in fraud, but guess what? Yeah. Even under the Trump administration, under the Biden, under any administration, nobody is being held accountable for anything.
Yeah, but now, I mean, with this J.D. Vance heading this fraud, we are starting to see stuff happen. There are people getting indicted in Minnesota.
Yeah, but those are the small fish. I'm talking about the big, the congressmen. I'm talking about the politicians in California. I'm talking about the people that not only perpetuate the fraud, but get the kickbacks from it.
Well, maybe
to
Gavin
Tim Walz
Newsom
of the world.
Well, maybe Gavin Newsom will be our first big fish.
In fact, he should be. That's one of the reasons we're investigating him so much. And believe me, Jay, you and I are going to stay on Gavin Newsom, and we're going to continue to investigate, like the $20 million diaper scheme that we found. A few months ago, we found out that Gavin Newsom did a $20 million diaper scheme. What he did was he paid a middleman NGO to secure diapers for low-income people. But he gave them $20 million, Jay, 50 cents per diaper. If you go to Target or Walmart, you can get diapers for 20 cents a diaper. Yet he paid an NGO 50 cents a diaper to secure diapers. Why? Because they launder money and get kickbacks from it. That's why.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see. Gavin Newsom, I think even CNN put out something today basically telling us, confirming that Gavin Newsom is lying, that no, the Trump administration didn't target him, that this actually started, not even if it wasn't under the Biden administration, it was a whistleblower. And I believe it was a whistleblower that started this. And I believe it was a Biden appointed prosecutor that is the one who started this on Gavin Newsom. So his whole narrative about that he's being politically targeted by President Trump is just another lie from Gavin Newsom. And everything Gavin Newsom says is projection. Everything Gavin Newsom says about anybody else, including President Trump or anybody else, Gavin Newsom is doing himself.
Oh, just absolutely. No, you're absolutely right. And I wanted to show everybody what I was talking about. I want to give a visual representation of what I was talking about earlier for how Gavin Newsom and his wife funnel money and are able to steal or launder money. I want to give a visual representation of that. So I pulled that picture up that I had yesterday, and I'm going to show it to everybody real quick because it's very important. It allows you to, like I said, have a visual representation. So check this out. Here's the picture. Okay. So on the left, you see Gavin Newsom, the governor. He gives $128 billion in state funding to California schools, right? All right. They give millions of dollars to the nonprofit Representation Project for documentaries to help out the schools, right? The Representation Project is Jennifer Newsom, which is his wife's nonprofit. What does the nonprofit do? They pay her a $1.5 million salary, but then they also hire the Girls Club Entertainment, which is her for-profit company. You can see Gavin Newsom gives billions to California schools. California schools gives millions to the Representation Project, who gives her a big salary. And then also she hires her own Girls Club Entertainment for millions of dollars to do the documentaries for the Representation Project, who then gives them to the California schools. So Gavin Newsom takes taxpayer money, basically gives it to his wife. That's what this roundabout is. But the only reason they do this roundabout is to try to make it as legal as possible. He gives state funding to the schools. They give it to her nonprofit. She pays herself a salary from the nonprofit, but then she also hires her own company, her own for-profit company from the nonprofit, and the nonprofit pays that company millions of dollars, which goes back to Jennifer and Gavin Newsom, Jay. They have done this scheme for years and for lots and lots of different things, not just schools. We said the diaper scheme. There was the Palisades wildfire donation scheme. They have stolen hundreds of millions of dollars, allegedly.
Yeah, what was his net worth? I'm just looking it up right now before he became governor. I'm looking at
you know what? Actually, I can look. Yeah, I can look that up for you real quick. Are you looking it up? You want me to look it up?
I'm looking it up right now. I got it typed in. Let's see what I get.
What was Gavin Newsom's net worth before politics? That's what you want, before politics.
Well, before coming governor, you could ask politics. It says his net worth was estimated between 10 and 20 million, largely from his stakes in the Plump Jack Group, wineries, restaurants, hotels, related businesses.
Yeah, that's because, but listen to this. Before politics, it was 950,000.
I see that. 2002.
Yeah, before politics, it was 950,000. Now, what is his net worth now, Jay? Look it up for me, please. His current net worth.
Current net worth is
net
worth.
Because before politics, his net worth was $950,000. Now he is only making $100,000 or $200,000 a year. So what's his net worth now?
It's coming up. It says 30 million.
Oh, 30 million. 30 million. That's his net worth. And that's just the money they know about. There is a lot of money that they do not know about.
What about his wife? I'm asking about his wife.
Yeah, the wife is where he parks most of his money.
Well, I'm going to ask about her right now. Let's see what they say.
Ask as a couple. How much is the Newsoms total worth? I'll look up the Newsoms. You look up the wife.
The wife, they're saying her father is a highly successful investment manager, real estate investor. Her own blind trust of $1 million, nonprofit film income, $300,000.
I still get 30 million like you do as the Newsom family, which is not correct. They have way, way, way more than that. But I told you it's because they park. See, with her father being a successful investor, Jay, he knows how to park money where it can't be seen or taxed.
Yeah. Well, what was Gavin Newsom's first political office?
I want to say it was like state senate or something. I'm not 100% sure though.
Look right now.
I will say, Deborah said as of 2025, Gavin Newsom's net worth is estimated around $50 million. So his net worth, before he started politics, 950 grand, and he makes about 200 grand a year. His net worth should be around 3 million. Instead, it's around 50 million.
Right. Exactly. Based on the amount of money
they know of.
Based on the money he's made as a public servant, quote unquote. Let's see. Quick timeline. Ready, Jack? 1995. He volunteered on Willie Brown's campaign. Willie Brown. Oh, I wonder
DA in San Francisco.
Yeah, I wonder if he was doing the same thing that Kamala Harris was doing for Willie.
You know
Brown.
what? He maybe not that, but you know what? You notice how they're all big now.
Yep, I do. It's like we said before, it's this cottage industry now,
Yeah.
right? So 1996, he was appointed by Willie Brown to the Parking and Traffic Commission, his first public role. Later became president of the commission. 1997, appointed by Brown to fill a vacancy on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors District 2. This was his first ever elected legislative position. He was then elected to the board in 1998, re-elected in 2000, 2002, 2004. Then he was the mayor of San Francisco, 2004 to 2011.
All the
Lieutenant
terrible
governor.
politicians all the terrible California politicians had some kind of position in San Francisco at some point.
True.
Nancy
I mean,
Pelosi.
this is a career politician. This is a career politician.
Yep.
A guy
And
who's
yet he
never
made-
held an actual job.
And he was only worth $950,000.
Yeah.
And he only made $100,000 to $200,000 a year. Yet he's worth $50 million now, and that's just the money they know about, Jay.
Exactly. It's impossible. It is impossible. Okay. I had my career probably started around, I'm probably around the same age as Gavin Newsom. And my
Probably.
career started around the time his did.
Yeah.
And I can guarantee you that for a portion of my career, I made more money than Gavin Newsom did.
Oh, yeah.
And
yeah.
I'm not close to 30 million or 50 million or 3 million.
Mhm.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
saying.
it's bad Willie Brown. I love the song Bad Leroy Brown.
Yeah.
We'll have to change it to Willie Brown.
Yeah. Kamala knows him very well. I think she started her knee pad company around that time.
You know, and I think Gavin Newsom might have invested in it.
It probably did. Probably did. It was probably another money laundering scheme. A knee pad company.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Absolutely.
There
All
you
right,
go.
guys. Make sure you visit maxassociates.etsy.com. You can scan the QR code at the top right, or you can go to maxassociates.etsy.com, the number one place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You do not want to go somewhere else. Now is the time to show America where you stand. Okay, you can get bags, you can get shirts, pants, phone cases, mugs, hats, flags, anything you need, anything you can get somewhere else. You can also get at Max Associates, but you cannot get the deal anywhere else. Max Associates, 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You've got Father's Day next week. You've got the 250th anniversary of the United States in a few weeks, and you've got the 2026 midterms. There has never been a better time to show the world where you stand. Show America where you stand. Be proud to be an American. maxassociates.etsy.com. Also, make sure you guys follow Secret America on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Secret America TV is the screen name for every single one of those. Please like, subscribe, follow, whatever you can, because it really helps us out as we're trying to grow our show and get it bigger and bigger. So X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. It's all Secret America TV. We are live every single weekday at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We are live tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern and Friday night also. We've got 2 more days. So we are live every weekday at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys watch the show every weekday. Jay, I think we did a lot to solve a lot of the world's problems today. I think the world is now better off us having done our show. I do think we solved a lot of the problems.
Yeah, as we do every night. Yes, the world is always a better place at about 8 p.m. Eastern every Monday
Absolutely.
through Friday. That's for sure. We appreciate everybody watching the
We
show.
leave it in a better condition than when we started.
Exactly. That's what we try to do. And we appreciate everybody watching. And listen, like Jack said, give us a follow at Secret America TV on every platform. It really helps the show grow as we're trying to bring you guys great stuff every night, Monday to Friday. It's really great. Thank you, LFA TV, as well.
Absolutely. And that's exactly why, we need your likes and subscribes and follows, because it helps us to know that we're making a difference, which gives us the energy to go on when we think it's a lot of work, when we think it's, hard work, because it is hard work. I mean, we have normal lives, we work jobs and everything, but yet we still have to do all this research. We have to do investigations, and we have to do, there's a lot that we have to do that goes into this show. So, we like to know that we're making an impact. So as long as you guys like, subscribe, follow, and all that, we'll know that we're making an impact. And, it gives us the strength to keep going on, Jay.
Absolutely. We appreciate it, guys. I mean, you guys got lives too. And the fact that you tune into this show every night, that means a lot to us. So we appreciate it.
Absolutely. So thank you guys very much for watching. Be sure to tune in tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern, because we will be live, back, and better than ever. You can tune in on X, which is at Secret America TV, on Rumble, and on YouTube, which are both Secret America TV also, or on the Live from America TV network, which is rumble.com/LFA TV. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.